You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. Good afternoon. I am Jeff Waldorf, a logical leftist, and this is Logically Left. This is your, working class, regular person type of show. Okay, where I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give it to you straight. Okay, that sounded kind of dirty, but trust me, nothing dirty about this, except what's happening to workers, except what's happening to immigrants, except what's happening to women. A lot of people getting done dirty by this administration, and God damn it, I am here to point all that out. Okay, to call it out for what it is. And so that's what I do here on the show. Now, I'm going to talk about the stories here that I'm going to be covering today. We have Republicans in the House that are trying to protect a potential pedophile. I kid you not. And of course, it's all has to do with the Epstein stuff, which has gone crazy. There's so much about this situation that is just, I never would have expected a friend of a well-known pedophile to not only have been elected by president, but of course, or elected to be president. But of course, what's interesting about that is that your so-called pro-family party is the one that put him into power. Shocker. Except not really. Not really a shocker at all. So I'm going to talk about that. Then we have Florida literally inviting people to tattle on their exes if they are undocumented, if they are immigrants, to have them deported. Republicans, they have no bounds. They have no bounds. Then we have Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, who's very, very upset that people are being mean to ICE, to the people that are disappearing people off the streets, sometimes even American citizens, veterans. Can't be mean to them, though. Tom Homan gets very, very upset if you call them fascists, or you point out that they're pretty much like the Gestapo. So keep doing it. You definitely keep doing it. We have from Tennessee, a pregnant woman that was denied prenatal care. I know they're supposed to care about babies and women and all that, and yet refusing to do that. Why? Why were they refusing? This doctor refusing to give prenatal care to this pregnant woman. I'm going to give you the details on that. You're not going to be shocked. Let's just say that. And then finally, I'm going to detail some of the ways that Trump's Labor Department is attacking labor. Once again, none of this should surprise you at all. No one here watching this show should be leaving with Pikachu face and saying, oh my God, I can't believe that. It's going to be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. Unless you've been living under a rock for like the past, 8 years or so, you will not be surprised by any of this stuff. Nonetheless, I think it's important to point it out. It is also important, by the way, to educate the normies, to educate people who may not have been paying attention and who may actually be surprised by some of the crap that's going on here. And so, with that said, let's do it. Let's jump in. And we'll start out with that guy. Good old MAGA Mike. On Monday, House Republicans decided that it was time to shut down the House in order to protect President Donald Trump from a vote to release the Epstein files. A most transparent administration in history. Now, look, Democrats had planned to stage a vote on the floor that, if passed, would compel the release of the Epstein files. Everything that they know about Epstein, all the stuff that they have, including what could be the client list, which I believe exists, and the administration says it doesn't, even though they were hyping that list up for quite some time. Pam Bondi said she had it literally on her desk. Oh my God, no, I got the Epstein files. The client list right on my desk. I'm reviewing it right now. Oh, the thing that I said that I was reviewing doesn't actually exist. Doesn't ring a bell. I have no idea. And you guys are idiots for believing us. That's literally what the Trump administration has been saying now about the Epstein stuff, and then later admitting that, okay, there is Epstein stuff, but it's all the Democrats. It's Democrat hoax. Insane. Anyway, the real stuff that the government has, they're holding on to it. Thanks to MAGA Mike Johnson, it's going to stay hidden for some time, at least until September. According to a report in Politico, House Republicans abruptly recessed a key rules committee meeting Monday evening, effectively halting legislative business for the week and blocking a planned Democratic-led vote to release materials related to Jeffrey Epstein's PDF network. Okay. Now, committee Democrats had planned to force a vote. Oh, so they do know how to force the vote. Interesting. That night, on a resolution calling for the public release of Epstein-related documents, the move came as the panel was preparing unrelated bills for the House floor for consideration. Now, Republicans decided, ooh, we can't have that. Epstein files. Ooh, no. Shut it down. Until December. Probably in the hopes that MAGA is going to forget about it. Which, I mean, yeah, they tend to forget about most things. And they've got a pretty short memory. But I think this is the biggest scandal to hit the Trump presidency. The whole ties between again, convicted pedophile and the president of the United States. It's kind of a big thing. Big scandal. It's not just an elephant in the room. There is a whole herd of them. There is so much coming out about Trump's ties to Epstein that I'm left wondering, why didn't Democrats use this to go after Trump before? I don't know. It's probably because the Democratic Party sucks at politics. Let's be very real. They're not good at politics unless they're trying to go after the left, but that's a different conversation. Now, I also think that maybe some of their corporate donors could be in the Epstein files. Perhaps even a couple of Democratic politicians, wouldn't be surprised if they were also in the Epstein files. I'm just saying. But mostly, I would expect it to be Trump and a lot of Republicans and a lot of right-wing donors. Oh, and of course, maybe some of those, mega church pastors, those people. Yeah. Oh, definitely would be in something like this. Okay. But anyway, moving on. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise had said it was, quote, unlikely that the committee would reconvene this week at all. Lawmakers had later confirmed that there were no plans to return, meaning the House will likely head into August recess without voting on several bills that cannot pass under expedited rules, including a Republican-backed immigration measure and a water permitting bill. Okay. Now, what's interesting here is that in the House, the Republicans have an extremely thin majority. I mean, it has gotten thinner in these last 6 months. I mean, you've had some Republicans that have resigned their positions. So real thin. Still, lucky for them, you also had some Democrats not quitting, but literally dying in office. Enough to where Republicans still have a several member majority. Interesting. So now, that said, there are a couple of Republicans who are interested in seeing the Epstein stuff released. And they actually meant it. One of them, Thomas Massie, got together with Progressive Ro Khanna to, introduce a bill to release the files via a discharge petition to force a vote. Oh, interesting. They just need 218 members to sign on, which means only a handful of Republicans are necessary. And the fact that MAGA Mike Johnson shut it down before they even had a chance shows that there were enough Republicans interested in seeing this and voting for this that it scared the hell out of them. Scared the hell out of Mike Johnson. So enough to where he's like, okay, we're going to have to delay. Maybe they can delay long enough to allow those FBI agents who are scrubbing the Epstein stuff, scrubbing Trump's name specifically, to get done with their work, which has been described as utter chaos. Maybe that's the whole point. Delay, so we can get rid of all mentions of Donald Trump in the files and then release them. And if they can scrub Trump's name from those files, why wouldn't they add someone else's name in there? I mean, I'm just saying. I'm not saying they are doing that. I'm saying they could. What's to stop them? Now, here's the thing. Didn't Republicans already try to pass their own resolution to release the Epstein files? Yes, but it was a joke. It was so bad that even one of the Republicans, again, Thomas Massie, was like, that's dumb. Quote, their Epstein bill resolution is non-binding, so it's kind of fake. The resolution I have with Khanna would be binding on the president. That's very important. Even Thomas Massie is like, hey, yes, Trump might be in the Epstein stuff. And if he is, I want to see. I want everyone to see. Oh, there it is. But again, Republicans tried to pass a non-binding resolution that would do absolutely dick to force out the truth, but do nothing. And that was even too much for MAGA Mike Johnson, who refused to bring it to the floor. Look, that guy is covering up Trump's potential involvement with a well-known pedophile, with the hope that I guess it's going to go away in a month, which is pretty interesting. Because again, they claim to be transparent and to care about, sex trafficking and protecting children. Well, they don't give a damn. No. Look, if you have a list of people who may have sought the services of a well-known child sex trafficker, shouldn't the release of the list and the apprehension of people on said list be a priority for these people, for the Republicans? Let me remind you, the people that are on this potential list are still free. No one except for Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein faced any sort of accountability. Ghislaine Maxwell, the only person who's still alive, and that's an important point currently, that was in prison as a result of this. It's pretty interesting, isn't it? And look, I don't care who is on that list. If you harmed a child, you deserve prison time. I don't care if it's Bill Clinton. I don't care, who it is, right? I don't care if it's, and I'm not saying that this would happen, but I don't care if it's Bernie Sanders. If you harmed a child, straight to prison, period. Not messing around when it comes to protecting kids and actually protecting kids against actual predators and abusers, not against drag queens, okay? And that's really the difference here between the Republicans and everyone else, people on the left. This should not be a partisan thing. And yet you have the leadership, and it's really telling that you have the leadership of one of the major political parties in this country that is blocking any information that could potentially implicate their leader and possibly some of their members or donors. That alone should make this very difficult to forget. That said, a month is a long time for MAGA, so I guess, who knows? Maybe it'll work. All right. There you go. Moving on. Oh boy. Ain't this something? Keep the topic alive indeed. The state of Florida is now offering a tip line for people to turn in their exes for deportation. Yes. Attorney General James Uthmeyer on Tuesday posted this. We recently got a tip from someone whose abusive ex overstayed a tourism visa. He is now queued up, spelled wrong, for deportation. If your ex is in this country illegally, please feel free to reach out to our office. We'd be happy to assist. Ah, okay. I'm pretty sure that's not going to be abused at all. No potential for abuse here, guys. Nope. And look, in case you are totally okay with this, which a lot of people, look, I looked onto that post. There are a lot of people that were totally fine with this. Let me just note that there are American citizens that have been picked up by ICE. A lot of them happen to be veterans. So I'm just saying. That said, oh, wow, if somebody's feeling a bit jilted, well, here you go. You can go ahead and call ICE on them. I mean, again, what is to prevent them from calling ICE on their ex, even if they're not an undocumented immigrant, just to be petty? It's not like ICE comes in with gentle hands. No, they come in and they forcibly rip you out of your car, or, they beat you up. I mean, they come and abduct you from work or school or wherever. Even if you're an American citizen, they'll detain you and then say, well, you're an American citizen? Oh, prove it. Oh, I don't care about your proof. No due process whatsoever. None. So, and you add an extra layer on this, right? That person ends up getting sent to CCOT or South Sudan or, Alligator Alcatraz. That's where I see this going. That's where I see this one going. It's just a completely awful, disgusting, terrible idea that came from the same twisted mind that proposed sending migrants to the then unbuilt Alligator Alcatraz that I just mentioned, which is now a reality. It only took them 3 weeks to build this detention center, this concentration camp. And yet these same people, by the way, will go around and claim that, oh yeah, we can't house homeless veterans. Can't do that, but we could build a concentration camp real easy. Yeah, it's not that they can't, it's because they don't want to help the homeless. Helping the homeless doesn't make them feel that special tingle in their naughty bits, quite like torturing brown people does. And of course, that's who this ends up targeting. It's not going to be white people that end up in these camps. Okay. You know, it might end up being a majority women that end up being punished by this. I mean, say a white guy dates a woman from overseas, right? Happens a lot, actually. In fact, a president of the United States did the same thing, married a woman from overseas, imported her, since no American would take that job. But anyway, brings her over, gets tired of her complaining or whatever. Maybe he wants to trade her in for a younger model. What's to stop him from calling ICE and claiming that she's an illegal? Well, you know, it's not his problem anymore. She's gone. Problem solved. And there it is. It'd be another way to keep women in their place. I mean, the potential here for abuse is just enormous. Enormous. Now, that said, the potential for trolling these assholes is also quite huge. And apparently that has already begun. Now, I'm not saying that you, should call this guy's office, Uthmeyer, and make false reports. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, if people decided to do that, oh, that would just be terrible, wouldn't it? Absolutely terrible. Oh my goodness. Who could ever do such a thing? All right. Stop giving my exes ideas. Okay. Let's get to something a little bit more serious. Oh no. People are being mean to ICE. Trump's border czar and self-described tough guy, Tom Homan, is whining that people are being mean online and saying bad things about ICE. Oh no. On Tuesday, Tom Homan decried this and knew where to put the blame. That's right. He had blamed the politicians' criticisms of ICE for an alleged uptick in violence towards the agency's personnel. So he went on MSNBC's Morning Joe and basically said, oh, well, I think the masks are necessary. They're important. How do we get rid of the masks? Stop the hateful rhetoric. Just stop saying hateful things. Well, you first, bro. I mean, you and the rest of your fascist party probably should stop not only saying hateful things, but also doing pretty much everything that you're doing right now. Now, he added, quote, I specifically mean members of Congress. If members of Congress can compare ICE to the Nazis, that gives some of those people on the far left, the out of control people, it emboldens them to take action. Okay, so basically he wants to shut up people like AOC, members of the squad who had called to abolish ICE because it is the modern day Gestapo. Oh no, apparently I'm being mean now. No, look, it's not like ICE hasn't earned their criticism. They've been wearing masks. They've been concealing your badges and snatching people up at work, school, church, you name it, disappearing them to places like CCOT, concentration camps, where they're beaten, tortured. I mean, look at what happened to Abrego Garcia. And you want us to not call you Nazis? Come on. And look, here's the thing. ICE is extremely unpopular. They really are. I mean, the polling here, Quinnipiac University poll showed voters disapproved of how ICE was enforcing immigration laws, 57 to 39%. ICE's numbers on immigration were even worse than Donald Trump's. An NPR PBS News Mayor's poll last month showed 54% of Americans think that ICE had gone too far in enforcing immigration law. A CNN poll released last weekend showed Americans oppose Trump's expanded ICE funding, 53 to 31%. And there you go. In each of these polls, by the way, independents were even more negative than the overall numbers. Among independents, 63% disapprove of ICE's actions. In the Quinnipiac poll, 59% said it had gone too far in the mayor's poll, and 58% opposed to new funding in the CNN poll. Independents, look at that. Independents, not happy. The only people that are happy with what ICE is doing, Republicans. They love it. They're all getting chubbies over there watching the violence against people who are, brown skin. That's it. All of these numbers suggest that ICE is in an even worse position than it was back in 2018. Now, what happened back in 2018? Well, people had been making the call to abolish ICE. So, again, these are members of the squad. These are progressives. These are people on the left that were saying ICE is a criminal agency. We got to get rid of it. There is no reason for us to have ICE. Get rid of it. Now, the Democratic Party didn't do it. In fact, when President Biden took over, he and the Democratic establishment actually expanded ICE. They gave it more funding. They got even more harsh on immigration. In fact, in March of 2024, President Biden signed a $1.2 trillion government funding bill that significantly increased funding for ICE. The bill included more funding to surveil immigrant communities. It also allowed allocated over $3 million for ICE to detain over 40,000 people in detention facilities. And so, yes, progressives were absolutely correct in calling to abolish the agency, but the establishment said, no, we like ICE. We like what they're doing. We like putting the fear in immigrants so that they work for less, so that they work for their, corporate masters, our corporate masters, and make them more money. I mean, that's what immigration in this country is. That's why we haven't had immigration reform, because they don't want to stop the gravy train. These farmers, these companies, corporations, like the Trump organization, they have long been known to use undocumented labor and to skirt labor protections. I mean, that's the whole point, to underpay them, to skirt labor protections. And if they bring anything like that up, well, we'll just deport you then. We'll send you back to the hellhole that you came from. We'll send you back to a place where there's civil war, there's poverty, there's unrest, where you're being targeted for your gender identity. We're going to send you back if you don't sit down and shut up and make me more money. That's why there hasn't been immigration reform. And yes, the Democrats are in on it as well, because they perpetuate that system. And I'm sorry, but the truth hurts. Now, that said, progressives, they were right in calling to abolish ICE, because now it's being used as Trump's police force. And that's what he's doing. Now, that said, according to Homan, Oh, no, calling them that. Oh, that's the real problem. Can't call them names. How unfair. Totally unfair. Oh, okay. So Nazis are getting real upset when you call them Nazis. Great. Sure. Why don't you own it? Because that's what you are. I mean, this is nothing more than tone policing, okay? And it's absolutely tone deaf. But that's what they're going with. It's what they're going with. And they're claiming, oh my God, do you see all the assaults against ICE agents? Oh, you're attacking law enforcement. That's real ironic, considering how the MAGA mob on January 6th attacked law enforcement. And they were totally okay with that. Totally okay with that. Now, earlier this month, the White House had issued a statement attributing this surge of assaults against ICE agents to, quote, dangerous inflammatory rhetoric from Democrat politicians. The examples it provided, of course, were nothing more than legitimate criticisms of ICE's enforcement under Trump. That they are the secret police. They're doing all the things that they're being criticized for. Doing all the things that, I don't know, the Gestapo is doing. Look, when people in plain clothes with known law enforcement identifying markers, they come up and grab you while you're at work or wherever you're at. I mean, you're going to think, what the hell? What are you doing? Who are you people? And you're probably going to fight back. Because for all you know, they're criminals. They're there to harm you, or they're there to rob you. They're there to do something you don't know. And then these people, these cowards that are hiding behind their masks, will be like, oh, resisting arrest. Resisting arrest? I didn't even know you were a cop. Well, we're ICE. Close enough. That's what they're doing. And again, if you call them criminals, you're not wrong. They are criminals. They are a criminal organization protected by a criminal president and all of his weak and pathetic bootlicking enablers. Abolish ICE. I think I'm pretty clear on that one. Okay. A pregnant woman in Tennessee was allegedly denied prenatal care because of her doctor's religious freedom. Speaking at a town hall in Jonesboro, Tennessee last week, an unnamed 35-year-old woman claimed that she was forced to seek care in Virginia after her local medical provider refused to help her because of their religious values. Here is that video.
Found out that I'm pregnant again. I've been with my partner for about 15 years, though we're not married. I just had my first visit, and that provider told me that thanks to that act, they were not comfortable treating me because I am an unwed mother, and that goes against their Christian values. I'm lucky enough to live in a part of the state where I can seek care across state lines, and that's what I'm doing, traveling to Virginia for my prenatal care, scared out of my mind that I will go into labor and not be able or have to deliver in this state with a provider who feels that that child's life is more valuable than mine. While we do love and want this child, I also have a 13-year-old, and I can't leave her behind. I call Marsha's office twice a day. I'm either blocked or she has all calls going directly to voicemail. I've never even reached a staffer. And when I contacted Bill Haggerty's office, I was told that he's not obligated to listen to his constituents. Love that.
Wow. Yeah. Bill Haggerty, not obligated to listen to his constituents. Great. But okay, how can these doctors do this then? Well, Tennessee had recently passed a bill called the Medical Ethics Defense Act. Oh boy. Which went into effect in late April. Now, the legislation allows medical providers to opt out of participating in specific procedures that would conflict with their conscience, a legally defined term that refers to sincerely held ethical, moral, or religious beliefs. Think about that, though. What that means. This bill effectively blocked access to medical care for a pregnant mother because of her marital status. That's it. That's the only reason. Now, hold on. I was told that Republicans, you cared about women and babies. No. Turns out that was a lie. Pretty big one, too. No, all those people care about is pushing their Christian nationalist values on everyone else. That's what this is about. This is promoting Christian nationalism. I mean, who cares if you're not married to your partner? I mean, look, my sister, she didn't marry her partner until, about 12 years after they got together, living together, had a child together, didn't get married, wasn't needed, wasn't necessary. And then they finally did. Took a while. But what business of it? Is it for your doctor to know whether or not you are married and to make a decision on whether or not to treat your patient based on that marital status? That is not their job. Their job is to make sure you, the mother, and the child are healthy and that your pregnancy can move along safely. Their job is not to be the moral arbiter of their patient's life. That's ridiculous. I think that, look, if your interpretation of your religion gets in the way of you doing your job, maybe you shouldn't have that job. Go be a priest or something. It might be more up your alley. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's these religious exemptions for doing jobs. I mean, again, I already know the answer to this one. So, I was just going to say, what would prevent you from making up a religion? But then again, of course, these people in the government, these right-wingers, don't actually see other religions as being valid enough to allow those laws to protect them. I mean, you see a Muslim person using this, I don't think it's going to fly. Not in Tennessee. Now, speaking of the politicians, okay, I'm going to go for them too. Your job is to conserve your constituents, not to push Christian nationalism on them. But that's what the Republican Party is all about now. Even if it means the death of women and babies, they don't care. And look, Tennessee is not some wonderful, utopia for mothers and babies. In fact, they have the highest maternal mortality rate in the country. More mothers die in Tennessee than anywhere else in the country. There are more than 41 deaths per 100,000 births. It's according to data from the CDC. Not only that, but of course, to go along with it, the state has a staggeringly high infant mortality rate. Yeah. Two things that, among others, contribute to Tennessee's ranking as the worst state to live in the United States, according to a CNBC ranking. No, wonder why. Well, it sounds like a pretty terrible place to live. And it's run by Republicans. So that tracks. And you wonder, by the way, why also younger people are not having kids. Gen Z, they have made it, these Republicans have made it so that if you are not in a position or a situation that they approve of, doctors are allowed to deny you medical care. And if you develop complications that could perhaps or lead to the death of your fetus, guess what? They can throw you in prison. The politicians can. That's what they've done. You can't terminate a pregnancy if you decide for whatever reason you don't want to be a parent, or you're not equipped to be a parent, or if that pregnancy could kill you. And if it does, well, they don't care. They don't care. Look at what happened to Ariana Smith in Georgia, another red state. They're willing to sacrifice you. Willing to sacrifice you, your life, and even make your body be an incubator against your will. Speaking to the Nashville Banner on the condition of anonymity, the woman from the video actually referenced what happened to Ariana Smith. Quote, "The fear for me is if something happens, I can't guarantee that the provider I see is going to value my life over the life of this fetus. And while we do very, very much want this baby, I have one here already who very, very much relies on me." Yeah, so it's not even about being selfish. It is about, hey, I already got a baby. I have a child to take care of. I don't want this baby, this pregnancy, to kill me. Now, here's the thing. What you see going on with these laws and this weird push by the regime to, have more people give babies, right? Or have babies. Well, they're pushing for more births, and they're doing it by denying women's rights. That is a hallmark of fascism. Fascist regimes throughout history. Like, for example, Mussolini's in Italy. They banned abortion. They restricted access to birth control. Sound familiar already? They viewed women's fertility as a public good that belongs to the state. Nazi Germany implemented policies aimed at reinforcing traditional gender roles for women, along with having similar restrictions on abortion. Again, sound familiar? Should. Look, if Republicans really wanted to encourage people to have families, then they would try to make the situation better for women and families. Implement universal health care, Medicare for all, free child care, higher wages for workers, so that maybe if you want to, you could have a one-income family if you choose to. Paid family leave. 4-day work week, so that maybe, the couples that have kids might actually be able to spend some time with them instead of always being at work. Those are just some ideas. Now, but instead, what we have gotten is the complete opposite. I've long said the United States is hostile to families. Absolutely hostile. Why do you think Gen Z isn't having kids? Financial instability, student debt, high housing costs, the rising cost of childcare. Those are major deterrents. But instead of fixing those things, which would have a negative impact on corporations, capital, kind of the reason, one of the reasons, I should say, instead of doing things that, might upset their donors, they just decide to pass abortion bans, abstinence-only education, denying access to birth control, and these ridiculous religious freedom bills. But I tell you what, it's not going to work. It failed in Germany, failed in Italy, and will absolutely fail in the United States. Okay. Okay. There we go. I am sick of these corrupt and ancient ideas. True. True. All right. Last story here. I have already been nearly an hour. This time flies. Let me tell you what. The Trump Labor Department is looking to get ready to screw over workers by gutting rules that would protect those workers from exploitation and wage theft. Wage theft being, of course, the largest amount of theft in the United States. It ain't no flash mobs that are the problem here. It's your employer stealing your wages. Now, that said, this administration loves wage theft. I'm pretty sure Trump himself is engaged in it. And they announced this month that it planned to change over 60 regulations that they deem were unnecessary. They're unnecessary burdens to business and economic growth, which is to say, they burden these companies by making it harder for them to rob their workers or screw over their consumers. Yeah, pretty much. According to an analysis released Tuesday by labor policy experts at the Century Foundation, senior fellows Julie Hsu and Rachel West and Director of Economy and Jobs Andrew Stetner said that most of the changes reverse critical standards that ensure workers get a just day's pay and come home healthy and safe. So now, what do I mean? What are some examples of labor protections they're cutting? Well, one of them involves home healthcare workers. The department actually plans to reverse a 2013 rule extending minimum wage and overtime protections for those particular workers. Now, I've got some secondhand experience in this industry, and my wife worked in several of these homes for elderly or developmentally disabled individuals. Now, from her experience, I can say that the work is difficult and the pay sucks. Workers, you can't really take days off. The nature of the job, it's 24/7. These people's lives literally depend on the workers. If they're not there, the people don't get fed. They can't make it to the bathroom. They don't get their vital medications. So the work that these workers do is vital. It's necessary for survival. And yet these same workers who are so depended on by the people in these homes, they get paid on average less than $17 an hour. And personally, I have seen lower than that. They don't get any respect either. Stetner told Common Dreams the changes would, quote, suppress wages and allow agencies to put the screws on workers to work 50 to 60-hour weeks. Again, this is very difficult work, sometimes involving lifting people who cannot walk, who cannot move, who are completely disabled and unable to do anything for themselves. It's difficult. And you're screwing over those workers. I mean, it's absolutely disgusting, but unsurprising. Unsurprising. But it gets worse. The Trump administration is now also rolling back a Biden-era rule that banned bosses from paying sub-minimum wages to disabled employees. Man, this administration really hates disabled people. They really do. Look, these people, all they want to do is just work. They want to feel useful. They want to have some extra money, feed themselves, help their families. They want to get a measure of independence from being able to work. But instead, what they're going to get is sub-minimum wages. That's right. They're going to get paid well below the minimum wage. Look, currently only 15 states have banned that practice, which means in the rest of the country, here comes the sub-minimum wage. Absolutely disgusting. Century Foundation report says that by ending the rule, the Trump administration would once again be relegating workers with disabilities to jobs that pay as little as pennies per hour, which, I don't know, kind of seems like indentured servitude. The minimum wage was supposed to be the floor that bosses, the minimum that bosses were going to be allowed to pay. The minimum wage was also supposed to be the minimum that you can live off of, but we're way away from that one. That minimum has fallen to such an extent that workers cannot live off of that wage. Can't do it. It's $7.25 federally. You need probably $20 to $25 an hour minimum to even survive in this country. So what are we doing? And yet, there is a sub minimum to that gets paid to disabled workers. It's also given to immigrants. And you know why? It's because politicians do not see either group, either of those people, as deserving a fair wage for their work. It's absolutely disgusting. Speaking of immigrants, by the way, the department is also proposing another change to do away with workplace protections for seasonal migrant farm workers under the H-2A visa program. These workers who raise complaints about wage and hour violations will no longer be protected from retaliation. Prior to the rule, it's pretty common for farmers to take advantage of these seasonal employees whose legal status was tied to their work. If you complain about legitimate issues, you would be fired. You would then also be deported afterwards because, again, you're tied to your job. Now, after the Biden rule, the cases of exploitation declined to an all-time low because, again, it banned employers from firing, disciplining, or otherwise retaliating against workers who attempted to participate in collective bargaining. One of the few bright spots of the Biden administration was that he was a lot more friendly towards workers, friendly towards labor. Not in all circumstances, he still broke up the rail strike. But compared to previous administrations, this was still one of the most pro-worker administrations that I've seen in my lifetime, which tells you the sad state. Okay. But anyway, now the Trump regime wants to allow labor to be exploited. Okay. And I mean, the Trump organization, they have constantly exploited labor. So, of course, it's no surprise that his labor department is going to try to get rid of all these pesky rules that would prevent that, because they are all about exploiting labor. Now, getting back to the report here, these reforms protected the rights of farm workers in the H-2A program, speak out individually and collectively against mistreatment, and prevented employers from arbitrarily firing them from their jobs. So that's the rule that they're going to get rid of. Now, there's more. The department also proposed weakening the Occupational Safety and Health Administration's general duty clause, which allows businesses to be punished for putting their employees in dangerous situations. The proposed change would exempt many jobs that are deemed inherently risky from protection. In fact, the report says, Stetner said, the employer community, they're jumping onto this. They're telling their members to write into the Department of Labor and other inherently dangerous occupations, about other inherently dangerous occupations, they should exempt from the general duty clause. Of course, the authors pointed out that the administration has previously rolled back restrictions meant to protect workers from heat-related stress on the job, which results in more than 600 deaths and over 25,000 injuries each year. And of course, with climate change, that's only going to get worse. That's only going to get much worse. And finally, the regime is looking to weaken protections for coal miners. After laying off most of the employees at OSHA's research arm, which monitors cases of black lung earlier this year, it is now weakening safety requirements to prevent roof falls, mine explosions, and exposure to toxic silica. So not only is this administration trying to kill green energy initiatives by pulling all the tax breaks and subsidies and while promoting fossil fuels, but now they're also looking at the workers, what few mine workers are left, and they're putting them in harm's way. And no one here should be surprised. Just like in its first term, the Trump Labor Department is horrifically anti-labor. If you were one of the people that expected them to be for the workers, let's just say that you were vastly mistaken. They do not give a damn about workers. They never did. All they cared about is helping their big corporate donors. As far as Trump's concerned, all he cares about is ensuring that his businesses always have a supply of cheap, easily replaceable, and exploitable labor to make him even more money. Because apparently being that orange ain't cheap. And there you go. There you have it, folks. All sorts of horrific stuff. Don't get me started on the chaos he's done to the National Labor Relations Board. Oh, for sure. For sure. It is a shit show. And not surprising to see the shit show since we've got King Shit in charge. A real turd. So, there you go. That's all I've got for y'all today. Thank you for joining me. Make sure to watch the show tomorrow over on my YouTube channel, Logically Left, where I cover the same sorts of stories 5 days out of the week. And check out the videos if you don't want to, if you can't join the live stream, 2 p.m. Eastern, or if you're on this space. And by the way, thank you for supporting this space. I'm really, really happy, really glad to be part of this worker collective that we've got going on of independent left creators here on this on these platforms, YouTube. Also, I'm on Facebook, Twitch, but as a lot of us are. But here we are on YouTube, getting together, pooling our talent, working together to promote progressive values. You can't get any better than that. And so, once again, I do want to thank people behind this space for giving me a chance to be on their platform and to help this thing grow. And grow it is, and grow even further it shall. I love it. All right. Coming up next here on this space, Andrea Rovenski. Welcome to Fuckville. I will always love that name. So stay right here, and I'll see you back here, this space, next week.
Hello? Can you hear me? Am I live? Are we live? Can I get some word from the producer? please? Is there any? Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show today. Hopefully I'm live. Hopefully you can hear me. I hope. If you can't, that would be unfortunate. But I think you can, according to the producer. I am audible. Not to be confused with the football term. You know, isn't that what they call them? Not football, but you know, the one where they run around and throw the ball, and then they call it football. You know, not football. You know, the one where you use your feet. No, not that one. No. No, we're talking about football, the one where you use your hands. The producer is telling me that there's a tapping noise. That would probably be this. I'm doing this with my fingernail, so that's probably what the tapping noise is. I'll stop it if you want me to. But hopefully that solves the problem. But anyway, welcome to the show, everybody. Hello, my name is Andrea. I do a show here once a week. Sometimes I do it multiple times a week, but maybe they're different shows. Today's show, Venenum malum familia est, which means fuck your family, bitch. I would like to extrapolate a little bit on some topics that I have mentioned in this program. I think, what is this, the 6th, maybe the 7th? I don't know. Program so far for this space. Welcome to Fville episode, whatever. I haven't been keeping track. But one thing I've said frequently that people have asked me to elaborate on is that I believe that the family unit, the family system, is the nuclear family, if you will, is the core tent pole of fascism. Fascism gets played out in the theater of life, in the family dynamics, especially here in America. I am begrudgingly a citizen of this planet who happens to have been born in the country that some people call the United States. And in that country, the United States of America, the family system is designed to basically bring about brainwashing of children, to making them basically uphold the American values, the system of life that we hold so dear. And I would like to explain as to why I believe that. I've said before that about 90% of humans are zombies. What do I mean by zombies? Does that mean they're like running around trying to eat your brains? Well, actually, in a little bit of a sense, yeah. We're in the 6th year of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the COVID virus actually destroys your brain. It reduces your gray matter. It reduces the growth of your brain if you're a young person. So you could argue that there are, in fact, zombies around us that are, in fact, trying to eat our brains. That is an argument you could make that would be actually more truthful than not truthful. But that's not what I'm here to talk about today. Though I have to mention it in some capacity. And so today we're going to be talking about the family system, the mom, the dad, the uncles, the aunts, the siblings, etc. And I don't know. It's a tough topic to talk about. You know, every time I talk about how parents are an oppressive class, you know, there's always one or two parents that pop up in the comment section that are like, "Oh, damn you! I'm poor, and I'm trying my best to raise my kid, and I'm working 17 jobs, and I'm trying my best." That's right, everybody. Today I would like to debut what I like to call the war on parents for my show. This is something that I hold near and dear to me, the war on parents. You know, there's always all these wars, the war on terror, the war on drugs, the war on Christmas. This, everybody, is the war on parents. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'd like to actually bring forward a content warning. And I don't do this often. Some people may find this cringy, but I'm going to give you a content warning. If you are a parent and you are easily offended, I would recommend not watching this show. If you are just easily offended, generally speaking, I would also probably recommend not watching this show. So let me ask you a question after my microphone falls over. Let me ask you a question, right? Let's imagine this is a hypothetical, a thought experiment. We are experimenting on our minds as of this moment in time. Let me ask you a question. If you are, let's say, in a prison, let's say, you're in a prison, let's even make it a step further. You're in a concentration camp. You've been there for 10, 15 years, right? And this concentration camp, there's no light at the end of the tunnel. You will never be let go. There's nothing you can do to get out of the concentration camp, right? Maybe there is something you can do, but you're not going to do it, right? But one thing that's allowed in this concentration camp is procreation. You're allowed to find someone to fuck their brains out, pop a couple kids out. You got to keep the people in the concentration camp happy. Now, then you bring another person into this world, right? Through your breeding fetish, right? Your unstable, primal, disgusting, uncivilized, savage breeding fetish. You bring another child into this concentration camp, right? Is that a moral action? I ask you that question. Is that a moral action? You, one, have the information required to know you are in a concentration camp. Two, you know full well you ain't getting out of that concentration camp. Three, you know full well that if you fuck someone's brains out, guess what? You're going to have a kid, right? You know that. That's a matter of fact. We are aware of that. And yet you do all those things anyway. Why is that? Could someone, and maybe if there's a parent in the audience would like to explain, could someone explain how that is not immoral, that is not an evil act, right? To bring another person into the world that you know is unstable, you know is falling apart at the seams, you know the climate is changing, we're going to have fucking volcanoes erupting and magma flowing out of the oceans, right? I'm being a little hyperbolic. You know all of these things. You know Donald Trump is the most successful pedophile in the history of pedophiles, and yet you're going to bring a child into this world, right? And then someone who doesn't have children, right? I know. Oh, how you dare you judge? And then I'm not allowed to say, hey, isn't that kind of fucked up? Because God motherfucking forbid, God motherfucking ass fucking forbid someone criticizes parents. The most easily offended class that I've ever seen in my life. Parents, right? You can say something that has nothing to do with raising children at all, and parents will be like, it's so hard being a parent in today's society. Oh, it's so hard driving my child to daycare every day, and then I don't have any time to myself. Well, who's the one who had the fucking kid, bitch? That's my oh, it's so hard being a parent. How about, I don't know, looking at your fucking own actions here. You decided to have the kid, and then now you're complaining about it, and I'm not allowed to just point out the obvious. What the fuck were you doing in the first place, right? So I would argue that the world, the planet Earth, is at large a concentration camp, and we are all in the concentration camp. And the prison guards, the wardens, the billionaires up top, they're giving us a lot of treats and toys. You get to play your video games, you get to fuck, you get to do drugs, maybe even have a couple kids. And what are the values you will instill upon those children, right? Just by nature of having a child in Fville, which we currently reside, we live in Fville. The nature of having a child in this world is, in my opinion, an inherently evil act. So when you bring a child into an evil world, right, that child may not have the words, the language to understand it, right? But the child is genetically, biologically hardwired to trust their parents. And when parents bring a child into a fucked up world, right, they're choosing to instill a value upon that child that it is okay to do fucked up things. It is okay. Why? Because I love you. What does that mean? Similar, just got to have faith. You just got to have faith. It's the same thing. It's a religious mindset. It's okay to bring someone into a world that's falling apart at the seams. I'm not going to do anything to fix the world that's falling apart at the seams. And then I'm going to have a kid, and then that kid is going to take up 90% of my energy, and then I get off the ball field. Because ultimately, that's what you're doing when you're a parent. You decide, fuck this shit. I don't want to play the game. I'm going to join the oppressor class. You may not think of it in that sort of cognitive terms, in those cognitive terms, but that is essentially what you are doing on the world. You are bringing evil into this world, or in the sense that you are bringing an innocent human being, a victim, into this planet, of which they will absorb evil. You know they will absorb that evil. You know that there is nothing you can do to stop them from absorbing that evil, and yet you do it anyway. So again, that is one thing I would like to question, right? The parents. I view parents as an oppressive class. You want to look around the world and say, why is everyone so fucked up? I'm going to say 9 times out of 10, look at the parents, right? That's my opinion, right? Children do not just magically conjure up bad behavior. That's just not a thing. Right? I'm sorry, you know, like when you're in school and someone picks on you, someone says, hey, buddy, fuck you. You know, like that's what they say in school, I guess. You know, they shove you in the locker and they laugh at you. Where do they get that knowledge from? Where do they learn that? They learn that from the parents. Or maybe they learn it from TV, right? Or maybe they whatever, but the parents basically allow that child to absorb evil and recreate it in the world because children do what they observe. Right? You know, you ever see a child and they'll just like, you know, like I'm talking like maybe 3-4 years old. They're starting to talk. They're saying some stuff, you know, and they'll just say random words. You know, where the fuck did that come from? Maybe I said it like 3 weeks ago or something. And then now they're saying it. How the hell did that happen? Right? Children absorb the world around them. Right. And they learn about the world around them through the parents, through the actions that the family system that they're around kind of projected them. And then they learn deeply within their psychological contents. They learn how to be a person, how to fit into this world, right? That's why one thing I like to call, when I reference the fact that 90% of humans are zombies, one of the things that I like to call out is the script that you are programmed from birth to enact. You got to grow up. You got to get a job. You got to get money. You got to buy a house. You got to fucking get a spouse. You got to have kids. Then you got to be a grandfather, mother, whatever the fuck. Then you got to retire. And then you got to work at the same job. This is the script that we are indoctrinated in since birth, right? And it's an evil script. It's a script that designs you to become a super soldier for fascism, for you to shut your mind off, for you to shut your creative contents of your mind off and to just be a drone, to be a worker, to just, go along to get along. I don't want to rock the boat, right? That's what people say. They don't want to rock the boat. It wasn't me. I was just following orders. The classic excuse used at the Nuremberg trials. The Germans hanged those bitches anyway. Doesn't matter if you were just following orders, right? And yet that is the excuse a lot of motherfuckers have. When you criticize bad parenting. Oh, I'd like to see you do any better. They get their ego involved, their defensive mechanisms. When you criticize someone's horrendous parenting. Oh, I'm doing the best I can, And then 30 years later, when their kid says, hey, you're a fucking shitty parent. And then they go, I did the best I could. It's the same shit. It's a thought terminating cliche. That's all it is. Israel has a right to defend itself. Stop thinking. Turn your brain off. You just got to have faith, as in, don't question it. Don't question it. God is real. Just have faith. Just have faith. Don't question it. I did the best I could. Really? Really? You did the best you could? Now, personally, do I think it's possible that there are parents out there that actually genuinely do the best that they can? And is it possible that those parents do some great work, raising great kids? Yes. That's why I say 90% of humans are zombies. There are great people out there doing great things. However, I will say that if you are having a child in the last 10, since the pandemic began, right? If you're having a child in the 2020s, to me, as someone who is an outside observer, right? An outside observer of the family system, I see that and I go, I'm doing a visual, by the way, for all the audio people. Tab in. I go like this. Really? You're having a kid in the middle of a pandemic? When a fucking fascist just took over power? You're having a kid now during a genocide? You're having kids during a genocide. A genocide. That's going to be your contest after. Right. So I'm highly questioning of it. But I'm not allowed to say that in polite conversation. You're never allowed to question. Oh, congratulations. When someone says they're a parent, they're pregnant. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh my God. So brave. So brave. Congratulations. Oh my God. Congratulations. You're part of the cult. You joined the team. You joined the oppressor class. All right, this is all my prologue. By the way, you might be thinking, this is the prologue. Oh, holy shit. You know, we're just getting warmed up here. We're only 15 minutes in. We still got 3 15-minute chunks to go for today's episode. So I know I don't look at the chat or whatever when I do these. I don't want to get distracted. I don't want to fight with the chat. I don't know what they're talking about. However, I guarantee you that there's at least one person out there that's very offended right now. Oh no, I had a kid in 2022 and I never thought about it. And now all of a sudden someone on the internet is saying something that's making me think about my actions for once in my life. And that's one of the things I'd like to question. Right? Again, the script, why I refer to most people as zombies. They don't question it. They just think having children is a part of life. It's a part of life. Everyone has a right to have kids. That's what people tell you. Everyone has a right. Everyone has a right. If you don't want someone to have kids, what are you? Are you genicist? That's like eugenics, dude. Now, of course, there's a conversation to be had about having children when you are, let's say, an oppressed culture and you want to try to, you know, make your culture survive in some fashion, you know, whatever. I get it. I'm down to have that argument. But however, I would like to ask you one thing for you to question that line of reasoning. You know, like, oh, my people have been decimated. There's only like hundreds of us left. Our culture is on about to go extinct, right? And then you have a kid because of that. Okay, so I question your motives, right? Regardless of the morality and how we got there and all that kind of stuff, ultimately you're having a child for a narcissistic reason. You're having a child because you want that child to be the vessel of your culture, right? Now tell me how that's not fascism, right? Tell me how that's not fascism. Well, the only reason why it wouldn't be fascism in that specific example is because you think a minoritarian culture is somehow worth preserving in a way, even though you are enacting fascism upon that child didn't consent to be a pawn in your political culture game, right? Right. So it's fascism, but it's supporting a different culture. So again, that's a whole separate conversation. Maybe it's tangentially related. We can have that at a later time. But I'm talking about the average American, especially the average American, right? When you were born and raised in America and you follow the script and you have a kid probably before you're mature enough. You know, a lot of people have kids in their 20s when they're not mature. I'm 29 right now. So I can tell you, I am not mature enough to have a child. Not even close. Not even fucking close. And yet there are people younger than me that are popping out kids every couple fucking years, you know, like you can get like 1.3 kids a year or something. You know, people are trying to beat the records, you know, 22 people are having kids when they're 17, people are having kids when they're 15 and they love it. They love having kids that young because it gives them a sense of purpose. You ever hear this one? You know, my kids saved my life. Without little Timmy, I'd be dead. Well, shit, you know, I'm thinking, if that's the situation, probably would have been better off dead before you have little Timmy over there. Because you ever been around a parent that's like that, like from the child's perspective? You know, a parent that's just fucked up. You know, a parent that's just like depressed all the time. A parent that's not emotionally available. A parent that's shut down. Does that sound familiar to you? If you're living in America, it probably sounds familiar to some degree. A parent that's always tired. Oh, maybe tomorrow we'll play ball. Maybe tomorrow I'll be interested in you. Maybe tomorrow this. And then tomorrow comes, their day off comes, and they spend all that day sleeping all day, right? That's my situation. I'm just describing what I went through. I'm sure that there's other variations. You know, there's all kinds of stuff out there, right? And then, you know, one day later on, You know, you're having a conversation. Maybe someone's got a little wine in their system. Who knows? And they say some shit like, without you being the kid, I wouldn't be here. You saved my life. That's some shit that my mom would tell me. She would tell me, you saved my life. Really? Well, shit. I'm going through all of this so that I could save your life. And then that bitch had the fucking audacity to die anyway, right? Like, what a fucking, that's a whole separate can of worms. But again, think about that. The level of narcissism required to have a child when you're not ready, you know you're not ready, because you think that that child is somehow going to be that thing that's going to get your shit together. I have a kid now. I got to get my shit together, right? That's kind of what I'm drawing out here. Let me take a sip of coffee. So if that's not already obvious, I have, I'm separate from a family system. I don't have a family, right? I've decided to either get excommunicated, further the excommunication, or just self-excommunicate, right? I don't have a family. So I can speak on this subject as an outside observer, right? As someone who does not participate in the theatrics of a family system, right? You know, people that are like, you ever hear someone go like, ooh, I'm scared about Thanksgiving. Ooh, I'm scared. What's going to happen at Thanksgiving? Right? You ever hear this? To me, I just laugh at it. I'm like, what the fuck are you people talking about? So you have a family that you don't like. You don't want to go there. And yet you're buying a fucking $900 plane ticket during an airborne plague and flying across the planet or country to go see people you don't like. Right? Maybe there's like a cousin you like or whatever, and you want to see them. How about you send them a fucking text message and say, hey, you want to skip Thanksgiving and you want to come to my place and we'll play fucking video games or whatever? We'll get high. We'll fucking get a fucking 12-pack and have a good time. Why are you going to Thanksgiving and you got to deal with Uncle Motherfuck and your shitty ass parents and all these other people just so you can have that moment where you sit on the couch next to your cousin and say, hey, how you doing? Oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. Have that 13-minute conversation. You're going to fly around the fucking planet during a fucking plague to go around people you don't like. And again, think about the kids in this scenario. Think about the behavior that you're modeling to children, right? Think about that. We don't want to do this. None of us want to do this. And yet we're doing it anyway. Why? Because family is sacred. That's why family is sacred. Sometimes you do things you don't want to do for family, right? You ever hear these terms? For family. Well, I personally believe all humans are my family. And I also believe that no humans are my family. You may think that those are incompatible or incoherent, but, have you seen the people around here? I don't view specific people in the tribe of humans. There's like some noise going on. I think someone's like starting a car that's like made in 1963. I'm hearing these like gunshot sounds, or either that or someone's getting gunned down on the street. One of those things. But something's happening. What was I talking about? Talking about something. Right. I think all of my fellow humans are my family, but also my family is sick. My family is diseased. My family is not doing so well, to say the least, right? And so that's why I want to come on here as an outside observer, as someone who is not steeped within the system. Have you ever heard of the phrase access journalism? Right? Where you are, let's say, a journalist for, let's say, a newspaper, such as the Washington Post or whatever, and you have to tiptoe around certain subjects so that you can get your interviews in. If you say, like, you hate Republicans and that Donald Trump is Hitler, then he's not going to interview you, and so you got to hold your tongue so that you can get some access journalism. You ever hear that phrase? Well, that is the same thing. That is the same dynamic that plays out in the family system. Access journalism. Right? If you go against the family system, you get shunned. You get all this fucking kind of horseshit. If you say, you know what, this whole dynamic is fucked up. I don't want to participate in this unhealthy, toxic dynamic. Either fix your hearts or die. I'm out of here. Guess what? 9 times out of 10, they're not going to fix their motherfucking hearts. They're going to say, oh, all the problems all the toxicity within the family, it's because of the black sheep. It's all their fault. And now that they're gone, we can all live in prosperity. I don't know. This is my personal experience. Maybe I'm extrapolating a little bit, but I've talked to a lot of people, and I don't know, man. I feel like this is at least in the United States of America, I feel like this is a relatively universal situation where most people, they don't really like their parents all that well. Maybe they were decent. Maybe they were okay. But what does that mean? They were decent. They were okay parents. I had a decent childhood. My childhood was okay. Well, when you're basing that judgment, when you're making that judgment, what are you comparing it against? You're comparing it against what's normal. And what is normal, dare I say, is not decent. What is normal, God forbid, I say, is actually diseased, what is normal. So if you're looking around and you see everyone else, oh, I had a good childhood, I had a decent childhood, and their dad beat the shit out of them with a belt every fucking night, and their mom was throwing fucking glasses against the wall and you step on glass every time you fucking get up for water in the middle of the night, where you tiptoe every time you go to the bathroom at 2 a.m. because if you wake someone up, they're gonna fucking scream at you, I gotta go to work tomorrow, how dare you wake someone up, and then they'll sit around at the end of the day and say, I had a decent childhood, whatever the fuck. You see this a lot in my parents' generation, right? The 30 and 40, 50, 60-year-olds, like, I know that's a wide range of people, but just, whatever the fuck. Just bear with me, right? My parents, they did all right. Like, your fucking parents were shit. Right, but because they blind themselves to the tragedy of their upbringing, the tragedy of their family, they shut their brain off. They won't analyze it. My childhood, it's okay. It was decent, right? I'm done analyzing it. Put it in the backpack. Fuck that. Never need to think of it again. And then I'm going to have a kid. And when you have a kid, what you are doing, if you haven't actually thought about all this stuff, what you are doing is you are unconsciously bringing that shit downstream, right? That's what I think. If you have a kid and you haven't fully figured out your whole situation, and let's be real, what does that even mean? I don't know. I'm not here to draw conclusions. I'm only 29. I'm not fucking 93. I'm not a wise sage that has been around this earth for a fucking century. I don't fucking know. All I know is that there's a lot of fucked up shit in all of us. And instead of thinking about that, instead of solving those problems internally, what we do is we follow the script because it's comfortable. We have a kid and we unconsciously or consciously in some instances, hey, we got a lot of fucked up motherfuckers out there, put that shit onto the next generation. And that causes a lot of problems. You look around the world and you're thinking to yourself, this shit is fucked. This shit is fucked. And then you think about, oh, right. If you can pin everything down to one thing, a lot of lefties, they love doing the capitalism is the root of all evil thing. Capitalism is a totally new invention. The idea that our world somehow started falling apart like in 1834 or whatever, whenever people say capitalism was invented, 1693, 1737, there's all kinds of dates. When did capitalism start? That's the root of all evil. Everything was great before capitalism came along. That's I don't know. To me, that's a doppelganger. Capitalism, whatever, man. You could take it or leave it. Whatever we're going into now, post-capitalism, it's probably a lot worse than capitalism. So when I think of what is the root of all evil, and I think of where does evil in the world come from, right? What is the smallest atomic unit of evil that we can, or at least how evil transfers itself? The virons of evil, right? Where are those? And those are in the family system. The dynamics at play within the family system. Do not question the parents. Never question authority. How dare you speak up against the parents, right? And now again, are there good parents out there? Sure. In the same way that I think that there's good billionaires out there. Hey, in the same way that I think there's good millionaires out there, I'll throw you a bone. All right. Woof, woof, doggy. Go get the bone. But most parents, let's be honest, most parents are garbage. They're shit. They're shit on my shoes. And I'm not just talking about my parents, although I am. I'm definitely talking about my parents. Totally trash cans, right? But I'm talking about most people I see. I see most people and I look at them and I think that they're disgusting. Now, does that make me a freak? Possibly. Right. And then I find out that the most disgusting motherfucker you've ever heard of has like 4 kids. And I'm thinking like, holy motherfucker. Right. And again, so we live in a fascist country, right? In case anyone is new here, by the way, 30 minutes in, we live in a fascist country right? But what is fascism? At its core, it's worshiping authority. And not even just worshiping authority in an outward, extensive gesture like bowing down. Oh, yeah, sucking someone's cock, right, for authority, right? Just getting a whole heaping mouthful, right? That's not the only form of worshiping authority. The other form is internally in how your brain develops, right? If you put like a rock in someone's brain as they were developing, right, their brain would develop all fucked up. It would develop around this fucking like pebble you put in their brain, and things would be all out of whack, right? Some people, you know, whether it's a pebble, a rock, or whatever, that's called what we would say is like a birth defect or a developmental disorder of some kind. But if you are born into a terrible, toxic family system in a terrible, toxic, fascist country in a disgusting time and a disgusting place, I would argue that that is also a developmental disability, right? Even again, I'm not even just talking about parents that beat the shit out of you. I'm just talking about parents that are zombies. They're not really there for you. They're emotionally absent. Hey, maybe you have food on the table every day. Maybe you have fucking little Jimmy goes to play ball once a week. Hey, maybe you go to the movies every once in a while. Maybe you go to a restaurant once a month. Your childhood was decent, right? But there's still that, you know, oh, I love my dad. I love my mom. I would do anything for them, but would they do anything for you? Think about that, right? Think about the level of indoctrination that children get. You know, you often hear this phrase, I would die for my child. You hear that, right? I would do anything for my child. You hear that from a lot of people, right? I would do anything except for fix the world that I'm bringing my child in, except for, I don't know, saving up money so that my child doesn't have to live in poverty, except for, I don't know, solving my own internal emotional fucked up shit, right? So that I don't pass it on. I would do anything except for all those things that would actually make my child's life healthy and prosperous, right? But look around you, right? Look around you at the disease of this world, at all the people that just don't give a fuck about anything. They don't give a fuck about anything, right? Last week and maybe the week before, whichever one, I was talking about peer pressure. Where does peer pressure come from? Well, it's taught within the family system. You're taught to do what the others do what your parents do. And again, we are biologically hardwired to look for our parents. Mommy, daddy, whatever, you know, what do I do? Human babies are born prematurely compared to almost every other mammalian species on this planet, right? We pop those bitches out of the body, and then they need an additional 5, 10, 15 years of development before they're really actually kind of humans, right? We have a very, very long, drawn out, like, you know, maturation phase. A lot of mammals, right? That whole thing takes place in like a couple weeks. That some mammals, that whole thing takes place within the womb. But with humans, we spit the fucker out after 9, maybe 10, sometimes 8 months, right? And then it's the post-birth section of child development, right? But again, look at our society. We are in a diseased society. When you have a kid in this world, you still have to go to work. When you can have a child in this world and then have to be in work the next day. You give birth to a child, and then the capitalist overlords that control your life, that you decided to bring a child into that world for some reason, then they force you to go to work tomorrow. So you have a kid and then immediately abandon that kid. Think about how unnatural that is. Think about it in the terms of what nature wants, what our genetic code is wanting. You know, you become born into this world. You separate with the person carrying you since you were, you know, created or whatever the fuck. You separate from that person, and then they immediately abandon you. They go to work. Maybe it's not the next day. Maybe it's the next week. But eventually they abandon you, right? What does that do to the child? Psychologically, developmentally? What does that do to the child, right? A child's too young to understand, oh, my mom's got to go to work. And we need to have work because without work, then we don't have money. And then if we don't have, a kid doesn't understand that. All they know is that their parent is bringing them into the world and then immediately abandoning them. And again, we live in a world where most parents, right, they don't get enough sleep. They're up all night, right? Dealing with the baby. Oh, the baby won't sleep. The baby won't sleep. It's a fucking baby, motherfucker. Like, it's a goddamn baby. The baby doesn't know that you sleep at nighttime because you got to get up for work in the morning. How the fuck is a baby going to know that? Right? And then if you're a new parent or have been a new parent at some point in your life, whatever, maybe your kids are fully grown now. I don't know. You've been there. Oh, I can't sleep. The baby won't sleep. Oh, I got to get up. Oh, I do work tomorrow and I'm tired. Oh, I got 3 hours of sleep. I got 2 hours of sleep, blah, blah, blah. Now, that's fucked up. That's hell, right? I get it. But you signed up for it. You knew ahead of time, right? Unless there's some crazy tragedy like a pandemic starts or whatever. Hey, if you had a kid in 2019, that was the biggest rug pull I ever damn seen, okay? Hey, whatever. But let's just say, right, for the most part, you knew you were going to have a kid. You knew it would be difficult. You knew you didn't have maternity, paternity leave. You knew you have like 3 months of savings in your bank. You knew all of this ahead of time, and you decided to bring a child into the world anyway. And so I ask you again, is that in any way a morally good act? I don't think so. I personally believe that if, conception, that's a big word when we're talking about babies, conception, right? But I think that at that moment, whatever it is, you want to abort the baby, maybe, whatever. Maybe you shouldn't have fucked someone in the first place. Maybe you fucking keep that shit together. I don't know, right? Figure it out, right? But when you bring a child into this world and you do not have an entire game plan on how this kid is going to be raised in a happy and healthy way, in my opinion, that is an evil act. The child does not deserve to be a part of your narcissism. The child does not deserve to be a part of your little game, your experiment. If you want to do an experiment, can I do this really hard thing? How about play a fucking video game? How about do that? Play Mega Man X without dashing. Oh, I want to do this really hard thing. I'm going to challenge myself. I want to see if I'm capable of doing this thing. How about you watch a David Lynch movie, for Christ's sake, right? Instead of bringing another child into this world and torturing them with the world around us. So, I question people that are parents. Just by its very nature. I'm a questioning person. I'm a skeptical person. When someone says, I'm a parent, I think, I think twice about them. Right? But let's go back into the family system being the core tentpole of fascism, right? Especially in America. I don't know about the family system in Ghana. I don't know about the family system in Sudan. I don't know about the family system in Malaysia. I'm not an expert. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know about the family system in Bangladesh. I'm not an expert. I'm an expert in the family system of America. And boy, howdy, that is some fucked up shit. Again, you ever, let's talk about child sexual abuse. I know, probably shouldn't be talking about that. Probably shouldn't have used that terminology. Oh no, I got to come up with 1984 language to talk about this thing that's disgusting, right? But think about it. 70 million motherfuckers voted for a pedophile. They elected, again, Kamala Harris had over 3 million votes stolen from her. Like her, hate her, certainly more on the hater spectrum. She won the election. Donald Trump stole the election. Whatever. Maybe I'll do an ep on that. You can look it up. But what's not up for debate is at least 68 million motherfuckers voted for a pedophile. Not just a pedophile, but the chief, most successful pedophile in the history of the world. Think about it. Think of a pedophile off the top of your head who's more successful than Donald Trump. You might be thinking, oh, Jeffrey Epstein. He died. He got murdered in a jail cell by the president, right? So think about that. So all this shit you're seeing that's coming out, all this shit that's happening, that's revealed, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein built a child fucking pedophilia empire, right? And still, we all knew that. Maybe there's a new picture. Whoa, there's a picture from 1991 of Jeffrey and Donald hanging out. That changes everything. No, it doesn't. It doesn't change a goddamn thing. We knew. At large, everyone knew Donald Trump was a pedophile. He's on tape talking about looking at fucking teenage 13, 12-year-olds' naked bodies. Oh, I own the child beauty pageant, so I get to walk in and look at them naked. I'm a pedophile. He's on tape doing that. He's on tape talking about molesting and attacking women all the time. And yet, 60, 70-ish in that range, million motherfuckers voted for him. Right? Think about how that plays out in the context of the family system. You ever hear about the family secret? The big secrets of the family. This stays between us. When I was young, my mom would often say, don't tell anyone when I hit you, then they'll take you away from me. And that's bad because where they're going to take you is even worse than this. And I believed it because I was a kid and I didn't fucking know any better. I didn't have the internet to look it up. I didn't have books to I was like 5 years old. My mom says that if I tell someone that she hits me, that all of a sudden I'm going to go somewhere worse. Okay, whatever. Sounds a lot like hell in the Bible or whatever. You know, you do this thing, you're going to go to hell. What is hell? We don't know. Can you go there? I don't know. Is there a way to find out what hell is? Who knows? Right? Don't ask questions. Just got to have faith. Right? So think about, you know, and this was not something that I have personal experience with, you know, child sex crimes. Maybe tangentially, but not like, you know, I wasn't raped by a family member on a consistent basis or anything like that. Okay. That's not something that happened to me. Some people have had that happen, and that's even more horrendous. But a lot of the times, what is the most likely instance of childhood sexual crimes? It's someone in the family, an uncle, a parent, a sibling, a family friend even. And that you can maybe argue that that's not necessarily within the scope of this video, but or maybe it is. I don't know. You get abused by a family member. You might tell someone in the family, and they might even say, hey, we're going to remove that uncle, or that we're going to have a divorce, the parents or whatever. You know, they may remove you from that situation acutely, but they'll say things like, got to keep the secret. It's a family secret. We don't want to tell anyone about our business. You don't have to tell anyone about this. Otherwise, Uncle fucking motherfucker will go to jail. And we don't want that, do we? We might get in the news of the pedophile family, blah, blah, blah. So take that mindset, right? And again, it doesn't have to be with pedophilia, but we're talking about the president who's the most successful pedophile in the history of the planet, at least in recorded history. Maybe there's a more successful pedophile somewhere in unrecorded history. But in recorded history, Donald Trump is the most successful pedophile of all time. And how did 70 million people knowing he's a pedophile? And we can make an argument they didn't know. They didn't know. Yes, they did. Okay. Yes, they did. It was all over the news for years and years and years. They voted for the pedophile anyway. Right. So think about how that is learned from birth. Don't question the family. Don't question anything about what the family is doing. Just go along to get along. You do anything for the family. You're a part of the family, right? It's indoctrination from birth. And most people, again, I don't think that most people are conscious parents. Are there people in our audience that might be conscious parents and maybe this stuff doesn't apply to them? Great. If you are offended by what I am saying, probably I can guess that what I am saying applies to you in some way. If you're a parent who is not offended by what I am saying, guess what? You're probably doing everything right. Think about that for a little bit, by the way. Think about that. From birth in America, we are indoctrinated to keep the family secrets. We are indoctrinated. This is how the world works. This is how things work. You know, I had the kid in abject poverty. I didn't do anything to get out of abject poverty. Saying I shouldn't have done that is eugenics. It's eugenics. Poor people shouldn't have kids. Eugenics. Do you think perhaps maybe that poor people having kids is something that keeps them poor in the first place? Have you considered that? Hey, I don't know. Just asking questions. Just asking questions here. I am just asking questions. We're allowed to do that in America. We're allowed to just ask questions. Capital J, capital A, capital Q. Just asking questions. So, I don't know. I just a lot of shit out here that I want you to think about. The way that we are born into this world, the way that we are born into, here are the authority figures, mommy and daddy. A lot of the times it's an asymmetrical power dynamic. A lot of the times mommy has power over daddy, or even mommy, daddy has power over mommy, whichever way. Usually it's not an equilibrium. Usually people, when they have kids, there's the relationship is toxic in some capacity. You know, they beat the shit out of each other, whatever, all that kind of stuff. And when you're raised in that environment, you don't have the ability to fact check anything. You don't have the ability to fucking go, oh, that's wrong. Because when you're 3, when you're 4, and your parent is beating the shit out of your other parent or whatever, to you that is normal. To you that is real. To you that is reality. To you that is just the way the world is. And whether or not you grow and learn about the world and learn, hey, maybe things shouldn't be that way. What age do you learn that? I don't know. Maybe 20, maybe 25, maybe 30, maybe 40. I don't know. When you learn that it's possible that we could create a world that's not as fucked up as the world that I was born in, right? And that takes a long time to learn that. But before you learn that, to you, that is real world. To you, that is the only way that there is. When you are a child, you don't understand. I'm talking about 3, 4, 5, that kind of preschool, preschool age. You don't understand that there's like other children and they experience totally separate kinds of worlds, you don't understand what the comparisons are. You don't know how to weigh pros and cons. You don't know how to do all of this advanced, like things that in a sense require some form of language, right? Maybe you have some small ability for language. Maybe you don't have any ability for language at all. To you, this is the way the world works. And when you grow up, when you age, and you don't question these things that you are inundated with since you were a child, if you just unconsciously express them as you lead your life, then you are going to be, again, proliferating that anger, that evil, that fascism, that authoritarianism from generation to generation. So in my opinion, right, if I'm going to pinpoint any class that's fucked up, that's caused all of our problems, it's the parental class. And I'm not just saying the parents of this generation, whatever. I'm saying throughout history, our parents have done a shit fucking job. And when did this start? In my very first episode of Welcome to Fuckville, I was trying to take a more advanced historical approach to authoritarianism. Where did it first come about in recorded history? 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 years ago, the first mentions of kings. Where did that come from? Because I argue that for the hundreds of thousands of years that we evolved into the current form of Homo sapiens, we probably had a decent idea of how to raise a child, okay? And I'm not going to sit here and say we need to return to the primitive lifestyle, but we need to be able to understand that some point along the way, we fucked up when it comes to raising our kids. And that fuck up has paid dividends, right? The idea that the family system is not your entire human tribe of all the humans in your immediate vicinity. No, your family system is this tight-knit group of 5, 3 if you're an only child, 4, maybe even upwards of 10. Maybe even in some instances you're really close with cousins or uncles or whatever. Maybe it's 15, 20, right? Whatever. But the family system is small. And when a system of people, when a group of people is small, it is way easier to manipulate. And the fascist country that we live in manipulates people to unconsciously take on fascist traits, never to question them, and then to procreate and then unconsciously put those fascist traits on their unconsciously absorbing of the world children, right? That's the loop of fascism. And that's why I say that the family system is the core tentpole of fascism. Because if every family system was hundreds of people, that shit would not survive. If the family system were 500 motherfuckers and one person was beating one kid, guess what? That wouldn't happen. As soon as someone found out about that, that motherfucker would be kicked out of the family system. All right? Or there would be some, maybe if you don't want to be punishing, we can do some major healing process. We could try to heal the problems. We can try to heal that person. Also, totally acceptable. But when the family system is small, when it's atomized, when you're alone, right, around people that are more often than not psychopaths. Again, let's just say your parents are wonderful, beautiful creatures. They did everything they could, and they actually, in the meaning of that sense, they literally are great. In the world we live in, again, that I described, you're tired all the time. You're barely, like, when you're sleep deprived, right, that makes you a worse person. It makes you more irritable. It makes you more angry. And a child doesn't understand that you're sleep deprived. The child barely understands what sleep is. How could you be deprived of sleep? A child's sleeping like 20 hours a day, right? Like, what the fuck? So how can they possibly grasp the concept of sleep deprivation, right? And how could you possibly explain that to them, right? So again, in my opinion, to bring a child into this world is it's a decision that should be a conscious one. It's one that you should be thinking about. You can't just willy-nilly bring a child into a concentration camp and pretend you're a good person. To me, I don't think so. Especially when there's so many abandoned kids out there that don't have parents. You're going to bring a new child into this world when there's children without parents? That's called narcissism. And something even worse than that. Oh, I want my child to have my specific DNA. I want my child to have my specific genetic material. That's like a level beyond narcissism. That's a fetish. That's a fetish. It's a kink. And involving children in your sexual fetishes, and to me, is disgusting. You want to have a child because you have a breeding fetish. That's gross. That's filthy. It's nasty. If you want to have a breeding fetish and then you abort the baby or whatever at the last possible minute, okay, whatever. I mean, now we're getting into some even weirder territory, but hey, to me, that is morally acceptable. But if you're having a child because, oh, I want my child, I want to have all these genetic material offsprings that carry my DNA, you're a freak. You're a loser. You're a fucked up motherfucker. And not only should you not have kids, you shouldn't be anywhere near kids. And yet what I am describing is about 90, maybe even higher % of the population. This is what I think. I consider myself to be an outside observer. Maybe I'm wrong. Possibly. I don't know. But this is what I see as one of the poisons in our society, as one of the ways that fascism propagates itself at the atomic level of the family system. And, I don't know. Questions, comments, concerns? I am now opening up the chat room to questions. So people are talking about Morrowind. Motherfuckers aren't paying attention. Elder Scrolls, motherfucker. This is why I don't look at the chat. What the fuck is wrong with you people? But anyway, do I have an answer? Do I have a solution to this soliloquy? No, I don't. If you already have a kid, my only thing I can implore upon you is to be a good parent. Don't just say platitudinistic garbage like I'm doing the best I can or blah, blah, blah. Do better. At all times, constantly improve. If you are not constantly improving, you are not doing the best you can, and that's a fact. If you haven't had kids yet, please, for the love of God, can we just wait until we figure out this whole, 70 million people voted for a pedophile thing? Can we wait until we kind of have an understanding about how climate change is going to fuck us up? Can we wait before this pandemic is over? Really, not just put ourselves into denial. La, 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 the pandemic's over because Joe Biden told me to. The demented old man with ass cancer told me that the pandemic is over, so it must be over because the ass cancer old man said so, blah, 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 right? Can we maybe figure out the problems in our society, in our world, before adding new people to the equation? And like I said before, when you are a parent, you need to go all in on your child. And if you are going all in on your child, you can't possibly fix the world around you. And therefore, you are taking yourself out. You're pulling yourself out of the game to fix the world and instead just propagating whatever the current world is onto your child. So I say maybe we fix our fucking shit before we fucking bring more people into the problem. That's my opinion. Okay. So take that, wrestle it in your brain a little bit. I'm not trying to shit on anyone. I'm not trying to say that I hate any specific person. I'm just trying to make you think about things. That's all. So, And I just want to say this, and I offered a content warning as well at the start of this, because I know that this is a subject that is near and dear to my heart. And I know it's a really raw and gritty and disgusting type of picture. I'm talking about child abuse, sexual or non-sexual, whatever. That's not to say, I'm not trying to, whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. Give me a break here. I understand that it can make people uncomfortable and all that stuff. And, you don't want to talk about that's all good. To me, I processed a lot of this stuff over the course of my life. A lot of people, they haven't processed it in any capacity. A lot of people that this might be the first time they've ever thought about processing that kind of stuff. So, it's a big ask. But the thing is, again, like, is it fair? If you're too lazy, or let's just be a little bit more fair, if you're too scared to process your trauma, is it fair to just say, fuck it, let's have a kid anyway, hope it works, fingers crossed, like, to treat another person that way, to me, is reprehensible and evil, let alone to create a person that is reliant on you and then treating that way. That is just an evil that I could not possibly wrap my head around. I couldn't wrap my hand around it either, for record, but, What you can do asks, what should parents tell their children regarding systems that will treat their kids better than any others? E.g., a white kid learning the cops will be nicer to them than their friends. What should parents tell their children? I don't know. I'm not a parent. I'm not, I don't want to sit here and give you a parenting book. Maybe in 10 years, I'll give you a parenting book, right? But to be honest with you, I'm too young. I'm 29. I'm too young to do that, right? To answer that question in a definitive, and this is the way you should do kind of fashion. But I can give you my opinion. My opinion is, if you got to talk to your kid about hard subjects, you have to give them all of the tools necessary to understand those difficult subjects ahead of time, right? Think of it in like the context of a movie. Let's say it's a murder mystery movie, right? They give you the clues as to who's the killer all throughout the film, so that by the time they tell you who the killer is, you already instantly, you're like, oh, I get it, because of all those things that those characters were doing. That's, the fact that I'm using a movie genre analogy should alone be telling you that I'm not qualified to answer that question. But that's my answer either way. But anyway, one thing I would say, if I were to implore anyone to do anything, is to talk about how fucked up your family is, and talk about how fucked up your family is to people within your family system, if you still have one. Talk about how unacceptable a lot of behavior was, and see what happens. See what happens. I don't know, man. Like, just play the game out. I've done this myself. Like around certain, like before I was excommunicated from certain pieces of my family, I would sometimes poke and prod and try to figure something, how do they react in certain areas and all that kind of stuff. That tells you, you can have a deeper analysis. If someone has a fucking cringe, freak out meltdown because you even broach the subject of child abuse, you didn't even say that they're abusive or whatever. You just talk, hey, I was reading this book about child abuse or whatever, and then they have a meltdown. I've had that happen with certain people in my family. You can learn a lot of information, right? Analyze your own past, your history, your specific trauma, what happened to you and how it shaped you as a person. I personally believe, like, if we were to take the nature versus nurture argument, I believe that it's 99.99999% nurture and 0.00 blah 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 1% nature when it comes to our genetic code versus how we're raised. I believe that how we are, our personalities, how we act, how we behave, has way more to do with the nurturing process. Either we take what we were given or we react to what we were given. To me, I personally have chosen to take what I was given and try to do the classic, the Letterhack gesture. This one, he loves doing that shit. By the way, rip Ozzy. But I try to react against that, but I don't want to just necessarily lash out, right? Because that would be an immature method of doing so. So I try to react against it in what I consider to be a somewhat well thought out manner. Although I could be wrong. I probably am wrong. So. Anyway, that's my show. Venenum malum familia est. No, I'm not talking about the apples, okay? We got 3 minutes until the next program, which will probably be a little bit easier to digest. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe Sandee's got some fucked up shit that they're writing down. Like, ooh, we're gonna do a fucked up shit show with Sandee. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll talk about loonies and toonies again. Maybe we'll talk about art. Maybe we'll talk about vampires. Who knows? I don't know. That's why you got to stay tuned. That's why you got to find out. Because we might not know. I don't know. I can't see the future. However, I would like to implore everyone to subscribe to my Doom speedrunning channel on YouTube at Doom Speedruns. Don't subscribe to my main channel. I don't post there anymore. I might even delete the channel. Who knows? Who knows what will happen? Maybe I'll leave it up. Maybe I'll delete it. Maybe I'll change things. Who knows what will happen? I see a lot of people in the chat tell other people to subscribe to my channel that I haven't posted on in like a year. Don't do that. Watch me play video games instead. That's something I'm passionate about. We all have our little autisms, and mine is Doom. So, what's your autism? Let's share, show and tell. Everyone, let's share autisms. And I'm going to share my autism in the form of ending my show. Goodbye.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. I'm still getting used to saying it that way because normally when I'm doing this on my channel, I don't add the this space part. And so it kind of breaks my rhythm. And so I know I'm going to screw it up some of these days. So you'll just have to bear with me. We are currently on this space. Ooh. Okay, so I see people are already commenting. So I guess I look and sound YouTube ready. It's going to be one of those days. I don't have anything heavy planned. I caught that little bit at the end of Andrea's show. No, nothing. It's the I want to finish off the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Okay, talking about Canada, depending on what we talk about with Canada, can get a little bit heavy, but I don't think it's going to get a little bit heavy right now. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Yes, and I'm wearing my Michael Brooks t-shirt, as some people are saying. Yeah, so everyone, go check out my channel, Left of the Box, for Canadian content. And it's not just Canadian content. Like, that's the thing. I'm not a one-trick pony. Is that a phrase in the United States? I talk about queer issues and mental health issues and disabilities and, you know, the need to get rid of capitalism altogether and critiques of the governments, all governments, and other stuff. I talk about a lot. I don't just talk about Canada stuff, although it is very Canada-centric because I am Canadian, so it makes sense. But you guys should also know a lot about Canada because if you're in the United States, because we're on your border. And if you're looking to Canada as like a lifeboat to jump into when America sinks, you might want to make sure there's no holes in it first. And right now, there's a lot of holes in it. So first of all, let's start off with something really cool. Did I show you guys last time? I can't remember if I had it with me last time or not, but I did finish the drawing that I did of Ole. I finished it and I got it back. And so now I get to show it off to all you wonderful people. Oh, look at this. Check this out. And then this is where I have to turn off the lights because of glare. That light too has to go off. There we go. And it's still very glared. Let's see if that's the thing about graphite. You know, it's glare. You can kind of see it at that angle. The thing that I love about this drawing is I have like this supernatural ability that as I walk past it, it looks like the expression changes slightly. Like depending on how you look at it, like if I tilt it this way versus tilt it this way and this way, it's almost like the expression changes just a little bit. Oh, there we go. That's a good angle there. Anyway, let's put the lights back on. You can still sort of see it. Ole does know about it. She put some fire emojis on the tweet about it on Blue Sky, so I know she has seen it. So there's that. I always hope that the people that I draw actually see it. I've been working on a new drawing recently, even though I sold myself I wouldn't be doing one because I need to finish my TYT project sooner than later. From the sounds of it, I need to finish it. But you know, mental health issues. I need to draw right now. I need to. My mental health has been acting up really bad lately. So drawing, it's to the point now I draw to soothe. Because before, especially when I first rediscovered my talent for drawing, I couldn't draw unless I was in a good headspace. Because if I started messing up with it, then it would just be too hard on me and stuff. But I'm now confident enough about my talent that it's therapeutic to draw, if that makes any sense. And so I decided to challenge myself with it because when I focus in on like the fine details and stuff, that's when I really zone out, which is what I need. And so I'm trying hyper realism. You see, that one that I just showed you is realism. It's photorealism, but I want to do the hyper realism. So what that means is like with this drawing here, this is what I would call a hyper realism, even though it's kind of hard to see because it's back there. And the way you do that is by doing it big. You draw it big. And so I found a portrait of somebody that I wanted to draw, someone who I have not drawn yet, with a good enough picture that I found. One that I like the expression, I like the person, all that sort of stuff. And I'm doing an 11 by 14 drawing, which is the same size as this one here. And it is the face. You know, it is very close up. So the head is like, which means you get down to the very nitty gritty details, which is what I need right now. I need it so much. Unfortunately, I'm not to the part of the drawing yet where I can focus on the nitty gritty details. It's still like, is this going to pull together? Is this drawing going to pull together? But like literally when I get down to doing the pores in the skin, and I'm not joking when I say that, that is when I will completely zone out on it, which I am super looking forward to. So let's see what people are saying in the sandbox. Yeah. Not the sandbox. This one's subspace. Like I said, I'm going to be messing these things up. Let's see. We have Jam Tomb saying, I like abstract and surrealism. I also love whimsy and dark whimsy. Yeah. I'd like to get to the point where I can draw things that aren't, like I don't need the reference photo, things that are a little bit more abstract and stuff. I used to be able to do that when I was younger, draw other things. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting to the hyper focusing. So right now I'm shut down outside of this. Mentally wise, I'm not communicating with people. Not that people are trying to communicate with me. Because I just can't right now. And so I have to focus on the art nonstop. Otherwise, I'm just going to completely lose my mind. But speaking of trying not to lose my mind, let's actually focus on something like the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, because what better way to distract yourself from your inner demons than a document from colonialism? Oh, let's see. Oh, did this looks different. It looks different on here. Share screen. There we go. Share, and then I need to pluck it up. Why is it not showing? There it is. No, I like me smaller on that. There we go, because this needs to be nice and big for people. And then we'll move it over. No, why if I do that? Okay. I am figuring this out as we go along. So, Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We've been going over it, and so far we've covered the first column and a half, and there's still a lot of other columns to go over. But it's important to know this stuff because, like, a lot of people, including Canadians, know about the American, whatever you call it, your Constitution. You know, you have the right to remain silent or whatever it is that is on that piece of paper that you guys have. So most people know about it, but not too many people, including Canadians, know what's actually in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And let's scooch up here. Ooh, there we go. Nice and big. Nice and big for people. Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And so I feel it's, oh, the scroll does work on this. Nice. I feel it's important to actually go over it and find out what it says. Because, you know, there are some, yes, Albert C., the Bill of Rights. There's important things in here. Like, we'll get to it. We haven't gotten to it yet. The notwithstanding clause, which is just a huge thorn in the side of the courts of Canada, because it's literally a clause within this Charter of Rights and Freedoms that allows the government to override our rights. And since it goes above the courts, there's literally nothing you can do about it. Nothing. You can't challenge it because chances are it's already a result of a challenge in the courts. And so you can't challenge it because it overrides the courts. And it was put in primarily to appease Quebec. And then Quebec went around and said, we're not signing it. So that's why you don't appease the provinces or states that are having temper tantrums, because it doesn't matter what you do, they're still not going to play ball. They won't, because it was put in there because Quebec is very, very strict about their language laws. There are language laws in Canada, has nothing to do with gender, everything to do with French. And they wanted to override people's rights, and they have a bunch of times, and so have other predominantly conservative governments. So it was put in there to appease them so that they could override people's rights when it came to language, and specifically Quebec culture and language. And then they just didn't even bother to sign on to it. Like, they still have to abide by it, and they have their own Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So it is a bit tricky there, but they basically snub their nose at it and saying, we are not going to sign that piece of paper. We have our own. Huh? So that's why you don't bother appeasing them. They either play ball or not. I guess you either play ball or no, you play ball. It's just, you're in this country, unless you want to succeed, which you can't in this country as a province. You have to learn that the country doesn't center around any single province. Like, this is a joint project. We are supposed to be united in what the goals of this country are. And so you can't have these outliers saying me, 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 me all the time. Like Alberta is the prime example right now. That is always like me, 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 me. Think of me, me, me. It's all about me. When one province succeeds, we all succeed. And that's the goal. We want to make sure that everyone across from coast to coast to coast succeeds. That's the goal. And you can't do that when you have one of the provinces constantly throwing a wrench into things. So anyway, I've been rambling long enough. Why don't we get into this fascinating subject of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms? Not something you would see on any other channel here, I think. Huh? That's what you get with a Canadian content creator on here. I know there's several, but I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that gives actual live content, unique live content. But, you have the secret Canadian, David Doel, and Lance from Serfs, although he's not secret. He's very open about it. But so many times people are like, what do you mean David Doel's Canadian? Yeah, he's Canadian. He's practically a neighbor of mine as far as, driving standards in Canada go. Anyway, shall we? We left off at official languages of Canada. And I think this might have changed. I meant to Google it ahead of time, because I don't know if it's gotten updated, unofficially updated. To officially update this, you need a constitutional blah, blah, blah. And it takes a lot. You need 2/3 of the provinces, 60% of the people, blah, 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 something. You're not going to change the Constitution very easily. And so I think this might have changed slightly to include Indigenous languages. I'll have to check it out. The reference frame, blaming Quebec for not signing is quite disingenuous, disappointing. What? They didn't sign. Quebec didn't sign. How am I that was Quebec's doing? Nobody forced them not to sign. I don't get it. Oh, okay. You're thinking that the whole thing was a mischaracterization of Quebec. I get it. I see you. they didn't sign. They have their own Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and they have their their reasonings and whatnot, but in the end, they didn't sign. So, official languages of Canada. English, I keep on looking over here, even though it's like right in front of me here, but it's bigger over here for me. So you'll have to excuse me as I'm looking away from where it is on your screen. English and French are the official languages of Canada and have equality of status and equal rights and privileges as to their use in all institutions of Parliament and Government of Canada. So on all of our packaging, we have English and French written out. All official government tweets and information sent out will be done in both English and French. You can always request one or the other language, no matter where you are in Canada. That's why, you know, you always have the options when you're calling Government of Canada things to select French or English. There is a certain level of curriculum that you have to include if you're in one of the English-speaking provinces, to include French with it, as well as, you know, some English resources have to be available in Quebec as well. It does make it a little bit challenging for corporations to get into Quebec for this, because Quebec has the language laws. And so there's stuff like they have to rename their company to a French name. So it can't. I worked at the head office of a retail company across Canada. We were known as one name, but in Quebec, we had to have a French name that was different, which means when it comes to packaging and branding and whatnot, you have to have it different for Quebec. And you can't have items with just English on it. You have to have both. And so it can become, when it comes to like bulk buying, because a lot of retail companies in particular will bulk buy from China when it comes to their products and stuff. It's hard to do that because the quantities would be so low for the amount of stores that you would have in Quebec. So a lot of corporations just don't bother. And, you know, that to me, there's some pluses and minuses to that. Like the minuses is they don't have access to the same retail stores across the country. The bonus is they probably have a lot more independent and unique places to shop at, which is something I kind of miss, because there used to be a lot more of that when I was younger. But now, like in Quebec, there would be a lot more probably like independent chains or chains exclusive to Quebec that you wouldn't be able to find elsewhere in the province, which is a nice thing. I like that type of thing. I do enjoy, you know, building culture within the different provinces and whatnot, and that's one way of doing it. It's just they can be super strict when it comes to their language. English and French are the official languages of New Brunswick and have equality of status and equal rights and privileges as to their use in all institutions of legislature and government of New Brunswick. Nothing in this charter limits authority of Parliament or legislature to advance the equality status of or use of English and French. The English linguistic community and French linguistic community in New Brunswick have equal rights of status and equal rights of privileges, including the right to distinct educational institutions such as distinct cultural institutions are necessary for the preservation and promotions of those communities. Like here in my province in Ontario, depending on where you live, there's a French public school board and an English public school board. So you can enroll your child in a French public school. And also there's the Catholic French and Catholic English school boards here. I don't think that there should be publicly funded Catholic or religious specific school boards, but that's a me thing. Regardless of religion, I don't think there should be. So you're free to enroll your child in either one of those school boards. Let's see. The role of the legislature and government of New Brunswick to preserve and promote the status, rights, and privileges referred to in subsection 1 is affirmed 17, everyone has the right to use English or French in any debates and other proceedings of Parliament. So there's always, when it comes to federal government, especially with debates, there's the English debates. They'll sometimes have 2 of those, but there's also a French debate. And that's why, in order to run to be prime minister, you have to know both. Because if you don't know French, the likelihood of you winning any seats in Quebec, very slim. And that's what's actually preventing some people, like let's say Doug Ford, from potentially wanting to jump from provincial to federal because he doesn't know French. And unless you get a good chunk of the seats in Quebec, you're not going to win. And that's just a numbers thing. There's more seats in the legislature in Quebec and Ontario. So you need to have a heavy, you need to win a good chunk of both of those provinces if you want to become prime minister. So all prime ministers have to be bilingual in that aspect. So, and then also everyone has the right to use English or French in any debates or any other proceedings in the legislature of New Brunswick. The statuses, records, and journals of Parliament shall be printed and published in English and French, and both language versions are equally authoritative. The statuses, records, and journals of the legislature of New Brunswick shall be printed and published in English and French. Both languages versions are equally authoritative. Can you still see that okay? I can scooch it over a bit. So it's a little bit more center. Oh, there we go. Either English or French may be used by any person in or any pleading in or process issuing from any court established by Parliament. Either English or French may be used by any person in or in any pleading or process issuing from any court of New Brunswick. 20. Any member of the public in Canada has the right to communicate with and to receive available services from any head or central office of an institution of the Parliament of Government of Canada in English or French, and has the same right with respect to any other office of any such institution where A, there is a significant demand for communications with and services from that office is such in such language, or B, due to the nature of the office, it is reasonable that communications with and services from that office be available in both English and French. Any member of the public in New Brunswick has the right to communicate with and to receive available services from any office of institution of the legislature or government of New Brunswick in English and French. 21. Nothing in section 16 to 20 abrogates or derogates from any right or privilege or obligation with respect to the English and French languages, or either of them that exists or is continued by virtue of any other provision of the Constitution of Canada. 22. Nothing in section 16 to 20 abrogates or derogates from any legal or customary right to or privilege acquired or enjoyed either before or after coming into force of this charter with respect to any language that is not English or French. So that is the English and French, the official languages of Canada. And then we'll get into minority language educational rights. Yeah. Also, congratulations to this space and everyone behind it. Like, where was the number again? I have to change to a different screen to find out. Let's see, sitting at over 3,000 already. That is incredible. That is incredible work. So cheers to all the people behind putting this together. Let's see. People chatting. I'm just checking subspace quickly. So it might be a bit before we can start getting super chats for this channel, because you have to be over 1,000 subscribers, which we are, but there also has to be a certain number of hours watched within the past year, which we might not be at yet. I don't know, but I'm fairly certain that as soon as this channel can be monetized, they will monetize them. Let's see. What can you do? Saying, do you think having both languages being equally authoritative will help with clarity when it comes to ambiguous language? You see, I'm not a fan of you need to know both. Like when it comes to prime minister and stuff of that sort, because there are some people with learning disabilities that try as they might, they will not ever be able to learn another language. Like they could study, they could do what they want. I'm dyslexic, and learning some French when I was in elementary school, to this day, there are words in English I cannot spell because I get it mixed up with the French version of it. So I don't think it, like, personally, I don't feel like it should be a requirement, but I do think that just given the nature of this country, they should be authoritative. So, you know, if you have something written in French from the government and something written in English, they have equal weight. I don't see an issue with that. And I do feel that people should be able to get their services in whichever language they like. Let's see. Okay, why don't we get back to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? I wouldn't mind getting it done this week because next week I won't be here. Minuet will be here. So she'll be taking over for me for that spot. So, you know, think ahead of time. If there's any questions you want to ask a 42-year-old vampire, 4,200-year-old vampire. No, she's only 1,400 years old. The oldest vampires are 4,200 years old. She's a 1,400-year-old vampire. So think if there's any questions that you want to ask her for next week. So minority language educational rights. Citizens of Canada, A, whose first language learned and still understood is that of English or French, linguistic minority population of the province which they reside, or B, have received their primary school instruction in Canada in English or French and reside in a province where the language in which they receive that instruction is the language of the English or French linguistic minority population of the province, have the right to have their children receive primary and secondary school instruction in that language in that province. Got it? Great. Good. Citizens of Canada of whom any child has received or is receiving primary or secondary school instruction in English or French in Canada have the right to have all their children receive primary and secondary school instruction in the same language. The right of citizens of Canada under subsection 1 and 2 have their children receive primary and secondary school instruction in the language of English or French linguistic minority population of a province applies wherever the province, the number of children and citizens who have such a right is sufficient to warrant the provision to them of any public funds of minority language instruction. And B, includes where the number of those children so warrants the right to have them received in the instruction in minority language educational facilities provided out of public funds. Ooh, now we get into enforcement. What if I shrink it? And then go, oh, it's like super duper big now. Huh. I'm still playing around with the tabs and stuff, but this makes it super duper big for people to see. Okay. Rich PK1. I just watched that Star Trek episode on Friday, LOL, talking about Minuet. Yes, that is actually where it got the name of Minuet. I don't know. When I saw the cover, this cover here, I just felt like her name was Minuet. Okay, so we got enforcement. Oh, now I can actually just read it right ahead because it's super duper big and easy to read. Enforcement. Anyone whose rights or freedoms as guaranteed by this charter. Oh, but then I'll have to do the mouse over here so you can, well, oh, you don't actually see the mouse. So you see the frustrating thing with this particular page that I'm using this from is the cursor isn't showing up. So I can't like do where you point along or highlight words as I'm going along so you can see easier where I am, which is something I do like to do. But you see, if I press it, then it's just going to shrink it. Because it's It's a weird webpage here, but it was one that had the print nice and big. So you'll just have to bear with me. Let's see. So enforcement. Anyone whose rights... Oh, no, you do see it. Okay. There's he. Anyway, anyone whose rights or freedoms as guaranteed by the Charter have been infringed or denied may apply to a court of competent jurisdiction to obtain such remedy as the court considers appropriate and just in the circumstances. 2, where in the proceedings under the subsection 1, a court concludes that the evidence was obtained in a manner that infringed or denied any rights or freedoms guaranteed by this Charter, the evidence shall be excluded if it is established that, having regard to all circumstances, the omission of it in the proceeding would bring the administration of justice into disrepute. So just we have a general part of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So 25, the guarantee of this Charter. There it goes. Okay. See, it's weird because I'm looking forward where the cursor isn't at. It's at the side, but I should still be able to do this. Okay. Okay. The guarantee of this Charter's certain rights and freedoms shall not be construed so as to abrogate or degrade from any Aboriginal treaty or other rights or freedoms that pertain to the Aboriginal peoples of Canada, including A, any rights or freedoms that have been recognized by the Royal Proclamation of October 7th, 1763, and B, any rights or freedoms that now exist by way of land claim agreements or may be so acquired. 26, the guarantee in this Charter of certain rights and freedoms shall not be construed as denying the existence of any other rights or freedoms that exist in Canada. 27, the Charter shall be interpreted in a manner consistent with the preservation and enhancement of multicultural heritage of Canadians. 28, the notwithstanding clauses. The notwithstanding anything in this Charter, the rights and freedoms referred to in it are guaranteed equally to male and female persons. Might want to update that because I'm neither. I'm non-binary. 29. Nothing in the Charter abrogates or degrades from any rights or privileges guaranteed or under the Constitution of Canada in respect to denominational, separate, or dissentant schools. I have a hard time reading out loud, just to warn you guys. Learning disability when I'm sight reading, so just bear with me with some mispronunciations of words. 30. A reference in the Charter to a province or the legislative assembly or legislator of a province shall be deemed to include a reference to the Yukon Territory, Northwest Territories, or the appropriate legislative authority thereof, as the case may be. Again, this should probably be updated because now there's also none of it. So there's Yukon, Northwest Territories, and none of it because the Northwest Territories kind of they split in half and became 2 different territories. I think it's just one of those things. It's like, yes, it's not technically in there, but we go with it anyway. And it's not, we're not so, like in the States, you have so many politicians that's like, well, the letter of the Constitution states this, even though it was written 300,000 years ago or something like that. And so we must abide by that, even though there's been changes. We're a lot more flexible in this country, which is why our courts tend to rule better, I find, our Supreme Courts. Where was I? Right there. So 31, nothing in this Charter extends the legislative powers of any body or authority. Application of Charter. 32, 1. This Charter applies A, to the Parliament and Government of Canada in respect of all matters within the authority of Parliament, including all matters relating to the Yukon Territory and Northwest Territories, and B, to the legislative government of each province in respect of all matters within the authority of the legislator of each province, notwithstanding subsection. Section 15 shall not have effect until 3 years after this section comes into force. 33. Parliament or the legislator of a province may expressly declare an act of Parliament or the legislator, as the case may be, that the act or provision thereof shall operate notwithstanding provision included in Section 2 or Section 7 to 15 of the Charter. The notwithstanding clause, yeah. So that's some examples of provinces. So far, the federal government has not used the notwithstanding clause to override our rights. Several provinces have. And there's also been threats. And it's usually to force people back to work if they're striking. They will use the notwithstanding clause, because here in Canada, you do have the right to bargain and, do all that fun stuff when you're part of unions and whatnot. But like in Quebec, for example, they used it so that religious symbols cannot be worn if you are an employee of the government of Quebec, such as a hijab. Another example would be in Saskatchewan, where the province decided to override the protected rights of trans children by making it so teachers have to either out vulnerable students to their families or misgender them in class, because up here in Canada, we do have those same issues as down in the States, usually encouraged by those issues down in the States of vulnerable children who are trans and in high school and whatnot. If they don't feel safe coming out to their parents, there's usually a good reason. And now you need parental permission in order to change the child's name or gender, even unofficially. So that puts the teachers in the position of having to either, like I said, out the child to the parents to gain that permission, or to have to misgender them in the school, which is just horrid on so many levels. But those are a lot of the reasons why they use these, is to override the rights of people, because it's usually a conservative government doesn't get what they want. And so they do this anyway. Now, it only lasts for 5 years, and then it would have to be re-upped, because I guess the theory is after 5 years, it gives, no matter what, it gives the government that used it a chance to be reevaluated through an election. Let's see. 2, an act or provision of an act in respect with the declaration made under this section is, in effect, shall have such operations as it would but for the provision of this charter referred to in the declaration. 3, a declaration made under subsection 1 shall cease to have effect 5 years after it comes into force on such earlier date as may be specified in the declaration. So there you have your 5-year limit. 4, Parliament or the legislator of any of a province may reenact a declaration made under subsection 1. 5, subsection 3 applies in respect of a reenactment made under subsection 4. Get it? Got it? Good. Citation. 34, this part may be cited as the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And there we have P.E. Trudeau. That is Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Justin Trudeau's dad, who was prime minister at the time. I've had plenty of thoughts about that on my channel. And there is a quote from him: "We must now establish the basic principles, that the basic values and beliefs which hold us together as Canadians, so that beyond our regional loyalties there is no way of life and system of values which make us proud of the country that has given us such freedom and such immeasurable joy." And that, my friends, is the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And we still have like 20 minutes to go, and I don't know what to do now, because I went through this very fast. For a change, you see, I run into this problem, and this is probably going to be the vein in existence of the dear producer Nicholas. I guess we can move back to me. Which screen do we use when it's just me? Is it this one? Oh, right. That one. Okay. ADHD for the win, lose, whatever you want to say, because I'll look at the clock and be like, oh, I still have 5 minutes to go. And so I'm going to read some of the comments, and then I read a comment, and then I totally lose track of time. Before you know it, it's like 10 after 5 and it's like, oops, sorry. So I don't know if there's a way to make it so that I don't lose track of time with the ADHD. Let's see what people are saying. Jam Tomb says, I watch and listen to YouTube videos often while I do art stuff, generally tedious art stuff like putting hundreds of mushrooms on a log. LOL. I usually always have noise on in the background in the way of like YouTube videos and stuff because I have a hard time with just my brain not having sound to focus on because I have noise in it all the time. There's always noise in my head. It's usually songs like earworms, they're called, where you have a song stuck in your head and playing. Only for me, that's 24/7. Like all the time. Like it's different songs at least. And I can wake up with different songs in my head and whatnot. So to drown that out, I like to have on music or YouTube videos so that, because if there is something else for that part of my brain to focus on audio wise, it does do a good job of drowning out, just like in conversation, like right now, as I'm speaking, it drowns it out. So I'm not hearing the songs in my head, but they're always there. They're always there. And I've woken up to them. When it first started, when I was a teenager, it was so bad. Sometimes it would wake me up at night with a song. And it's chilled out since. And then there's also tinnitus. I don't know if it's tinnitus or tinnitus. It's that tone that you hear nonstop. So sometimes that's louder than the music. And sometimes the music is louder than that. So I always, always, always have something on in the background. But then I also find that I need that split focus in order to focus, if that makes any sense. So when I'm working on art and whatnot, it helps me to focus on art. If I have music or YouTube videos or a movie or anything on in the background, it helps me to focus on that. But there have been occasional times that I get so hyper-focused on my art or my writing that if I'm listening to State of Trance, which is a channel I listen to all the time on YouTube, Armin van Buuren's State of Trance, they have a new live show that they do every Thursday, and it's trance music. So sometimes I'll listen to an episode of that, and it's like 2 hours long, and it'll end, and I won't notice it ends because I'm so hyper-focused. And I like the trance music because rarely ever is there a trance song that's so bad that I'm like, I can't listen to that. Whereas there's plenty of songs like in pop and just even my regular dance music that I like to listen to that I can't stand for whatever reason. And it will break me out of my focus if it's so bad. But with like a State of Trance and trance music, usually there aren't songs that are so bad it will break me out of that. Like there are some songs that aren't as good as others. But also it's very, I find it, even though the rhythm is there and you can kind of move to it, it's also soothing and relaxing. There's even such a thing as like relaxing trance music. And since they're not necessarily like there's lyrics in a lot of it, but they're not necessarily lyric heavy, you don't have the urge to sing along with them a lot of the time. So I find them to be great to have on in the background when I'm writing or when I'm doing art. And it helps me to relax. But when it comes to something like this, when I'm editing, I need to have sound off because usually as I'm editing it, I'm reading it out loud. And then that can kind of conflict. So I can't have songs on in the background or anything in the background when I'm editing my writing and reading it out loud. And people should read this book. You can pick up the ebook and get it like right away and read it by next week. So when Minuet comes on, you know a little bit of what she's talking about. But I don't know if other people have those problems with their brains. It does, you know, become problematic at times. But I will be heading back to my drawing after this as a way to relax. And again, it's just super nice that I can actually do a drawing as a way to relax, as opposed to I had to be relaxed before I could do a drawing. Because, yeah, just stuff in life that being autistic, I always have the urge to do like dumps, like info dumps and personal and share too much information. So I have to like reel myself back and check my parasocial relationship type thing, because I'm not here for therapy. Even though sometimes when you're talking about politics, just being in a platform where you can vent and talk about the horrible stuff that's going on in politics does kind of make you feel better at times. But let's see what people are saying in subspace. I still want to know, has that picked up? Do people refer to chat as subspace in other people's streams when you're doing this? Because I like it. It has a very Star Trek ring to it. Jam 2, much appreciated. You were doing great reading out loud. Yes, dyslexic thing. It was much worse when I was a child, and I've had to learn how to mask. It's not masking it, but how to use more brain power towards it. When I was a child, it was really, really bad. But what is common for people who are dyslexic, it's not always, but what is common is that we develop the ability to memorize really fast. By no means do I have like a photographic memory, but I can memorize a 5-minute monologue in about an hour. And so that way you're not relying on sight reading out loud. And I used to get so anxious in class about that, especially when we're going through a textbook and there's like, here are 30 points that are a few sentences long each. And then the teacher would, take a turn with the next student reading out loud and the next student reading out loud. And so I would like be freaking out and like counting ahead to try to figure out exactly which point that I would be reading and like trying to go over it and over it and over it so that when I had to read it out loud, I wasn't stuttering or sounding like I couldn't read. And that used to cause me so much stress. Like I can read just fine as long as I'm not reading out loud, But as soon as I have to do that switch over where I'm sight reading out loud, I'm horrible. So like in auditions for plays and stuff like that, when they're like, here, read this. Oh, like I've said, I've gotten better because I've been able to devote more brain power to it or figure out how to. But that means like if I'm tired or stressed or anything of that sort, my dyslexia can act up even more than what people are familiar with. Another place that I ran into problems with it was reading music. So I was in band and I took music all through high school. I played the flute. And during like a music test, I could score perfect on everything, but then get 0 on the sight reading portion because I couldn't sight read it, which meant that often a lot of the times when we got new music, I'd take it home, practice it, it'd be memorized by the next day type thing. Like not hardcore memorized, but enough where reading it was a guide as opposed to reading it as like the main way that I was doing it, which was super frustrating. I also remember this one time I scored really low on a music test and I'm still frustrated about it, where it was one of those tests where you do them and then it's like, okay, now class, everyone give me your work. And then he passes it out to all the other students. So you get somebody else's test to mark as we go through it out loud in public. And I remember a student raising their hand saying, what if the notes are written backwards? And I'm like, and the teacher's like, well, then of course they don't get the marks for that. I'm just like, I knew exactly it was my test that the notes were backwards because especially with the notes being upside down, it didn't necessarily know which side the line of it should be. And so like just reading music, it took me extra long. And then what messed me up, it's like the learning French as a kid as well as English, how it messed me up with some words. The first way that I learned music in junior high was do, re, mi, fa, so. And that's how we read the music. But then as soon as we switched over to high school, it was like a proper, A, B, C, D type thing. And to switch over like that was absolutely brutal for me So when a teacher was talking about a note or something, I would have to go and study the staff in order to try to figure out like what notes they were talking about, and I couldn't just read them type thing. And sometimes I could see more or fewer lines above the notes than there actually were, depending on it. So that was a struggle. And but and I've mentioned it before on this space that I was put into special ed primarily because of my dyslexia when I was a kid, because of the reading and writing and math and reversing numbers and stuff. And it wasn't treated as, you know, an actual learning disability. They just treated me as being behind, as being, you know, the R slur. And so my mom had my IQ tested a couple times to prove to them it wasn't that. And like a lot of people who are neurodivergent in that manner, above average when it came to that. But that didn't count for squat in school. But I do remember in high school in particular, I would mark my own tests after we were done. So in class, I'd usually get done the test earlier, and then I would mark it myself to see how well I did. And I was usually within a couple points of being right to what I marked it at. It's like, okay, so I got 84% on this one. And sometimes I would just see the teacher like check what I put on the paper. It's like, yeah, you got it. Let's see what people are saying in subspace. Jam Tune saying, I have a constant internal voice. Yeah. Oh, dyslexia acting up. When Jam Tune, I saw this and I'm like, welcome in, Snowflake. Who's using that as their handle? Who's coming in subspace as a snowflake? Oh. Yeah, so I just talked about neurodivergence for 10 minutes. And that's the thing. You don't generally have just one. It's usually a salad when it comes to neurodivergence. Not to say that it's not impossible. Like some people can just be ADHD and not have any other neurodivergence. Like everything, it's on a spectrum. There is no binary. But with me, it became very evident to myself now that I know what it was, that I was multiply neurodivergent, because I remember my OCD kicking in when I was a kid. Then there was the stuff in my head as a teenager that hit hard. The dyslexia, the ADHD. So many times you have to quit moving around. Why are you moving around? You need to sit still. Unless it was that game in camp or something, like when you were a kid and the camp counselors just wanted a break, where there's like, we're going to play a game where everyone sits as still as possible, and then we'll tap you out if you move or something like that. And it's really just the camp counselors wanting a break. And that one I could, because I would hyper focus on staying still. And I would outlast everyone by a long shot. Let's see what people are saying in subspace. I'm picking on you, Jamtoon, because you're talking about neurodivergence like I am. I stuttered. I went deliberately nonverbal for 2 years, and when I started talking again, I stuttered. It was so stressful. I can stutter because I'm trying to figure out the order of the words and sounds to put in place. So sometimes I can stutter as I'm trying to think it out loud, because it's not just words, it's also the sounds. So instead of saying thief, I might say thief, something like that. And I can go nonverbal even now if I get an emotional shock. So if something happens that is just too overwhelming, I'll stop talking, because I can't figure out. Because what happens is I will get, it's like every emotion is assigned its own voice. but all the voices are my voice. And I don't know which one is correct. And so I'm trying to sort through the noise of all these voices yelling at me at the same time as to what I should do or what I should say. And I can't figure out which one is the correct one to go by. Although I am aware of what's happening around me, I can still do tasks that don't require, like automatic tasks that don't require abstract thinking or whatnot. But I can't communicate in those times. And so what I've done is I have a note that I carry in my wallet so that if I'm ever out in public and I encounter an emotional shock for whatever reason, and there's a presence of people around me and like a big incident has happened, I can literally just reach into my wallet, pull out the paper and hand it to someone to let them know how to deal with me, or what I'm going through, why I'm not talking, that sort of thing, who they should contact if it's really bad, things that I need to help me get out of it, because it can take hours for me to be able to start speaking again. And when I start speaking again, it's not going to be smooth, because you'll see me try to speak, but then hold back. So I haven't had to use the note before. And, you know, there was one incident when I was at work, and luckily my best friend was my boss at the time. And we were friends before I got the job there. That's how I got the job there. He referred me, not realizing he would be my boss. And I got an emotional shock at work once. Something, you know, that triggered me type thing. And I just went completely nonverbal. And luckily he was there to kind of help me through it and guide me through it and stuff. And he wouldn't let me go home afterwards. I had to go over to his place. And, you know, it's simple things like, and I have this in my note, you can't ask me complex questions at that time. So I can acknowledge questions by yes, no type thing, but they have to be very basic. So it can't be something like, would you like something to eat? It has to be, I have this chocolate bar right here in my hand. Do you want to eat this chocolate bar? Like, it has to be that specific in order for me to be able to answer it. It can't be like, do you need a quiet space to go to? It'd be like, there's a corner over there with nobody. That's more quiet. Would you like to go to that corner? Like, it has to be very specific. We made spaghetti. Would you like cheese on the spaghetti? You can't say, what would you like on it? And so I can respond to those questions when the shock is first initiated. But yeah, looking back at it, I've always known that, well, I didn't always know. Looking back at it, I've always been autistic and whatnot. I used to do this and bump my head off the back of the couch, and I was forced to stop. And then I would suck my fingers, and then I was forced to stop, and then any other things, and I was forced to stop. It's not polite. You're being a baby. You're not doing it. And it's like, now I know it as stimming. Let's see what people are saying in subspace. I have a flute. I got a flute when I was an adult, and I want to learn it again. And I took lessons. And again, this is where I ran into that problem. I took lessons for a bit when I had some money to relearn how to play the flute. And I would struggle and struggle and struggle. But then all of a sudden she came across the score of like Jurassic Park. And then I nailed it right off the bat because I knew the tune. But she was giving me all these songs and stuff that were like practice songs and whatnot that I've never heard before. And I was struggling and struggling and struggling. And then here is the Jurassic Park theme. Dun, 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 dun. And first try, nailed it. But I also had my hearing. I could tune my flute to the surrounding and whatnot. There's a word for that when you can pick that up. So like, I could identify a note if I heard it, like sing a B flat. I could sing a B flat, but I couldn't read it on the paper. I'm going to be able to do that now, as I haven't been doing music in a long time, and it's a skill. Let's see. I'm almost to the end of subspace. Flow snake, not not flow snake, not snowflake, saying, "Ooh, this might amuse you right now. I did consider calling myself Blizzard participant before I decided to flow snake." Oh. And Jam Toon just saying, "I love it. I'm an advocate of people knowing and understanding the neural spice spectrum, and they have to be able to hear it from us, and not all of us can articulate it. I can articulate it to a degree." I've heard people say that they've been helped out because of what I've been saying, which, you know, is part of the reason why I do this, is to help people understand themselves. Like even my boss at work, having to deal with me, even though at the time we didn't know I was autistic, we knew I had mental health issues. He actually said it made him a better father to his daughter because he was able to communicate with her better and understand some of the things that she might have been going through at the times and things of that sort, which is a compliment, but at the same time, it's like, I wish it didn't have to happen this way. Because the trick is, if you have mental health issues and stuff, you have to talk about what to do in a crisis when you're at a calm space, when you're at a space where you can easily talk about it, as opposed to waiting like something's happened and you're losing your shit to then try to figure out what do you do. It's good that when you're calm, talk to your friends, talk to people who you might interact with and be like, okay, these are the things I will need should blank happen, so that you're prepared ahead of time. Like my friends know, do not call 911. I don't want to go to the hospital, taking me out of my environment, even though being alone in my environment might be the most dangerous thing for me, but it's also the safest place for me. And it keeps me calm and comfortable to be around my things. I have my cats. So don't send me to the hospital. I won't respond well. Never call 911 to get the cops here, because that would set me off a lot. And the cops in this country, not necessarily good when it comes to dealing with mental health issues. I saw that. Next show starts soon. Oh, shit. Yes. That might be a good way to indicate I've been rambling too long. Okay, let's scroll down to the bottom here. Sorry about that, Nicholas. See, this is me pre-warning you about my ADHD and what will happen if I get talking. Anyway, yeah, so Left of the Box on YouTube for Canadian content. I usually do my live streams Sunday evening-ish. I'm hoping to get them more often, but I have to get this TYT project that I've been doing out of the way first. You can follow me on social medias. There's 2 accounts on Blue Sky, Twitter, and Instagram. That's Left of the Box and Sandee Lovas. At this time, most of them are merged as kind of like one, but I do plan on separating them. So Sandee Lovas will be dedicated to my writing and my art, and Left of the Box will be my politics stuff. It's already separated like that on Instagram, which is super handy. This is my book, Necroplasm. Everyone check it out. It's a vampire horror loaded with my social and political commentary. Minuet, the main character of this book, will be on next week to talk about social issues from the perspective of a 1,400-year-old vampire. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to Nicholas for being the producer. And let's see, what else should I'm always forgetting something around this time. Yeah, just thank you to everyone coming out. And don't forget to spread the word. We have syndicated stuff coming up next, Leftist Mafia. So go support all of the people involved with that. Don't forget to tweet out and like and share that the next stream is starting so that we get more engagement and hopefully get this channel monetized proper. With all of that, I think I said everything. Yeah, okay. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
cancel culture is about canceling.
Up yours. Up yours.
Systematic bullying that's happening.
And they believe that
Cocaína.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records ain't sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
born like this, it's born like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which else you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness, I just push, cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got gunk, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see who cancels who. They want you to comply.
Hello.
Hey. How's it going, everybody?
It's going good. How are you?
Doing wonderful. Doing
some reading.
Do you guys hear? Do you guys hear an echo?
I absolutely do.
That's probably me.
Who is that?
Well, the music's not me. I know that.
It's Lance.
It is?
Yeah.
Where's it coming from? Okay, hold on.
I don't know. I see it now.
Echo, right? There's an echo too. Am I just hearing that?
There's an echo. Yeah.
Hey, one sec. Let me.
Put Lance out of here. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely
everything got fixed.
We always have some fucking technical issue every time we launch the show. Hopefully everybody's having a great week thus far.
Someone said in the chat, leftist audio. No, not leftist audio. Lance audio today. There's these two leftists didn't mess up anything.
At least I don't think I messed up. In fact, I have a wired connection now, so I'm hoping that that's going to solve the problem of my drops. I was using Wi-Fi before, so I hope that everything will be copacetic now because it was driving me nuts.
I actually bought like a long what is it called, the cord for
the Ethernet cable.
Yeah, and I have to set it up because I gotta actually like staple it to like the wall and go around the house to get it to this door.
Oof. Because just get a power line adapter. That's what I did.
What's that?
You just you plug it in. So you take a power line adapter, you plug it into your wall, plug the Ethernet into your modem, and then you take another power line adapter, plug it into your wall, plug that into your computer, and it's basically like a hardwired connection.
Wait,
that's what I'm doing. Yeah, just look for power line adapters. They're pretty easy to hook up, and that's how I have
the problem is my internet is not like the box is not in this room.
Yeah, you could do that with power line adapters.
What?
Because mine is. So I'll send you the details after. I'll show you what I bought. Yeah, because it's very helpful because my modem is in a different room as well. So I couldn't connect it directly. I was using Wi-Fi, and that's why it kept dropping out. But now I just have it wired through.
But how does the power line connector connect to your cable box? Like,
well, you connect an Ethernet cable from your modem to the power line adapter, plug that into the wall, and then in the other room you plug a different one into the wall, and then plug the Ethernet into.
How do those two connect?
I think it has to be on the same circuit board, or actually, no, it doesn't even have to. I think it's better, but it connects just through like, I mean, I can't explain the technical side, honestly. It just kind of works. Somebody says power frequency. Yeah, it works for me. Yeah.
And it's the same exact, equivalent of connecting straight to your modem.
I don't think it's the exact same equivalent. I think it depends.
I want
it. It depends because it has to be on the same circuit board to get like I think the exact same. But for the most part, it's very good so far.
Am I still echoing?
You sound good. Yeah, there's no echo.
Ooh, all right.
We did
Ginger,
it.
you're welcome. I sent you all the viewers. That sucks. Between my YouTube and my Twitch stream, I had 1,000 people watching because everyone was so excited for the Epstein letter and leaks. Yeah, and so I was like, I don't want to throw them all away. And so I was like, I'll send them. I tried sending it to the Humanist Report and it said you cannot raid. And I was like, so I sent them to Binder. And then
I just noticed. Holy shit! Thank you everyone for following my Twitch channel. It's like you sent me like on top of sending me like 368 people, you got me what 1, 2, 3, 4 like 24 new followers on Twitch. Thank
there you go. The
Hello,
YouTube.
Serfs
I don't know how to
viewers.
rate on YouTube though, so I can't rate out on YouTube. Sorry.
That's fine. I hope the Serfs live stream treated you all well.
Get ready to get fleeced.
Yeah.
Well, look, I already have the story ready because I know that's what everybody wants to hear about. This is absolutely wild to me. More crazy than the story is the spin that we're seeing from conservatives.
So wait, what's going on here?
We'll get into all of this. Okay. So the Wall Street Journal
You
just
haven't read it yet?
Yeah, is this breaking to you too, Matt?
I maybe, I don't know. What is this about? The financier Jeffrey Epstein?
This is a brand new.
I'll
let Mike sell it, but let me just say there is a brand new letter, a love letter written from Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein, where he does a theater scenario and plays it out of the two of them telling each other secrets in the letter.
So people might not be familiar with who's involved in this story. So just to get it correct, so everyone knows, the real estate mogul Donald Trump apparently has connection with the financier Jeffrey Epstein.
Correct. It seems to be the case. Yeah.
I'm trying to play up the idea of Trump not pretending not to know. Like, why is everyone still talking about this? You know, the idea.
Have you noticed that's how right wingers have had to deal with it? Like I've seen multiple times this week. I'm starting to realize it's not that they were ignoring this. A lot of them just didn't know how bad it has been up until now, and they're having that, like, you know, when 9/11 truthers. When you start to actually get to the point where you're like, well, yeah, jet fuel can't melt steel beams, but at a certain point, the structural integrity of steel will actually fall apart. And that's why mathematically it makes sense that it collapsed like it did. And then like they start to unpack all that shit. That's what's happening to a lot of MAGA with Trump being a pedophile cult leader, basically. Well, not cult leader. That one goes too far. But a serial child rapist and all over the Epstein files. That's what they're coming to terms with.
Allegedly.
Well, I don't know if we have to say allegedly anymore. I think the bar of a lawsuit and the amount of smoke has passed any kind of reasonable test. I think
that's fair. I think that's fair. Okay, so we can't dive into the Wall Street Journal story because it is paywalled. So we will read what people.
I'll get you a link.
Oh, you have a clean link. Well, let me just go ahead and give the quick rundown, because this is like the main part. So this is from Will Summer, big Epstein news from Status. Wall Street Journal is working on new details about Trump's relationship with Epstein, and Trump badly wants to stop it from being published. He reportedly called Wall Street Journal's editor-in-chief to try and kill the story. So this is what came out before the story broke. So just to kind of give you a sense as to whether or not this is something he wanted to get out. It is not. And remember that, because conservatives are going to say, actually, this is fake news. But if it were fake news, I don't think that Trump would have tried to bury the story. Moving on. So this is what's actually in it. So they reviewed a book put together for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. As part of that book, a letter was submitted by Donald Trump. Trump's letter features a drawing of a naked woman And this text, which imagines a conversation between Trump and Epstein, which is a very weird thing to write, but Donald Trump is a very weird guy, so to me it's extremely plausible, obviously. It isn't clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. So this is the note inside of the shape of a woman's body with breasts and everything. So keep that in mind just to give you the context.
This. He wrote voiceover. Come on, I don't believe this. I don't believe this.
No.
I don't.
Not only did he write voiceover, he drew a naked woman and did his weird Trump signature as her bush in the picture. It is confirmed by the Wall Street Journal as authentic. No, this is real life.
I don't believe. I can't believe Donald Trump wrote. I can't even talk now. I'm so frazzled. I can't speak. I cannot believe that Donald Trump wrote voiceover. I can't believe Donald Trump cut to narrator voice. I'm sorry. It's just not working for me.
Wow. So you think that Trump is not guilty? Are you in the files, Matt? Is there something you need to tell us? You're defending Trump now?
On us right now?
I just can't believe Donald Trump wrote voiceover. Was he trying to pitch Jeffrey Epstein a script for him to finance?
Oh, I see. Like you're saying, like yeah. You're saying like it's unbelievable, not that you think it's not authentic.
Yeah, I trust Wall Street Journal's reporting. I mean, whether or not you agree with the Wall Street Journal's bent, when it comes to straightforward news reporting, their journalists are very good, and this is obviously going to be legit. Mm-hmm. I just can't believe that Donald Trump wrote the words voiceover and then a narration from the voiceover on top of also going back and forth between a fictional conversation between himself and Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if this is a fictional conversation. Maybe he's like recounting a conversation. The voiceover part is very weird. Regardless, there's so many yikes moments in this small paragraph.
There's three of us here. And there's three characters in Donald Trump's script. I feel like Donald Trump queued us up here. Who wants to play who?
I'll be the voiceover because I don't want to do Jeffrey Epstein.
I'll be Trump. You be Epstein.
Thank you. I'll be Jeffrey Epstein.
Hey, you made the recommendation, buddy.
All right, here we go. Let's do this.
All right.
All right. How do we start? As it ends? No, end scene is the end of the skit. So I guess I'll just start.
Okay.
Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything, the note began.
Yes, there is. But I won't tell you what it is.
How does Jeffrey Epstein sound? I'm not even going to try to do an Epstein voice. Nor will I, since I also know what it is.
We have certain things in common, Jeffrey.
Yes, we do, come to think of it.
Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that?
As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you.
A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret.
Oh my God.
Enigmas never age.
All right, now I know Trump wrote this because a pal is a wonderful thing is a very Donald Trump phrase.
Yes.
Exactly. It's a wonderful thing. Many people are saying it's the best thing you could have. And he's going to sound slightly different because this was a while ago, right?
What is the voice you're going for? Doing Trump. It's the weirdest Trump voice I've ever heard.
That's the best that I could do.
I feel like you've done a better Trump voice before.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful, Mike.
Let me try it again, okay?
I should have done the Mickey Mouse voice as Jeffrey Epstein.
I feel like
let's do it again, and I'll do the Mickey Mouse voice, and you'll do a better Trump. Here we go.
And I have to say the Barney Frank tweet to get into the Trump voice. Otherwise, my Trump voice doesn't work. Barney Trump looked very disrespectful in his purple shirt, nipples protruding. Good. It's a little bit better.
That's good. Can everyone keep in context, by the way, previously Donald Trump has said on the record that Jeffrey Epstein likes him young. He said that out loud, by the way. So the references here, I know a lot of people, like already JD Vance has tweeted out that this is not true. This would never, Trump would never say this. Charlie Kirk is trying to be like, I don't think this is real. This is not what Trump sounds like. Trump is saying it's fake news.
Even Elon Musk is saying it's fake.
Really?
Yeah. Megyn Kelly, Elon Musk.
Fair.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wait, they're saying what's fake? This letter?
They're saying this letter is fake. They think the story is a complete hoax. They do not buy it. And what's crazy is somebody made a great point. They're really tempting fate because JD Vance said something like, well, why would they do this without releasing the letter? And it's like, this is how you get them to release the letter, my guy. Like, are you daring them to release the letter?
This letter is 100% coming out.
Yeah.
It's this. I'm sorry, the Wall Street Journal is not making this up. If this came from some other outlet, depending on what that outlet is, maybe you could argue that they didn't do their due diligence and someone's pranking them. This is the fucking Wall Street Journal. I'm sorry.
And if they're gonna make it just straight up make up a story out of whole cloth, wouldn't they make it more incriminating? Why would they say something like this? They could say like, oh well, we have pictures of him committing a crime.
This is still pretty bad.
It's very, very bad. It's very bad.
Let's do this. Let's redo another table read, guys. The director said we need to give it another try, different emotion, trying something different here, and let's do this. Here we go.
Setting the scene at Jeffrey Epstein's birthday. Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything. The note began.
Yes, there is. But I won't tell you. That sounded gay. Let me try again.
You're doing more of a Barney Frank voice than Donald Trump now.
All right, I'll stop breaking. It's my fault.
Your intro is fantastic. If I was
that was phenomenal, Lance. Yeah, I fucked it up.
I want gay Trump. Don't deny me gay Trump.
All right, I could do gay Trump. Okay, it goes all over the place. I don't know where it's gonna go. It could be a 57-year-old smoker woman. It could be a homosexual. I don't know. Okay. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Ooh, hee hee.
Nor will I, since I also know what it is.
We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Wink, wink.
Yes, we do. Come to think of it.
Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that?
As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you.
A pal is a wonderful thing. Wonderful thing. Many people are saying, happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret, my friend. Nobody will ever know what we've been up to. I had to add my spin to, I don't know. I feel like it's just not enough for me to have my Trump voice, so I've got to talk longer. It's still a bad Trump voice, but I'm trying.
What is that last fucking line? May every day be another wonderful secret? Like, are they trying to, do they think they're living... eyes wide shut or something? Like, it's so weird. This fucking
it's insane to me.
This open talk, like they're in some sort of secret club of. I mean, I guess they were obviously. That's what Jeffrey Epstein's thing was all about. Yeah. But they're openly talking about it.
Next to the Catholic Church, this is probably the largest pedophile cult cover up in history. I would assume. For sheer scale. Well, Binder, I was thinking about this earlier. It has blown my mind all week how Donald keeps making this worse when at any moment he could have just easily given them any kind of a crumb. Been more files will come out. We'll talk about it. We've got other stuff to do. Boom. People forget about this in a week. He has gone out of his way to make this scene as guilty as fucking possible.
Because they came across something that fucking implicates him 100%. Yes. That's what happened. Suddenly, there are no files. There is no client list. Everything is released. Everyone all of a sudden is doing a 180.
Footage?
They came across something.
Doctored footage. That's right.
They doctored footage, right? We can talk about that in a little bit. They came across something that made them go, fuck. And they're doing. Did you guys? I thought this was ridiculous how viral this thing went, but it's a viral moment on the internet now. You guys saw that clip going around today from that Coldplay show where that a couple was found obviously cheating. Coldplay accidentally was looking for couples in the crowd, and the camera cuts to like a middle-aged man. Middle-aged? No, they were much older than that. But I'm middle-aged now. Holy shit, I'm old. But some older couple cuddling or whatever, and then they quickly fucking slink in their seats and hide or whatever. This is Donald Trump every fucking day. Every fucking day. He's fucking like, if they just acted like it was no big deal when they were on camera and just stayed where they were, no one would have shared the clip. Their wife and their husband wouldn't have found out that they were cheating on them.
But maybe they didn't want anybody to know that they were straight, and so they just had to hide.
Right, that's definitely what happened, Mike.
They're like, no, we don't want people to think we're straggots.
Right, that is something only you would think is plausible, and I bet you're being totally serious about
That's
it.
what. I mean, honestly, I would not want anybody to see me with a woman. It would be disgusting.
But that is exactly what Trump is doing. If they just casually played it off, then whatever.
Right.
But clearly something has them so fucking spooked that they can't act casual. They are frazzled. I mean, to me, the biggest tell was Trump in that fucking Truth Social post where he's like, not only are there no Epstein files, there suddenly were Epstein files, but they were doctored by Obama, no Biden, no Hillary, no Comey.
Hillary
no
put her
Brennan,
husband in the Epstein.
Literally,
he just. I got to respect
though,
that.
he's
Right, for the first time, I'll give Hillary a point.
Yes.
Literally, though,
shit.
he like that's like showing your cards 101, acting how he's acting. Like, he's flailing openly in front of everybody, the president of the United States, all these people around him. No one's telling him, hey, maybe you just randomly throwing names of people you don't like out there as all the people possibly behind the Epstein client list that you're claiming is doctored makes you look like you're just making this up on a whim and throwing shit at the wall. Like, nobody is fucking letting it, like nobody, are they all just fucking flailing here? Like, what did they find?
Yeah.
What did they come, like, I was talking about this in the Majority Report earlier today. I truly thought, like, all right, the Epstein prison, the Epstein didn't kill himself. I was like, most likely. Like, listen, anything obviously could happen.
I didn't care, to be honest with you. That was less important than finding out who billionaire pedophile clients were, kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah, clients.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I wanted to come out.
That too, but also like the idea that Epstein didn't kill himself. To me, it was just like, listen, the guy was in the prison cell. He was going to go away for a long time. A rich guy who basically got anything he ever wanted. And he was suddenly going to have it all. He was all of a sudden going to have it all taken away. Maybe like they let him do it or whatever. Like they left whatever, like the pillowcase or whatever he used to hang himself. Maybe that was would have been the big like scandal. But at the end of the day, the guy committed suicide, most likely. Now, though, I fucking think Donald Trump himself walked in, took out a fucking shotgun, and blasted him in the fucking face. Like, the way they're acting now. Like, 3 minutes, they added the footage. They added the fucking footage.
So as someone who worked professionally as a film editor for a number of big companies in Vancouver, I can tell you that is the most amateur hour shit I've ever seen in my life. Because when you export video on Adobe Premiere, you can hide the metadata. It's a setting. And in addition to that, you can erase it after the fact. There's multiple ways to hide or encrypt metadata. And they just didn't. Like, you just know it was handed to some temp, and it was just like, hey, by the way, edit these 3 minutes out. Don't ask questions. The security of the nation's in your hands. Go big balls. Go forth and edit away. And they just, it's the same thing as Pete Hegseth and the Signal conversation. Like, where you think like the bare minimum of OPSEC, don't invite a fucking journalist into your war crimes room, right? Because then the journalist will report on the war crimes kind of thing. But they did the same thing here, where it's like they left the encoding data of how much they edited out, what software they used. And now, of course, I believe in conspiracies. Now I'm like, what the fuck do you have to hide, motherfucker? It's like, what?
Yeah.
Like,
this is not the behavior of somebody who's innocent. Like, this is the behavior of somebody who is desperate to shut this down. He is like, he's so frazzled he can't even think to play it cool. He's like trying everything in his power. It's honestly crazy. Like, nobody has ever acted as guilty as Donald Trump is acting right now. It's honestly shocking.
And as you can call me Jess in the Twitch stream, one of the Twitch stream chat says, one of Epstein's victims met at Mar-a-Lago. So, I mean,
right.
There's so many connections here. Like, listen, after what just has transpired over this past like week or so, anyone acting any way suspicious that has any sort of like connection to this world, this political bubble, I'm automatically gonna be like, what is going? Like, what is your role in this? Like, fucking the way Dan Bongino's acting, the way Cash Patel's acting, the way fucking Pam Bondi's acting. Hell, I'm gonna go so far. I'm gonna go so far as to ask, why are certain Democrats downplaying this?
Stephen King, Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi saying this is distracting from kitchen table issues. What the fuck? What are you talking about? Why? You know what? I'm gonna even go even further. Why isn't David Doel and Ariana and Rebecca here? Where are they during this conversation? Anything.
What do they have to hide?
Right. Anyone tangentially in some Kevin Bacon 6 degrees way connected to this, I'm going to question why you're not here talking about this or what you're saying about this.
Rightfully so. I wanted to share JD Vance's response to this because this is also very hysterical. Forgive my language, but this story is complete and utter bullshit. The WSJ should be ashamed for publishing it. Where is this letter? Would you be shocked to learn they never showed it to us before publishing it? Does anyone honestly believe this sounds like Donald Trump? Yes, we do. We absolutely believe it sounds like Donald Trump, and you're just daring them to post it.
That's not, they have no requirement. If they call you, if the Wall Street Journal called the White House as they did, and they're like, we have a story we're going to release. Do you have a comment to make? We have the following evidence and we're going to present it. They don't have to give you that in a package and be like, here you go. You know, here's the tapes. Here's everything that you now get to do with this as you will. It's just like, do you comment on this? We're going to publish it. If they lied, if there was malicious intent and this is all libel, slander, then they're going to get sued to shit. But obviously the Wall Street Journal has a lot of very high powered lawyers who reviewed this already and were like, print it. You are good to go. Yes, they cannot sue you for this.
Yeah. And honestly, if Trump wants to sue them, he does not want to go through the discovery process because then the letter will come out and we will see the letter potentially if they don't publish it on their own accord before that.
This is the easiest thing in the world to prove it's not true. You fucking filed a lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal.
Right.
This is super simple. Go ahead, sue the Wall Street Journal. I believe that this letter is going to come out. It was a,
I think so too.
As the reporting says, it was a birthday book of some sort compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell for Jeffrey Epstein. Features a lot of people in there. I mean, if you ask me, this book might be the closest thing to a client list if it does come out. Who else is in this book? Who wrote these birthday letters to Jeffrey Epstein? Maybe some of these people just wrote these birthday letters and they won't implicate them. Maybe some people wrote these letters that basically said, I hung out with Jeffrey Epstein on Little St. James Island, like Donald Trump's letter is basically screaming at that ending line there. What's that fucking ending line again? Like, Jesus Christ. May there be plenty of little secrets to come or something like that. What in the world?
Wonderful secrets.
These people saw emails leaked by WikiLeaks from Hillary Clinton's email server, fucking talking about their pizza orders, what toppings they get, and concocted this fucking crazy scheme where the toppings referred to certain types of children they were trafficking. And they're not going to believe this letter where Donald Trump is all but saying, I was there with Jeffrey Epstein on Little St. James Island, got there via the Lolita Express, and we were raping kids. I mean, are you kidding me? This letter is more out there and forward than the fucking pizza order in Hillary Clinton's email server.
I'm trying to put together a timeline, right? So Jeffrey Epstein was 66 years old when he died. He was murdered in 2019, I think, right? It was 2019. And so this was his 50th birthday. So this was around 2004-ish when Trump sent the letter. When did he say that he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago for quote unquote bad behavior? Like, I'm trying to figure out when this was.
Oh, right.
So this was from 2003, 2002. People in the chat are saying, let me see when the breakup happened. So somebody says the letter is 2003, the breakup is 2002. I don't know if I can confirm that, but then that means Trump was lying based on this timeline. Let me see. Trump kicks Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. So this is from 2020. Let me share the article here. Okay, let me see if there's a timeline. So he was banished from Palm Beach, Florida club. Appears to have occurred months before Epstein pleaded guilty in 2000. So it appeared months before he pleaded guilty in 2008. So Trump was lying. Or no. Okay, I'm incorrect. So the timeline does line up. He sent the letter in 2003, kicked him out around 2007, 2008. Okay. Why did he? Yeah. Okay, never mind. That checks out. I was following a thread. It didn't come through. We'll find a different one. We're gonna go down the rabbit hole.
I don't know if you saw today, the other big story was that Trump is officially refusing to appoint a special prosecutor, which is what all of the right, even the people who are like in his camp, have been asking for, which is a very reasonable request, right? Like, for anyone who doesn't know, you effectively would appoint a special prosecutor, someone who's supposed to be an impartial actor who can do this in the background, because Trump keeps trying to be like, we're doing so much important work. We're making so many Mexican kids cry. We're making concentration camps. This is beautiful. You love it. You don't want this to stop. Stop talking about Epstein. And so that makes total sense, right? That a lot of people want to just, okay, but they can't let this go. It's become like a really central part of their entire personalities. People have like lost their families. People have gotten divorced over the QAnon shit. And Epstein's at the center of every one of the conspiracies, Pizzagate, QAnon, you name it. So they won't let this go. So appoint the special prosecutor. Trump today refused to do that. And again, it's one of those moves where I was like, if you just gave them a crumb instead of writing a Truth Social where he made fun of his own followers, where he ripped into them and saying that they're believing the fake news and then blah, blah, blah. Like, why not just do anything? Like, even just being like, because I feel that the special prosecutor would be corrupted by the Obamas and the Clintons, I'm appointing a new thing that I've invented, a special detective, a super detective, part of the whatever. That would be enough. They just want a crumb. You can see how desperate, like Benny Johnson and Charlie Kirk, they're desperate for a crumb. They're taking like little 2-second sound bites of him being like, this makes it sound like he's going to release the Epstein files, but he's not doing that. He's just continuing. Like today, did you see that clip of him where he's walking by like, will you appoint a special prosecutor? And he's like, I had nothing to do with this, and then just kept walking.
Like, I didn't see that.
Oh, that's bad. Why is this so bad at this?
Wow. He is not able to remain like cool, calm, and collected at all. It's really crazy because like even throughout all of his trials and whatnot, right? When he was going to court and shit, the interviews beforehand, he was more cool then than he is now. Like he does not want this shit to get out. And that just makes me want to see it even more because I genuinely believe it's so much worse than we thought. Before this, I figured it was bad, right? But I think that it goes so much deeper with Donald Trump. Not just that he went like to the island and was on the plane. He was on the plane. He's in the Black Book. But it's led me to believe that like, is he actually implicated in like coordinating this shit? I mean, Ron Wyden today just found that there were 4 banks and there were 1,400 plus wire transfers. Like the sex trafficking, like there's a way to pay that, right? They weren't flagged until after he was charged, I believe. So like who's part of this? Like it's so much bigger. It probably includes Republican like donors and Democratic donors, potentially intellectuals, elites from across the world. Like I feel like this is massive in scale. Like it's got to be global now, just with the way that they're acting. Like you can't not be conspiratorial. It's fucking wild.
And people should also remember an article came out right before the election of one of Epstein's victims claiming that she was sexually assaulted by both Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. So that is just someone being on the record. Yeah, like they did it, right? So that there's you said the Black Book. There was also all the phone logs in which apparently he was booking massages for like his, rich and powerful friends. Donald Trump's phone calls were in the middle of those logs. So it would be log for someone was booking, most likely to abuse a minor, Donald Trump, booking to abuse a minor, Donald Trump. Now, those could be completely unrelated. That's kind of like in the spurious or speculative category. But come on. It's next to Clinton, he's the person, or maybe Prince Andrew, he's the person with the most amount of evidence that he did that shit, right? Like it's him, Clinton, and Prince Andrew who have like photos with some of the girls who were sexually trafficked, right? Like it's really bad.
Well, Bob Wolf interviewed Jeffrey Epstein, and he said that Jeffrey Epstein showed him some photographs, and one of the photographs that Epstein allegedly showed to Bob Wolf was a picture of him and young girls. The age was not clear, but they were young, and they were topless, and they were laughing. They were topless with Trump and Epstein, and they were laughing at Trump's pants because he had a stain on his pants. Like, I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know if Bob Wolf has those pictures because it was showed to him, but like, there needs to be a warrant to get those pictures wherever the fuck they are. I don't know if they're physical or digital, but we need to actually see that. On top of that, like a lot more things are coming out, and this information was already out there, but there's just so much. His prints are everywhere. But Trump had sex with his wife. What is his Melania? I'm blanking on her name. Yeah, it was Melania for the first time. He set them up, and they had sex for the first time on the Lolita Express. And on top of that, so Trump's labor secretary in his first term was Alex Acosta. And Alex Acosta was the guy that signed off on the sweetheart deal for Epstein that basically let him get away with pedophilia. So they are, like, they're in the same social circle. His prints are all over the place. It just is so incriminating. And the way that he is bending over backwards to not just, like, hide the truth, but, like, shut down any conversation whatsoever, and even, like, excommunicate some of his supporters. I mean, if at this late date you're a Trump supporter and you don't think that he's guilty, I have to think that you're actually fucking stupid, because how do you not see it? Occam's razor, man. Like, just look at it. It's crazy.
Now, right? Like, now that, like, there's a clear line in the sand. There's like the people who are loyal to him, Charlie Kirk, Laura Loomer, and then the people who are in a cat turd, but then the people who are opposed and are just like, fuck this shit. Neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes, the Hodge twins, Luke Rudanowski or whatever that guy is on the Tim Pool show. Tim Pool's being a fence sitter. Alex Jones is being a fence sitter. But you have to draw a line in the sand now. You either accept that the man you're about to continue to follow into the dark night happens to be a serial pedophile rapist, allegedly, and is covering up the second largest pedophile cult in human history, or you break rank. That's like it's, and there's no take backsies, right? There's no undoing that. Like that is you, that stains you for life, you know. Like this is just
you know what? This is a dark thought, but I have to entertain it. If they got concrete proof that Trump was engaged in, like, criminal acts, I mean, think about it. They're fine with the racism, the insurrection, the 2020 election lies, the fact that he was found liable for rape in civil court. Would they also give him a pass for the pedophilia? I think they would. I genuinely think that they fucking would.
Like, yeah, Greg, did you see that Greg Gutfeld clip where he said as much? Where he's like, maybe we just need to accept that, like, a certain part of the deep state is, like, doing deals with these kind of people and blah, blah, blah. But we're arresting so many Mexican kids. So, I mean, what's a little pedophile cult?
I mean, it goes back to that comment last week that I shared of somebody that was like kind of a rando, but they were like, yeah, you know, Trump is probably more, he's probably a pedophile, but he doesn't act on it. But, you know, at least his other policies are good. Nobody's perfect.
Act on it.
Like,
he's a non-offending pedophile.
Like, I'm sorry. Listen, I love Bernard Sanders. If it turned out he was in the Epstein files, could not support the man despite what his policies were, because I don't trust him after that.
Chomsky over that. I have 4 of his books behind me. I love reading Chomsky. Like, but that's sussy wussy, right? Like, at a certain point.
It's crazy. I don't even know what to say about this, honestly, because, like, this is so big. Oh, and so I have a video about this tomorrow, so I don't want to share too much because I want people to watch it. Not that I have the scoop or anything, but Republicans are trying to cancel next week's session. And if they do that, then they're on recess until September. They get the whole summer off, baby. And why do they want to cancel next week's session? Because that's when the floor vote is supposed to come up, assuming that Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna's dispatch petition goes through. They will all have to vote, and there's like about 12 Republicans anonymously telling Politico that they are pressuring leadership to cancel the fucking session next week because they don't want to have to vote against the release of the Epstein files and then be hounded all summer by their constituents. They're hoping that they can come back in September not address it, and then they'll be over it by then. That is literally what they are telling reporters anonymously, which is wild that they would share this shit. But like they're basically admitting, at least 12 Republicans, the ones that they spoke to, are saying, yeah, we're not going to release the Epstein files. And there were already Republicans, I think it was like 7 on the Rules Committee, that voted against it, Virginia Fox and others. So it's crazy. They do not want this shit to get released. It's not just Donald Trump, it's Republicans. Part of that could be explained by them just not wanting to piss off Donald Trump, since he's adamant that he doesn't want this to get out. But also, I have to question, like, well, what do they know? Do they know about the connections? Do they have donors that are implicated? There's just, we don't know how far the rabbit hole goes. But based on like everything that's coming out already this week with the bank transfers, with Ron Wyden, and now this story from the Wall Street Journal, like you just have to assume this is way bigger than any of us ever expected.
Bank transfers.
Wait, hold on. I missed some of this. Can you explain? Because I've been sort of this past week or so, family stuff, sort of offline for the most part, just tangentially following things. What's the deal with the bank transfers and what Ron Wyden was talking about?
He found, so there's an article about this in the New York Times. I'll also talk about this tomorrow. Oh, somebody says Congress already killed the vote. Okay, interesting. It's moving along quickly. Wow. I don't know if that's true. I'll have to look it up. But there's bank transfers that, so let me try to recall the article. So there's 4 different banks. They did not flag over $1 billion in suspicious activity until Epstein was charged. And so there are 1,400 plus bank transfers that are not being investigated, and Ron Wyden is trying to basically start an investigation based on that. Because, I mean, Epstein had to have paid for fucking, or got paid for sex trafficking and paid somehow, right? So all of these suspicious bank transfers between potentially more than 1,000 clients, maybe hundreds if they're repeat clients, like that needs to be looked into. Who was the money going to? Maybe it's not necessarily criminal, but all these transfers, and they're flagged after the fact, where the bank's implicated. There's just so many fucking questions about this, and it all smells stinky to high heaven. But it's like, this is the real conspiracy here. Like all these other conspiracies about like them putting microchips and vaccines and chemtrails, motherfucker, this is the real conspiracy theory. Like this is the real one. You found it, MAGA. Like don't let go. And Trump's implicated. You have to reckon with that fact.
Trump has posted on Truth about it. If you want to read it, I sent it to the chat.
Oh my God. I'm sure it's going to be not incriminating at all. Very reasonable. Oh, Trump Jr.
Well, he's posting his father's truth.
Oh, he's sharing it. Okay.
He's sharing his dad's truth.
The Wall Street Journal and Rupert Murdoch personally were warned directly by President Donald J. Trump that the supposed letter they printed by President Trump to Epstein was a fake, and if they print it, they will be sued. Yes, sue them. Let's see it. Discovery, baby. Mr. Murdoch stated that he would take care of it, but obviously did not have the power to do so. So he's admitting that he tried to kill the story, which is wild. The editor of the Wall Street Journal, Emma Tucker, was told directly by Carolyn Levitt and by President Trump that the letter was a fake, but Emma Tucker didn't want to hear that. Instead, they're going with a false, malicious, and defamatory story anyway. President Trump will be suing the Wall Street Journal, News Corp, and Mr. Murdoch shortly. The press has to learn to be truthful and not rely on sources that probably don't even exist. President Trump has already beaten George Stephanopoulos in ABC, 60 Minutes CBS, and others, and looks forward to suing and holding accountable the once great Wall Street Journal. It has truly turned out to be a disgusting and filthy rag, and writing defamatory lies like this shows their desperation to remain relevant. If there were any truth at all in the Epstein hoax as it pertains to President Trump, this information would have been revealed by Comey, Brennan, Crooked Hillary, and other radical left lunatics years ago. It certainly would not have sat in a file waiting for, quote, Trump to have won 3 elections. This is yet another example of fake news.
I mean, it's pretty obvious that no one in power wanted this out because it probably most likely implicates people across the board. I mean, it's that simple.
Oh yeah, the Nancy Pelosi statement was because of Clinton's, right? Like the Democrats just can't let the Clinton family go.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that this means that like because it's coming out under Trump, while he's kicking and screaming to stop it. I mean, he made this bet. Like he's the guy who made the Jeffrey Epstein thing an issue. His followers, his MAGA faithful, the ones that were obsessed with this. Like I said earlier on the Majority Report when I was on this afternoon, like the one issue that Trump supporters across the board rallied around was this whole Epstein anti-trafficking,
especially Cash Patel
thing. Right, like this was
Patel
the bread. This was
Dan Bongino. It was their whole personalities.
Right. This was the glue that held the Trump base together, though. Like, if you think about it, like, you know, you could say that the Israel stuff is splintering MAGA, but you know what? There's pro-Israel Republicans and pro-Israel MAGA people. That's a huge portion too. So Trump not being, anti-Israel like some of the MAGA, people would want him to be, that doesn't really kill the base. It just splinters it a little bit, it may be, but that's not like the issue that breaks them apart. The inflation or grocery, egg price, gas price, that stuff. Trump has plenty of rich supporters and wealthy supporters. They don't really care about that stuff. So, that's an issue that just bothers some people. Doesn't really destroy the MAGA base. There's a dozens of issues like that, some people are bothered by, but it's no big deal. The Epstein thing, though, was across the board. Every MAGA person said to themselves, Donald Trump is the warrior against trafficking. The Epstein files are going to come out. This is going to be the thing that they will not forget. They will not let this go wayside. And I hope I'm right about that.
Well, they got to give him something.
Yeah,
you got to give the base something, right? Like he tried with the whole I'm releasing the Epstein files. Get out there, hire Rychik and Jack Posobiec. Be like, accept your Fell For It Again awards. Each of you gets one nice shiny binder, and then inside it was all redacted. But if he had left it there, I still say that would have been enough. That would have been enough to be like, more's coming. He's fighting the deep state. He's our man. And then he could have gone about his business. It's like you're saying, he's just made this so much worse. And it's a gift, honestly. These are terrible times. The worst humans in the world are the supervillains destroying the planet. And I fucking hate it. And I wake up and I see the news every day and it's depressing, and seeing the war crimes makes me cry and all that shit. So yeah, this is great. Let's let the pedophile cult burn. Let it all burn. Take them all down. Take down Clinton. In fact, all the people are like, "Oh, this happens to Clinton." I'm fucking counting on it, motherfuckers.
Yes.
Take them all down.
Please, God.
Yeah.
Burn this bitch to the motherfucking ground, okay?
Yes.
Until that happens, though, Trump is going to try his Jedi mind tricks. You care about this instead. I say this tweet because it's very funny. This was shared by ACYN. Trump tweeted out, I have been speaking to Coca-Cola about using real cane sugar and Coke in the United States, and they have agreed to do so. I'd like to thank all of those in authority at Coca-Cola. This will be a very good move by them. You'll see, it's just better. And then this person says, wow, cane sugar, I totally forgot about the Epstein files now. So, I mean, he's trying as hard as he can. And the dangling this, the candy in front of them, the squirrel, it's just not fucking working.
Rosie O'Donnell, did you see that one? I forgot about that one. I until he used it as a distraction again. I was like, Rosie O'Donnell, why the fuck is he denationalizing Rosie O'Donnell and kicking her out of the country? That's a weird one. Oh right, I forgot about the feud. Oh, these are the classics. We're getting all the callback.
And does the base really want, care deeply about Rosie O'Donnell losing her citizenship?
Over the Epstein files?
Yeah. I will say, though,
there's nothing that trumps the Epstein files. There's nothing he can feed them, like Comey, stolen election, Russia hoax, none of it. You can't beat the Epstein files, man. It's the final boss.
I love that he thought that he could be like, no, this is like Russiagate, and then conservatives would be like, oh yeah, I don't want to be like the Democrats who champion Russiagate, so I guess I'll stop. Like he did not think this through very deeply.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah. Oh, so I'm the Democrat? You're the Democrat. You're the one fucking children, Trump. Like that's what they should say in return, right? Because they believe in QAnon, right? Speaking of Democrats, I do have the clip of Nancy Pelosi. This is infuriating as fuck. But listen to what she has to say about this.
Whether it's Jeffrey Epstein or Alcatraz, it's all off the subject of what they're doing with this budget that is harmful to the kitchen table, meeting the kitchen table needs of the American people.
I want to make sure I understand what you mean when you say distraction. Do you think that Pam Bondi going to Alcatraz is meant potentially as a distraction from Epstein, which has not gone over well at all with the president's base?
No, I think they're both distractions. I think whether it's...
This is the dumbest political move ever.
It's going to go down in history as one of the biggest political fumbles if no one else capitalizes on this besides AOC and Ro Khanna. The only two people who have been making very outwardly powerful statements. If you fumble this one, you will, like, how is anyone ever going to trust you again? This has been delivered to you on a platter. It's the easiest win in the world. Everyone will get behind, unless you want to protect the Clintons.
Right, because you can easily see, like, you can fan the flames of division as much as you can, cynically. Yes. But yet she's saying, no, this is a distraction. But even if, like, if you care about the kitchen table issues, Trump is right now fighting his own base. Isn't that good? Don't you want him to be hindered so that way he can't pass his agenda? Like, if this is a distraction, then it's good. We want him to be distracted so he's not doing other fucked up things. But also, there's substance here. Does Nancy Pelosi not care about the people who were fucking sexually assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein? There's over 1,000 victims. So that makes me question, Nancy Pelosi, what do you know about the Epstein files?
It's true. It's true.
I mean, goddamn. Like, why would you say this? It's political malpractice. To be fair, I will give credit to, like, Jamie Raskin, Ron Wyden as well. They have been doing a really good job. Like Jamie Raskin trying to force a vote and whatnot. All of this is important. The Democrats who are saying that this is, like, not something to talk about, they're just, I'm sorry. They're so stupid. Hey, Rebecca.
Hi.
We are talking about, of course, Jeffrey Epstein once again.
I heard it. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay. And judging by Rebecca's reaction to it, we can gauge whether or not she knows something too. Everyone's suspicious. Everyone's no, I'm just kidding.
On the Lolita Express? I didn't know that. Oh.
Who
all
did?
Right. Nancy Pelosi, apparently.
No, she did. Seriously?
I'm going to look that up.
No. There's no way.
What the fuck was that? Like, what did Nancy just say? I'm what? Like,
like at a moment in history where this is the easiest political win that you could possibly dream of, Nancy Pelosi is fumbling the bag. Like, she's just straight up being like, no one cares about this. It's not meat and potatoes. People care about the budget. People care about this. And I was like, this is dominating every social media platform. Like, every social media platform now, like, some of the top hashtags are Trump pedophiles, Trump pedo, Trump's a pedophile. Like, you couldn't imagine a better scenario. Why in the world, unless you have something to protect, I'm assuming the Clintons, you know.
Yeah, so of course. And then also just her saying the two main things that are actually big topics. Not only are they big topics, they're very important ones, right? To point out what kind of man this is who's leading this country. They actually, all roads lead to that. Saying that Alcatraz, she was very clear when the lady said, so Alcatraz too, she was like, all of it. It's distractions. Really? So immigrants being put into some, out of city, freaking outside concentration camp is a distraction from what? These Epstein files are a distraction?
That was put in there for 3 days, a 15-year-old. Like, you could easily
the 15-year-old
people on that's horrifying.
So we're saying that this is a distraction from what? This is what's happening right now, along with the other things. These are the things that are happening simultaneously. I know it may seem so big to this lady who these issues, this lets you know that, this is what I was saying, these issues are never like huge issues for those people, for those Democrats, for those people who are leading. They're not true issues for them. So it's not on their radar. It's not what they care about. They're talking about the simple, easy, rolling off the tongue rhetoric that they always been talking for years. But these are the serious issues. It's not just what y'all just get up and think that this is the same thing y'all been talking about for 100 odd years while sitting in the seat doing nothing about it. No, like that. I can't believe she just said that. Even the lady was like, so hold on, you saying it's a distraction? This is a distraction. Yeah, no, I'm shocked too.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the fact that there's this like group of powerful pedophiles just getting away with committing crimes against 1,000 victims is kind of a big deal. I think that like powerful people should be held accountable, and the fact that there's so many
Involving some of
attempts.
the most powerful politicians and richest human beings. The fucking the CEO of Victoria's Secret is on there. Like, there's a lot of huge names, right? The royal family, the Prince Andrew. Like,
Yeah. I mean, this is
Not
why
Nancy
we don't
Pelosi,
trust
that's
government
true.
or the establishment. Like, it's because everybody's in cahoots. It's like this one big cabal, for lack of a better word, not to like invoke the like the QAnon nuts, but like it really is so despicable. And the fact that she's just like poo-pooing it, like, Nancy, shut the fuck up. You don't care about anything either. Like, shut the fuck up. You're a distraction, lady.
There's no
Yes, she
evidence
is.
of Pelosi being on the Lolita. By the way, I looked it
I
up.
didn't see it either. That was fake news.
I want to believe I do, but you know, unfortunately, we care about the truth
Yes.
here. Yeah,
Unfortunately. Does she know someone now? It's possible.
While
We
you
have
guys
no
were
idea.
looking up that stuff, came across this. You know, in that article about the letter that Trump wrote to Epstein about the doodle of the naked woman that Wall Street Journal's reporting about, and Trump denied
Oh,
ever
Rebecca, did
drawing.
you see that? Have you seen the leaked letter? Do we need to
No,
reenact
not the letter itself. The description of the letter. No one's seen the letter yet, as far as we know.
Right.
But Trump claimed that he doesn't do drawings, right? He doesn't do doodles and stuff like that. Like, in that, there is a number of Trump doodles now coming up where Trump apparently was a prolific doodler, where he would doodle pictures, sign his name under them, and send them in charity auctions and stuff.
Do you
There
have
are-
evidence?
Yeah. Hold on. Here you go. Where is this? Hold on. I was just looking at it. Hold on.
Plot thickens.
This is too much.
He was a prolific doodler, and I guess
The
also
diddler doodle, as somebody in chat
also-
said.
Yeah, I was about to say, I guess also prolific.
I gotta give them credit. Who said that?
Prolific doodler and diddler, right?
The diddler.
Here you go. Pull
Yeah.
it up. It's in the private chat.
Okay.
Oh wow, that's a doodle. That's the
Yeah.
diddler doodle.
Wow. I know this doesn't
And he
matter,
signs
but a
his
lady
name.
in Ohio solicited doodles from celebrities to auction for charity, and in 2004, she said that Trump was
You
always literally the
guys.
first to send in his drawings.
You guys.
Wow. Wow.
Actually, if you look like zoom in on that on the skyline picture that he drew. Like, if you
Got
look
very
like,
Hitler energy.
but look,
in
but
terms of
look at
art.
the, but look at
He's
the
like
little.
a Hitler-esque.
What are we
painter.
looking at? What are we
but-
looking at? I want to
but-
see what Mike sees or Matt sees. What
No,
we
but
see.
look at the little people he drew. Like, it's just squiggly like outlines. But does that not look a little bit like the description of how he drew the outline of the woman in that letter? Like, look at right. I mean, the lines. He clearly could have drawn a woman like that, and just added like the letter says, the boobs.
Yeah. I will say he does not have talent, much like Hitler, so they have that in common.
Well, I don't think he thought he was gonna be like some famous artist. He just was doing doodles.
Or a Hitler.
Oh, so she has the whole the article itself as well. Wow.
So Donald is the doodler. Is he?
Oh,
There's another one. There's another one he doodled. Another skyline. There's a few skylines. Trump
Another-
likes
yeah.
doodling skylines.
I gotta bookmark this just to because this whole
So
thing.
just to put them all
Let's
together,
screenshot.
and
Yeah.
so when it does come out, when the drawing of the lady comes out, and you put it all together, and
Oh, forensics teams will be able to match the art style perfectly, the signature.
Yeah.
they'll have-
compare notes.
Oh yeah, it's authentic for sure.
These are multiple doodles with his name.
Wow, he's a prolific doodler.
I don't like
Oh my
the word
God.
doodle today. I just
Wow.
it's that's crazy.
Damn, Betty White drew this apparently.
At first, I thought it was Trump, but no, that's Betty White.
I was gonna say, like, this is actually him improving a little
What
bit.
is going on here? Is this what they're doing? And then people just purchasing they little
Yeah, why would you
doodles.
buy a doodle from a fucking celebrity?
Or
Like, I
me.
get that they're
People-
auctioning it, but
People
can't
do
you,
crazy.
like,
People love doing crazy things. You know.
this is a quote
More
art
money than sense.
piece created by Trump. Oh, thank you. Beautiful art by Donald Trump.
He elevated from the time before.
Wow. Yeah, I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women, he said. It's not my language. It's not my words. Yep, he drew a lot. So, seems relevant now. I'm gonna boost
I'm
that.
dying. I'm dying to know. Let's see some more Trump doodles. I want to see these doodles.
No, but it will. It will let people know that he is the doodler. I hate it so much, but I just don't like the word. But it will help people figure out if he is. But it's sad that we have to go these links because
I just found another doodle from Trump. I just found another Trump doodle. These are all over the place. Dude loves to
I don't doodle. I don't draw.
For someone who said he doesn't draw, he doesn't do doodles. That's not his language. This dude sure doodled a lot. I don't have
Everything
any
he
doodles
says,
on
there's
the
like a
internet.
contradiction or or a tweet or an article to contradict what
I
he
don't
said.
have any
It's actually
doodles.
crazy.
I don't have any doodles.
Oh, I have a lot. I used to draw a lot of comics.
Trump's Empire State Building doodle. He doodled.
Oh yeah.
Doodles.
So no,
Did
he's
you
really he
remember when he did
draws.
that-
I guess
he
it's
did
what he
that
does.
after Steps.
2017, by the way. So he has a history of doodling. Is there any more, or did they just write
Look
an
how much
article?
he's gotten better over time. So I'm pretty sure he back then was doing a little something.
16,000 for this picture. Most
Wow.
people need
Did
to
somebody
be
purchase
like-
it?
Yeah. If it's 16, who bought this?
Or some real estate guy.
He sold
That's,
it.
of course, they just
like honestly,
they
rich
just
people
throw
need
money
to be
around these
fucking taken to the streets and laughed at. Only laughed at. That's wow.
He has
Yeah,
just
so-
posted on Truth again, and it's very short. Based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I have asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. This scam perpetuated by the Democrats should end right now.
Okay.
So he's on the attack.
I don't believe they're gonna do exactly what he said they're gonna do.
Well, I mean, they already modified the fucking video. They gave the phase 1 documents like just pages and pages of like just black bars because everything was redacted. So at this point, I don't trust them. There needs to be an independent investigator. That's reasonable at this point in time. Like whenever Israel commits a war crime and then investigates themselves and finds no evidence of wrongdoing, or when a cop kills somebody and says, actually, there's no evidence of wrongdoing, this is why you need an independent, impartial individual to conduct the investigation. So at this point in time, I don't believe shit that this administration puts out. Go release them. Release them.
Will they?
I don't think they are.
The only person
It's
that's
not enough to satisfy the base. That's what I'm worried about.
Right.
Yeah. Because he's finally doing what I said all along. Like, you have to give them a crumb. They're all so desperate for a crumb, and like maybe that'll be enough for like the Charlie Kirks and the Matt Walshes, maybe, and that kind of crew. But
I think
the doodles out of the bag.
the Republicans are doing everything in their power while we're just saying, just drop, like, let us see what's up. We know that it's going to incriminate Donald Trump, which we already are aware of. Photos, things, all the stuff. Now we're resorting to doodles. But, like we gonna be the FBI while, the Republicans and conservatives and people who support, especially these white rich people who support Donald Trump or just the lifestyle, are going to make excuses or try to divert attention. But it's not what Nancy Pelosi said, which is such the dumbest thing, isn't the truth though. Their distraction is not alligator Alcatraz or alligator Auschwitz or whatever else is going on that is actually important things, but these people don't give a damn. They trying to bleed everybody dry. They really want to hurt people. Those are not distractions. Those are part of the plan. What Donald Trump is, him coming on and getting on anytime he gets an opportunity and is asked any questions about the Epstein files or whatever, his deflections just include, it was Obama.
Yep.
It was,
It's so
it
wild
was,
to
you
me.
know, it was in them boys. It was Joe Biden. Like it was, that's deflecting, that's distracting. But everything that he's doing to hurt people is working as it should. Those are not distractions. Those are things that he wants in place. And for her to say that is really, like I said, it's sad to see. The real distraction is anytime Donald Trump comes, whatever he's saying as deflection. I don't even think that they're doing any distractions for real, because Republicans are keeping the conversation too, but it's just different. It's just like, boys being boys, like, or you know, like well, come on, who didn't do a little cocaine and touch on some little girls? Like, you know, like they're keeping the conversation alive by giving it excuses, or God already forgave Donald Trump. You know, that's what they're preaching on Sundays. So they're making sure that, because it's in the news, it's something that's everywhere, very newsworthy right now. So everybody is staying on top of it. They're not ignoring the conversation. They're just kind of flipping it, rewriting history with it. So yeah.
Well, isn't it crazy that Trump is trying so hard to like change topics that he's even letting them publicize the fact that he was diagnosed with
what was it?
It was, so I have the article here. It's called chronic venous insufficiency, which is a vein condition where it doesn't.
Oh, I saw this, right?
The blood.
It was something I
into
read
your
that was
heart.
like stopping his blood or stopping something to like something about that.
Apparently it's not gonna kill him. So it's not like a severe thing, but the fact that they would show this or like release this and just admit that he has this is actually evidence to
immediately.
me that,
Now that's distracting. Okay.
See
now
his
that
ankles?
is,
that's wild.
yeah, those are, I think he like something's happening there. You know, when they get older, the ankles get a little thicker, something's something's off. And then people were assuming that what was attached to his hand, they tried to put makeup
Rebecca's
on top
calling Trump thick.
I mean, those are cankles.
They cankles. But you know, I didn't want to say, you know, all the things, but yes, those are, look at everybody else's ankles in it. Then this photo.
Right. Yeah, the compare is pretty stark there. The
Y'all know,
juxtaposition.
I hate to say this because there are different diseases that cause these ankles, so I don't want to go deep into it. But you know these ankles. You've seen the old lady with the shoe and the ankle. You know, you've seen this before. So he's aging. This is what's happening. And also he's an evil person, so it's showing up everywhere. He can't.
I will say I am praying for the president's health.
You are so something else. So then on his hand, he had people were saying, you know, they put the makeup on there. Clearly it was like tape and then some makeup or whatever to cover up whatever was on his hand. But people were saying that, oh, is that a catheter that's connected, you know, that they try to pay, but that's not what that was. People were upset that it wasn't that either. So something clearly has been going on with him. I don't know if it's just what they put out. But clearly if this, we know, because we've already dealt with this in the media with previous presidents. I mean, the simplest thing as former President Obama wearing a tan suit, that was an abomination. Like that was a whole thing. Then you got Joe Biden, couldn't remember things, and we knew that his health was declining, and we know he's an older person. But even with him on, you know, in the debates, and they were saying he can't remember, he's stuttering. The Republicans made that such a big thing, and here we have, you know, Donald Trump. We can see his health is declining. I feel like he shouldn't even be answering questions alone. When they be asking him anything, the man says anything, and it's like, okay, that's not really Trump's hot takes. He's not really Swifty anymore. He like it's quick to just go to, oh, it was Obama's, and I'm like, oh, he's not quick with it no more. He a little slow. We're seeing that happen, but we're physically seeing the other things, and they wanted to just give that out there. Democrats ain't mad enough. They not put, y'all should be raising hell the way that other people was raising hell, but they're not. Remember, like they kept on to the point where all of us were saying Joe Biden needs to just sit down now and make it. Everybody made it a thing, but I don't think we're making it much of a thing right now with Donald Trump. Clearly that man is old, unhealthy. We know first of all, he's not fit to serve for a lot of reasons, but he got to go sit down. Ankles
is there
not ankling.
Oh, he's a Biden tier now. Did you see the other day that he was at a tech conference and he started telling a story about how his uncle taught Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, and he had all these like stories related to how that was and what he was like as a student, and he was just telling all these stories when Ted Kaczynski never went to MIT, and his uncle died in 1985. All of it was made up, like start to finish. And it'd be one thing to get like a name wrong, or you misspell the word potato, or you do the Howard Dean like "Pyaw" scream that everyone like laughs at forever. But he was saying full on stories that are just fabricated in nonsense. Like he has lost his mind at this point.
And people just letting him go on with it. They're just like, all right, yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Why would you like? He's a compulsive liar, so you probably can't help it. But why would you lie about something that people can verify? I don't understand that.
These days, especially.
I mean, part of it is he knows that his base doesn't really care. And we were saying earlier, Rebecca, like it's dark, but like I think that in the event we were to get concrete evidence that Trump did commit crimes and like is a pedophile, like the base would excuse it probably. Like they would look past it, right? Like is that not a crazy? Like that's not crazy, right? Do you agree with that? Like I think that they would, at least most of them. Like yeah, he's a pedophile, but you know he's deporting immigrants. So
yeah, there's certainly some of the people who are already like that. I mean, but I don't think it's as large of a group of people as he thought. I don't think you know that's why he lies, because he knows that his base will just believe him. But then on the Epstein thing, he's coming across something where finally there's a significant number of his base going, hey, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right. And they weren't prepared for that.
Well, I mean, they're already kind of owning the fact that they're Nazis, at least Greg Gutfeld and Fox News is. So maybe they'll just own pedocon theory. Yeah, did you guys see this clip? This clip, honestly,
I
made
heard
me feel
about it.
so
I haven't seen it.
Fucking crazy.
Gross.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we've just devolved as a country. This is on, I think, Fox and Friends. And this commentary is fucking insane, honestly. I'm just going to play it with no explanation. You'll see why it's wild.
This is why the criticism doesn't matter to us when you call us Nazis. Nazi this, Nazi that. You know, I'm beginning to think they don't like us. You know what?
We don't.
I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks.
I seen
the
this.
way they were able to remove the power.
The way he said that was intentional, by the way.
The black. They need the black.
Yeah, he's a fucking plantation owner. Come on.
It's really,
absolutely.
It was hard ER on that. Very hard.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and it's not subtle at all. He thinks he's being cute, but it's not subtle.
Mm-hmm.
From the N-word by using it. So from now on, it's what up, my Nazi? Hey, what up, my Nazi?
Don't piss me off, because I watched this on mute and I was reading the caption.
Nazi, please.
Thank God you did a hard eye there. What does it tell you, though?
Oh, I know. Now I have to really dig deep into this.
This is
I seen this on mute,
Rebecca,
and I was reading the
them.
caption. And now that I'm hearing it, the sound. Now I really gotta do a video on that. No, absolutely no, absolutely not on my watch. They think it's not. It's hilarious to see, but at the same time, they think that because when I read it and I was reading the caption or whatever while I was working, and I was just like, oh okay, they this is one of those Republican conversations. But even hearing it, they're saying nigga and they're not saying it with the A. They and then this joke about, first of all, just joking about taking Nazi back, the word in itself is crazy, because we already know what the history behind
they're
Nazis. Yeah, that's not, no. You know, when they call people niggas, it's because we're black. That's really, so Nazis has a very, like, you really want to be associated to being a Nazi, and then you're not even trying to make it a positive word. You're just trying to put that on, be okay with people calling you that. You a dictator, you a murderer, you're a racist, you are somebody who is the king of genocide. That's what you want? Oh, okay, let's play with it. Because now
that's the same as Black Americans reappropriating a slur that was used to dehumanize them. Like Nazis dehumanize, and they think there's an equivalence, which just shows you not only how stupid they are, but how hateful they are. Because again, they are implicitly saying, "Yeah, we're Nazis," and if we just call ourselves Nazis and be honest about that, then we're taking away the shock out of that, the venom. It's that clip is honestly insane to me.
That clip is crazy. Now I gotta.
It's why Elon Musk is right. It's just one step. You push everything. You push the boundaries a little further and see what's socially acceptable and how much you get pushback.
Yeah.
It's the whole game.
Well, and don't forget, Elon Musk did it. Then Steve Bannon did it. And then there was that priest that did it as well at the same event, I believe, as Steve Bannon. They're just pushing and pushing and pushing because things have gone so far to the right. Like the Overton window culturally is so far to the right that they actually are thinking, can we get away with just like admitting that we're Nazis? Like I think they're actually having that conversation. You have out and proud neo-Nazis like Nick Fuentes, for example, very popular. You know, he has a massive following. So other conservatives who basically are kind of like realizing now, yeah, I'm seeing Trump's Gestapo terrorize communities and I like it. Does this make me a Nazi? Perhaps. Am I okay with that? Like, I genuinely think they're coming to terms with the fact that they're fucking the modern day Nazi movement. And now they just want to make a determination as to whether or not they hide it or they stay in the closet. And the fact that these people feel so comfortable saying this shit, that's a failure on all of us in society. Like the fact that we let them get that comfortable, we fucked up. We gotta change that and bully the fuck out of these people.
Absolutely.
Also, it's not even like it's not even the equivalent though in terms of like their own like twisted logic. Like the Nazis gave themselves the designation. Like it's not like it's not like that was the slur for them. That was what they were called. Like there's nothing to take back. The word Nazi was created by the people who use it to describe themselves.
It was self-identification. Like,
that's I'm like, what are you taking back? Like, I don't. It's not given that. But again, this whole and even them saying it is a play on them wanting to say nigga. All of it was the whole setup, the whole talking points. These to be professionals to be sitting up there. It wasn't giving anything, and I can't wait to really talk about this further because I need to watch it again because I watch it on mute because I'm like, oh, it's just one of their stupid. No, that was a wild fucking clip. That was wild. And I really think that it's becoming more easier and I used to say this all the time, but I think it's even worse now, but it's because we expect it. Every day, this is becoming more normalized for our white leaders, our white professionals, your lawyers, your doctors, your news reporters, your mailmen, the people that work at the front, the rental office, all kinds of things. The people that are supposed to be your police officers, they are all now comfortable wearing their KKK hoods to work. They're all now comfortable bringing the conversations that they're having in their white households their white racist households at the table and bringing that to work and bringing that energy to work. And in 10 years from now, the photos, the videos, they're going to be the same way we see people's grandmothers throwing rocks at little black kids going to school. It's going to be that. And they're going to say, this is on video. This is on video with their name clear as day, them just kikiing about it, having conversations, and they're going to be on the wrong side of it all. But this is it just feels so reverse. Just, people are just so open because they feel protected by the leadership now. Just like they did. And I used to say the same verbiage back in Trump's first term, but now I just feel like it's gotten worse and they feel like Trump is their invisibility cloak to protect them from when they go out there and make these statements as, the January 6ers, some of them that got off and are free. We're looking at the one of the officers that is responsible for Breonna Taylor's death, just serving 1 day in jail.
Right.
So this is the type of the protection that we're seeing all over. And so they feel vindicated and free and that they'll be protected. But hopefully we fight enough in these next few years. We haven't even gotten to our first full year, but where this does not have to be our future. It'll suck if we don't do much and we continue to fuel what's in office right now and that we will continue to have this type of leadership. I can't see it because it's just getting worse. It's getting terrible.
Well, because Trump gets away with everything, they think they can too. And they feel like they've defeated cancel culture. Like Matt Walsh did a video about that lady who called a child a slur and said she was the final boss of cancel culture because she called a child a slur. And then she was able to raise maybe it was $1 million.
I think it hit $1 million. It might have hit $1 million or they stopped it, but I'm pretty sure she got that money by now. Nobody's talking about it anymore because so much other stuff is happening. But this is that's also like she knows she knew where to go. This is the same place where old boy Kyle Rittenhouse went to as well to raise money and got
Give,
the
Send,
money.
Go. Yeah.
Yes.
And it's like the Christian equivalent.
Yes. GoFundMe. Yes, it is. And
Yeah.
It's very Christian. It's very
the evangelical.
Yes. How
Well, you
Christian
gotta
of them.
say the typical evangelical Christian. So you know that who they protect and what they go for. Again, these are the same people that make sure that every single Sunday that when they're preaching their word, they're gonna put some politics into it, of course, and they're going to make sure that it leans on the side of Donald Trump and how he should be protected and how God has him as our leader. And even though that man has denounced Christianity every which way in turn, holding the Bible upside down, saying he don't go to church, but the fact that he just said, I will protect the church and I will fix the election so that it reflects for y'all white evangelicals, to make sure y'all still get y'all money, y'all still do what y'all need to do, lie and get money. I'll make sure I hold it down for y'all, and they will continue to preach this word.
Do you remember when he was asked, what's your favorite verse in the Bible? He's like, all of it. You're like, no, just one.
And they were okay with that.
I know. They're like, okay, well, he holds it upside down, but
Didn't he say very early in all this, like before he even became president the first time when he was running, wasn't there that famous moment where he's called it 2 Corinthians, right? Wasn't that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not even not 2 Corinthians. He said 2 Corinthians.
2 Corinthians.
That's what he said.
2 Corinthians walk into a bar.
I mean, look,
I agree with everything you said though, because and Mike too, like we need to increase shame, because like you said, like at least with fucking Klansmen, I didn't have to look at their face and I have to stare at Greg Gutfeld as he fucking just spews this vile shit. And honestly, it's become socially acceptable. You could just see how much this has been happening for so long in every category too, right? Not just in racism and homophobia, transphobia, you name it.
Yep.
They just ramped it up like day after day, and they just see what they can get away with. Like Charlie Kirk saying, like, what was it, like 6 months ago, that he wouldn't fly in a plane if the pilot was black. That used to be the shit that gets you like not invited to your family dinners anymore. Like that used to be like, oh shit, you're like racist. Like not like you have like biases you got to unpack or little things like that. Like that, like, oh, you're a straight up racist. No, you're not invited anymore, Grandpa.
When he said that, it was so bad because it became this whole thing where everybody started going on planes and say, oh, my pilot is black, I'm not flying on this plane. They were filming themselves saying this. I'm not coming on this plane because my pilot is black. I don't want to. I'm not. And then like black pilots had to start defending themselves. These people, they made it such an issue while children were being gunned down at schools and all these kind of things. But they made that the issue. Black pilots. They
started blaming DEI for plane crashes. When there would be a plane crash, and then you'd be like, everyone was white. Everyone.
Charlie Kirk just blamed.
And black pilots was getting people safely from here to there every single time. And people believe this stuff. That's the thing. Just because they don't go check, they don't care to check, as long as it is racist and it's anti-black and it's anti-brown and it's all of this, and they're okay with it. They are fine with just believing whatever this person says. That's it.
I like Charlie Kirk just blamed the floods in Texas on DEI. In Texas, what DEI programs have they instituted in the state of Texas? It's just part of the problem is that so many people are not using dog whistles anymore, and they're just so explicit that like you can't get all of them. Another part of the problem is that there's no social cost anymore. Like if you tweeted something super racist or you said something racist, there would be penalties. People would call up your job, get you fired, they'd look you up, and that used to be a thing. And I'm sorry, I hate to be that guy who's pro cancel culture, but I want people to not be I want them to have shame and be afraid to say racist things. I think that society is better that way.
Accountability is what that is. And people are so afraid of that now. Like they always move the goalpost to how they want. Like, it's just freedom of speech. And, they keep moving it. And it's like, no, hold this person accountable, because if you don't say anything, this is the time to say something. And when you're not saying something, it's going to allow this thing to fester and become a nasty little pimple and just continue. Like we're going to get breakouts, right? It's going to become herpes.
It gets so much
it's
worse.
all over the place, right?
Yeah.
It's like, this is what we're going to have. And I don't I don't think that staying quiet or ignoring it is the way anymore. I know that people want to move away from cancel culture, but that's not working. When you are fighting against these type of people, it got to get ugly. Like, it got to get ugly. That's the only way we're going to get any kind of change. I ain't talking about going out and physically, you know, fighting them people or whatever, you know, and I'm all for that too. Whatever you feel like you could do, you could do. But I'm like, we got to call it out every single time. You got to call it out every single time. That's why, because we were calling out what's in them files. Drop the files. Let us see the files and see what's going on. That's why we got cankles. That's why we got photos of cankles right after, right? We was pressuring them so bad they gave us cankles, right? Like, because we were also talking about
what is that though? What is he actually sick? Is it a thing?
Yes, he is, but they were never going to say anything. We were like, give us the files and let us know what the hell going on with Donald Trump. They gave us cankles, so we got to continue to pressure and put the pressure on everybody. I don't care if you're a Democrat, I don't care if you're a Republican, but everybody should be held accountable, because we got to make you feel shameful and uncomfortable if it's because we put you in office to do a job. And if you ain't doing it, you shouldn't sit there and feel comfortable. We got to make that seat hot as hell for you. We got to make it where you actually do your job. And that's where we missed the mark for years, which got us here. And we cannot continue to do that. Bring back the damn shame. Yes. Bring it back.
I mean, look at how we're all adults, right? But like, still, leaders leading by example, it actually does matter, right?
Yes.
But like, when you have members of Congress like Randy Fine or Andy Ogles clan posting saying we're going to deport little Muhammad, referring to Zoran Mamdani, when you have Nancy Mace going on like unhinged anti-trans tirades for weeks saying slurs, and like, there's just no accountability or even an attempt at accountability, not even a censure resolution, which is meaningless, but it just says, hey, we condemn this. Like, when there's nothing, it just like everyone else in society sees that and they're like, oh, okay, well, I can do it too. Obviously, I no longer have to worry about losing my job or facing accountability or getting disowned by my family. My family already kind of disowned me because I
served in a restaurant. I'm sorry, but like, do not like let these people have normal lives. They chose this, right? Like, you chose to be an elected official to govern over people. That's not a normal job. And then now you're also a Nazi who's just trying to ruin people's lives and lock up kids. Fuck them. Like, honestly, like, why? Every time I see a video where someone is rightfully being called out, people are like, oh my god, how could you do that? They're getting breakfast. I was like, do you see what they're calling them out for? They're saying stop locking up kids. That's not an unfair request, you know? Like, I don't know.
I saw something that made me really happy. There was a TikToker who, he didn't film himself or anybody's faces, but he walked up to a table in a restaurant of a bunch of people wearing MAGA hats and said, how dare you wear fucking MAGA hats in a Mexican restaurant? You fucking Nazis. Do you not see what they're doing to these people and their families right now? Fuck you. And they're like, hey, we're having dinner. Like, you just heard it.
Excuse me.
Yeah. They love us here. We come here all the time. And I was like, dude, that person is a fucking badass, honestly, because if we all had that same energy, maybe things would be a little bit better. If members of Congress, Democrats, had that energy whenever Randy Fine put out a crazy tweet, things would be better. I will say, I have to unfortunately give credit to somebody I don't like. Worst person in the world made a great point. Max Blumenthal, he confronted Randy Fine about his racism to his face. And Randy Fine ran away from him because, like, you know, when you're just straight up posting like the most racist anti-Arab shit imaginable, calling for them to be killed and nuked, there's not really an explanation. It's just like pure hate. And I'll try to find the video because, like, it is really cathartic.
That's what has been like living through the post Zoran Mamdani primary win. It's just seeing like it's the shit that is coming. It's like post 9/11 on fucking crack cocaine.
Yeah,
just like terrorist jihad, Sharia law, blah blah blah. You're just like you totally comfortable saying all this as an elected official. You know, just vile racism, but there it is.
Back in the day, look, you know, we were a good proper country, a little bit, kind of, just a little bit. When they used to be racist, when they were racist at home, they was racist, you know, in their secret lives, you know, in their little KKK meetings in the back of the backwoods. You know, they used to. Now they're having meetings at 3 p.m. They're doing happy hour KKK meetings in the daytime. They don't care. Everything is wide open. They like now to call somebody an ER is like I can do that. It's, you know, not that I have a black friend anymore. It's just that freedom of speech, man. Like I just I love all people, but I want to say the word.
I don't get it. Why can't I say a word? It makes no sense.
And you don't deserve anything really because your parents are immigrants, so you really got to work harder than I did, even though my parents were handed things without doing any kind of work. We're white and we're American, and we do. This is the kind of conversation that I see online. People make excuse. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen, and they're okay with it. They're okay with you seeing where they work now. We were, again, 8 years ago, we were able to be like, oh, you want to be racist? Let me see where you work. Let me go ahead. Now they're like, yeah, call my job, because now I can. Like, now I can sue for whatever, or now I can say this and whatever. Because that whole Starbucks ordeal, yeah, that whole Starbucks ordeal where Starbucks had closed down because that one racist incident and all that kind of stuff. That person was then given money. That person was then paid back, like for them and all the trouble they went through because of it. The person that caused the whole racist drama. So it's like nothing now sticks. It's like, you can be racist and get paid for it, as we talked about the woman getting up to $1 million for calling a baby boy. And then the family that was affected decided, please don't raise money for us no more. Take our names down. We actually don't want no trouble. We just want to be able to pay for our child's medical things, and we don't want our names to be shown. Meanwhile, the lady, we know her name. We know all the things about her because she's protected. She's protected, even though she's the one that caused all the drama, all the trauma in these people's lives. But that's what it pays to do that. We can film somebody right now calling somebody the N-word and, threatening to kill them or shoot them. And they're going to say, okay, but what's the context? What happened before? What's the context? Let me see what happened before this person's life was threatened and all that other stuff. So they should have never resisted the neighbor acting like a cop. They should have never resisted the neighbor acting like a cop. That's what you're gonna see in the comment section usually. And I used to think that was only conversations that were reserved for Facebook. That used to be their whole land. That has now brought itself all over social media. Again, people are okay being hateful. This is okay now. People are okay being racist.
It's so casual.
Yes.
Like some of them aren't even trying to be venomous. Like I don't remember what I even posted, but just like in response to one of my tweets, I don't usually look at the comments, but I did this one time, and somebody was just like, what are you supposed to mean by that, F slur? And I'm like, damn.
You see?
Are you like just like asking for clarification earnestly, or do you just want to type something so you can be like F slur? Like that's fucking that's honestly insane.
Yeah, and and it's okay, and people can see it. That's why I would, I've had a conversation with people like under my last post about, because a xenophobia, and this wasn't even about it being on the outside. It was about amongst Black people. Oh, they were so upset. I got everything, and then I've always gotten this since I got into politics because I am Haitian. So, and I grew up with this in real life outside of the social media, like in real time. So, but a lot of people are under there and being okay with being xenophobic. They just is like, and so what? You ain't one of us. And I'm gonna just leave this here for everybody to see. I want y'all to see all of these comments to show you that these are the people that, this is actually out there, and this is what they believe, and they are not actually a part of us trying to better ourselves and move forward. They actually are what's holding us back. And there's so many of them in every group of people. Even in our marginalized groups, there are people who think of like this and are holding us back, just hateful, and they have space for it online. There's nothing that is protecting us. There's nothing. I mean, we talked about that before when they were like, yeah, we're taking off the misinformation tabs. Y'all could say nigga, y'all could say whatever y'all want. The moment, if I were to put cracker on any social media, they would ban my page. They would limit me. I couldn't say nothing else.
I can't even say that and reference it to myself on Twitch. I can't. It's a bad word on Twitch. I can't reclaim it.
No, that would be a word y'all could reclaim.
I know.
They ain't letting y'all reclaim that.
I can't say the H1 either. That one gets banned.
You see? They won't. Wait,
what's the H1?
But niggas
for white
agree.
people?
What's the H1? People. It sounds like a horn that honks. You know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Okay.
I can't say
Sounds like a horn that honks.
It's self-referential. I don't get it.
But for the N-word, you could say it and be okay. You could thrive. Your page will still continue to monetize. Like as long as you white and you use the word, you're good to go. And I think that's I used to think that was insane. Again, I'm not, it doesn't shock me, but it pisses me off. And it just shows me how much we are moving away from any type, like the goal. We've actually
we're becoming
undone.
Uncivilized just as a culture and feral. And I don't like it at all.
Yeah.
Like I do think that we have to find some way to yank the Overton window back to the left. I'm not sure if like we try to do more cancel culture, or just like try to bully people or confront them. I don't know how, but this like is unsustainable. Like a society cannot stay together with this much vitriol and racism and ableism and all the isms and phobias. It's just it's so overwhelming.
Cancel culture, the way that like the right used to sell it, was not a thing, right? Like they used to be like, oh, you know, cancel culture, they're going to come for you, the woke mob and all that kind of stuff. Like the reason I think all of us meme on that is that like that was essentially liberalism trying to take the place of actual material change for people's lives. Like instead of improving median wealth between black and white families, it was like, hey, by the way, in the workplace, here's the naughty words you can't say, and that's it. And this counts, right? It's not the same as home ownership. It's not the same as a promotion. It's not the same as having equality across the board, or workers' rights, or unions, or any of that. But here's like a substitute. It's basically like, you know, it's replacing a civil rights movement with what is it? GMO? Is that the name of it? Those companies, those fundraisers, or whatever. It's not actual material change. And then the right took that, and then they were like, they're teaching CRT in schools. They're telling you that white babies are racist. They're like, you know, canceling anyone who dares to say you know, anything, like you can't even say the word blah 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 anymore, and like all that. And that was never like call out culture was always different than cancel culture. Like
exactly.
Right. And I'm sorry, but like learning or having shame, or just even admitting, like all of us have probably fucked up. I know I have, or thought things, or just been ignorant, right? Like a lot of the times I'm coming from late. 10 years ago, I probably would have been sounding very transphobic because I had no idea who trans or what trans people were, right? So like at that point you learn, and you're like, oh, I apologize. That was really wrong of me to find this funny. I used to laugh at Ace Ventura. I was a teenager, but you know, I didn't know. And so like, let's learn, let's grow. Let's evolve.
There's a difference between like messing up and learning from that and just being malicious. And like these days, like people are just like being mean for the sake of being mean. Like members of Congress are. I do have the video, by the way, that Max Blumenthal shared of Randy Fine. For those who don't know, this is the guy who called Ilhan Omar a terrorist. He called for Gaza to be nuked. Somebody actually shared an image of a child who was dead, killed by Israel, and he tweeted in response to that, like, bombs away. Like, this is actually a sociopathic, like, mentally ill person, unironically, but here he is getting confronted for his extreme, like, anti-Arab racism.
Representative Fine, Max Blumenthal from the Gray Zone. You've been Max Blumenthal from the Gray Zone.
And this is the highest, by the way. I can make the volume, so I'm sorry. It's kind of soft.
You've been a big supporter of killing civilians in Gaza. I was wondering, how long do you think you would last under the starvation conditions that Israel's imposed in Gaza? Like, have you ever put yourself in the shoes of the people of Gaza who are starving?
I don't believe in those who believe that they should keep hostages. If Gaza wants the war to end, they should let the hostages go. You take hostages, you get what's coming.
Do you think you're encouraging anti-Semitism by these kinds of comments, supporting the killing of children, supporting nuking Gaza?
Who's the person who stands in front? Seems strategic.
Probably a staffer. They always do this. The staffers always do this shit.
Adversarial interview. I thought you were the Hebrew hammer. You seem more like the Hebrew scammer. Representative Fine, Max.
Yeah, credit where it's due. I have a lot of things I disagree with Blumenthal on, but I always respect people who hold politicians accountable. That's good. That needs to happen. I feel like these politicians, like, they should be ashamed to show their face and talk to their constituents, like do town halls after saying the shit that they say. I mean, it's despicable. Like Nancy Mace, like we remember at the beginning of the year, it feels like that was 10 years ago, when she spent an entire week attacking the one trans person in Congress. These people are genuinely evil.
They're unhinged.
I mean evil. Yeah, they're evil. They actually enjoy people's pain and suffering. It's not just that they don't care. That would be bad enough. But they genuinely take pleasure in other people's suffering. They're actually sadistic. It's crazy.
Yeah. So just I wanted to. I don't know if you guys talked about this already, but you probably haven't. Evil people live in this world. You know, like the white rich people who get to cheat on their wives and then get caught at a Coldplay concert. Did you hear about that?
Yeah. We were talking about that earlier. Yeah,
we were.
I put the link in the chat so you could like so this was like what, yesterday or something. This news came out about Astronomer's CEO, which, you know, white folks own business, whatever. And he's a CEO and his name is Andy Byron. And on the Kiss Cam at the Coldplay concert, here go the couple, right? They thought they was swaying in the wind, having a good old time.
Really gotta show the footage.
And they were caught. And this is somebody, this is with his HR that he hired. He went out with her and he's a married man. And she ain't know. But you could go ahead and play the video. This is like
Holly and Michael Scott, basically.
It's wow.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
It's the former.
I'm not quite sure.
Baby, the way she ran up out of there, I knew something was crazy. But it was him saying, "Oh yeah," and they left it on there. Like, we're gonna keep it right here. See, they running away. Either they're having an affair. So now let's really, because how you at a Coldplay concert, right? You know, you at a Coldplay concert.
I mean, you could just say that without any context. How you at a Coldplay concert?
That's it. I actually like Coldplay. So let me not say that. I actually like Coldplay, so I will go and I will vibe. But
there's 2 albums only.
Like, how are you and this is what you're bringing over there, like to this concert, you cheating. And I feel like it was in his spirit when he was talking about it, but in the apology, because it was in the media apology.
I haven't seen the apology.
Yeah, the video, he wrote up an apology and let me find it. It was something on there. He started with, "I'm sorry, this should have never been out there. A night that was supposed to be like a wonderful night turned into a terrible night. I apologize for embarrassing my wife and things like that. We're gonna work on it, and I don't want to be the leader." Yeah, he said he don't want to be a leader, you know, of the company and represent. This is not who I represent. Then at the end of it, he's like, it was supposed to be a wonderful night and it turned into a terrible night, and because they were videotaping me, and we should start thinking about not doing that anymore, you know, like putting cameras on people.
I might be misremembering, but didn't he make it like he let it up to be like, "Oh, I'm sorry to my wife for the affair," but he ended up saying, "I'm sorry to my wife that people now know my secret is out. I like Coldplay." Like, wasn't it something like that where he was like,
that was the apology was something like
made
that.
A joke?
Like, he made a joke out of his affair. Yeah, I'm sure his wife is super.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
He says,
own it or say nothing. One of the two.
He says, he says, "I want to acknowledge the moment that's been circulating online and the disappointment it's caused. What was supposed to be a night of music and joy turned into a deeply personal mistake." He said it turned into a deeply personal mistake playing out on a very public stage. I want to sincerely apologize to my wife, my family, and the team at Astronomer. You deserve better from me as a partner, as a father, and as a leader. This is not who I want to be or how I want to represent the company I helped build. I'm taking time to reflect. You know, they always got to take time to reflect, to take accountability, and to figure out the next steps. You need to, I don't know, personally and professionally. He said, "I ask for privacy as I navigate that process." And here's where it gets hilarious. "I also want to express how troubling it is that what should have been a private moment became public without my consent. I respect artists and entertainers, but I hope we can all think more deep." He said, "I hope we can all think more deeply about the impact of turning someone else's life into a spectacle. As a friend once." Then he says at the end, "As a friend once saying, life will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you."
This is Coldplay's fault.
I don't think it's Coldplay's fault. Obviously, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I also don't think he should be the guy to say this, but I will say I did find it weird how people treated them like they were celebrities of some sort. Like, I thought it was weird.
No, it was just like the kiss cam at a basketball game. They were just taking pictures of random people holding hands. They weren't like, "Oh, look, an affair." And that's why he makes that joke.
But then you got like the celebrity Twitter accounts, like Pop Bass or whatever, covering this. It was very
separate, because he's a CEO of a company,
weird.
And now he can expose. We're exposing cheaters. Okay, Matt.
They are celebrities. This is them. This The CEO and the HR manager. They're celebrities.
Y'all. That's it. Like these people who are on, who are like, this was and then it came out where he's a terrible boss, right? So I think that people were just going to push this, but of course there's salaciousness there. Of course there's that. And that's what trends online right now. It does.
My thing isn't, I saw some people saying like, he's a CEO. No, I'm not saying poor guy. I'm saying it's weird as a society that people focused on this thing. That's all I'm saying. Fuck him. He's a cheater. I'm glad he's outed. I'm glad he got outed. It's a hilarious moment. But like, I do think, people
I saw some
should
people
spend
online
their time
sharing that too. Like, this is like an indictment of our culture that needs to film everything. I think like it does suck if you're at a music festival that you can't just party and know for a fact that you'll go home and there won't be video footage of maybe like you trying drugs for the first time or you like, whatever it is. But this is kind of different. This is just two people having an affair in public. And one of them happens to be the CEO who's like, sleeping with his HR rep. Like I think it's both newsworthy and supremely funny. And honestly, it's totally on them. Like,
I mean, it's certainly the moment once it goes viral is certainly newsworthy. But like, I saw people like going to the wife's Facebook page and posting the video to her. It's like, listen, she's gonna know.
I hate that happens.
She's gonna know about it. Like she's gonna know about it. You don't need to harass the innocent party. In this. But that's what society does with this stuff.
Yes,
stuff,
that sucks but that's the internet nowadays. It's people on the line, they have that power. They'll go, it's embarrassing though for her to have to find out that way. But also it sucks, but she also has a group of people who are rooting for her in the background. Like she has the support of women who are like, girlfriend, you don't got to go through this alone. Like what let's pull up. This man cheated on you. You can move on. You can live your life. Like she has that support that she probably wouldn't have had in the background or whatever. It does suck.
I would say there's probably people who prefer not to have that stuff public. That they got
it
cheated
sucks
on
that it
stuff.
did, but
no question.
It was a kiss cam. It was a kiss cam that made this whole moment that made this whole moment what it is. He was cheating. He got caught on the kiss cam, and that's what happened. The kiss cam is a normal thing when you go to concerts or whatever. The camera.
I've never heard about it at a concert. I don't have.
I've been to concerts where
games and hockey and stuff, but at a concert, I've never.
No, I've been to concerts where they've had that. Where they want to highlight couples if they've gone to the concert together, they'll highlight the couples or whatever. And here, this was just the couple. Who knows? It could have been a setup, child. Who knows? I don't know. But this is what happened, and it sucked. But I think that when she seen it, that was tough. And maybe, in privacy, it probably would have been fine. Like they deal with it. But the embarrassment that the wife had to, this, and people found out who she was, and people did go to her page, like you said. But at the same time, I feel like while she could have dealt with it alone and felt like she got to keep that man, girl, listen, now this is probably men in her DMs. Listen, wife, whatever her name is, Miss Astronomical, what's up? He didn't want you, but I could. Listen.
Be respectful, gentlemen, please.
He's
sliding into DMs based on this, please.
Sliding into her lady DMs, listen, ma'am, he ain't want you, but I do. He ain't know what to do with you, but I do.
So I take it that the post that I saw was fake about him saying, "My secret's out. I'm a fan of Coldplay." That had to have been a meme then.
That had to be a meme because he still wants to be a part of Astronomer. He's apologizing to his wife for getting caught. Because he's like, I was having a good damn night with my side chick. And they messed it up for me. So I just want to apologize that my lady had
the affair. It was a great affair.
Yeah. So
listen, let that be a lesson to Donald Trump. If you act suspicious, it's going to turn into a bigger deal. If they just
the way that we went on and carried on about that's the energy that we should have for the people that are our leaders. That's how I feel. Like that's the same energy that we should have. Like outing folks, we should be okay. Shaming folks. Like this is what we're talking about when we say bring shame back. I think all cheaters should have shame on them. It sucks that the partner, like you were saying, I'll give you that, Matt. Now, other than that, but like, the partner has to go through it with them in that way.
Yeah,
but then again, you got a crowd of women who gonna be like, listen, girl, get your hair done. Get your nails done. The kids are older.
Like he's a rich ass CEO.
You know what I'm saying? Get his money. Okay.
Right.
Get the house, the car, the dog. Get everything.
Yeah.
Take it all.
Yeah, it's time to leave, sis. Like, but bring shame back. This is a great example of bring shame back. Take down these CEOs with power who cheat, who abuse mentally, emotionally, all the things, and everybody getting outed. Get him out of here.
JP Mandel says Mike's girlfriend looks like Carrie. Like, that's my mom.
Oh,
I think it's my girlfriend. That's my mom.
That's a married man, y'all.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. Who's gonna David Doel it? Where was David Doel? He never even made an excuse. He doesn't have to anymore.
I think I know why.
Okay.
Today is the release of Donkey Kong Bonanza for Nintendo Switch 2. David Doel is listening to the podcast right now.
That's not even
playing it.
That's not even a game you could do. I'm sorry. Like, usually when you guys say that, it's like, oh, the latest like Final Fantasy 25 just came out, and I gotta play it. And it's like, all right, that's like an adult game that people spend like hundreds of hours on. I'm sorry, saying sorry guys, can't come tonight. Donkey Kong Bonanza came out. I'm sorry.
Have you not seen the reviews, Matt? Have you not looked at the Metacritic?
I accept that's really funny, and I want to play it. Both the call out is fair, and I want to play it.
It has a 91 on Metacritic. Checkmate, Matt.
It sounds fun.
The new Miss Rachel ABC 1-2-3 video game just came out. I gotta go play that before.
All right, well,
Mickey Mouse Paint by Numbers 3D just came out. I gotta go do that right now.
It sounds fun. Why you being a hater?
It looks so fun. It looks so fun.
Oh, I can't wait to play it.
Yeah,
but I miss you guys so much that I'll never cancel for a video game. But I don't have any super chats because I'm not streaming, so I'll let y'all do your thing.
Love you, mean it. See you next Thursday.
Peace, land. This was a great show, by the way. We had a lot of fun with that Epstein stuff in the beginning.
Yeah.
It's the only piece of good news right now. There's so much bad news. Come on. Let the whole pedophile cult get taken down. Let them all burn.
Please do.
Like the Joker said, everything burns. Everything burns. Let them burn.
Let it become a black hole that consumes them all. Okay.
Yes.
Let me pull up Rebecca's super chats here. The first one is from Tracy, I believe.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so yeah, Tracy, thank you so much for your super chat with solidarity. Thank you, solidarity. Love you, mean it, and I see you everywhere because Tracy is gonna be on all my platforms. Okay, if one thing about it, Tracy is there. Thank you, Tracy. Omega Star, thank you so much for yours. Glad to see you. It always brightens my day to know we all have each other. Thank you so much, Omega. I appreciate you. Alicia McCullum, thank you for your super chat. Right with you, solidarity. Here we go. I haven't seen you in a minute. Quad Damon. Hey, no, not the cankles. Yes, the cankles. The cankles. They said Trump is decaying. Child, Trump is decaying, falling apart. That's what happens when you're evil. It just seeps out of you, right? And then you just start. You ain't even morphing into something else. You are just like you just right in front of us, disappearing. All of you is just like a corpse. Anywho,
if you've seen the movie The Substance, I won't spoil it, but Trump is gonna be Demi Moore's character at the end of The Substance.
I haven't seen that movie in so long. I might need to I haven't seen that movie in so long. I'm gonna go see that reference. Alicia, thank you so much again. We all did a little. They did. They was in there saying we all did a little coke back in the day. They did, Alicia. They did. Bay Photo, Rebecca is right. All the Epstein stuff is going on, but they've already passed their tax cuts, cut our Medicaid, fired half the government, ICE roundups, etc. without pushback. They're still winning. Yep.
True.
Yep. Ravy B, thank you so much for your super chat for $20. I appreciate you. Thank you. And that's it, right? Prairie
more.
Fire, thank you. Movie concept, National Treasure 3. Nicolas Cage must break into Mar-a-Lago to steal the Epstein files to save America. I'll watch it. I'll watch it.
I would too.
All right, we're good to go. I love you guys. Mean it. I will see
Take
you guys
care,
next
Rebecca.
Thursday.
Take care,
And
everybody. Have a
listen,
great night.
Matt, when people cheat, they need to be outed. I don't care
Oh,
what
no,
way.
absolutely. I wasn't
All right.
talking about the
As long as we end
cheater.
the show with that, just know.
I was talking about how it
And I
reflects
got
in
it.
society that people are obsessed over.
I
it.
understood.
Mhm.
I got it.
When
Love you guys.
When
Mean
people
it. Bye.
cheat, we hit them where they beat their meat.
Bye.
Take care, Becca. Okay, do you want me to go first?
Sure.
I don't
If
actually
you
want
wanna
to
go first, it's up to you.
Sure. Yeah, I don't have too many. Bayphoto says, just a reminder to not talk about Jeffrey Epstein. Why are you still talking about that creep anyway? Old Obama news. Exactly. Yes. John Lithium, thank you again so much for another gifted membership. Always appreciate you, John. Tokyo Hans, member for 17 months. Really appreciate that. That's incredible. Also, Tokyo Hans says, here's some money since you are obviously not making it as a Trump impersonator. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, nobody's going to be booking cameos for me as a Trump impersonator anytime soon. So.
Although if there's a market for Barney Frank impersonations, I think that was a good one for that.
Yeah, I can sound like Trump if he's just reading the Barney Frank tweet. It's very strange. That's usually how I get into characters. I visualize the tweet. 180K Chan says, I'm enjoying the Schadenfreude. Nice change from total despair. I will take any happy moments where I can take them. Honestly, yeah, I'm with you there. Jeremy Elwood says, and he's moving more authoritarian to fund NPR, PBS, and canceling literally Colbert. State media is on our doorstep. Absolutely. Yeah, there's so much that it's difficult to keep up with. They basically canceled the funding for CBS and PBS. Trump tried to do this via executive order, but Republicans voted to codify that, so they're basically giving away power.
Hello and welcome to American Wasp. I am your host, Deter McBizness, coming to you live from the left coast. It is 4:00 p.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. Eastern time. It is Wednesday, July 23rd. And with me again today is my main man, Alex, my fellow I-95er, with a new stash and a new hat. And the old shades, and so the style is evolving.
Got the stash done because I wanted to go see Weird Al, and I needed to rock something to honor the legend. That
Are you going to see Weird Al tonight?
No, I saw him a week or 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
Madison
Weird
Square.
Al Yankovic. No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow, that's just
He's
wonderful.
my favorite musician of all time.
Well, I mean, a special kind of musician. I guess a musician he's like a stand-up comedy gone. You know?
Period. Best musician of all time.
How have you been? I haven't seen any of your stuff the last couple of weeks. I've been pretty busy with other stuff, but
I've been good. I had John Ross on yesterday. We talked about we went through the protest, the No Kings protest footage that he did with the Vanguard boys.
Right. Kansas City guy. Yep.
So that was cool. And then we talked about the Skydance CBS merger and what's going on there with Colbert and Jon Stewart and South Park, which is airing tonight, which I'm very excited about. My favorite show of all time.
South Park?
Yeah. So I'm very hyped to see what they have to say about the merger, considering they got delayed and they were renegotiating their contract. So Skydance was trying to screw them out of like rights and money, and they were like,
Yeah, you know who started Skydance?
Who was that?
Guy named David Ellison. You know who his father is?
No.
Larry Ellison. You know who that is?
That sounds familiar, but no.
Founder and CEO of Oracle, one of the biggest billionaires in the world.
Oh, shit.
He gave his son about $700 million to walk down Hollywood and buy some IPs. Like he did World War Z with Brad Pitt. He did
Really?
Top Gun. He did Top Gun 2.
Okay.
Yeah, like, you know, he's had some success. Like you can't really argue with the box office numbers. They do tentpole movies. They do like, you know, big time. It's like the old school Fox. We want to make big fucking movies or with big fucking stars. And
sometimes it works, and sometimes you make World War Z.
Speaking of which, we've got a new star that is emerging here for the aspirational left. I think it might be, I don't know. Well, I want to get into it naked with you, if you don't mind. Here we go.
I'm absolutely down to get it.
All right, here we go. So this guy went on Joe Rogan, and now everybody's on him about being like the next kind and loving, approachable, but yet intellectual. You know, wait till you hear his story.
Right now. And State Representative Tallarico joins us now. Representative Tallarico, thanks for your time this morning. We appreciate you being here. I want to get into the details of this redistricting, but I have to tell you, those clips of you on Joe Rogan were rocketing around social media, and as I understand it, around some Democratic circles of, first of all, who is this guy? And second of all, he's a star. What kind of reaction have you had to that Joe Rogan appearance?
I mean, it's been overwhelming, and I think it shows that we Democrats have to get out of our comfort zone. We've got to meet people where they're at, and we can't be afraid of uncomfortable conversations with folks who may not agree with us yet. And that's what I was trying to do. Before I went on Joe Rogan, I went on Fox News, I went on the Christian Broadcasting Network. I'm trying to reach folks who may not always hear directly from a Democratic elected official. And, you know, if we want a small, insular, pure group, then we should start a social club. But a political party is supposed to be a big tent, a big coalition, so that we can win political power and make people's lives better.
This is a state representative?
So he's a state rep. He is in seminary to become a minister. He went on Rogan and like, I'm just not going to do the clips. Everyone's, if you want to go see the clips, go Google search it. It's, you know.
No, this is hilarious. He sounds like
he's very well spoken.
In a blender.
Right. So my initial reaction to him is like, you know, nice guy, great demeanor. And I'm beginning to think meeting them where they are means either dumbing it down for them or kissing their ass, and kind of
column A, a little bit of column B.
I think kind of dumbing it down for them is kind of kissing their ass. Like, yeah. I just don't think there's any excuse now for not knowing what a word means. Just get out your phone and Google it. Like,
yeah,
I'm not gonna hesitate to use words like fascism. Like, if you don't know what fascism is, go fucking Google it, because that's what we're living in right now.
I have no problem with like, hey, this is what the bad guys believe in Star Wars. Or Indiana Jones, or any fucking thing that you've ever watched.
Yeah, you can draw from pop culture like that. Absolutely. I like to do that. Absolutely. But this guy, you know, look, I mean, he's being himself. He's being himself. But the fact that this guy gets on Morning Joe and Zoran Mamdani doesn't, kind of fucked up.
I mean, yeah, that's Joe
But
Scarborough.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, you like him. Like, but you make the Obama call is like when she said, when they go low, we stay high. This guy's kind of doing that.
Yeah.
So let's give him a chance
when he was talking, because a couple phrases that he.
All right, hold on. Let me give you the clips. I'm going to give you the clips too. Hold on.
It just sounded like Obama, you know, era talking points.
Inspire sleep apnea innovation.
All right, here we go. This is how I start my fucking day.
There is reason and good reasons to be disillusioned. I guess all I'm pushing back on is that second step of it's always going to be this way.
Right. It doesn't have to be this way.
That is the key step.
Right.
So I'm
That's
not on.
because you need to run for president.
That's all they show.
We need someone who's actually a good person.
That is Joe Rogan, the most popular podcaster on earth, telling Democratic Texas State Representative James Tallarico to run for the White House in Representative Tallarico joins us now. Representative Tallarico, thanks for your time this morning. We appreciate you being here. I want to get into the details of this redistricting, but I have to tell you, those clips of you on Joe Rogan were rocketing around social media.
Our comfort zone. We've got to meet people where they're at, and we can't be afraid of uncomfortable conversations with folks who may not agree with us yet. And that's what I was trying to do. Before I went on Joe Rogan, I went on Fox News, I went on the Christian Broadcasting Network. I'm trying to reach folks who may not always.
He just like I'm trying to meet them where they are.
Cliches.
We're a big tent. We don't want to start a social club. These like little witticisms and stuff. This was all Jon Stewart and that influence on the news, because I remember them bringing him on MSNBC, on Fox, on CNN, and he was telling them to their face, I'm a comedian. I'm making jokes. You're supposed to be the news. You're not supposed to ask me advice on how to deliver to the news. That's not the relationship here. But they ignored that and they kept going down this road. So that's how we get Obama. And then now they're doing it with Joe Rogan. And like, he's just a comedian, folks. This guy hosted the Man Show. Why is anyone listening to what he has to say? He is a good cipher. He's a good person to interview with smarter people than him, because he asks the dumb questions that I might ask.
But he never learns. He never
learns though. So
he doesn't accumulate knowledge and then reason through it. He just let's get back to Rogan in a minute. I want to see this guy
from a Democratic elected official. And you know, if we want a small, insular, pure group, then we should start a social club. But a political party is supposed to be a big tent, a big coalition, so that we can win political power and make people's lives better. Politicians should be trying to recruit folks into that coalition, because politics is about addition, not subtraction.
And one of the things I did not hear you doing in that long appearance with Joe Rogan was demonizing Republicans, demonizing Trump supporters, demonizing your neighbors in the state of Texas. You calmly had a conversation with Joe Rogan about abortion and where you stand on that and why.
Calmly.
Explained it through your faith as well as through politics. What is your message? And you started to explain it to national Democrats about the way they ought to be approaching their message heading into the midterms next year and to the next presidential election.
Well, you know, my granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas. I'm currently a student in seminary studying to become a minister myself. So my faith is central to everything I do. It's why I'm in public service. It's why I was a public school teacher. And the most important teaching in my faith is not necessarily to love our neighbor, but to love our enemy. And that can feel a little surprising, even 2,000 years later. But I think it may be the key to saving this American experiment and maybe saving democracy all over the world. We can have disagreements. We can have deep, profound disagreements, but we are called to see the image of God in our opponents.
All right.
Oh
and to
my
see
God.
them as
All right.
sacred and holy. And I think that mindset shift could change our political and civic discourse in this country. And I think Joe Rogan and I tried to model that on his podcast. We had disagreements. We talked about serious
pauses. My question is, how did this guy get on Rogan? Because
isn't Rogan going through like a Christian phase? Isn't he going through Christian phase? Yeah, I think he was at some point. I didn't know if it was still going on, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going through the Christian phase, and this guy has that Christian thing going on. I love how he hasn't finished seminary. He's not a reverend or anything already, and he's just the right amount of ugly, right? He's just the right amount of ugly.
But also not too
got the perfect political look, because he's not threatening.
Right.
He's got a non-threatening look about him. But okay, so this is another nice guy. This is another rising above it and not fighting back kind of guy. This is, let's reason with the idiots.
Yeah. Let's
and
go
it's just
have
a
nice conversation with Charlie Kirk.
Right.
Let's go, and you're right. Meeting them where they are is kowtowing to them. Because they can.
That's what it's come to mean. That's what it's come to mean.
Yeah.
When I say meeting them where they are. People just always separate generalities from specificities, specifics rather, and you're gonna reason your way through the bullshit very well in life. And when everything's too general, then with cliches like we got to meet them where they are. So that means going on these shithole fucking podcasts. Like if I were on Joe Rogan, I'd be like, you are a fucking disgrace to your position in our society. How the hell have you not taken this responsibility more seriously? Like, shame on you. As someone who, comes from your part of the country, like we expected better, and the country deserved better.
Boston, right?
Yeah, he's from Boston.
From Boston and went to California and being in Hollywood. Like he should know better. I remember him talking about like all my parents were hippies. Like your parents would be fucking ashamed of you, dude, if they knew what you were doing right now.
Yeah.
Someone like you going on Rogan or Sam Cedar or somebody, like, yes, you go on there with the intent.
I think Sam Cedar's the better. Sam Cedar's the way better choice, because Sam Cedar's control of the facts Sam Cedar is a lefty Dick Cheney. Okay. Yeah. And I mean that as a compliment.
Yeah. In the nicest way.
Dick Cheney was a fucking killer. Mm-hmm. And Sam Cedar intellectually, I think, is a killer because he just knows more than you. And he knows how to delineate it, and he does it dispassionately and almost boring. It's not my style. I want to stick it in your face and make you look stupid so that other people who have your similar views are like, wait a second, I don't want to look like that. Yeah, that Mehdi Hassan 1 versus 100 thing or whatever, 1 versus 20 thing that he did for Jubilee was excellent. We'll talk about that in a minute. I don't think this goes much longer, so I'll speed it up. I'll put it on 1.5, but let's just, because this is like the kind of guy that we need to deal with. Like, I don't mind him being part of the team,
right?
But he's not leading it. No, he's not leading the team. No, we're here to knock MAGA on its ass. We're not here to and the people that want to listen, then they can listen. But we're done listening to them.
Like after the brigade goes through the front wall, he's the guy making sure, hey, this is why you should join our team. This is
right.
Why,
he's the salesman.
He's the salesman. This should be happening.
Serious topics, but we're able to do it in a respectful, productive manner. And I think we need a lot more of that in our politics today.
So, Mr. Representative, for several cycles now, it's been Democrats' dream to turn Texas blue. That has not happened yet. And now there's an effort, as we just discussed last block with Jonathan Martin of Politico, where President Trump has suggested that there should be some redistricting done in that state to actually create more Republican seats, helping, in his thoughts, to keep GOP in control of the House. Walk our viewers through just what that effort would look like, why you believe it's dangerous, and can Democrats in Texas do anything to stop it?
Well, I'm an 8th generation Texan. My family's been here since it was Mexico. I love this state.
Who gives a fuck?
I know my party wants to turn Texas blue. I know Republicans want to keep Texas red. But I honestly think the best color for this state is purple, because competitive elections keeps all politicians on their toes. It forces elected officials to their party in a primary election.
No, he's right. Competitive elections, but primary elections.
Yeah,
competitive primaries.
This is like good talk for, again, to explain to the normies who don't understand why everyone's voting for Zoran and
right,
hyped up on socialism. Like, don't worry, folks, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be okay. I'm a Christian. I've been here since my family's very old in this state. Don't worry, it's okay. We're gonna be okay.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I get to trump everybody on that one, unless your ancestors, unless you're Native American, or your ancestors were part of the 38 survivors from the first landing at Jamestown, then I got your blood beat on this continent. And it's fun to stick that in the faces of conservatives when I get into there. Charlie Kirk is like, dude, by all rights, according to your cultural values, like, I am superior to you.
Right.
Because my blood has been here longer than yours. So shut the fuck up. Like, they're not about equality. Like, they're all about superiority.
Yeah,
and I'm trying, just for organizational purposes, I want the left to understand that, we got to be putting the best people out front. This guy, like I said, he's talented. He's got a good soul, good heart, well-intended. I mean,
this guy should be like the deepest conservative version of it.
Go be governor. Go be the first Democratic governor of Texas.
Yeah, like
go be the governor of Texas. Good, yeah. Just stay out of I-95, man. That shit belongs to us. That shit's ours now.
Yeah,
we gotta reclaim it. That's what we gotta reclaim.
Is attempting to rig the next election here in Texas. He and his Republican allies in D.C. just passed the largest transfer of wealth in American history with their big, beautiful bill. I mean, literally kicking millions of people, including millions of Texans, off their health care to fund tax breaks for billionaires. They know it's unpopular. I mean, they can read polling like anybody else, but they don't care because they have this plan. Trump just told our governor to redraw the political maps in Texas, to take our districts and turn them into crazy shapes so they can guarantee the outcome they want, regardless of how people vote. And that should be alarming to all of us, whether you're a Democrat or Republican or an independent. We don't want politicians picking their voters. We want voters picking their politicians. I mean, that's how democracy is supposed to work. And if they succeed with this power grab here in Texas, they're going to do it across the country. They're going to rig the 2026 midterms. And that means that they won't have to fear voters ever again. They can enrich themselves and their donors with impunity, without consequences, without accountability. And that's not how the democratic process is supposed to work. So I hope all Texans, regardless of their party, can stand up against this and tell politicians not to silence our voices and rig the next election.
Representative Tallarico, I listened to a portion of the Joe Rogan interview and I was struck.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like, what? First of all, it's hilarious that every time that any anchor speaks, they start with, by the way, Joe Rogan.
Right.
But like, this is, I don't know what audience he's trying to speak to, I guess, like old boomer, people who watch Morning Joe, I guess. But
Boomer liberals is why I watch it.
This is fine. This is fine.
This is the politics of civility bullshit.
Yeah. It is bullshit.
We don't have time for it. That's my counter. My counter argument is we don't have time for this.
Yeah.
We need enormous political power yesterday.
Like,
and it's gonna have to. It's not gonna happen for 3 years.
He's in the wake of change. Like, change happens, and he's the guy who's like explaining.
Well, I think he's going after the 10 to 20% of Texans that might switch parties.
Yeah.
And
again,
I mean,
like,
that's why I say I hope you just
on Rogan. Like, why? I'm sure Zoran's team could reach out to Rogan, and I'm sure Rogan would be like, no, because I'm scared. But like, Zoran do great on Joe Rogan.
Well, I just don't know why Morning Joe's based in New York. They should, and they had Eric Adams on.
Has no fucking
they had Eric Adams on a bunch of times, and there's no reason for them not to have Zoran. They made the New York mayoral race a huge story, like they always do. So the New York mayoral race is always a huge story.
That's
and
Brzezinski being like, we're Republicans. We don't want to have on Zoran.
Yeah, it's sad because they need to open their little minds to new possibilities, and they're just refusing to. Like children, they're the children. They're both boomers, so
It has to go by the lack of noise and contentiousness in it. There was a conversation.
All right,
It was
whatever.
rather an enlightening conversation, and you described our democracy.
That should be the anti-chaos party. We've got to be the party that makes the systems work for people. And right now we have a deeply broken immigration system that's not working for anyone. It's not working for immigrants who want to come and contribute to this country. It's not working for Americans who want a growing economy and safe communities. So we can do both. We are a nation of immigrants. We're also a nation of laws. This is not an either-or choice. But as President Trump is showing with his extreme deportation, sending hardworking neighbors off to foreign countries they've never been to, I mean, most Texans, most Americans are going to reject that kind of extremism. What they want are elected officials that come together, actually solve this problem, fix our immigration system, reform our asylum system, secure our border, and make sure that we are welcoming folks who want to come and contribute and work hard and raise a family. I mean, that's the American dream. And the reason I brought up the biblical commandment to welcome the stranger is because Scripture tells us we welcome the stranger because we were once strangers. I mean, we all have an immigrant story. You wouldn't be having a guy with the last name Tallarico on your show if we weren't a nation of immigrants. We all have that in our own families and our own histories. And so we've got to remember that as we try to reform this system so that it can work.
Where's that Italian charm, though?
James Tallarico getting a lot of attention right now among Democrats, especially.
It's not how fun Italians act.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Coming up, Congress is working.
Yeah. So anyway, I thought it would be interesting to see how what kind of name the establishment wants to promote.
Anyone that
and
Joe
still
Rogan
engage in these politics of the civility. Remember, we're in an abusive relationship, and the Republican Party keeps punching the Democratic Party in the face, and the Democratic Party is like, "Please stop hitting me." And this goes back to my latest decree, which is someone goes to war with you, you have no choice but to go to war with them. We are at war. We are at war. And it's going to take a 20-year war as a counterattack to undo the damage that we're seeing here. I mean, we're not even close to a government that's going to provide the basics for society. We're going the opposite direction. Cutting Medicaid. I mean, what's next, dude? Getting rid of public schools? Like, they already, I think they dissolved this Department of Education.
They're trying to.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So and then you go, have you seen the popularity polls for Trump?
Yeah.
He's at 90% with his own voters. So there's no, so the Republicans that he's going after, it's like maximum 10%. of the Republicans that he can go after with reasonable conversations.
And they're not even like the people that he's going after, yes, are that 10%. But like there are people who, I mean, I was just having a conversation with Gina, who's from Raw News and Politics. Our conversation might be coming out tomorrow or very soon. But I wanted to bring up your decree of the relationship is like a battered wife. The Democratic Party is a battered wife, and the Republican Party
is the baby boomer divorce
abusive father who is that's how this guy is approaching it. He's like, we gotta you know, be gentle when we're explaining like how this could help, and you know we are a nation of laws, and you know, but Trump is going a little too far. You know, he took, you know, he's putting people in concentration camp. Now he didn't even say that. He didn't even say, like, he said like they're going to the wrong country. If you're a casual paying attention to this, you just think, oh, they're just messing up where they send them back to, not they're sending them to black sites in El Salvador, in all these other places, in Florida, where it's a gulag. Like, that's the language that he's missing here. He's missing the emergency,
fascism.
You know, alarm bells. Hey, this is not normal.
Yeah, I mean, we're not throwing immigrants in ovens like the Jews got done in the World War II by the Germans, but we're doing shit that's on its way towards that. I say that, you know, if you're going to be advice from someone who doesn't have kids to people who do have kids, especially for men. I don't really have any advice for women. I have no idea what it's like to be a mom, and, you know, except to say that, like, there are houses with yelling, and then there are houses without yelling.
Yeah.
Don't be a house with yelling. Or if you have to yell, it's only to get everybody to shut up.
Yeah.
It's not because you're like losing your shit. And because what happens after yelling? Hitting.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening now. Like, we got yelling when Trump was first in office and won in 2016. And now we've got hitting. And we're supposed to sit there and take it. Like, we're supposed to, like, let bygones be bygones. I mean, this is, this is not
Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi out there trying to yell back and, oh, we're going to take it to him. I'm so sad Colbert is getting canceled. Like Adam Schiff being like, I was the first one to hear that Colbert is going off. Nobody gives a shit.
Right.
Stop the antitrust from even happening. Stop the merger from
even happening. Nobody's calling them the dumbass bullies that they are.
Yes.
Nobody's calling them. Nobody's taking up my moniker, dude, of white trash fascism, man. The new meaning of WTF. I think it's brilliant, but apparently, like, the internet, you know, this space is going to blow up because of some video like that. What was the other ones? I've got a bunch of them, dude. The IBCs, the idiots, bullies, and cowards. And there's the treasonous Trump trash terrorists.
IBC
you know,
is good because you can make. Speaking of Weird Al, you can make a parody song of you down with OPP? Yeah, you know me. But call it
down with IBC.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's good thinking.
Make that go
Absolutely.
viral on TikTok. But again, like, how does this guy get on Joe Rogan? Like, that just, I don't know. Maybe Rogan's just like, I'm in Texas now, so I'm gonna look around and see what politicians I want to talk to. And maybe he's trying to pull back a little bit from Trump because he's like, this immigration shit, and all my fans are mad at me. I don't know, because we've seen some of the other podcast bros do it. Andrew Schultz is trying to walk back a little bit. Fucking Theo Vaughn is trying to walk back a little bit. Like, maybe.
Yeah, Schultz is. Yeah, they keep saying, like, that's not what I voted for.
Yeah, but like, you did. They don't listen. Like, people were saying this is going to happen, and they're like, you're, reactionary white crybabies. It's a meme, but it's not like, a meme that you would think of right now, chat, of like a picture and words. I'm talking about the actual meaning of the word meme, a kind of passed down memory from generation to generation of the whiny, annoying hippies. Like it's still in there, and it's still uncool to care about things. And if you do care about things too much, you're a whiny pussy and should be ignored and laughed at. Like all those compilations in 2016 of people crying when they found out Trump won, and these compilations have millions of views on YouTube, some of which are mine, because those are funny. It's funny to see people like crying because they care so much about something that you think is so kind of distant from you, and you can't really affect it, and it's not really going to affect you. I didn't even think Trump was going to be that bad in 16. I was paying attention to the news, but I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do? Like, America's going to do what it does. The presidents change, they go to war, people get poorer. Like, how do you stop that? What are the mechanisms? It's only when I started watching Majority Report that I was like, Sam Cedar, good at explaining shit, being like, no, these are literal levers of power, how they've been manipulated over time, how you can actually reverse some of those things, like Citizens United being a huge one. Like that is something I still can't believe is like legal to kind of just bribe people and just buy elections.
Yeah, that's a huge problem that doesn't get talked enough about. And that's when I know I'll take someone like that seriously, is when he starts talking about issues like that. And when he starts calling it, I mean, they keep talking about in that interview that he was very agreeable and it was polite and there was no conflict or whatever. But meanwhile, like, these people put in the votes, they put in power the administration that has turned American government into a fascist government.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any room to like forgive them. And, I don't know. It goes back to this meeting people where they are, which is also kind of another way of accepting people for who they are. And that's a good piece of advice that I think every good parent gives their kids, is like, accept people for who they are. There's like Maya Angelou says that quote, your most often used quote is, when somebody tells you who they are, believe them.
Yeah.
So according to that, are we just supposed to ignore that these people got fooled or otherwise manipulated into supporting fascism? Right? Like, are we just supposed to let that go and like start over and like, oh yeah, forget about it. No big deal.
It's hard, right? Like, because Trumpism really did reveal how many of our neighbors, people we run into all the time, people who work at the gas station or the corner store or whatever, are out and out bigots and hateful in their hearts. And it's hard to, you get a new president and just be like, hey, we're all cool, right? Like, it's never gonna be the same. I agree, it does need to be studied. And I think it's gonna take, especially people, family members, like the, QAnon casualties on Reddit. Like, that's a whole community of people who's like, yeah, we lost family members and friends to these conspiracy theories, in as much as like they're off on their own world and they're just not coming back. Looks like Deter has some technical issues, but I did want to just bring up this clip from Trump. It's 7 seconds. It goes into what we were just talking about.
Hanging around at all. Now it's actually very uncool, as somebody told me the other day. It's so uncool to be woke.
So they're still going with this it's uncool to be woke thing. And like I was saying, it is this memetic memory that we have of the hippies and the hippie movement, because while successful and popular at the time, they were very quickly post-Vietnam, post-civil rights, derided, whether just culturally, like, and we think they look goofy and whatever, and actually metal is here. By the way, RIP Ozzy, the legend, grandfather of heavy metal. And he also was someone who transitioned from, like, look at early days of Ozzy Osbourne. He is very hippy dippy in his dress and what they were singing about, even. Then the transition into more, black clothing and spiky hair and the yelling, so much yelling. So this idea that care and so that cultural, they're kind of corny, we're moving on, was also co-opted by corporations. Famously, there's a Coca-Cola commercial that came out around then, where it's like it's the most famous Coca-Cola commercial that we're gonna like hold hands and sing across the world, and that's kind of the commodification of culture and selling it back to you as a product, right? A movement, what was a cultural, political, musical, spiritual movement, was then commodified, put on a package, sold back to you, and then you kind of think of it as corny because you associate it with a Coca-Cola commercial and not the important movement that it was. That's why I still am like, when it comes to hippies generally, because I grew up watching South Park. I grew up in the 90s and the late 80s. It's not cool to care. Daria on MTV, Beavis and Butthead. Like, it is just not caring is the cool thing. And while bands, Rage Against the Machine, Nirvana, we're always trying to keep that alive. Even Green Day, which I don't like. I still am like, pop punk stuff isn't that great. But this idea of woke, right? They took the word woke. Woke just means, first of all, it's a black word. So another thing the white people stole from black people and changed the meaning of. It literally just means, like, are you aware of structural inequality? Are you aware of the history and that it's not over? That's all it means. But then they go to mean, it means everything you don't like. What's woke? It's the video game you didn't like. It's the movie you didn't like. It's this actor you don't like. It's the reason women won't date you. Again, I was talking to Gina earlier, and we were talking about the right stuff. And like, the reason the women won't like you is because woke, not because you're wrong. It's because woke. It's because of feminazis. It's because of DEI. It's all these made up, it's all the shit that serves them to pass legislation to make themselves more money. But it starts with the cultural shit. Like, well, it doesn't start with the cultural shit. They want it to start with the cultural shit. And they want to be able to dictate what culture is. Thank you. Dieter's back, folks. That was me vamping.
Nice. How did it go? Sorry, my power went out.
I just played a clip. Oh my God, that sucks. I just played a clip of Trump saying it's not cool to be woke. Here, I'll play it for you again. 7 seconds.
Hanging around at all. Now it's actually very uncool, as somebody told me the other day. It's so uncool to be woke.
First of all, the president doesn't dictate what cool is. Literally, if you're the president, you can't be cool. Obama tried to be, but that was the problem with Obama.
A lot of people still think he was, man. A lot of people still think he was pretty damn cool.
But like, you're the man when you become president. Like, that's
at the end of the day, man. At the end of the day, like, just don't even get sucked into that shit. Just go archetypal and like with someone, because I feel like a lot of times we're touching on like what kind of how people should manage conversations about politics with their friends and family, and sprinkling in the idea that capitalism as we know it is dysfunctional, that it is broken, the system is broken. You can get people to agree on that one thing, then you can kind of maybe build some sort of rapport with them. But if they're still trying to save the capitalist system that was conceived post World War II up and through the 80s. No, I don't want anything to do with that system. No, that system has failed. That system has imploded, and we need to learn from it. Otherwise, we'll go down as not only the dumbest society in world history, but the most insane.
Yeah. No, I think trying to change how people talk is a losing battle, frankly. When it comes to messaging and like actual rally speeches, fine. But day to day, people are going to talk how they talk. I just think the thing is to make it seem like you're not really arguing this one. You're just like, don't you hate your boss? Don't you hate it that your boss takes all your money and pays you a pittance? Don't you wish that you can get more? Like, just simple terms, and you can pull a lot more people. That's what Zoran did. I hate to keep harping on it because he hasn't won yet. We're going to be live on the election night in November again. I'm hoping this space, more people, and watch him, fingers crossed, knock wood, win the mayorship, and that will be really telling. Because if he loses, that's just going to reinforce AIPAC and the establishment thinking, oh, yeah, this was a flash in the pan. We can move on. But if he wins, this changes the direction of the party. Like, if Morning Joe is deferring to Joe Rogan and being like, well, what is Joe Rogan talking about this week? He had this guy on. Well, we should have that guy on because we got to keep up with Joe Rogan. Then all cards everything's on the table. Like it's over, folks. We can just grab this shit. Like they don't know what they're doing. Run for office locally. Be sheriff of your town, wherever you are, folks. Like we can take this now. It's millennials' turn. We've been waiting our turn. Now we realize, we don't have to wait.
Well, the Gen Xers, the Gen Xers are going to have something to say about that because Gavin Newsom's a Gen Xer.
Gen Xers,
and I know they were out of college in time to benefit from the tech boom, which was the greatest surge in economic growth that the country's ever seen, and they benefited from it, and or a lot of them did. And
Gen X
they're too capitalist
to have made. Yeah, they're too capitalist because again, I was just saying during the little time that you're away, the idea that caring isn't cool and that
selfishness
that
and greed.
That late 80s, early 90s era of just like it's all fucked anyway. Get the money that you can.
Get what you want. Yeah, get yours.
Yeah,
get yours
and fuck everybody else is that's how they've been running. So now we're the millennials are up and Gen Z are up, and we're like, fuck you. We're gonna make shit better for everybody.
Well, we need Gen Z to be in a supportive position for a little while so that they can learn the tricks of the trade, because the Gen Zers don't know their history. They just don't.
We're all on the same team. They can grab it.
Yeah. No, but the millennials run for office, and then we have a generation of power, and then we pass it on, and we're not, selfish and whatever. And I'm down for Gen Zers to run too, but I just think we need some millennial stars now. Like we can't wait for Mr. Perfect to come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, but aren't Gen Z like 26, 7, 8?
Yeah, that's where it starts. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's 20.
Maxwell Frost. He's not the best, but he's pretty good, and he's.
Yeah, I like him. Yeah. No, I like Maxwell Frost. I was on with a call with him though. He was on one of those lefty activism calls, and he was like, "Lead with love, and don't tell regretful Trump voters I told you so." And I'm like.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know, man. I think I gotta tell them I told you so. I think I need to assert myself here as having a better worldview than them. This is not about. I mean, this is a survival of our country we're talking about. Are we really going to get preoccupied with the feelings of people who were too stupid to read Project 2025 and not take it seriously? Yeah. Like that manifesto was out there for you to fucking read, and the internet was out there. It was a click away, and you just ignored it.
this is like the wife funny, like, don't yell at dad too much,
Right.
for punching you in the face repeatedly.
Right.
Just, he had a bad day at work and there's excuses and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wanted to show this clip here of why Trump might be trying to change any subject, because Summer Lee introduced a bill, I believe, or a motion to subpoena the files in the Oversight Committee.
Now we will be calling up Ms. Lee's motion as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the, pardon? In the opinion of the chair, the no has it.
Recorded vote, sir.
Recorded vote is called for. The clerk will read the.
So it came out to 8-10 to 2. So they're gonna subpoena.
Good.
Which, who knows if they're gonna honor that. Obviously Trump is gonna be like, no, I don't care. I don't care what letters you send me.
Right. No, he doesn't. He has no respect for the system.
Right. And this is what I mean. Like, Republicans have no respect, and Democrats, as labeled as communist, anarchist, lunatic Antifa running the streets with bats and shit, we should kind of give a shit less. A little bit.
Well, I think you just gotta grow up and realize that there's a cultural cancer in America that we will never be able to cut out. It will always be at least 10 to 15% of our country, but right now it's about 40% of our country. And that's why Talarakia, or whatever the hell his name is, the state senator from Texas that was on Rogan, is now like the substitute for Zoran, I guess. That's the kind of how I read that interview.
Anybody but Zoran. They want a white guy, Christian, in seminary school. Hey, folks, I understand. We can do it like this, and
we can have a civil conversation. It's like, no,
no, we're past that.
No, it's about radiating this cancer and isolating it culturally. And actually other parts of the country have been doing this, like intentionally or unintentionally, it doesn't matter. But like Hollywood, for example, has been very exclusive toward conservatives. And there's actually a psychological reason for that. And it's that the purpose of storytelling is to answer the question, what it would be like to be somebody else in a certain situation, right?
Yeah.
That's the purpose of storytelling. And conservatism does not lend itself to being curious about what it's like to be other people. I'm dealing with it personally still. I got my dying parents down the street, and I can talk about it here because I think my family and definitely a bunch of my friends watch my main channel, but I think this is only internet fans in here. But it's tough to watch, man. Like they did it their way. They engaged they played the conservative game, and they're ended up alone with no community. Like they don't have people, they don't have friends that come by. Like it's me and my dogs that come by once a day, and then everybody else they see is people that work for them, that help take care of my mom. Yeah. So I'm sitting out there for, it must have been 30 minutes. I was just watching the dogs run around in the backyard. And it was a nice day, a sunny day, but nobody said anything. I was like, this is what they want. I'm like, I'm just gonna give them what they want, the silence, Yeah. And I can't really talk politics around my mother because she can't talk back, she can't respond, and it would it would upset her. But yeah, it's weird to see. I mean, he's silent generation, she's a boomer. But they might as well be the same thing. Like the silent generation feels the same. They feel the same way about America as the boomers do. But the boomers have got to go, man. I was on a contentious Zoom with another lefty community from a derivative of a YouTube channel. And I said, it's not good enough to say conservatism is fascism. Fascism is evil. There's nothing wrong with hating evil. I think that's a good sequence. but you gotta say, get specific with like your problem with capitalism, because capitalism is still beloved in this country. And so that's why I say baby boomer conservative capitalism, because it's just a way to get specific, and it's a way to call up all of the ideology that where we started with this shit, which was in 1980. I mean, that's like, if we approach it the way the guy that we watched on Morning Joe, the Texas senator, went on Rogan, if we approach it that way, we might win an election or two, but we're going to lose eventually.
The war.
And then they're going to go back to destroying America.
Yeah.
We have to win for the next 40 years, and it needs to be a blowout win. It needs to be a blowout win.
Yeah, this is the Joe Biden, you know, we gotta, come on, guys.
Compromise. Our whole political process is based on compromise, right?
Even just tying Trump, like, stop referring to them as MAGA extremists. They're Republicans. This is just the Republican Party at this point.
Yes.
They do it to the Democrats. They come constantly call the Democrats communists, fat, you know, lunatic, anarchists. And again, what I'm saying, like, again, this is not messaging. This is for the politicians. Any politician. Stop caring so much about fucking little rules and regulations. Just start doing shit. Send it put some judge, put out an arrest warrant for Donald Trump.
Well, Gavin Newsom wants to redline the whole state of California.
What do you mean?
And make it one big district. He wants to redistrict California to one big district, so that would
actually be cool.
And then all the 54 congressmen then become Democrats.
Redistricting is a good one, because like that's some bullshit at all. Like I don't understand really the point of redistricting. Just slice up each state into equal sections, and those are the districts. I don't know.
Well, there's economic reasons. Like it's really complicated.
I'm sure. I have no idea.
So, Seth, I would actually argue, Seth, that we're actually living in the revolution right now, and what we need is a counter revolution. This was an unprovoked revolution, the one that we're living in now. This was literally like what the Southerners call the Civil War, a war of northern aggression. This was the war. This is a war of MAGA aggression, dude. Big time. Yeah, this is the war of MAGA aggression. And, wait, here we go. Yeah, so the counter-revolution. You got it, buddy. So anyway, it's not, this guy is not going to be part of that. He's going to tell everyone to calm down and let's reason with idiots, bullies, and cowards. And that's one of the parts of defining those people, is they can't be reasoned with. Especially the idiots and the bullies. The cowards can kind of be reasoned with sometimes.
Now,
but
it's someone watching MSNBC in the morning, watching Morning Joe, might be reachable by this guy. Like that, okay, fine. If those are the people that you send this guy on TV in the morning, sure. And Zoran's too scary, and you want to keep him for Lawrence O'Donnell at 10 o'clock at night, okay. But it's not gonna. They're not gonna realize, like, the urgency is missing. This is happening right now.
The competitiveness,
right now. Yes,
fighting back, and calling them idiots, calling them bullies, calling them cowards, calling them fascists.
They don't want to.
And it's like no. This isn't about getting back to a place of like political compromise. Look where bipartisanship got us. Yeah. Look at the results of baby boomer bipartisanship. That's the real enemy. In terms of the mechanics of government, what really was the problem? Baby boomer bipartisanship. The Democrats should have said the Republicans are crazy back in the early 80s.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't have stopped saying it until America had a wake-up call and recognized that trickle-down economics is actually a farce. And it doesn't make any sense at all.
Reagan came in with the acting chops and made it seem cool to again. He came in and be like selfish,
but it's just greed, man. It's Wedico. You know, the Native Americans' name for it was Wedico, was the white man's predisposition to want more things.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah, Wedico. It's a great name. I've been getting, because I'm trying to maybe write a mini-series about my ancestor who was translator for Powhatan, who was, if you know, he was like the big chief that was near Jamestown. He was like the chief of chiefs in North America at the time. Yeah, people don't understand how organized the Native American society was by the time that the settlers came. They all resolved all their language issues, and they all spoke Algonquin. It's pretty amazing.
Wow.
Yeah. And so my ancestor went and lived with this guy, Powhatan, the chief of all chiefs, and like learned their customs, and then he became a translator for Jamestown. And it's got like, it'd be a cool miniseries. It's got like John Smith and Captain Newport, and the Native American characters are pretty amazing. The setting is pretty amazing. It's pre-slavery. It's the earliest days of the country, of the colonies, and the settlements. Cause this was, 1608 is what I'm talking about. And actually one of the little anecdote here, I know we're getting on a tangent, but one little anecdote I found out though, was that when my ancestor, this guy, Tom was his name, he didn't have a last name until he went to go live with Powhatan, and then they called him Tom Savage. But he arrived the day that John Smith was supposed to be hanged for like violating some rule in the colonies, and Christopher Newport arrives that day and prevents it from happening. That was January. John Smith was the Pocahontas guy.
Oh.
Yeah, he was the leader. He was the leader of Jamestown in the earliest days. But then he left. John Smith left, and then that's when relations broke down, and people like my ancestor Tom Savage were called upon to try to resolve conflicts between the settlers and the Native Americans, and it broke down because Smith left, and they all liked him, and they all trusted him, and so eventually it ended up going to war for about 2 years, and then there was a big gap. Powhatan died, and then there was another war for 10 years. So it's a wild story. It's like, do you remember that movie Dancing with Wolves? Remember that movie Dancing with Wolves with Kevin Costner? Oh, you got to see it. All right, it's a classic movie. You got to see.
Speaking of Weird Al, his opener was this clown called Puddle's Pity Party, and he kept showing random footage of Kevin Costner throughout different movies, and Dances with Wolves was one of them for the song. That's a weird coincidence that you brought up that movie.
It's a great movie, dude. You got to check it out. It's a winner, man.
Oh, I know.
Dances with
It's
Wolves.
Avatar. It's the same story.
I would
love to watch it because it looks very cheesy in 90s.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's the thing about it. The thing about it is that it doesn't apologize for demanding a lot of your time. I think it's a 3-hour movie.
Yeah.
So, and to do justice to the natural beauty of that area wherever they filmed it. I think it's supposed to take place in the Dakotas. Then that that it was worth it for them to be on film for 3 hours. And Costner won Best Director.
Yeah.
And I think he won Best Actor for it. Movie. Yeah, it was his big Oscar movie. Yeah.
And then he went and made Waterworld, which I love. I think it's awesome. But it's just Mad Max.
Waterworld's not awesome. It's bad. No, Waterworld is not good.
It's very silly, but it's 3 hours of silly. And if you can't stand that, then
I don't have a high tolerance like I did when I was a kid for like physical logic problems where it's like some dude jumps off a boat, the boat blows up, and then the explosion like propels him safely forward into the water. It's like, no, that would torch him. And it's like, you know what I mean? If you see enough of that shit and you're just like, takes you out of it. It takes you out of it, man.
Did you get to see the new Superman movie?
No, I heard it's great. Everyone's telling me to go see it. I got to go see it.
Definitely.
Wife and I will go see it when she gets back. She's traveling right now. But I heard it's great.
Very prescient stuff in that film.
Yeah.
About
there's a
Trump and Netanyahu,
fascism,
Elon. Yeah,
those movies usually come down to the quality of the bad guy, whether or not they have staying power. And Nicholas Hoult is a fantastic actor who has been in the game for a very long time, and I bet he was chomping at the bit to play Lex Luthor. So that's for every I don't know. I mean, so I have some acting experience, but not much. But I've studied the craft quite a bit, and I will say that the creative challenge of being the bad guy is far much more interesting than the creative challenge of being the good guy. Yes. More often than not. It's just more challenging to justify evil or justify, selfishness. And then the story is about deconstructing that inadvertently. You think it's about rising up and overcoming circumstances beyond your control. But, see, this is the way Ben Shapiro wishes he could talk about film.
Oh, I watched his review. He was so mad. He was trying to downplay the politics and say if anyone's saying there's parallels to Israel, Palestine, they're just politic brain or lefty brained, and you shouldn't listen to them. But also, even if this movie does have it in it, that country has a right to defend itself, and justifying the actions taken by the country in the movie. It's hilarious.
He's an idiot. I mean, Harvard's got to be so embarrassed by Ben Shapiro, and Yale Law should be embarrassed by fucking Clinton. I tell you what, though, dude, I see these Obama and these Clinton posts on Instagram and stuff, and then I scroll the comments. There's a lot of love and nostalgia for Clinton and Obama still. It really bums me out. It really bums me out. We have to we still haven't had that. We still haven't had that AA conversation with the first step to recovery is admitting you have a problem.
Yeah.
And it's like our addiction is greed. Our addiction is greed. I mean, Clinton more so than Obama, but they both just ended up becoming creative advocates for a greed. I mean, they just basically let greed win. And so I don't know, man. I think we got a long way to go. I think we got
I think we got a long way to go. Little moments of actions, specific actions can accelerate the process. And I think,
it's going to come in a wave. I mean, we're going to
I think we're
the elections are, if the elections have integrity, then we should see a political wave like the one we saw in 2008 when the Republican Party was radioactive because W was such a miserable president.
Yeah.
So I think whoever wins that Democratic Party primary in 2020, it'll probably be the next president if the election is not tampered with.
Yeah, that's a big if. It's a big if.
Yeah.
A lot of
it's so sad. I mean, I never would have in the world that I grew up in, that kind of thing would never be. I mean, it was bad enough with Bush Gore.
Well,
but
I'm sure
at least there was a system.
I'm sure there was bullshit happening. It was just harder to detect. A lot of things were manual and analog, not even connected to any kind of system. So I'm sure there's local offices trying to change shit and whatever. But generally, it was not as vulnerable as it is now, but also not as seen as it is now. So there is more oversight. And, I mean, they're going to try. We know they're going to try. And that the trick is can we stop them? Can we stop them in 4 years?
Well, we can if we have the right leadership. That's what I always keep coming back to. Anyway, we should wrap. Thanks for coming on, Alex. Appreciate it. Please subscribe to him. I'm going to send a link to my channel in the chat here. If you haven't subscribed, please do so because I'm trying to hit 1,000 subscribers and I'm getting closer and closer, but it's happening inch by inch. For the Devil's Advocate Productions, I am Deter McBizness, American Wasp, reminding you that you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Thank you for watching this space. Please stay tuned.
Welcome back to Noise Filter, where we examine what's truly hot in public health. And spoiler alert, today it's not a Kardashian, it's climate change. I'm Dr. Mark Alanderi. And if you thought government denial was just for UFOs and cholesterol-lowering oat bran, have I got a story for you. Today, we're highlighting a new opinion piece in PLOS Climate because nothing says serious problem like the government literally covering its own eyes. Yes, this study explores the lovely phenomenon where the U.S. is rolling back climate monitoring. That's right. In 2025, the new trend is to fight wildfires, heat waves, and hurricanes by pretending they don't exist. So let's break it down for you folks all the way in the back. The authors, Jeremy Jacobs and Shahzad Khan, make it very clear. When you erase climate data, you are erasing our ability to protect the public health. You know, heart disease, asthma attacks, floods, and the diseases they bring. And of course, the mushrooming mental health crisis that everyone's basement turns into a swimming pool after it occurs. So major point number one, no data, no defense. The government is rolling back foundational tools like NOAA's billion-dollar disasters database and the EPA's air quality and heat monitoring programs. That's a bit like firing your smoke alarm so that you don't have to hear it when your living room's on fire. And without this data, public health agencies are flying blind. Major point number two, the most vulnerable get screwed again. Who gets hit first and worse? Kids, the elderly, people with chronic disease, illnesses, and communities who have never gotten a fair shot in our society. So when you cancel climate change science, you're not just deleting spreadsheets, you're deleting lifelines for real people who need them most. And major point number three, it's not just American stupidity, it spills worldwide. This isn't just an American dumpster fire. When the U.S. backs out at climate monitoring, the world loses critical info and international public health suffers because climate change, unlike certain politicians, don't believe in borders. So here's what you can do to stop the stupid. Make some noise. Share this episode. Talk about the issue. Tweet pithy barbs at your elected officials. Shame is a powerful motivator, so let's use it while we still have it. Demand data. Call your congressperson and tell them, I like my weather forecast with real data, not just vibes. Push for reinstating and funding climate monitoring and research. And lastly, support science with your dollar and voice, donating to public health organizations and subscribing to climate and science outlets, spreading the truth because someone's got to keep the lights on while our leaders play peekaboo. So, to sum it up, the U.S. is scrubbing out climate data faster than you can say, yo, not my problem. This leaves the public health agencies stumbling in the dark. It leaves the most at risk with fewer protections and undermines the global response to our planet's existential crisis. But the good news, if you make noise and demand accountability and back the truth tellers, this trend doesn't have to stick. This has been Noise Filter, where we sniff out toxic smoke literally and figuratively. I'm Dr. Mark Andrea reminding you, if you don't like the news, make some noise. And if your government tries to hide from the heat, turn it up.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Ferretti, and I'm one of the co-hosts of the Keep Rochdale Affordable podcast on Facebook and YouTube with my wife, Adina Ferretti. Say hi, Adina.
Hi, how are you?
Okay. So we're recording this short video. I'm going to try to keep it to about a half an hour to give a kind of introduction to the struggles that we're facing here in New York City around affordable housing. Adina is a hospital worker with 1199 SCIU. I am a transit worker in TW Local 100. I work as a train conductor in the New York City subways. And Adina and I have had plenty of struggles within our union against our bosses on the job in terms of the fight for affordability, in terms of the fight for the most basic health coverage and safety measures and all that. And working class people traditionally see a lot of the struggle in their lives on the job. But what we're beginning to realize is that the struggle doesn't end at the office door or at the factory or at the work location where you work. These struggles are coming into our own communities, and there are very real struggles right now going on in New York City about whether there's going to be any real future for affordable housing in New York City. So I just want to give a little bit of a background, and then we're going to get into a wider discussion. We live in Rochdale Village, which is a Mitchell-Lama cooperative in Jamaica, Queens. We're very close to JFK Airport and not that far from Long Island. So basically, Rochdale Village was a flashpoint for the New York City civil rights movement. There were people blocking traffic, there were sit-ins, there were mass protests, civil disobedience. And this was in 1964 at the height of the civil rights movement in this country. And what that struggle was about demanding that New York City's promises of affordable housing be open to communities of color. So there was a very real fight and a very pitched battle between working class communities of color and the ruling class of this state and of this city to demand that, for example, they be included in building Rochdale Village. These buildings, it's 20 buildings. It houses 25,000 residents at this time. But back then it was just getting started, and there was a very real question about whether there would be real integration who builds the community, whether there would be real integration in terms of who gets to work in the maintenance of the building and in making the community run, who gets to work in the power plant, for example. We have our own power plant. It's kind of like an enclosed city within New York City that has some of the protections that all working class people want. A guarantee of affordable housing, a guarantee of inclusivity in terms of who can live here. And there were all these promises about this community being affordable. It's a state-run program that is supposed to oversee the operation of this cooperative community. The people who run it are called the New York State Department of Housing and Community Renewal. And they have a two-part mandate. One is that this is a nonprofit community. In other words, it's not a for-profit housing community. It's not meant to make a profit. It's meant to meet the needs of the residents, provide services on a nonprofit basis. So basically what happens is every 2 years, there's supposed to be a balanced budget where we have enough money to pay all of the expenses that it costs to keep this community affordable and provided with the services that it needs. The second part of that mandate is to keep it truly affordable. So they're not supposed to be doing increases that outstrip the people who live here's ability to pay that the carrying charges that are being charged to maintain residence here. So they're very good at one, which is maintaining a balanced budget and making sure that the bills are paid, but they're not very good at any real commitment to affordability. And so what has happened over time is that these buildings get older. I mean, the Rochdale was built in 1964. We're now in 2025. So you're talking about a 61-year period where buildings break down, where there are renovations that need to take place, where basic infrastructure has to be maintained. And the only way that you can really claim to have an affordable housing community is if you have finances, if you have aid that's coming directly from the state that swore up and down that it believed in affordable housing, that it wanted to keep these communities truly affordable. And over many decades, New York State has basically turned their back on those promises because they have not made annual contributions to keep the community affordable. And so then what happens is that we're heir to the same changes that have happened everywhere else in the economy. The rising cost of services, the rising cost of water bills, the rising cost of maintenance and all of that. But in order to pay for all of those things, we've had to take out pretty predatory loans in the hundreds of millions of dollars. One of the banks who has loaned money to Rochdale Village is Wells Fargo Bank, which people may know has a long history of racially predatory lending, especially to communities of color. So what does that look like? What it looks like is for the for a 10-year period from 2019 to 2029, Rochdale Village will pay $86.5 million to Wells Fargo Bank. All of that money is not going towards the principal of the loan. It's going towards interest alone. And this is a recipe for disaster because it basically takes every spare dollar that the community has to go to maintaining the profits of a predatory bank, instead of New York State doing its job and actually helping to finance, publicly finance the renovation of this community. Because they have abandoned us, there's nowhere else to go for this revenue except to take it from predators like Wells Fargo Bank. And that has predictable consequences for our community. Adina, can you talk a little bit about what's been going on recently in terms of the community struggle and what kind of increases we're facing, for example, what their solution is for this crisis?
Well, hi, my name is Adina Ferretti, and I'm co-host to Rochdale.
You wouldn't
Keep it
know it by
Rochdale.
you wouldn't know it noted by the speaking time, right?
He's great at this.
Adina's reclaiming the mic.
I'm recording the mic. That's true. Okay, well, my thoughts on this is that Rochdale is supposed to be a sanctuary where people that are cannot afford the outside world, because as John stated, that it's like a community, like we are like kind of insulated where we have everything. We have the power plant, we have supermarkets. It's like the Long Island Railroad run right by here. It goes right into the city and it goes to Long Island. So we're basically on the city border. So, and JFK is right there. As I said, we have our own power plant. Supermarkets are here, bank is here. There is pharmacy, a little store here, key. Anything that you want is just here. And I think when it was built, it was, you have your laundry is inside of each and every one of the buildings. You don't have to leave. If you decided that you didn't want to leave Rochdale Village, you could just stay here all year and not leave, because everything would be here for you. Back in the days, they had a movie theater, they had an ice skating ring, they had churches are all impacted around. So basically, it's just its own community on its own. Most people come here at Rochdale because of the affordability. Say, for instance, I'm going to give you some example. People come here, after retirement. They sold their homes outside, and then they say, oh, I can have this as my primary residence because it's affordable. I don't have to buy a house. I don't have to pay taxes. I can live here and the rent is not going up. It goes up 2% or no percent at all during all these years. So they think that if you're struggling, you're going through a divorce and you can't afford to go buy a house or something out there that you can't afford, you can come to Rochdale. Older people are here because they're on a set budget. So they had that hope that, hey, I would live my last days in Rochdale knowing that I have the safety of the ice insulation of my carrying charges not going up after, because here you have to pay $10,000, $8,000, $20,000 just to move in, and you also have to have a credit score of over 680 to also move in. So there are things that you have to have to basically move in here also. So once you get in, you're like, you take a breath of fresh air. You're like, yes, I'm in. Younger people that are wanting to start a family, they would move here and then they would save their money because it was affordable. They could save their money and they move out to Long Island or the city or wherever, and they could, buy a home now because now they have children and they could start a family. But here was a place where people could start a family. Here was a place that people that retired could start a family. In this community that we live, we have a lot of hospital workers, we have a lot of civil workers, MTA workers, what else? Police officers.
Yeah.
All civil workers are here. It's that kind of
Any
community.
New York City or New York State worker that you could think of.
You can find here, definitely. You have doctors living here. You basically have lawyers. I know people that work in the court. A lot of people that work in the court, they basically live here because guess what? It's affordable and you didn't have to worry about it. Now, not only do Rochdale have to worry about, and I was just talking to John about this, is that now that your rent is increasing. The other outside community, they're looking at us and they're like, whoa, if their rent is going up 57%, we can make ours go up to 70% because their rent is not supposed to go up that high. So that means something is happening to the economy, and we can overcharge you because we don't have no limit, over here where to charge you. We can charge you whatever we want to. So now the surrounding communities is having a problem because a lot of, they're tearing down a lot of homes, a lot of businesses around here and building up what they quote to say affordable apartments. And their affordable apartment means everybody's affordable is different. An affordable apartment, a studio, an affordable cannot be $2,000 for us that live here. In the surrounding communities, they're saying a $2,000, dollar, and some of it can't afford that, and that's fine. But I think within our affordability, we don't feel that way at all. That it's going up.
Just to get to the increases that we're talking about, we've gone over. There's been a lot of anxiety and a lot of uncertainty here in this community because of the games being played by New York State politicians, by our for-profit management company, and even some on the board of directors who are elected to represent this community of 25,000 residents. So we started out in January with a 22.3% increase being approved by the board of directors this year, and a 4.5% increase being approved for 2026. Then that proposal was sent to the New York State Department of Housing and Community Renewal, and they said those numbers were not sufficient to maintain a balanced budget. They came back with a proposal of 44% over 2 years. Then our management company decided not to pay the water bill. There was a $17.7 million water bill that was unpaid for something like 26 months. And the very real fact is that the reason why they didn't pay the water bill is because we're being bled dry by other debts to vendors and this predatory loan from Wells Fargo that we're paying a huge amount of interest on.
And because they didn't pay the water bill, they put a foreclosure on the power plant.
They put a tax lien on our power plant. One of the most valuable resources that we have was put out for a tax lien because New York City didn't get paid its water bill.
Yeah, well, they said it didn't pay the water bill. They didn't pay the water bill because they think that, hey, New York State would not cut off the water on the residents. And guess what? They were right. But New York State said, I can put a lien over here.
Well, it's New York City, actually.
New York City said, I can put a lien over here. So that got us even into a worse position. The only thing that you can say, hey, I have a power plant, that in case, New York City should shut down, people can get their power from here. This would be good, but they took that away. They were trying to take that away because of the water bill did not get paid, and it even got worse.
So in any case, speaking of things getting worse, we go from a proposal from DHCR of 44% over 2 years to an increased proposal of 57% over the next 2 years. So this spread a tremendous amount of anxiety in the community. We had some of our residents interviewed by local news media, WCBS Channel 2 in New York, interviewed a senior citizen here who said that the only way that she could afford to prepare for the increased carrying charge increases was for her to eat less, basically for her to starve herself and cut back on the amount that she eats in order to be able to pay off this debt that she expects to be passed on to her with these carrying charge increases. So since then, we had a lobbying trip that went up to Albany. Over 100 residents came and wanted to speak directly to their state representatives. And that was a very successful trip in terms of building solidarity amongst the residents, but it was kind of stage managed by our board of directors. And also one of our leading representatives, our state assemblywoman, refused to meet with residents directly and instead chose to FaceTime them from the assembly floor, which is kind of a slap in our face that she knew we were traveling 6+ hours to meet with her, and she couldn't find the time to meet with these residents. We could have FaceTimed her from Queens. We didn't need to travel 6 hours to do that. So in any case, now there's a proposal of a $30 million package of aid that's supposed to somewhat lower the 57% increase because it would allow them to actually do some of the rehabilitation that's necessary here and use some of that money for operating expenses. However, things are very much in flux right now. And the fact is that $30 million is not going to solve a crisis where we're in hundreds of millions of dollars in debt to Wells Fargo Bank. It's not going to solve a crisis where we have $52 million worth of capital expenses in terms of renovations of these 60-plus-year-old buildings. That the $25 million that's proposed for capital expenses is not even going to pay for half of the expenses that we have to do right away. These are urgent repairs that have to be done because of New York City law in terms of the facades of the building, in terms of just basic upkeep to maintain these facilities. So the rescue coming from New York State is not a serious one. It's in fact just a public relations move to say they did something. And so this is the struggle that we're facing. And just like at our jobs, right? I work for New York State. I work for the MTA. Just like at our jobs, the people who are on the other side of the bargaining table for me are not just any capitalist, not just any ruling class force. They are the people that run New York State. And in the same way, we're our adversaries when it comes to actually finding the funding that we need to survive, forcing them to spend our tax dollars, our community's tax revenue to actually support our own community is the state leadership, the Democratic Party. And, you know, like you'll hear a lot of posturing from New York State Democrats about how they stand against fascism, how they want to fight to maintain civil rights, how they want to Trump-proof New York City from the attacks that are coming from the white supremacist fascist government in DC. But yet they just passed a budget of $254 billion. And out of that budget, they only came up with $30 million for the second largest affordable housing community of any kind in New York State. And at the same time, they came up with $495 million for upstate communities like Binghamton, Buffalo, Albany, and other communities. And basically what they do is they engage in a Hunger Games every year. They have poor and working class communities slit each other's throats over the crumbs that come from the table of this $254 billion budget. And every year, some communities will get the revenue they need and some won't. And it's all about corruption. It's all about which communities Kathy Hochul represents directly. Who's going to make money on these deals? JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, whoever else is involved, the construction companies, etc. Then we also have the problem of one of the major drivers of the cost of living here and the affordability crisis we face is the insurance company has basically, the insurance market in New York City has basically collapsed. A lot of the insurance companies that used to provide insurance for cooperative communities and affordable housing communities like Rochdale Village have moved out of state, or they're charging outrageously exorbitant prices for basic insurance, for fire, for natural disasters, for things that you just simply cannot run any community without insurance policies for. So what's happened is that New York State, that's supposed to regulate these industries, supposed to regulate these markets to make sure they're not taking advantage of crises to just raise their own profits. They're not doing any of that, nor are they offering to provide state-run insurance to replace the private insurance market. And so the affordability crisis we face here is the same one that drives like the campaign of people like Zoran Mamdani and the fight for fare-free buses, the fight for publicly funded childcare, the fight for community-run grocery stores that are publicly run by the city government, to insulate those communities from the rising costs that are being dumped on poor and working class communities by the overall economy and by the profit driven monopolies that run these supermarkets. So basically this fight is at the flashpoint of the entire class struggle that's going on in this country and in the world. And working class people are beginning to understand that it's their own independent organization that can begin to amplify the voices of this community that's being neglected and unite those communities with other communities that are facing the same kinds of struggles. I just want to let Dina get in to talk about some of her ideas about what's going on and how we got here. Sorry to put you on the spot.
I'm just listening to him like television. But yes, we get here and we have to fight, because if we allow this to happen now, they're gonna be like, okay, well, next year we're gonna come up. And as John said, the 30 million that they are giving to us, it's not enough. It's not enough to be able to get us out of any debt whatsoever. It's just like a dent. And because what happened, I think what was explained to me is that why the carrying charges are so high is because when HCR came in, the state came in to look at the books, they said, fine, the cost of living is this amount. Like, I'm just going to give, say, 10%. But they're saying that you have such large debts that's not being paid. How are you going to pay these debts off? So what they're basically saying is, hey, you have to find a way of how you're going to package these debts to pay them off. And that is where the problem is coming from now. So they're putting the rate of increase plus the debt that the huge debt that you are carrying that you have to pay off. So that's why this 57% it keeps going. So now the only person or the only way that they could see that this debt can be paid off is through the residents. And that's how the fight got started. And that's how we are now here trying to say, you shouldn't put that burden on us, because we did not make the decision not to pay the water bill. We did not make the decision that caused our power plant to be almost taken away. We didn't make the decision to not pay the vendors, because we didn't even know the vendors you were hiring. So all these decisions are being made without us. But this 57%, we're at the front of the row saying, you need to pay this 57% that I'm not saying that they caused, but they made the decisions of what to do. And because of the decisions that they made, we have to pay for it. And I think that is so wrong to do.
Yeah.
I know that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, it's grossly unfair to make working class communities always the blood donor of choice for crises that we didn't create. And this is not new. Like when the world economy was crashed by the financial speculation and reckless decision-making of billionaires, when we got to the point where nobody knew what a house was worth anymore because there was so much speculation, because there was so many bundled toxic assets, the response of the federal government was to bail out these billionaires because they're too big to fail. $14 trillion of our tax money, working class tax dollars, overwhelmingly, went to bail these bastards out and make them whole, because if they failed, the idea was the entire economy would fail, right? And we're still paying off all of that debt. And that's part, when they talk about the national debt, like the people getting us into debt are the billionaire class. And what we're saying is that our communities are too important to fail. If communities like Rochdale, Co-op City, historic affordable housing communities that were fought for by the gains of the civil rights movement, by the mobilization of thousands and tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of working class, largely trade union members, if those are allowed to be wiped out by a state that is run by the Democratic Party, that depends on working class votes, that depends on our campaign contributions, our unions' campaign contributions, depends on our numbers to put them in power, in positions of power. If they're allowed to turn their back on us, it's going to mean that just like the rising tide lifts all boats, everything is going to come down on us in terms of everything about this economy. Adina could tell you about, the number of people who are going to lose health insurance because of the big disaster bill in Washington. How the insurance companies are right now deciding how they're going to raise the price of the insurance that they offer on the Obamacare exchanges. Right now, they're discussing how high they can raise it in order to take advantage of these cuts. And so if we can't put some kind of cap on the affordability of our housing, all these other things are going to rain down on us, and they're going to force working class and poor people out of the city that they helped to run. We were abandoned during the crisis of COVID. 173 of my co-workers, transit workers, died for no other reason that they had complete contempt for our lives. They didn't want to give us basic PPE so that we could protect ourselves from the spread of the disease, because they didn't want to scare the riding public, and they didn't want to acknowledge how dangerous the situation was and make the kind of investments that were necessary to actually save lives. And so we can't afford, we already have the bitter experience of our recent memory about what happens when our unions don't stand and fight and force the state government to actually provide for a real future for working class lives in our communities. And so, this is a struggle we're going to continue. We're going to continue to advocate with our residents, with our fellow workers, to force concessions from the state government. But we also need to put pressure on our institutions, our unions, to actually get up off their ass and fight for a real future for working class communities. Part of the problem with the unions in this state and all around the country is that they have an incestuous relationship with the state government. They're all friends and buddies of these politicians, and they want to be treated with respect personally as the leaders from the state government. They want to rub shoulders with them. They want to influence peddle, but they don't actually understand the class struggle and how to actually inflict our will upon bosses who have no concern for our lives. And so that's part of what our class needs to begin to be able to do, to effectively communicate our own interests and make our own demands and put our thumb on the scale. And part of the hope that Zoran's campaign shows is that working class people, when you look into the crowds and you see the looks on their faces, they know they did this. They know they forced things to happen that weren't going to happen without them being involved. And so part of what Adina and I are trying to do, is to try to show people through their own concrete experiences how change happens and how you have a role to play, how your voice and whether it's heard can make all the difference between what people think is possible, what kind of future we will have. And without struggle, there is no progress. Without a demand, power can see something without a demand. These ideas have always been true. And the idea that we have to engage in good trouble, like you'll have leaders of the Black community come and talk to us and talk about how they stand on the shoulders of these leaders, but yet they don't believe in any of the things that they fought for. And they're slowly but surely turning their backs on any commitment to fight for those things. And we need to make it impossible for them to continue to do that. And that's part of the struggles that we're involved in. It's why we formed our podcast. It's why we have organized to engage in mass outreach to every city and state leader in New York State, why we reached out to the New York City news media, and why we will continue to do so. But it's not just about just so people know, it's not just about amplifying one or two voices. It's about us sharing our own experiences. And through the course of the experiences, we begin to find out what's wrong. And we begin to develop demands that meet the needs of and the scale of the crisis that we face. So we wanted to keep this to about 30 minutes. We're a little bit past 30 minutes, but I want to give Dean a chance to, give a summary or any further
Well, I
comments.
think John said it all. We're just basically looking for to spread the news of what is happening to our community and to basically to get it out there, because we're not going to just hold this in anymore. We wanted to get out there. We want people to know what is going on here and we need help. So we're not just going to stay here and suffer. We want everyone to know, hey, we over here need help. And sometimes we go out and we say we need help, and they said, look, we need help too. So at the end of the day, it's not just Rochdale that is having this affordability issue. It seems like it's creeping up on most New Yorkers, and if it's not coming this year, it's coming next year. So if you think you could be safe this year, that's okay. But don't worry, next year is coming. So let's all just try to fight the battle so that it don't get to you. And it's very
And
important.
also for people around the country, I mean, from your own experience that these things are coming from all of us. And these attacks are very similar. They follow the same strategy everywhere. They get us to engage in a scarcity mindset and say, oh, what can we do? The economy is bad for everybody. And we need to stop accepting these excuses. And we need to start making demands that are unwilling to sacrifice. We're not sacrificing anymore for people who have complete contempt for our lives. We're not allowing them to continue to ignore us. We want to work together with other communities all across the country so that we have common cause so that they can't divide us against each other. Part of the reason why they get away with this Hunger Games mentality, where they get poor and working class communities to slit each other's throats for the crumbs from their table, is because we're not hearing each other's stories and we're not united and we're not building collective communities where working class voices can be heard. And we can't allow our communities to die in silence. So we look forward to hearing your stories, and we'll talk to everyone real soon. And we hope that you'll reach out to us. Check us out on YouTube, Keep Rochdale Affordable Podcast. We're also on Facebook. And we look forward to talking with you guys about your experiences. So everyone have a great night. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to Noise Filter, where we dig into the news that actually matters, especially the stories that might have you reaching for the hand sanitizer twice as fast. I'm Dr. Mark Allen Derry, and today we're talking about a threat scarier than your uncle's Facebook post, and that is multi-drug resistant superbugs. My uncle has terrible Facebook post. And before you think I'm being dramatic, let me introduce you to the latest CDC updates. Yep, the big dogs over there at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention just sounded the alarm again. Every year, over 2.8 million Americans get hit with an infection that laughs in the face of antibiotics. Just today, I saw a patient with a multi-drug resistant organism in the hospital. So these aren't just the common colds with an attitude. These are bugs so tough that some miracle drugs don't stand a chance. The annual death toll, well, that's more than 35,000 people in the U.S. alone. And the global forecast, well, if we keep slacking, it's 10 million deaths per year by 2050. And that's like the entire city of New York City gone in a single year. So let's break down the CDC's big findings. And trust me, you'll want to listen close before your next hospital stay. So point number one, our hospitals are basically bacterial gyms. Ugh, that sounds disgusting. All right. The CDC's new data shows that hospital superbugs like carbapenem-resistant Enterobacter, Candida auris, that's a terrible fungus, and MRSA, methicillin-resistant Staph aureus, and more have skyrocketed since the pandemic. Long stays, overloaded systems, and staff stretched thinner than a hospital issue pillow did the bugs a huge favor. They multiplied, mutated, and staged a bacterial CrossFit competition right under our noses. Candida auris, named after an organism that first came out of an ear in Japan, weirdly enough. You probably have never heard of it. It's a fungus, but not add to the salad kind. It's up nearly 5-fold since 2019. And that is quite literally the stuff of nightmares and Netflix specials. So point number 2, our precious antibiotics are going the way of the dodo. Those classic antibiotics, penicillin, augmentin, unicin, zosyn, ceftriaxone, these like UTIs, pneumonia, even cuts and scrapes can now spiral into deadly threats because the bugs have learned all of our tricks. Hospitals are spending a jaw-dropping $4.6 billion a year just to keep up with the cost of treatment for these dangerous infections. And point number 3, COVID did us no help whatsoever at all. Remember those dark pandemic days? COVID-19 didn't just wreck the economy. It broke our infection control routines. It led the way to more, not fewer, antibiotic prescriptions. Lack of staff, out of whack priorities, and desperate times made hospitals into germ-free for-alls. And the result, rates for almost every major resistant bug shot up and have come down, and they have not come down. So some things that you can do and should honestly do. 1, please stop begging for antibiotics every time you sneeze. Not every cough needs a Z-Pack. Trust your healthcare team, and please stop popping pills just in case. The bugs are winning that battle, folks. Number 2, demand action and funding. Want fewer people dying of routine infections? Support public health funding. Support hospital infection control programs and support research into next generation treatments. Tell your representatives if they slash CDC budgets, you'll remember that at the polls, especially if you survive your next trip to the ER. Lastly, wash those hands and wash like you mean it. Soap and water, 20 seconds, sing the happy birthday song. You know the routine. It prevents the spread. It keeps you out of the ICU and makes you less likely to headline a CDC report. Okay, to sum it all up, the CDC's last, I wish, no, take that out. The CDC's latest, not last, the CDC's latest report should terrify, motivate, and hopefully make you laugh nervously enough to click share. Superbugs are not sci-fi. They're thriving in hospitals and communities right now. The death toll is higher than a packed stadium, and the bugs are not only getting started unless we wise up and act. This isn't just a science problem. It is a keep your loved ones alive problem. This is Noise Filter. I'm Dr. Mark Allen Derry. And if you don't like the news, make some noise. Just don't touch anything until you've washed your hands. Peace out, y'all. End all wars.
Hello, I am Matt Strackbein, and I created this space with my friends Andrea Rovenski, David Grossman, Pastor Ben Dixon, producer Nick, and Jake Draugelis. And with all of you and everyone who contributes content and views and comments and clicks, we are this space. We have the numbers and we have the strength in numbers. And even still, we live in fear. The threats these days are many, and they come from all sides. Think you're safe? Think again. What keeps you up at night might be completely different than what keeps somebody else awake at night. When it comes to online streaming, podcasting, and having a presence or platform of any kind online, we are subject to and at risk of being taken down at any moment and for unfounded claims charged against us. Any one of us, without evidence and without reason. And like when it comes to YouTube, left with little to no resources except yelling about it and telling them they made a mistake on, of all places, Twitter, it feels more than hopeless. You can officially appeal, but the AI responses are disgustingly not human and will get you nowhere seemingly by design. It is as if you have to hope and pray and wish very hard that luck is on your side, and, you know, in the off chance that an actual human being suddenly notices you and says, oops, let me fix that. They flip a switch and everything goes back to the way it was. Any compensation for the time you were down? No. Any excuse, reason, or apology for the money you lost or the content your viewers relied on then went without? No. Is there any way at all in which to find out what actually happened? Apparently not. And if there is, by all means, show that to me now. I would love to see it. I don't think there is one. Were you the victim of some bot farm falsely accusing you of something en masse? Who knows? Were you mistaken for someone else who actually did something wrong and is still up and running? Maybe, maybe not. After the mistake was rectified, if it is, in the few cases that still happens, are there any adjustments made back at the home office to ensure it doesn't happen again? No, and in fact, things seem to become more random and more baseless as time goes on. This recently happened to our dear friend Sandee of Environmental Coffee House, who, by the way, still streams on Twitch and Facebook. And look, they never provided evidence, just accusations. No chance to remove the supposed offending content. No 3 strikes and you're out. No 1 strike and you're out. No warning. Nothing. Just woke up and it was gone. It was like on a Sunday. Well, Sandee is still fighting for her rights and to get her channel back. After 2 months of purely cold and useless digital replies to her very own human and very own emotional voice. Still no actual person on the other line. If there's any kind of silver lining here, it is that we are learning how to organize around this situation. And there is help. Through this space, our collective, we'd hope to find ways to inform members of our collective and fellow streamers in the extended This Space universe about what you or what we can do about this. For now, make a note of these 3 organizations fighting for algorithmic accountability and against censorship, amongst a lot of other things. We'll start off with Free Press. Their focus is on media justice, misinformation policy, democratic internet access, corporate platform responsibility. They assist with policy pressure on Congress and tech companies, amplifying stories of unjust moderation, supporting progressive and independent media creators. I mean, this is us. This is absolutely Sandee. Fight for the future. Their focus is on online freedom, net neutrality, platform accountability, anti-censorship. What they do is they mobilize grassroots campaigns, organize public petitions and media pressure, collaborate with creators silenced for progressive activism. They've supported creators and journalists who have been deplatformed for speaking truth to power. Now, this is the thing we got to keep in mind, is that the reason they give you is not because you spoke truth to power. It's for something you didn't do. So it's kind of hard to combat it. So what you have to do is get together with a whole bunch of people and become a unified single voice. If that's not an oxymoron, and let them hear it as a unit through these organizations. Here's the last one I want to share with you. The EFF, the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Digital privacy, free expression, online censorship, surveillance, algorithmic accountability. This is what they focus on. And here's what they can do. Legal advice or intervention, public pressure campaigns, amicus briefs in relevant legal cases. The EFF is the most influential group defending creators against wrongful bans and surveillance. If your channel was removed for political or educational speech, EFF is worth contacting. Now, of course, they will tell you Environmental Coffee House was removed for something other than that, political or educational speech. But if they are in fact lying, then yes, you took them down because of the climate awareness. It was Sandee is two hosts, Sandee and Jennifer, and a revolving cast or guest list of meteorologists, scientists, and advocates for the environment. Look around. What are they fighting against? What are they taking away? That stuff. I am personally in touch with the Electronic Frontier Foundation. I've made the case to a handful of very real human beings, and they are responsive. This Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern on my personal channel, youtube.com/theletterhack, I will be hosting the Electronic Frontier Foundation Civil Liberties Director, David Green, to discuss takedowns broadly, including internationally. And if not this Monday as well, then soon after, the EFF's Director of Policy and Advocacy, Catherine Trendacosta, to discuss this same topic in regards to YouTube specifically. So if anyone thinks we're just throwing our hands up and saying, oh, well, fuck that. We're not. I don't know what'll happen, but you got to try, and we are going to try. So once I make contact with these people, I will stay in contact with these people. We will see how we can broaden our understanding and become more informative on this topic so that we may organize effectively when this happens again, because it will happen again. That's Monday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. YouTube.com/theletterhack. I will also be hosting or playing an interview of Elijah Manley, the candidate running for Congress in Florida's 20th district. This guy first started running for office at 19. So I talked to him for a few minutes today, pre-taped it. We'll play that Monday night. It's great. It was one of those things where I said, you know what? You just said everything I want to hear from a politician. Everything. He said everything I want to hear from a politician. Wait till you hear it. You're not going to want to miss it. That is also Monday night. But we're going to start to get to the bottom. I'm sick of this. I called Sandee yesterday and was like, what is going on? Like, fill me in. And there are some details, it's personal stuff that she's got going on. And I was like, I want in on this. Who have you contacted? She gave me those 3 outfits. And I was like, I know the EFF. I'm in contact with the director of investigations already. He is also the guy who runs the Atlas of Surveillance Project. His name is Dave Moss. Know how I know him? He wrote a comic book. I had him on to interview him about his comic book, learned what else he did, and was like, oh my God, you're the perfect guy for what the content that I make. So I reached out, got back to me, another guy, then these 2 folks. So anyway, that's Monday night. We need to know what to do. It can't just be go on Twitter and at YouTube. It can't just be that. It can't just be endless. Look, if we're getting correspondence from people who are saying, no, yeah, sorry, you are guilty of child endangerment. Anyway, peace and love. Good luck to you. It's like, why would you say peace and love and good luck to you if like they're that bad of a person? Like, come on. Why are you making it like it's not as bad as you just made it all of a sudden? Like, that's very, very fake. It's automated. I can't stand it. So anyway, we're getting involved. Thanks for enduring that. I had some time to fill, and I really wanted to get that off my chest, but also let you know that we're not going to, it's not like we forgot about Sandee. It's not like we're not upset about Sandee. It's not like we're just continuing without her. We're not doing that. Yeah, Donald James, I Am Blakely should watch the show. And, this is information that I intend to clip and send around. And look, if they say, oh, there's nothing you can do, I would be surprised. But then, okay, we have that base. We have a new baseline to work with. Give me something, because right now we got nothing. And that is so frustrating for me. I do not handle that well at all. Okay, so you've been watching this space all day, and I really do appreciate it. We are adding new content. You just saw the Rochdale, Keep Rochdale Affordable project. Those guys are fantastic. I'm going to be hosting them on my show. You will see more from them. The issues they face in Rochdale, New York, are countrywide, nationwide. They are everywhere. Rent is a thing that we can all relate to. And if not me personally, then people in my life that I need to look out for. And I've been there. I haven't been there under these circumstances. It's getting ugly out there. And so we need as much information as we can get. And when that information comes from real world experiences, that is a big deal. Plus, John is a New York City subway conductor and worked on the Zoran Mondani campaign. One of us. So we're glad to have him. We're glad to hear what he has to say. And we'll be adding more folks next week. You'll see I'm reaching out to more people. We're just going for it. So we're going to see what we can do. We want to go from 1 p.m. Eastern to midnight or later, 3 days a week. And then we will be able to work around that if it's, structured at least to that point. Tomorrow night I will not be here for this space tomorrow night. I'm busy. Of course, we always replay Dan from the Internet's Power Report, the following week. Dan from the Internet's Power Report. We always syndicate his content afterward. But I'll be over there tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, mediating a debate between Dan and Zach from the Vanguard. Once again, I would like to thank you for watching this space. I am the Letterhack, and you are watching yet another episode of Hey, FunnyBook. It's the show where we talk about art, politics, and comics. All of that. Some of that. So, and seemingly only some of that, and then all of a sudden I wrap it back and you're like, oh, he did it. He did talk about all of that. But it's always great to see everyone in the chat. It's a solid chat going, and I you know what? I mean, I just hold on one second. There's a lot of content on this space that has to do with pop culture, and it has to do with politics, and it has to do with politics and pop culture, comics, movies, art, TV series, just what might otherwise be gossip, but there's a political angle to it. It is very well rounded. I did not count on that happening, but I think that is just happening. It's just happening in the world. It's happening in, wait for it, this space. And I think that we have to keep doing that because the right is always capitalizing on pop culture topics. They find something that's already hot in the algorithm, they comment on it, they try and stay in the algorithm. And then what does the left do? We sort of inadvertently amplify them by commenting on their commentary, calling it out for bad faith, whatever. But here we are commenting on something on the right that's already commenting on something in the algorithm. And now they're staying in the algorithm. And hopefully when people look them up, they see one of us talking trash about them, shedding light on what's really going on, the aforementioned bad faith argument and all that stuff. But let's drill down. Let's get personal. Let's get to the street level here. Because what I want to know is how is it that me and my right-wing neighbor are watching and enjoying the same stuff that isn't right-wing or that the rest of the right-wingers are railing against? So joining me now to discuss the ways in which us lefties and all those fascist right-wing so-called conservatives can both enjoy things in pop culture like Star Wars, Star Trek. I need someone to help me make it make sense. So please welcome to the show for the first time, premiering on this space even, is the host of Pep Talks, Charlie Pepper. Hey, Charlie, what's up?
How's it going?
It's going well. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Hey, thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. I wonder, is this layout good? What about that symbol? Is this too close?
Yeah.
That's good, right?
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah. You can actually call me Pep, by the way. I go by my last name. It's
Right
weird
on.
hearing my first name. It's not a big deal. Like it's been out there for a while, but
Yeah, that's cool.
yeah. You can call me Pep. I host Pep Talks, and again, thank you for having me, man.
Hey, no problem, man. Thanks for coming on. I always say, hey, I'm Matthew, and they go, what's up, Matt? And I'm like, okay, just be Matt. Screw it. That's fine. But it really is fine because I mean, at this point, I'm introducing myself as Matt. Okay, so look, Pep. What do you think is going on here? Like with literal fascists digging the same pop culture stuff as us, even when it includes what I would think is like obviously socialist themes or has even if it's not obvious, it's like definitely not the opposite of that.
Well,
you know what I mean? It's not.
Look at how they like it though. Like with the Superman movie, you have people that are kind of like Ben Shapiro did it, where he was just like, maybe Lex Luthor wasn't wrong, So they're all. It's kind of like they are sympathizing with the villain characters, which is, I mean, for us, obvious, but like for Star Wars is a big one where like the aesthetic of the Empire. I play some Star Wars, miniature games. I understand wanting to play the Empire. The Empire's got some cool toys, but
sure, I would be a Sith Lord.
Yeah, no, exactly.
That'd be cool.
Literally, my goalie mask is Darth Maul, and Darth Maul's my guy.
But I'm not rooting for them. You're not rooting for. You're not like, oh, I hope Darth Maul comes out on top here.
No,
like you expect him to lose, right?
Yeah, exactly. But that's where they don't see that. They actively see it. Now you have people that are both sizing Star Wars where they're like, oh, maybe the Emperor had a point. It's just like, whoa.
This is online though. Are you experiencing that?
Look at the way, I hate to even say it, but like, and this has, it's not a critique on like the Mandalorian or like what they're doing because, Favreau and Filoni, they do good work, like really good work, and they're definitely socialists, but they are bringing in a really nice like reality where at post Empire it would be a clusterfuck. Oh, excuse me. But it would be a cluster F, like just all over the galaxy because they wouldn't be able to have like the manpower. So it is kind of like the way that, and I think they talked about this where they interviewed some people that lived under like fascist and authoritarian regimes, and like specifically the ones that were kind of like longing for it, where they're just like, we missed the structure, and they were just like, okay, so we're gonna put that into Star Wars a little bit, where it's like the Empire sympathizers, like they even had, didn't they cover that in one of the Mando episodes things, where I could have sworn they had like a
runs together
Empire camp. Yeah, isn't that? I feel like that was like a whole B plot. But either way.
Oh no, there was like a whole departure episode that just follows this one guy, right? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know.
Yeah,
They probably
yeah.
did.
And then it turns out that he meets the other cell, like the other empire cell, and that's how they kind of create the First Order. Like it plants the seeds of the First Order.
Yeah.
But like I also play Warhammer, where that's been a huge thing in the community for years now about just the people who don't know it's satire, you know, like, and they look at the Space Marines as being based with this, you know, the literal God Emperor. That's where you get all the God Emperor Trump memes. So I don't know, as somebody that's been like combating this in nerd culture for a while, it's like in Warhammer, it's almost, we all know those guys are assholes. And the only reason sometimes I guess we play is because sometimes you just can't find anyone to play, or you just know you're that much better and you want to whoop up on them.
But are you okay? So no, forgive me. I'm not a gaming guy. Are
No
you
worries.
talking about community games where it's like a whole bunch of people are playing at one time and half of them are there like
so it's like
it suits me, and half of them are like it's just a game?
Well, I mean, it's board gaming. So it's like tabletop
okay.
board gaming,
Gotcha.
where you like paint the miniatures and then you set up your
okay.
army. It's a cool
I love that.
hobby. I mean, you might
Yeah,
actually
it's-
dig it, but
I have never got into it, but that just it's always
yeah, well,
sounded so
if
cool.
you got the artistic touch. So like when you paint your first miniature, it is cool. You're just like,
Yeah,
okay, I kind of
that
get
seems
this,
cool.
you know. But the part about like the space marine, like, or like the community with the Space Marines is like you'll have a game store where it's 1v1, and then you'll have a tournament. Most of these guys will only show up to tournaments because they know that they're so reprehensible that nobody will play them like just in normie life. And the tournament, because it has kind of like not like diversity rules or whatever the hell, where like they kind of take advantage of that, where they're just like, well, you can't kick us out just because we say, you know, because we're white. But you had a guy in Spain try to test that, where he wore Nazi regalia, and he was the first person to ever get like kicked out of a Warhammer tournament because they were just like, enough of this. Kind of forgot where I was going with the point broadly.
Edgelord.
But
Well, but okay, so look at it like this. Like here's because I'm 50 years old. I was born in 1974. I have a bunch of like experience of watching this stuff with my friends growing up, and I can see how the art evolves, or like whatever it is. Like let's just use Star Wars movies as an example, and like how we grow as people, right?
Yep.
And I think like I just heard George Lucas recently talking to James Cameron in an interview where he was like, it's obviously like, you know, I'm talking about the Vietnam War, but like up to that, George Lucas is like, this stuff is for kids. I was selling toys. So like as a kid, no, I didn't look at that as like the Vietnam War. I knew who the bad guys were. It was obvious, but like it was cool sci-fi action stuff. Then as I grew up, I started to realize like, oh no, yeah, there's positive messages and themes here, and I want to see this more in content. And if it's propaganda, it's good propaganda, you know, like let's have that. Whereas I think a lot of people later,
like the Bible's propaganda. Come on.
Right, yeah. But like later people started to hear about you know, when they first were introduced to Star Wars, there was already it was an internet versus when I watched it 1,000 times before there was an internet, and people they came into these franchises with the understanding that these themes were in place. And I think as they get older from that threshold, they lose sight of that, and in a reverse way start to focus on it as just being like lightsaber battles.
Well, it's not like anybody that ever called X-Men woke, you know?
Yeah.
Without recognizing that was a direct allegory to Martin Luther King and Malcolm X.
But like as a kid, I don't think I got it.
Well,
but I definitely
weren't supposed to.
Right, but
that's
it
actually
worked.
why that almost explains why comics have the
point.
longevity from the 60s, is because they weren't necessarily writing them for adults, but Stan Lee and Kirby and all the greats, they did kind of understand that it's like, no, but people respond to real life, like it's lived experiences. Like
that's it.
That was part of why I didn't like Superman comics, from like the Adventures of Superman or anything with the Legion of Superheroes, I hate to say this, and a lot of people get on me for this, but I hate it. Anything from the Legion of Superheroes, I was just like, ugh.
Too many characters? What?
Just I didn't like it. The Brainiac just
like that they know the future and they're
I didn't like that they knew
fucking
the
with it,
future
but they don't
thing.
say it out
Yeah, and
loud.
they never
or it'll
really
mess it up.
solidified like was he Superboy there, and then he's super like, and they pop up randomly in comics, and then I also hate the
weird
fact that I was
sign.
supposed to like revere these people, where I'm just like, I
Yeah.
don't care. It's like,
Yeah, they're kind of spoiled white privilege characters. But
yeah,
let me
kinda like
let
when
me
the
just,
JSA happens.
I want to get back to your point though about, because this is why I want to have this conversation, right? You're not supposed to get that it's an obvious theme. You're supposed to it's supposed to resonate with you in a positive manner. So like the fact that it's an allegory for the Vietnam War, or like something was like, you know, very socialist. But how does that work in the opposite way? Like when 300 came out, I was watching it like, oh man, this movie just gets better and better. It's badass. It reminds me of the comic. I love the comic. And then people are like, oh my God, right-wing authoritarian propaganda. I'm like, it is, but I don't feel like an
But when
authoritarian
you know
now.
Zack Snyder was a Christian Scientist, you start to understand that.
But
and, like, how
do you
that-
feel like it changed you, or like I just
No,
kind
I
of
still enjoy it because Frank Miller wasn't a Christian Scientist, so it has nothing to do with that. Maybe like the way he used the source material for his own gain, sure. But I like Zack Snyder because he actually did another thing too, where he used the visuals from the book and was just like, that's the storyboard. He was one of the first people to really do that. And that's where I was like, come on. That's why Watchmen made sense to me, where I was just like, give it to him.
You like Watchmen?
Yeah, I actually liked
Me
it
too.
because it was
Yeah.
like he did the thing where he was just like, we have the storyboards, guys. Like they did the work for us.
I thought it was pretty good.
Like you have the best storyboard artist in Dave Gibbons right there. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, and I love how they put the pirate comic in there animated. I was like,
Yeah, that's
perfect.
cool.
Perfect.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it.
And people do not like the Zack Snyder Justice League.
Well, and that's
Superman
why
and all that,
actually, because his Snyder stuff, he had more writer control and like creative control on that one. So that's why they don't like it, is because his Christian Scientist views
but
really
I still
show
like
that.
it. But again, it's not. That just didn't. I was just watching it. I guess I suspend my disbelief. I'm kind of.
Oh, see, I can do that to a degree, but then I start questioning, like, when you start looking at the characters and they're not who you know, it's like, I don't mind
I feel
new
like that all the time.
characterizations, but sometimes you're just like, Superman wouldn't do that. Like the entire premise of the dark side world is that Lois dies and then Superman goes full evil willingly. I'm like,
Do you? Okay, so this is how I look at it. It's like when I'm reading my favorite comic and they're like, hey, guess what? In a few months, new writer, new artist, reboot. Oh, this guy's alive again.
sometimes I like that. They just did that with Spider-Man, and I'm actually a little upset about it because, like,
No, but I mean that. Yeah, well, whether you like it or not, I'm talking about like that's how I view the movies. So like when they set me up with like, now it's this guy, because look, everyone loves Superman right now. Just wait 7 or 8 years, you'll be bitching and moaning about the reboot and the new director, and then they're gonna keep doing this, right?
yeah, for the most part. But the thing is, I mean, as a comic fan, my whole life, my first comic book I bought when I was 7, and I've never stopped. And
So you roll with it.
Yeah,
me too.
yeah.
I mean, I do too. But that's why I think that's why I suspend my disbelief or
I can
whatever when it
suspend
comes
my
to the
disbelief.
movie.
But that's where I can. I have this thing where I can watch a movie objectively, and then after it, it's kind of like when you're walking out with your pals, and you're just like, "Yeah, what'd you like about it?" And then we'll stand in a circle. I mean, we kind of do that anyway.
Yeah.
But like we'll stand in a circle and just literally go like, "Okay, so what did you like about it?" We'll break it down for about a half hour. I mean, this is where half these podcast ideas usually come from, is just from those moments. But yeah, like I forgot where I was going with that point.
Well, no, I mean, that's a great point, though. It's like if it generates discussion, I mean, it kind of worked. Like, even if everyone's standing around saying what they didn't like, good. You got to know what you don't like, right? You can't just be like, I think I don't like it. No, you should absolutely know if you like it or not. But how about this? This is something I kind of always wonder, especially when it comes to politics. Like, I made this point when it came when Kamala Harris picked Tim Walz as her VP, and all the progressives, not all the progressives, but a lot of progressives were like, this is it. This is great. Okay, it's great. But are we sure she didn't do that just to shut us up? Because like they didn't give him much of a platform during the actual campaign, right? So when I think that this tends to happen with things like the Superman movie, for example, like I see a lot of people saying like, oh my God, these are really progressive themes. And there was, it's anti-colonizer. I didn't feel that. Or it's anti-billionaire, pro-immigration. Okay, I heard him say that. I kind of felt that. Not really, though.
No,
I mean,
it's not. The thing is, that's them kind of reflect. It goes back to what we started with, where they're kind of reflecting and seeing that they are the villain. Like they have grown up to lose the whimsy of being able to actually feel empathy and just be like, I want to save people. Instead, they're just like, no, I get it. I get Lex Luthor like wanting to just like be authoritarian and also like just be selfish.
Yeah.
Like it makes sense to me now as an
but
adult.
do you think people in our in our station or our place on the political ideology or spectrum, do you think that progressives or lefties are reading into it though and seeing like inspirational messages
Not until conservatives
like,
do,
building
honestly.
it up?
No, because like I can say this personally. I don't see the political points unless they start pointing it out. Like
That's interesting.
Yeah, because I'll watch some Geeks and Gamers occasionally, just for like alternative content, like just to kind of see what they're talking about. And like right now, they're already going for it. Like they saw Superman as being like, okay, so they're starting a new universe. Well, guess what? We're gonna do Comicsgate 2.0, and then they kind of realize there's no there though, because it's not as politically charged as we thought. I mean, the Israel-Palestine's the most like politically charged thing there, and they didn't even mention it. That's not the thing they actually care about.
Yeah.
They care about Superman crying. They care about Superman, getting beat up, which that one pissed me off, just to aside. Like, I'm not going to spoil the movie, but literally in the opening credits, they explained how this is the first time he lost a battle. So
yeah.
My God, you didn't get to see him win everything. Okay, we get it. You need a demigod, which is
It's so
weird to
obvious
me.
they don't read the comics. Like
No.
Kellyanne Conway saying, this is not Superman. It's like you're talking about the Richard Donner film you saw when you were much younger.
Well,
like
even that,
this
he wasn't a
not-
god. Because go back, it's actually lamer because Lex has the kryptonite in a fucking study. It's not even like the Metamorpho thing where it's like, at least that was cool.
I love Metamorpho.
He
Like
is
in
so
the
cool.
comics.
The
that's
fact
one
that
of the
they did him
best.
justice too, I was like, oh, and that baby
I think
Joey, I was like, what?
They should have. It should have been more. They should have
Yeah.
had more.
See, but again, as a comic fan, I mean, good. James Gunn gets it. Like, I knew it, especially when they gave him Suicide Squad and he just put Starro in. I was like, oh, man.
He's
I'm
hinting
so
at like
excited.
Justice League International.
Oh, yeah. He gave us Guy Gardner. Like, the fact that he gave us Guy Gardner.
But I'm going to throw something out that no one in the chat is going to know. But where's Nort? You think that's going to happen in the Green Lantern? You think there's going to be a Nort?
Why wouldn't there be?
I mean, I don't know. He should be a main fucking character.
I mean, they did the Super Squirrels.
Yeah.
They did that. Again, not trying to
so
spoil
funny.
the movie, guys.
It's so. I mean, come on. It's I get it. It's only been 2 weeks, right? But
Yeah, I try. Yeah, I really try not to do that.
But like everybody's
I hate
talking
when
about
people
it.
do that.
It's out there.
I've
It's
unfollowed
out
so
there.
many comic sites because they do that like the day after.
I used to have a neighbor. I always call him my right-wing neighbor. I lived next to him for a long time. He's a very, very good friend of mine. We had the exact opposite political views, and I was always like, dude, yours always comes back to like just being bigoted. Like, we have to fix this because you're so right on about things, and then you take this turn, and it's just these you don't have receipts for these notions. It's just so silly, and it's ignorant. And I would tell him that, and I would just be like, you are failing right now. Like, you're failing me as a friend, you're failing yourself, your community. Like, you really have to fix this about yourself. And he's like, no, I don't. This is how it is. Look at this. And he would just use like, stereotypes, right? And it was like really childish. But he would call me and say, "Oh my God, did you see new Star Trek? It was awesome. Oh my God, are you watching Game of Thrones? How cool." And I'm like, you know, you and I agree on so many things. We can read the same book and be like, that was a great book, right? Badass. And then all of a sudden, it's like we're talking about politics, and I'm like, where did you go? It's a
Brandon
shift.
Sanderson fans are doing that though a lot. I've
Who?
noticed. Brandon Sanderson, he's a sci-fi author. I actually don't read him. My friends do.
What's he
But they
written?
explained how like there's a lot of like political division in the communities now because they're starting to now read more into it, where they're just like, well, this is his left wing and this is his right wing views. And it turns out that he's just kind of like not into it.
Wait, is that the guy that co-wrote the Dune prequels?
He might have.
What was his name again?
Sanderson, Brandon Sanderson.
Oh no, that's not him.
Yeah, no, because I think that was.
But that's funny. It's like,
Homegrown.
okay, so what? He's half the time he's writing left wing, and half the time he's writing right wing.
Apparently, like he has a good like view on both sides of politics to the point where his audience will then kind of just argue the interpretations of it. Whereas, you know, some people are more overt in their writing, like Orson Scott Card, where you're just like, oh, you're kind of you suck. You're just an overt right winger. Cool.
See, that shit I never take it to mean that they're trying to change my mind. I don't know why. If it's fiction, I just go, this is this world. I don't have to like it.
Because some of they weren't all like Ayn Rand or what's the other guy?
Even that when it comes to Ayn Rand, I read that stuff and was like, yeah, pretty good. She's a good writer. And they're like, you liked it? And I'm like, well, no, I didn't agree with the characters or anything. It's kind of, they're all fucked up. I mean, and they're like, oh, okay. Whew. And I was like, well, I'm not reading a book of fiction like it's a Bible or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a rule book.
Yeah, that was always weird. That's like taking The Expanse and just being like, this is the true futurism and we need to live this. It's like, I don't want to do that. Like, I love it.
That's how I felt about 300 when everyone's like, the movie's fucked up. I was like, it was awesome. What do you mean?
Oh,
it's like,
see that one.
I'm still
I
a
have to
lefty.
be honest. I didn't see any of that, like the right wing or any of that kind of stuff, like with 300 outside of just the fact that they picked up. It's a way that, like, look at the way they bastardized the Punisher, man.
Yeah.
This is a good one. Like,
yeah.
They just took his logo. You know, they don't talk about not reading the comics.
Right.
Come on. Frank Castle literally, like, I love that they did the arc recently where he was just like, no, I'm taking no. We're going to take care of this. And they even included that in the Daredevil series. I was like, yeah. That
was great. Yeah, but I it's funny. It's just like when I was watching 300 just the whole time, I was like, there's no way they're that ripped. What are they? Is that CGI abs? How did they do this? And then you find out they're all working out between sets.
Oh, yeah. Dehydrate. Well, yeah, I mean,
spray paint,
a wrestling fan, so I have to know a little bit about that. Whereas
dehydrate, eat a bunch of candy, right?
There's this guy actually, MJF. He did a hour-long match where he got so dehydrated because like he came out and he was just shredded, but you could tell that like after a few moves he was about to die. So like they had a moment where the camera like shouldn't have been on him and he's just dousing himself in water and then he eats a granola bar.
That's funny. I think, you know, there's a lot of, I just interviewed a guy last night who wrote a book called 1999. It's about how low culture affected America and the bizarre times we find ourselves in today. And a lot of it comes
Woodstock 99.
It's in there. He mentions a lot. Yeah, I mean, he mentions a lot of stuff, but like the Insane Clown Posse, video games, Jerry Springer, Beanie Babies, it's all in there, and he relates it all to present day stuff. Like the Jerry Springer chapter 1 starts out talking about disgraced Congressperson George Santos. So it's like, you know, and then it all comes down to like wrestling. It's all kind of partially scripted. There's a face and a heel, and that's basically like set the template for talk shows, reality shows, and it's, you know, it's just like, hey, in this scene, you're the bad guy. Okay, what am I pissed at? I don't know. Somebody hocked a loogie in the sink. Okay. You know what I mean? It's just whatever it is.
No, I see that as like, I viewed politics like pro wrestling. When I first started getting into politics, I mean, I've been a pro wrestling fan my whole life. I I saw that with the Newt Gingrich stuff and how performative he was about Bill Clinton and the BJ. I remember that being the moment where I'm just like, oh, he's trying to be the face here. And the thing is, he didn't know that he made Bill Clinton a cool heel. It's like, you made him Bubba, dude. Sometimes, dude, like the heel,
right,
just transcends like my favorite Macho Man. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. I got banned. My channel got banned in the Middle East for showing a GIF.
Really?
Like an animated GIF of him. It's like the
Really?
one where he's like
Banned?
all alone. Yeah. Or just blocked.
Oh, I was
like
about
the
to say, no,
episode.
no, actually, I had a similar thing.
Yeah, I was like,
Wow.
sorry, Kazakhstan or wherever, you're not going to be able to see that. I think that's what it was.
Partially blocked, and it was
Yeah.
literally a weird region. Yeah,
I was like, I'm sure nobody's watching, but okay.
That's funny, man.
Anyway, it is. Do you think here? Last thing. Do you think that in a way, when it comes to left versus right commentary on stuff online and how we have to retort and we have to expose the bad faith, do you think there's any kayfabe there?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
It
Yeah.
totally is.
So people
No,
are
that totally
like,
is. I
"We
mean, look at the
gotta
way
do it,"
Benny
or-
Johnson and all these guys do this like performatively. And like Charlie Kirk is a good one where it's like he kind of shifts where you see them shifting with their audience, that almost shows the kayfabe there. Whereas like on the left, I would say there's a lot less where like almost to our detriment, we can't really just like fake it. So like we're kind of bad actors in that way, where these guys are a little bit better at that shit, like putting on the face and just being like, well, I'm a good Christian. It's like,
right.
Yeah, sure you are.
Yeah.
But
And
they're definitely,
I was in traffic today, the bumper stickers on the car in front of me, it was Trump, Confederacy, and then it was a black sticker with white text that said Jesus. And I was like, one of these things is not like the other.
Guns, God, and Jesus.
What
Yeah.
is going on?
Well, these
Why-
people are legitimate. I had that problem. We can talk about this on a different show, or I'll talk about this on my show at some point. But when I went to a religious school, and they literally said, like, he would not have been a Democrat. He would not have been a leftist. That wasn't even a thing back then. They just said he wouldn't have been progressive. They said that he would have been a gun-toting American, and that he would have been all for saving the land of Israel for the chosen people, the white evangelicals in suburban, Chicago.
I've heard stories like this where a guy I know was raised in Alabama, and he's like, "Oh yeah, history lessons were weird when I was in school. Like they tell
Texas
you
Instruments. He probably had the same ones I did.
Yeah, I mean it's like the Confederates won or something, right? It's like, why are you giving me this version? Like I don't necessarily believe anything you hear, but like that stuff was definitely skewed. Hey,
little
Pep,
bit.
look, man, I want to thank you for coming on.
Hey, thanks for having me.
I knew this was going to be fun. I could almost accidentally do this for the rest of the night, but there's other shows.
Don't worry about it. We'll definitely have to do this again. Yeah. If you need another guest, or you just need to fill in for the FunnyBook, man, I like the show. Like, this is fun.
Thanks. Right on. There's going to be, there's a lot of collaborating going on over here. I wouldn't be surprised if people are like, dude, you want to talk about comics? Come on my fucking show.
All day, man.
Like,
I mean, we got
'cause
Fantastic Four coming out this weekend, and there's going to be plenty to talk about.
I know. I'm not even excited about that. Should I be?
I think
Are
so.
you?
I mean, I just don't want it to suck, but man,
Of course not.
Johnny Storm's been one of my favorite characters, full disclosure, since
I like that
I was a little
actor.
kid. So to get Eddie Munson, my other favorite character from like any source of any like media from Stranger Things, to play it was perfect. And then they get the Thing to look like Jack Kirby's The Thing, and it's the guy from The Bear. I'm with Pedro Pascal, and then even the girl from the Mission Impossible. Like, I remember watching Mission Impossible. I'm like, ooh, she needs to be in something else. Like I actually I was like, Emma Frost. She would have made a kick-ass Emma Frost. But hey, Sue Storm, I'll take it.
Who's directing it?
I don't know. See, that's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the
Are you
problem with
worried
Marvel
about
movies.
Are you worried about their political views one way or another?
No.
Right? See what I'm
Shit.
saying? Who fucking cares?
I don't give a shit. I want to see some superhero action. I want to make sure. if Galactus is, as long as he ain't a big old cloud this time, I'll be happy.
That part looks pretty cool.
Oh, did you really like that in the oh, come on.
What? What?
Galactus being a cloud in the Rise of the Silver Surfer?
No, in this one.
Oh, yeah, Galactus looks
Yeah.
awesome. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
no,
what I'm
this
saying.
is
No,
gonna,
I
like,
barely
no.
remember
No,
Rise
I'm
of the
very
Silver
excited,
Surfer.
and I have a feeling like there's going to be deeper implications to the wider Marvel universe that's going to bring people back in, because like Wolverine and Deadpool almost did it, but this is it. I think that this is going to be the movie.
That like a prayer scene from Wolverine and Deadpool.
It's one of the best.
I can watch that endlessly. I don't get tired of that at all.
He
It's
just
really
looks at his
funny.
abs.
It's so like that. Just I love hallway fight scenes and alley fight scenes, like from Old Boy and stuff like that, and like even Daredevil season 1, episode 2, where he's just like, I'm going to kick everyone's ass in this hallway.
Yep.
And then go back, you know, that kind of stuff. I love that stuff.
It's so funny.
It's so violent, but I can't stop.
My favorite part is at the end where they're like sitting in triumph, and they just turns around and is just like, oh yeah, healing factor. Shit.
Right. Yeah. And well, and like if they never make another one of those, fine. I don't care.
Yeah, honestly, that would be like a good sign off. But from my understanding, till he's 90.
I just like a movie, these superhero films where it makes sense that the character does or doesn't have a mask.
Oh.
Not like where they have to take their mask off so that we don't forget who they are.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like how many times in like Avengers Endgame did characters like show up all heroic and then mask comes off, they do some lines, and it's like, yeah, we know who the fuck you are. This is dumb.
It's the Tobey Maguire conundrum. Tobey Maguire is the first one to do that with Spider-Man 2. That's why he rips off his mask as much as he does. It's the only gripe I have with an otherwise perfect movie. Because he literally does it like the train scene. It's awesome, but that whole like the spark, and then he's just like, yeah.
Yeah. I did like the whole that's still some of my favorite fight scenes between Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus.
Oh,
That
the
stuff
clock
was
tower
done
one's actually
so well.
legit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's legit one of the best fight scenes I think that has been in a comic book film. Actually, shout out to Emma Viglin for like having really good opinions about that, because she said that like the Spider-Man franchise was fun because it wasn't tied to a broader universe and it was more comic booky.
Right.
I was just like, yes.
Yeah, it wasn't tied to it. Yeah, it didn't have to inspire you to keep spending money. It's just really
Right.
capitalist. I don't like it. But anyway, look, now I've kept you too long. Thanks
No,
for
it's
coming
okay,
on.
man. I appreciate it.
This is fun. We'll definitely talk again soon. Hey, everyone, the links are in the chat. Please follow on Twitch. That's what you do on Twitch, right? Follow and then subscribe on YouTube.
Yeah. You follow on Twitch and then sub over on YouTube. Hit the like button on any of the videos that you watch. I release shorts and have members only content. You guys can.
Yeah, but
become a
you
member over there,
stream.
all that
You
stuff.
stream for a long time. People
Yeah,
can
I
like
do.
come and go, right?
Yeah.
And you talk the whole time. And I'm not in a bad way, but like sometimes I'm like, there's no way I could do this for 5 hours.
Well, I
Like hold a
appreciate- I mean-
conversation with the chat. Like it's impressive.
Oh, I don't want to say like it comes easily to me, but it kind of does. I mean, I just this ADHD. The benefit of that is where I just lose track of time and just kind of I like vibing. So
Look at him calling me out for being a boomer or something. Nice. Letterhack is getting the lingo down because I said follow on Twitch.
Poggers.
Jeez.
Hey, Poggers. That we got a Sam Cedar situation
Oh,
over
yeah,
here.
Poggers.
Hey, come on. Let's
like,
get the
oh, yeah,
Poggers
it's
in chat
Poggers.
now. I did see that you had it. What that was your Twitch channel, right? The Letterhack.
I have one. Yeah, there was. It's my backup for when they banned me from YouTube for some bullshit that didn't happen, or that did happen. Who knows? But I just have it as a backup. At one time, I was gonna stream on Twitch, and I was like, oh my god, it's like learning a whole new platform. I don't really have that.
It's not that
I'll get
hard.
I'll get there.
Yeah. No, but I appreciate you having me on, man.
Yeah,
and
cool. Thanks for
definitely
coming.
look forward to this. And then yes, can I plug the show on Tuesday?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. All right, guys. I guess this is an announcement. I'm going to be covering the opening slot on Tuesdays. It's going to be 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Central for me. 1 hour slot. It's going to be called Pepaganda. Totally different show from my stream. Come in, enjoy, and vibe with me, and let's get the this space started the right way.
That's gonna be awesome. I'm looking forward to that.
Hell yeah, man.
It's so exciting. It's like on the one hand, it's like who are we gonna ask to join next? And on the other hand, it's like, why don't we just cast a net? Right? But like we're
Hey, you
still
guys got
being
me, so-
surgical. Yeah, we're still like being surgical about it just because we don't want to go too big too quick. But we're getting to a point where we're gonna have some foundation, some solid foundation that we can easily build off. So that's the goal. So thanks for helping us with that. And I'm looking forward to your contributions.
Hell yeah, man. And I'm looking forward to being part of it. And thank you for doing this. This space is awesome. And like I said, man, like this is great timing.
I clipped you saying, why did he have to name it that? I don't know if you remember this, but you said this space and you're like, not this space, but
This
why did
space.
he have to name
No,
it
this space. No, this space. I meant the
I was
left
like, that was
space.
hilarious. Yeah.
Mm.
That was good.
No,
Okay,
hey, cool. But all right, man. I will talk to you
All
later.
right.
I appreciate
All
you
right.
having me on.
Take care. See you, Pep. Pep Talks. Check it out. Also, check it out right here, Tuesdays, starting next week at 1 p.m. Eastern for Pepaganda. It's going to lead us off Tuesday afternoons with a live show. See how we're trying to get a live show to start every stream. And we're trying to get earlier. We're trying to do, like I was saying at the top, 1 p.m., 1 a.m., right? If we can do that, then we can start to build around it. Start to have a better idea of what we're working with. Yeah, there's somebody in the chat that is definitely in need of a glossary of terms. We are an inclusive place. We do not use slurs. We do not allow people to tell us what is and what isn't a slur. We deem it a slur. Take action. So please keep it cool. All right. I want to share with you now a story that I saw. I found this very interesting. It's about art. It's about art, so it counts. One of my favorite content creators on Substack is Chloe Humbert. Absolutely must subscribe to Chloe Humbert's Substack. This stuff is amazing. It is so valuable and comes from one of those unique personal perspectives. It just makes it real. And Chloe always ends her pieces and articles and essays with her letter to reps, which she suggests that you copy, modify, and use to contact your reps as well. That is one piece of the solution that we must use going forward. We have to. So I want to show you now an article that I read by Chloe recently. This is how you detail a negative interaction on social media. Right-wing propaganda artist is being promoted as resistance liberal hero on social media. Let me repeat. Right-wing propaganda artist is being promoted as resistance liberal hero on social media. People are rallying for the artist, saying that the Trump admin should pay the artist for his work, but that would just mean taxpayer money would be paying for racist paintings. How is that a win? The problem started because the New Republic reported on this guy complaining about his painting being used without permission or pay and failed to mention anything about this artist. Let me just quickly show you the New Republic line or headline. Artist slams DHS for stealing his work for their racist propaganda. Morgan Weisling says the Department of Homeland Security ruined his vacation and used his painting with no permission. Now, what they don't tell you is that their THEIR in the headline should be italicized, because he wanted his art to be used for the racist outlet it was intended for, not this racist outlet that didn't give him credit or ask permission. It's a racist artist making racist art for racist outlets, as we'll read. And here's the New Republic saying, making it as if he's upset that it was used for racist propaganda, where he's just upset that they used it for racist propaganda without asking him first. He would have gladly said yes. Okay? Just so everyone knows where we're coming from here. Let's go back to Chloe. The artist being a commissioned propagandist creating white evangelical paintings specifically for the org called Focus on the Family, which is a far-right white evangelical Christian lobbying group. In fact, the headline in the New Republic was incredibly misleading. Artist slams DHS for stealing his artwork for their racist propaganda. And in fact, I could find no evidence that the artist actually objected to the use being racist, just that he wasn't asked and wasn't paid. He made it for an org that was using it for racist propaganda. It's laughable. That org traffics in white supremacist imagery. Frankly, it's reasonable to think that DHS assumed the artist would be honored to have his racist propaganda painting used for the cause. Ron Filipkowski also posted about the story, failing to point out the artist's existing right-wing connections. In the initial posting about this story, it was clear that nobody bothered to look into his past. And even some people who did failed to make the right-wing connection. People's argument asserted has been that he should be paid for his work. As an artist myself, in theory, I debate that, Chloe. You're an artist. I would agree with this as a concept, but it's inescapable. It's inescapable if you say you think the U.S. Department of Homeland Security should be paying commissions to an artist for white supremacist propaganda or racist art to be used as fascist propaganda. You can't get away from the fact that when you're saying you want taxpayer money to pay for racist art and fascist propaganda, it just seems as a very strange hill to take a stand on, defending and promoting an artist who does commissioned white supremacist art. It just doesn't seem resisty to me at all. When I informed some people about this on Blue Sky, many people thanked me for alerting them to this reality about the artist, but many other people blocked me. For example, one guy was apparently convinced this guy was standing up against genocidal ideology. When I informed him that this artist, in fact, shares that ideology and makes the art for the purpose of promoting this ideology, that guy blocked me. Some people just hate to be wrong. Some people hate to be called out. Another person said she appreciated the artist and hoped that this art could get through to the Trump administration because he's speaking out against Trump. Get through on what? And how is he speaking out against Trump? He's just complaining that a government agency didn't pay him. See how we're adding to the cause here? See how we're adding to the struggle? See how we're like building it up to be, not we, but like these lefties, these liberals are building it up to be something it absolutely is not, and ignoring the horrendous thing that it actually is. So he's just complaining that a government agency didn't pay him. That's a legitimate complaint legally, sure. But if he wants to get on the Trump train, government money gravy train, how is this guy resisting Trump? He just wanted to get paid. Even if they don't pay him willingly, what's he going to do? He might sue the federal government and get taxpayer money that way. And the way Chloe writes it with the italics is he might sue the federal government and get taxpayer money that way. How is that something we want? I fully recognize the right of artists, musicians, bands, and anyone using the existing copyright laws to protect their work from unauthorized use by the Trump administration, Donald Trump himself, the government, or whoever. That's their legal right. But this isn't about whether I think generally artists should be paid for their work. In this case, no, I don't want the people's money being paid to right-wingers doing racist art to be used by a government agency doing fascist propaganda. It's fine to say you care about artists being paid, but do you have to expend your time, energy, and demand taxpayer money be spent on racism? Is that really helping the artists? Why would they take it upon themselves to do that? I'm dying to know. Why would they do that? Do we really have to sacrifice ourselves on the altar of both sidesing? No, you do not have to hand it to them. I love that phrasing. I love that. Do we really have to sacrifice ourselves on the altar of both sidesing? We do not have to do that. You do not have to hand it to somebody, right? You do not have to say, well, I saw Mehdi Hassan on Blue Sky earlier saying, I hate to say it, or I hate to agree with him, but Elon Musk was right about Donald Trump and the news that he's all over the Epstein file. Okay, yeah. What are you saying there, Mehdi Hassan? That Elon Musk found a way to get literally everybody's information and he knows everything now because he had unlimited access to everything? Yeah, of course he was right. Of course he knows stuff. But guess what? Anyone in that situation would. You don't have to sit here and fucking say, oh, I have to admit Elon was right. Come on. You do not have to do that. You're sacrificing yourself on the altar of both sidesing. Right? And also, generally, I just don't see how copyright lawsuits have become a popular resistance battle cry issue for anti-fascist liberals to rally around. It seems a strange fandom that this even gets traction when one considers everything else going on. And I can't help but notice that this topic was really being promoted by a lot of accounts on Blue Sky social media that look like bots. There are so many accounts on social media where it's a name and like 4 or 5 numbers, and they have like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of followers, and all they do is they're posting endless AI slop or those photos of Trump with the big yellow text on it. Those aren't real people. Those are bot accounts. I'm sure of it. But it also does seem like real people are hell-bent and determined to make that right-winger into a resistance liberal hero. Maybe someone should have asked him more specific questions first before venerating him at least. The whole story is just so messed up. And this is just one particularly weird and gross example of this type of thing that goes on these days. It's all like red meat thrown to bot alligators on social media and people desperate to believe or convince us that we can both sides our way out of this by allying with the literal opposition. It's all part of the same confusion that permeates the media landscape and makes it difficult for decency and actual fairness to gain traction and coalesce into an actual opposition to authoritarianism. Here's one interaction here. Chloe says, I'm concerned that people are trying to make a white supremacist propagandist into some kind of racist hero. No, I don't want my tax money going to pay for white supremacist propaganda. She follows it up with, the artist did that by painting for the artist did that painting for the org Focus on the Family, which does white supremacist propaganda, so who cares? And then this guy, Gary Fuller, says, so you're saying legal copyright protections only apply when you are agreeing with the party involved. How very MAGA of you. That's not what she was saying. Are you on the same side as us or not? Why are you taking it so personally? Why are you so personally offended about what Chloe said there about how we shouldn't be going to bat for this. If anything, you should go, oh shit, you're right. Or, oh, maybe I'll just be quiet. But no, they say, so you're saying legal copyright protections only apply when you agree with the party involved. How very MAGA of you. It's not at all what she was saying. She was saying, we, not on the right, don't have to go to bat for this racist to the point where we're funding his art. It has nothing to do with copyright. And, you know, Gary, I hope there's no AI slop on your account, because guess what? You want to talk about copyright? You want to talk about artists' rights? Like, let's talk about it. I love the alt text. A screenshot of a ridiculous framing of the issue by someone trying to bully me, calling me MAGA, quote unquote, because I don't think championing the cause of right-wing artists is a good use of shits to give. Chloe post on Blue Sky Social, July 17, 2025 at 1:07 p.m. I'm concerned that people are trying to make a white supremacist, and then, you know, I'm doing the Ron Burgundy thing where you have to read it. If it's written, I have to read it. But she ends by saying, seriously, people? I mean, yeah, I totally agree. And look at this. Here's Ron Filipkowski. Days after Metallica forced Pete Hegseth to remove their song, but DOD used in his video promoting war, the artist who painted a picture that Gnome is using to promote deportations is furious his work was stolen by DHS without permission. Now look, those aren't, the Metallica thing and this painting are not the same. They're using things without asking. Otherwise, that's not the same. You don't have to go to bat for the racist guy. But I do really appreciate that headline with just a little bit of italicizing would have made all the difference. Show you that again. Artist slams DHS for stealing his artwork for their racist propaganda. I was in an acting class a long time ago. It was like a summer camp. And we would have to repeat the same line with different inflection and tone and different attitudes and behaviors. And it's just a way of like learning to read a script without your preconceived notions of what the character may or may not be feeling. So artist slams DHS for stealing his artwork for their racist propaganda. But what actually this is like for their racist propaganda, instead of the racist propaganda it was originally intended for, which is just effed up. I saw Miss Blue Ocean was in the chat. I'm not sure if you were here around 8:45. Sandee, you're going to want to go back to 8:45. I had late breaking news, so I didn't update you yet, but I will have two hosts. I'll just repeat it now. I will have two hosts on my show Monday night from the EFF. Get back up to their actual names and titles here. This Monday, 9 p.m. Eastern, I will be hosting the Electronic Frontier Foundation Civil Liberties Director, David Green, who will discuss takedowns broadly, including internationally. And hopefully the same night, if not, then soon after, the EFF's Director of Policy and Advocacy, Catherine Trendacosta, to discuss the exact same topic in regards to specifically YouTube. That's Monday night. So, Sandee, good news. We're going to try and increase information and understanding about this topic so that we can better organize when it happens again. I almost said if. Also Monday night, Elijah Manley will be on the show. I pre-taped a short segment asking the candidate in Florida's congressional 20th district. Guy's been running for office and in politics since he was 19 years old. He's still very young. Said all of the exact right things. And I was like, thank you for not holding back. Definitely not doing access politics. Definitely not trying to, gain favor. You know what I mean? Let me just type something into the private chat real quick. Don't worry about it. We can do it next week. As you know, there's a flurry of activity around the show that comes on after this. It's called LPT exclamation point, otherwise known as Left Past 10, where we have been spending the last many weeks attempting to just shut it down and retool it. And we've gone through several iterations of that. Some people will tell you it was drastic. Other people will say they didn't notice. We think that is odd. We think it was very noticeable. We don't understand why somebody wouldn't get that. When we retool things, we do it in a way that is intentional. We want to jar the viewer into, the fact that change has occurred in their face. And people will still say, you retooled it? It felt the same. I didn't notice the retool. So anyway, we're always trying. We want to retool. And once again, so look, what I was talking about Monday night with the folks from the EFF to discuss Sandee's case and YouTube takedowns and all of that stuff, that will be on youtube.com/theletterhack. Once again, I will be hosting the Electronic Frontier Foundation Civil Liberties Director. And hopefully, if not the same night, then soon after, the Director of Policy and Advocacy. And they will be talking about how channels are just unfairly and randomly taken down. That will be on youtube.com/theletterhack Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern. And then before that, tomorrow night, I will be distracted and away from my responsibilities here at this space because I will be on with this space contributor, Dan from the internet, over at the Power Report. This is at 9 p.m. Eastern, Thursday night, where I will be moderating a debate between Dan and Zach from the Vanguard. Should be interesting. Anyway, coming up next, Left Past 10. Okay, not much of a retool this week. I think it's okay, though.
Are we retooling it? I thought we were retooling.
Let's do it next week.
I mean, I was ready to retool it. I got my tools.
I assumed
think
we were going to retool it several times during the show.
we will. We will do that. I think Jake was just assuming that the retool from last week was so fucking solid, we were going to leave it that way. But I think what the viewers want is constant retools. So anyway, maybe we'll shut it down later and retool it. I don't know.
Can anyone understand what this fucking guy is saying, Matthew?
Who? Me?
Strackbein?
Me?
What the hell is this guy talking about?
I wasn't. Oh shit! Is the mic on?
Are we live?
Damn it! We are not
are
supposed
we
to
live?
talk. God damn it! We're not supposed
Get
to
that
talk
Hey
over the
book logo off the screen, you
thing.
fucking
And-
cocksucker.
and, like,
This
not
ain't
only-
fucking funny book. Get that shit out of here. Get it out of here. Get that.
Not only
fucking-
that, Andrea. Not only that, but like
yeah,
our
get
names aren't up on the screen right now. It's
I,
like,
that's not. We got.
did
That's
the
not
producer
necessary.
just like go home for the night? Give me a.
I think that we
Andrea's
need to
got her-
produce a better producer, personally.
But also, look, we are
Boy.
not supposed to talk during the intro. So I want to apologize that my mic, it was a hot mic. I think we all had a hot mic. I don't even remember what I was saying, but I would like to say now that we should shut this down and retool it right now.
Yeah. I want to real quick just say Andrea does not speak for everybody who is not producing. She's looking that gift horse right in the mouth. I do not want to do any of this work. So I'm
I
delighted
hate
that you
producers.
volunteered.
I'm anti-producer. The entire class of producers really.
Sometimes I jump in and produce. I even changed my name from the Letterhack to producer.
Mm.
And I don't have my camera up, so you wouldn't even know it's me. It's just
Oh.
producer. And
Terrible.
I'm nervous because now if something goes wrong, I have to deal with it. I don't really like that.
Are you the producer right now? Would you say that you're producing this this entire show?
Do we need a producer? I don't think so.
I think we could use one. I don't know. I think we
do what?
we shut it
Clips?
down and retool it.
To share
So-
this, what would a producer do right now?
It would produce the ability to retool the show live on air.
Oh, you mean
Like
like
a
an
producer
executive
could do
producer,
that.
like a
That's
showrunner?
something a producer could do.
Whoa,
Or
I'm on the
this.
bottom bunk. Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Whoa,
Or
hey,
that.
I'm gonna throw up.
That's something a producer could do, but we don't have one.
making me
Unfortunately, that kind of sucks. But
Oh well. So how is everything? How's it going? How are you guys?
terrible.
Why?
Oh, wow. What's going on?
Just I'm alive.
Oh, that yeah. Basic. What do
Yeah.
you call that? What do you call that? Being alive?
Consciousness in 2025.
Something like that.
Jake, you were under the weather by the end of our episode last week. We were worried about you, but you seem okay.
Yeah, I sure seem like it. No, I was honestly, it just hit me on the drive home like 15 minutes ago that I'm like still recovering. I was quite ill all weekend.
Do you need to go?
No, I'll be good as I'm on the other side of it. And I realized how I'm going to fill a half hour of time on the 1st of August. And I don't want to spoil it, but I will say I have hosted one debate on WYCD, and I'm going to replay that debate.
Okay, cool. That's cool.
Could I debate on your show? Am I allowed?
Who are you gonna
Sure.
debate?
I would definitely recommend you watch the debate that I put on before you commit to it.
No, I'll commit right
but if
now,
you think
but
you
I'll
can
watch
handle
it.
that style, yeah.
Yeah, I can handle any style. I won.
Who are you gonna
Remember you
debate?
invited me on that one fuck ass show and I won the debate? Remember that?
I do, yeah.
Yeah,
Jake
when I
used
was
to do
talking about
debate
how
all
I'm
the time.
pro-gun. I love being
Jake used to
pro-gun.
just be like topic debate. People would just start calling in and debating.
Can you believe it?
You know what? You're right. That was speed debate.
That was
Before that
awesome.
though. We did a long form thing.
No, I remember. I wouldn't be able to do the speed debate. Just like I don't do speed chess.
I do a lot of speed-based activities, and I think I would win.
Yeah, of all people, I think Andrea is best suited for that. But no,
Yeah.
I'm more. I fell in love again with an old concept. And I want to see how the new audience we've accrued in recent days
Oh, cool.
reacts to this.
See, I'm quick for me is like getting it over with. And that's not good. Where I'm just like, I just want to get it over with. That's
You
when I'm
wouldn't
quick.
survive
Otherwise,
5 seconds in the ringer.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I liked about speed debate was the part of the rules where you had to recap your opponent's position before you could go. And
yeah, it was fascinating,
illuminating.
That was really good.
I
enjoyed.
No, this is the one that took. This was a Canadian-based debate, and beyond that, I will not.
Are we?
spoil
Is
it.
it Canadian based? As in, it's going to be in Canada. Like you have to travel to Canada to take
America's cowboy hat.
No, it was just this was about Premier Ford back in the day, and but we could do an American version.
Mm-hmm.
I just am going to replay the old one, gauge audience interest, and then maybe do some recruiting.
Recruiting, like what, for your cult?
Yeah, but separate from that, also for the debate show, and I already have animations of you guys, so yeah, halfway
Why
there.
are you animating me?
Hey, Sandee is on Twitch and Facebook, so she's streaming. If you miss her, I mean, we do too. If you miss her on this show, I get it. But
Oh, she'll be back soon. It sounds like with that.
and we were
that shit going on.
Speaking of animation, Jake. I mean, that would be a lot to just animate the show and try and pull it off that way. But I have been thinking a lot about, what was it? World creating video game. I've been thinking a lot about that.
I do. I honestly, like, that's why I downloaded, I can't even remember the name of the thing, but yeah, I've downloaded several software things that are meant for making games.
Super Mario?
My intention. No, they are not
Xbox.
popular. But they're meant for making games, and
PlayStation.
And my intention is to use them to make videos. I think you're spot on. It's just so fast.
I'm all in. I just want to say I
appears to
support
be
this
fast.
in any way. If you want me to do voice acting for your machinima, I will do it. No problem.
Machinima.
Oh, buddy, you shouldn't say that because I am going to take you up on it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
no,
guilt
I've
trip
always
you
wanted.
pretty
I used to do. I did a Halo machinima a long time ago, and now when I was
Really?
a teenager, yeah.
Oh, machinima is a thing?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
big time.
What is it?
Don't worry about it.
It's when you use
It's making
a game.
movies with video games.
Yeah, it's when you use video game characters essentially as actors in a video.
Why do they
And
call it
voice-
machinima?
It's like cinema
machine
with machines.
cinema. Yeah.
I like that word.
Man.
Sounds fun to say. Machinima.
Yeah. Red versus blue is like genuinely art at a certain point.
Oh yeah, that's really
You
good.
remember that?
Do you remember what was it, Portlandia, where Fred Armisen was like being introduced to rap music and he was listening to it with headphones? He goes, "Oh, hold on, they're doing like a little play," because there's always interludes.
Yes.
And they're like, yeah, it'll start in a minute. The music will start. Doing a little play.
Yeah, the
comedy
play is the
skits.
best part. Yeah, no, I love that shit.
Oh, that was the bane of my existence. When it was in the 90s and you paid $20 for like 20 tracks and you find out that 4 of those tracks are C+ skits.
Right.
You musicians.
Yeah, it's like he's ordering food. What's going on here?
No, it's an important part of the artistic experience. Sometimes music is not about the person listening to it, but it's about the person creating it and creating a feeling inside of the person hearing it. And that feeling doesn't always have to be, oh, isn't that so comfortable? Oh, the music is just what I wanted. Isn't that great? Sometimes that feeling is challenge. Sometimes it's intrigue. And
But it's
you just
meant to
need to
be
get
good.
over it, buddy.
Hold on. I mean,
Good is
I
not
don't
part of
know.
the equation.
I think what Andrea just said was profound AF. I have never looked at it that way. And I have looked at art that way. And that means I wasn't looking at something with an artful, like, discernible eye or whatever. But pretty good. That's pretty good. Thanks. We can end the show.
All right. Good.
But I should
good episode.
mention that I heard cashews are part of the poison ivy family. Have you ever fucking heard that before?
No, that sounds
That's
wild.
cool. That's cool.
Is this
I like
common?
that.
Okay, I was worried that everyone was going to be like, duh, idiot. You didn't know that? cashews are part of. Jake is like, let me look this up.
Nah, that doesn't
Real time
sound
fact
right to
checking.
me. I gotta look this one up on
I can
the
see
internet.
him going. Hold on a second. Let me act like
Let's
I'm
ask
not typing.
ChatGPT about this one. I wonder what they got to say.
I'm just saying I heard it. I'm not saying I fully researched it or went down a
What are we
rabbit
in a
hole. I just
bar
heard
in
it.
1986? What do you mean you heard it? What do you mean?
I heard
we
it's
have
like
the internet. We can just look this up. What are you
they
talking
have
about?
to go through a painstaking process of making them not poisonous.
Interesting.
Have you heard this? Yeah.
I
Isn't that
have.
wild.
Wow.
This
That
is
is
some
a
of the
nutty
notes I wrote
fact.
down to bring up with you guys. I was
You
like,
have like a
this'll be
little
nice.
notepad. Bring up
Yeah.
the cashews are related, and then now you're. Can we see this
I-
notepad? Can we?
I
see
wrote
it? Hold on.
down.
He did actually.
I wrote down "Be lazy for the revolution," and I'm not. I think I heard that in a chat.
Hmm.
Be
So
lazy
you
for
didn't
the
come up with
revolution.
that?
Yes. Yes.
Somebody said
indeed.
that during a show, right?
I think that was Najiket, possibly Nika, but they were that it was such good packaging for a general strike.
Because
Yes,
you were talking about like don't go to work. Just call them and tell them you're
Yeah.
busy, but then don't do anything. It's like, oh, be lazy
literally
for the revolution.
it's the opposite of putting in more work to get something done,
Yeah,
which
it's
is
not hard.
always what people are asking for us. Even if they're asking for donations, that comes down to asking for more hours of your time spent grinding somewhere.
Could you imagine
idea,
working at a
literally,
job like fucking making these sandwiches for these gremlins and these fucking
Yeah.
going on the phone and talking to these fucking cocksuckers, and then you get like a little bit of money, you get like $8, $9, and then you send it to some fuckhead YouTuber. Can you imagine that? Working for
Some
3 hours
real piece
building
of garbage.
sandwiches for a bunch of fucking middle class losers that are too lazy and dumb to cook for their own selves. And then you
Cashew,
go,
I
and then
didn't
you
know
have
I was
no
chasing
fucking money, and then you fucking give it all to someone like
Isn't-
Jake in a suit and tie, some fucking guy.
or some political cause. Like every time they want you to get something done, it's show up here, volunteer your labor here, put in more work at
You
your
give your
job.
fucking
to pay for campaign
$12 that
ads.
you made
50
736
states.
sandwiches with that money.
Yeah, and now
you're
they're
giving
saying,
it
you know
over
what?
to some organization.
Here's a novel idea: do less.
What if the next
Strategically.
political movement, I'm not advocating for this, it's just off the top of my head, but what if they were like, okay, everyone, we want to get a minimum of 5,000 people in all 50 states. That's minimum. Just all go out and shoplift at once. That'd just be
Well, you would
looting,
go-
right?
Yeah, whoever was the organizer of that would.
But if you did it,
instantly be
what if you
arrested
did it
for a
se-
federal
what-
crime?
That's why they don't. That's why they hide who they are, the organizers these days. But what if you did it like? What if they were like, guys, not looting, be sneaky. And
Subtle.
there's like 5,000
Be
people are all
sneaky,
just like, I'm
I
just
also
browsing.
think the long-term damage it would do to any group they were associated
I'm gonna
with.
put my
would
hand
be
in my pocket now.
devastating.
Oh, I think I forgot I have an appointment. I'm leaving the store. Like 5,000 people do that in every state. I think that'd be funny.
I love shoplifting. You know, Letterhack actually is a little bit of a scab on the subject. He actually turned someone in for shoplifting not that long ago.
I did not. I did not. That's
Some poor
not.
guy was trying to
You have
feed his
this
family,
warped
and then
sense of
Letterhack
this
comes
one
along.
story. You cannot recall.
Letterhack is some guy is poor trying to feed his family. He's got like 3 or
I'm
4 kids
like-
that are barely alive. They're emaciated, and then
I'm
Letterhack comes along
13
thinking he's better than everyone else.
That's
Look
not
at
true.
You, look at me.
I'm
superior.
13, 14 years old. And I'm looking at my dad in the grocery store. My whole family's there. And I was just walking around. And I see my dad. And he's just standing there doing this, like looking. And I was like, what are you looking at? And he goes, watch this guy. And I watched a guy stuff steaks down his pants and walk out and put it in the trunk of his car. And my dad alerted security. I did not turn it. I did not go, fuck his family. And like I didn't do
You
any
could
of
have
that.
stopped him. You could have stopped your
I was a
dad. That guy
child.
would have. That guy's family would still be. You know, that guy's kid. That guy's kid killed himself 3 years after.
He didn't
that
have
because of
any
the
kids.
Depression.
He
The
didn't have
depression
any.
that he was feeling from the fact that he was so hungry.
No, I think
He
they
was
died
thinking,
from
if only,
salmonella.
if only my dad came home with food that night, then I wouldn't have fucking grown to
I
hate
think they
myself.
were like, they were eating the steak over. These are your pants? And he's like, yeah.
That's no problem. You cook that shit, don't you? Doesn't that get rid of everything? Little
cook it
pieces of
off.
denim never hurt anybody. It's fiber.
Gross. That's fucking gross. Oh my god, this show is off.
Motherfuckers
the
will
rails.
eat meat. Like that is gross. You know, it's fucking flesh.
That's
it's fucking
bad.
blood.
In it, yeah,
It's
that's bad
awful.
enough.
And if you think fucking little dick flakes all over it, you think that's gonna make it any worse?
I
somehow?
heard-
You cook
so-
off the dick flakes for Christ's sake. Give me a fucking goddamn break.
I'm gonna change the subject. I saw a documentary called Titan. Have you guys seen this? Do you remember what Titan is? It's the name of the submarine that billionaire made to go.
Oh,
see
I
the
thought you meant like
Titanic.
Titan. You know, like
Well, kind of. But so this billionaire, this is what struck me. I was like, oh, I never thought of it this way. I don't know why. I'm sure somebody did. I'm sure lots of people did. But he built his own sub when he could have bought one, paid to have one built. He could have enhanced expedition to go down there that already existed with his billions of dollars, and he could have. They would have been like, "Dude, you're a hero. This is awesome." But he had to build it himself. Like, fired all of the safety guys, tried to like ruin their lives when they said it's not safe. You shouldn't do this. He was doing it in a very unconventional way, like using fiber, not fiberglass, but I forget what it's called. But anyway, he was using unconventional materials that hadn't been tested at those depths, right? And that was like, they were like, this is not safe. You know why they don't do this? Because you shouldn't. Anyway, the documentary is filled with interviews of all these people who like quit and were like, I'm out of here. This is fucking crazy. Like, no one quit because they were like, I got a new job. They were like, this is dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm
I don't
out.
want blood on my hands. Yeah.
Yeah. They cut to this one woman who's like, I'm suddenly the pilot. I'm the person driving it. I'm in accounting. Right.
Oh my
and
God.
it's like, this is
Oh.
bizarre. And it just,
how many of them
not the
died? Was it only the rich
financier.
fuckers that died, or were there any actual?
There was a guy in it who was like the authority on the Titanic, and he was in there to give it a level of credibility. And it was like, this is crazy. You shouldn't do it. And what it comes down to is he just put himself and all the people involved under too much pressure.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. No, that was good. That was a good setup. Is that even a real documentary?
Yeah.
I'm-
Oh yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
all right. You
was
almost got. I thought that was a
beautifully
fake
done. I gotta
documentary
admit.
for a second.
I
No, that was
told-
good.
We
I
lost
told that-
3 viewers, but I don't care.
I told that to my wife this afternoon, and she goes, "That's a joke equivalent of sharding yourself." And I was like, "Yeah, I guess."
In the sense that sharding yourself takes a lot of skill, right? Because
You're
it's
just doing it on purpose.
Right, like a fart,
Just
you have to
farting.
fart. Everyone farts, it happens, right? But sometimes you have to shit real bad in order to like kind of let out enough gas, right? But not like totally just have a really nuclear situation. It takes a lot of skill, a lot of restraint, dare I say. So I agree with that. That was the shart of jokes. I agree.
Yeah, it was carbon fiber. That's what he was trying to
Carbon
build the hull out of carbon fiber. And
Makes sense.
when this thing goes into the water, the lower it gets, the more you hear this punk,
Oh God.
punk, and that's the
Nope.
ship breaking. And oh my God, it's just so stupid. And okay, there's a thing called acquiring class, which means it's what does that stand for? Classification, but it's like third party classification. So it's like, things you do if you're building an airplane or a submarine, right? You want to get people involved. So this guy comes
Before
in.
you tell me, while I'm
Yeah.
ignorant, I'm going to make the prediction that these companies rely on a select number of clients, and therefore, when they tell them no, they get less business. And
What is that?
therefore
Why do you have a
you just-
spoon
No.
in your hand? What are you doing with that fucking spoon? Are we just not
Oh,
going to mention it?
scraping nasty skin off my heel.
Jake,
Can we
it's
take-
like, I believe
You have like a little pile
Um,
on your desk of skin or something?
Jake, it's like housing
been spoon.
inspectors. It's like they're
Okay.
they're just always available. They're project
Okay.
managers for construction sites, and they'll come inspect your house too, right? So
Withdrawn. All right, great.
this guy is like doing it, and he's legit, and he's like, "Hey, here's my report. This is why you can't do this." And he fired him. Comes back from
Okay,
lunch.
so
Comes back
not
from
wrong.
lunch and goes, "Man, we don't need class. We're not gonna do that. Don't worry, we're good." and just at every turn relied on his own hubris. And it was just the fact that he had all this money that meant he was smart, and he had
Well, it meant that he would be
engineering.
treated as though he knew what he was doing, not that he knew what he was doing. Yeah.
And they're like, and he had degrees and this and that. He should have known. It was like, you could buy your way through college, especially if you're, coming from that stock, right? Those people, like that family, old money. But so anyway, he bought the whole process and kept saying, I'm the boss because I have the most money and I'm funding it. And that means I know better, which was just totally insane. It's why it all failed. Ugh.
Can we mention that, just so we know, for all the audio listeners, Jake took a deal without confirmation, mind you. There was no escrow payment of any kind.
Yeah, I didn't see a super chat.
$50 to lick the spoon that he used to scrape, I assume, decaying flesh off of his body.
Well, scrape the heel is slang for eat ice cream, so it's not that big of a deal.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought it was.
No, you know how Sandee used to always say she's got to keep these cats from scratching. We're like, okay,
we gotta fucking turn the flagpole or something. But anyway, I assume that the $50 will not be coming. So Jake just humiliated himself.
Is no
and
50.
frankly,
Well, he didn't specify American dollars.
Frankly, Jake humiliated both of us too, Matt.
Yeah,
I
you
feel
and me,
humiliated.
We were humiliated just being a part of this.
Messed up.
So
shit is wrong. I feel wronged.
Good to see you, Sandee. Or whoever that may be, whatever mysterious stranger that is.
It's a stranger, strange her, more like.
Good one. Good one. Okay. Now, would you use that spoon if it was Andrea?
What does that mean?
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out. Do you mean
Like if Andrea handed you the
straight
spoon that
and
she had
off
been
the heel?
using, would you?
Oh yeah, I'd be way less hesitant to lick that one than the one I just licked.
I was just walking around barefoot,
Doubtful
outside
of
in
your
the
own
mud.
feet.
No, I'm confident of my own feet. They're
In a bad way.
filthy. Yeah, I know exactly.
I'll
what
have
kind
you
of
all
nasty
know I
funny
used to have a 5-star rating on WikiFeet.
I love
in
this
my
story.
prime.
Ooh.
In my prime, 5
See?
stars.
I
She
got.
did not buy the votes.
I definitely did not buy anything.
Got those votes somehow.
Well, to be fair, I was one of the only people rating back then, but still.
Yeah.
Autumn leaves. Damn, I missed the lick. There is truly business to be made here, folks. Every time I eat something that the audience
right back.
considers to be unpleasant, or anytime any of us do.
So this is no longer a Letterhack controlled show. In fact, I think I might be able to. Yeah, there he goes. He's out of here. See you, Letterhack.
You producer,
This is now a Jake and Andrea show. So Jake, how's it going in the land of where are you located in the blue void with default text in the background? East Dearborn, is that
100 miles above it? Yeah.
100. Okay. So how are you feeling right now? Knowing that what is it, 70 or 80% of your neighbors voted for the most successful pedophile of human history and all recorded history that they support, because I guess they thought Kamala Harris was going to be worse on something. I guess, I don't know. I mean, it seems kind of funny from where we're sitting now. It seems kind of funny that people actually thought that, but they supported the pedophile. Do you feel like when you leave the house that, like, you have small children in your family, like nieces, and do you feel like you have to protect them from the average neighbor living in pedophile land?
If they're white, yes. I don't trust the motherfuckers. But if they're not, no, I don't. Every election before this, I have jumped on progressives with both feet when they don't line up and vote blue no matter who, because I think it's bad strategy. In this case, no. That was a lady who couldn't come out and say it's wrong to kill your extended family over in Palestine. I can't, in good conscience, ask anybody to vote for that.
Are you talking about the Superman movie?
I think personally, I think that's a little bit of some pussy behavior, if you don't mind me, tooling out a little misogynism. But I think if you voted for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris because of Gaza, I think you're a fucking idiot. But
no, they didn't vote for Donald Trump is the key thing, though. They just
So you're not talking
withheld
about
their vote.
that specific demographic. You're talking about a mysterious third demographic of people that are very serious. They care a lot. It's just that they never vote. They never actually, but they're very
No,
serious.
they do vote. They're one of the
they're-
most politically active cities in Michigan, but they very pointedly did not come out in large numbers last November, and
Gosh, really
and
trying
they
to get
weren't
them on
shy
the
about
show.
why. They would tell you to your face. I'm sorry, buddy.
It is kind of funny though. I mean, I find that to be a little funny to me. I don't know, someone that has a lot of finds a lot of things funny. I find that to be funny. Well, welcome back, Letterhack, to the this
buddy.
is no
You know
longer
what?
Left Past 10. This is the Jake and Andrea show, but we'll allow you to be
Thanks
here.
for having me.
I know.
No, I really
We'll,
appreciate it.
we'll allow
I
Matt
can't
to be
stay
here.
long. I do have to do stuff. So, but
That's
I thought
a
I
very
would
busy guy.
honor your
you know?
request to come on and just
Yeah.
say hey. And
Honored to have you as our first guest. Tell us a little bit about what's your show like?
It's like there's a camera and a microphone, and I do stuff and say stuff and talk to the chat, and sometimes it's more of this, sometimes more of that, but in general, it's pretty fairly even keeled, and people actually find it interesting, if you can believe it, and it's fine.
Could you do me a favor? Because this is we haven't really had you on our show before, but like when you're making those YouTube videos and you do those thumbnails where you do those really fucked up faces and then you take pictures of yourself. Could you give us some of those live? Like what kind of face? Like when you or like that kind of horse shit.
How is it?
Yeah, just do it. Do like 5 or 6 for us.
Give me
right
that
now.
example
Yeah.
again, because I'm not sure I know. Yeah. No, it's like here.
It's got to be the thumbnail for this episode.
I go.
Yeah, look, that was the angle. That was the angle. Perfect.
Horrible.
All I'm trying to do is get enough real estate on this side.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
like
Jesus.
Now, see, I did something
shit
similar,
is-
but I took it too far.
Hideous. Whoa. I mean, that's a good thumbnail. That's actually, I would click on that video if that were the thumbnail. That's a good video.
I used to do the whole like up close, like right, and nobody cared. Nobody cared. So now I don't care either. Do what I want.
You guys want to see the 2 notes I have ready for my new show?
Yes.
Wicked OF.
Emphasis on C. I want to see your handwriting as well.
Cirilla's sponsors by loaning marital aid.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Wicked off
Oh, yeah, OF.
of
For
Is that
OnlyFans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then manager sends word that Jake required to use product.
Okay. So does someone play the manager?
I actually talked to the people at the Cirillas down the street from me, and they're actually going to participate. So the actual manager of the Cirillas is going to hopefully record herself sending in a message. But all right, Bad Cookie says, well, you guys seem like fun, but I'm an anarchist who doesn't
here we
believe
go.
voting
This
will fix
guy want to
anything.
shove a fucking shove
So
shit up your ass.
I was just
What is
voting.
this horse?
I was just voting.
Let me. I'm just
mean-
making a joke for Christ's sake about people that don't vote.
Look.
I can't make a fucking joke without these little baby whiners. Oh, boo-hoo. Sorry, guys. I'm an anarchist. So are we, mother. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to speak for you, mother. You guys are.
Well,
liberal
and there's a
motherfuckers.
lot of,
This
like-
guy was voted most right wing on the show, by the way, a couple weeks
There's
ago.
a
But
lot
I'm an
of-
anarchist too,
right-wing.
motherfucker. I'm not allowed to make a joke at my own expense. Without
I
some
was not voted
cocksucker-
most right
some
wing.
fucking
Jake was.
cocksucker
What are you
going in
talking
the
about?
chat. Well, I got to see myself out because someone made a joke about my demographic, and I.
So
can't
here's the
handle it.
thing.
God.
There's
Give me
also
fucking
I mean,
break.
Andrea, why?
Jake's
Give
trying
me
to get
a
his 50
fucking
bucks.
break. This is just an elaborate. I can't. Sorry, Jake. I can't pay you. I know I said I'd pay you, and you took me seriously. But I got to
There's
make up some
also-
reason. I got to say, oh, I'm offended. I got to leave. All right, you guys go.
Well, I don't know if they were offended or if they were just not here for the electoral politics talk, which I get it. But there's also I love when people are like, I don't think Jill Stein is the candidate. I don't think she's a good candidate. I'm sorry. I don't think that would be any less establishment for some reason.
Oh, here we
Maybe I'm
go.
wrong. But I do love when people are
Voted
like,
most right wing.
like-
Left past then.
people will say stuff online, like on social media, and say, where the hell is Jill Stein? And it's like, well, let's go to Jill Stein's social media. Oh, she's doing all these like rallies and she's out there. What are you talking? Just look. But because she's not campaigning for president, she only shows up every 3 years because that's the only time anyone gives a shit about the Green Party, which is the problem. We need to invest our time in third parties so that they continue to be relevant beyond just the Super Bowl and no playoffs, no regular
The
season.
Green Party
We need
is
all
just
that
some
stuff.
fucking money laundering scam. It's just a
Not
bunch of
on
horse
all levels, but yeah, I mean, okay, so you just described a political party, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
Float something out there. I assume it's too late now, but I want to try anyway. Bad cookies. We would love
left.
your input in
They're
addition to busting your balls. I'm sure they are, but in case they're not, or they
You're never
watch the
getting that
replay,
$50. It's
That was the
never
perfect
happening.
comment to make and then not leave.
But I would encourage you to stick around because number one, we don't rely only on voting, in large part due to our most right-wing member and Andrea,
Which is not me.
ideas to this. Well, it's definitely
To be
not.
clear,
But,
by the way, everyone, there were 2 polls, and I believe both of them won at one of the polls.
I
lost
came in
both.
second.
and we need your input.
That's
Who
why
got
we need a
first then?
4-person show.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I'm an anarchist. I don't do panel shows, so I'm gonna have to see myself out. I mean, let's be honest. The format here was really good. It's almost as good as we got. This is hit rock bottom. You guys seem like fun, but I'm an anarchist who doesn't believe voting will fix anything. So,
But they do use doors.
That's who I want to talk to.
I just
But they do use
this is
doors.
good. You guys seem like fun. What the fuck does that mean? First of all, I
we
don't
are
seem
fun.
like
You should have stuck around.
Letterhack is boring. Jake has a suit and tie. That seems fun to you? Like, I mean, what the fuck is that shit, man?
That
You
seems
guys
fun
seem
to
like
you.
fun.
Andrea's a woman. I mean,
Terrible.
Somebody
There's nothing
jumped in
fun.
here. Somebody came in last week randomly. They'd never seen the show before. And they're like, I just popped in to see what this is about. And dude's wearing a kaiju hoodie. This is awesome. And I was like, because I had a Godzilla hoodie. on.
oh, okay.
And I was like, is that all it takes? Because we're trying our best to alienate people here. Okay.
This is a pro alienation show. A lot of people, they're anti-alien. You see the current administration. Are we allowed to talk about the current administration, or are the anarchists going to get mad? Are they going to throw the cans of soup at us? The current administration. I forgot what I was going to say. I was
Here's
going to say
Jake's
something.
burner
stupid.
account.
Jake,
Assisted Sarge.
he's definitely the most fun when no one else is on screen.
Because he
Which
thinks he's
includes
off screen. No. All right. Well, we are going to do a special.
And that's
so-
enough.
Hey,
All right. Thank you,
boom.
everyone.
Short-lived reboot.
That's good. I didn't.
This is
act-
good. When I got
Thank
when I
God.
got the tools. When I
Is
got
a
the tool belt.
reboot the same as a retool?
A reboot's completely different. It's
That would be
more
like different
similar.
host.
It's
right?
similar to a remake, but not quite.
That would be like all different people. Actually,
That would
wouldn't
no
be
a
bad.
remake.
Can we do that for
would
like a
be-
week?
Remake would be all different people. Reboot is the same people, but like in a totally new environment.
Would
But,
you
like,
ever-
you do the same
Sorry.
storylines?
Would you ever turn? Oh, here the only alienation.
I'm
that
not
matters-
touching it. I'm not touching this.
Right.
anymore.
I was talking about aliens. Unlike the current administration, I'm pro alien. I love aliens. That's
Would
all
you
I-
ever turn this whole thing over to a new panel of hosts for 1 week
Yes,
and just say
immediately.
still called Left Past 10?
Yes, 100%.
And then if they were trying to like be real organized and share the screen and comment on articles and videos, we would come on and be like, you fucked up, you're out, and take over, right? Because they're doing, I mean, you got to do it. It needs to be unscripted, unformatted.
If someone
That
came
is
on
the
this show
format.
and started doing like news reaction, they would get banned, not from Left Past 10, not from this space, but I would organize an entire organization
Take
to
them
just
down.
ban them from everything.
That's what
Just
that
like follow
submarine
them
guy
around
said.
like a rain cloud, you know?
That submarine guy's name was Stockton. He told one of
Hmm.
his buddies, like the right-hand guy, he goes about the safety inspector. He said, you can ruin somebody's life for $50,000 and watch. And then that guy had to testify before, I think it was like the Navy. It looked like a congressional hearing, but it was like Navy guys. And he was like, yeah, he tried to ruin me, like depleted my savings, trying to fight it in court. He just tried to ruin me. And all I said was, you'll die. I'm trying to save you. Isn't that wild? Hubris.
Yeah.
Arrogance.
It's
Just
not
a
at all
billionaire.
Yeah, somebody recently expressed to me a really good point. Greg Wright, good to see you.
What's up?
Dang, he's a handsome devil.
Look at this motherfucking guy's smile. I wish I could ever be
please
as
pull him
happy as Greg is pretending to be for his profile picture.
I could
Look at
just
that.
gaze
I
and
wish
having
I
a good
could be
time.
like that.
Can't fault the guy for having a good time.
I can't.
All
Day.
day.
I wish I could. That's why I'm so upset right now.
And just like super cheery and happy, comes on and goes, "What's up?" with
For
the
no reason.
exclamation point,
reason to
then
be that
question
cheery.
mark, which
Yeah.
tells me that he was excited to ask the question, not that the question was excitable or meant to
Yep.
be.
No, I
exciting,
get it.
right?
I'm right there with you.
That's the difference.
Fair. I just the way I did want to point out the way billionaires behave is the way we would all behave if we had $1 billion and grew up in the same context they did. It's no
I
different.
don't think so.
Oh,
I would
100%.
behave a lot.
Say that
differently.
again. Say it one more time.
I'd be like a Howard Hughes type character.
The way billionaires behave, by and large, is the way we would all behave. And if you start thinking of the billionaires as like a different type of person altogether, you're playing into the faults that keep us in chains.
We should
regulation,
change
not
the
making better
system
billionaires.
so they're not just naturally that way. It should be you can do it.
So they cannot
systemically.
behave these ways. Yeah.
Yeah, so that
Because
you wouldn't
we know
naturally just
people
be
would do
like,
this.
I want for nothing. I mean, somebody wipes my butt for me. I mean, this is, I'm an adult
like,
and I don't do any chores.
thinking they're being bold when what they're doing is gambling with other people's lives, and they have grown up at this point on propaganda where they're thinking, no, these are the risks you have to take to do great things. But really, what they're doing is having other people take risks for them, or signing up people to take the same risks they're going to take, like when they go under the ocean in a submersible that they built and designed. But those other people don't get the same share of the glory, and they think it's perfectly natural. And the thing is, you might think that we're so very different fundamentally in how we're arranged. But if we rely on that to be our critique of what went wrong here, I'm very much in Matt's camp on this. It was systematic. But if we rely on that to be the critique, then not that it's systematic, but that these are just terrible people, there's going to be a different kind of lethal behavior that the next generation of oligarchs engage in, and we will be forever trapped.
Yeah, and
I don't
there's
know
like
if
a
there's gonna be
whole
a next generation.
like our perspective of
Not at all. Yeah.
like I just said something, or I saw something in the chat that I would totally agree with. But right, I have to add that. But it was that I wouldn't want that money. But if you had it, you wouldn't be thinking that. Like you wouldn't have the opportunity to be that objective about it. You wouldn't have that outside perspective and go, look, they're not happy. It's meaningless. You'll never spend it. They're not thinking that. All they're thinking is, I won for nothing. My toenails are fucking perfect because somebody's working on those for me every day. You know what I mean? Whatever it is, it's like drugs are illegal. Not at my house. We have designer drugs that nobody else has access to, right? Like we don't go to jail. Come on. What are you talking about? Nobody pulls me over because I have a driver. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's kind of gross.
You know,
But
they
to
say
Jake's
often,
point,
a
I
lot of
wouldn't if I
people
was
say,
born into it.
You never be able to spend $1 billion. What are you going to spend $1 billion? I'd easily be able to spend $1 billion. I don't know. To me, it doesn't sound that hard.
Look at
Open up
this
5 or
shit.
6 schools. Open up a hospital or 7. It's easy
Jake.
peasy to spend $1 billion fucking
Log
dollars.
off.
That takes like 30 minutes. You can fucking
No,
think of ways to
that's the
spend $1
thing
billion.
is, yeah, you start buying people at that point. You start buying assets.
Hell
You
fucking
start
yeah.
owning resources.
I will buy
That's
fucking
the
a bunch
problem.
of doctors and then I'll fucking tell them to go ahead and save everyone's fucking lives. I'd be able to, easy peasy.
Yeah,
You give
well,
me
I
a day, I'll
mean-
spend the fucking down.
So that would actually be kind of cool, right? Like if
It
you
would
had
be.
the money and you're like, I'm gonna buy 10,000
Matt
doctors today.
Strackbein says owning humans cool. Just want to put that on the record.
No,
real
no,
quick.
Voted,
Lock
by the
it
way,
in.
voted most right wing in left past 10
Employing
polls.
doctors to work outside of the insurance lobbyist.
Yeah, that would be.
dreams. That would
That'd
be
be
neat.
awesome.
Like it would be Doctors Without Borders within our borders.
I happen to have a
Send them
sibling
away. Send them to
who's working
Gaza.
on that
Ship
very
off.
thing.
Is that moral to, like, buy a doctor and
That's
ship
human
them off to
trafficking.
Gaza?
Now you're
Is
talking.
it?
See, billionaire, typical billionaire, just thinks you could buy people, put them in a little thing, ship them away.
Hmm.
Yeah, gets messy pretty quick. But I love those charts that show, or like those visual graphics that show. I don't know why I can't think of what they are, but when you they're like, if you had this much money and you spent $10 million every day for 10,000 years, you'd still be a billionaire. Like that kind of shit. Like
that is so useful. That is incredibly useful. People
and it's
need
like,
to hear
why
it.
are we propping them up? They
Why
don't
we
need
just
our help.
Quietly kill one and divide up their money.
I love I love that a solid percentage of my tax dollars go to funding their fucking nepotism lifestyle.
And then you hear, oh, we can't have public college because then the millionaires and billionaires kids would get to go. What? They're
Who cares?
They don't. It's not like
I love that one. That one's one of my favorites. I like that.
That is so classic. It's like they can go to any college they want. They're going to take the free one and get a free ride on my dime. That is so ridiculous.
On my dime.
Yeah, exactly. Think about all the fucking people who would get like a legit education and be better for it, and then society would be better. Nope, we're not going to do it because the rich kids will find. Oh, now you give a shit about what.
And
the
that's
rich
just
kids are
us getting played. I'm seeing more and more often how much like progressives are very much vulnerable to the same crap.
Progressives
that
are
right-wingers
easy fucking shit to manipulate. You see this fucking this
Well,
news
everybody.
story. This fucking guy went on Jubilee and was talking about Nazi shit, and then he got fired. And then all the lefties are making videos about it. Oh, look, he got fired. Meanwhile, he's running out the back door with fucking $500,000 from his fucking GoFundMe. And he started off his right-wing fucking commentary career off the back. So all these dumb fuck lefties making videos about some stupid fucker, because lefties are super fucking easy and predictable, and they do the
I
same
am
fucking thing every fucking
as
time.
guilty as the worst of us, because I was preaching, don't talk to these people, don't blah 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 blah, when I got all mad and big feelings about things. But that's exactly what they want. They definitely right now, the ominous the people in charge, do not want us reaching across the aisle because we'll take away their money, and that's actually all they care about. Hey, Boston
I'm gonna
Brian,
reach
thank
across the aisle.
Welcome in, Boston
I'm in
Brian
the
Raiders.
mustard aisle. I'm gonna reach around, grab some pickles across the aisle.
I had a guy who used to, how did he do it? This always threw me off. And one day I was like, okay, I need clarification on this analogy or whatever. He would go, dude, no, I will look you in the eye when I give you a reach around. And I'm like, why?
Here, sure.
How does this suit me in this scenario? What's my physical
What are you
position
reaching
in your
for?
mind right now? Like,
Yeah.
I don't understand.
It's not a no. It's not a
Wait,
no. But I just need a little.
What are you talking about?
It was his way of saying I got your back, but it's like I don't get it.
Well, what are you gonna do?
I was just like, we need to come up with a better analogy here because I'm starting to think about it and I don't like this. I get that he's saying like I'll go to the effort of looking you in the eye from this impossible position while also doing you a solid. And I'm like, I don't need this.
If only because it raises the standard that your partner in bed then is going to be required to. Don't go too far above and beyond.
I mean,
You
is there
know,
a bed
some
in
of
this
us are over
scenario?
40.
I don't even know. Like, how far does
True.
it go? It's.
Oh,
I mean,
please tell me it's not this standing
we
up
in
in
the
kitchen
woods or-
nonsense. Nah,
I don't know. I
Nah.
mean,
I'm
it
too
just
husky
seems
these
like
days. I don't
one of
like
those things that he was in the process of, writing.
What does that say on your cup?
savvy sliders.
Jeez, man, you live in an era that I'm not sure actually exists. You are in a parallel fucking universe somewhere of like between like 78 and 84. Like you're right
Somehow
in there, but it's not
constantly
this
1979
America.
Kansas City.
It's a
Not
Mandela
this
effect,
Earth.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like maybe like you live on one 4-mile stretch of a highway somewhere in the Midwest that nobody really goes to, where they have, what was that? What the fuck did that cup say?
Savvy sliders.
Savvy sliders, of course. Oh yeah, no, it's like everyone around here knows savvy sliders, but no one outside here has a clue.
Yeah. And then why the
chickpea-
fuck do you have this cup on your desk, for Christ's sake?
Because it doesn't transfer heat very much. It's an
Jake,
insulator.
styrofoam is not the answer to that problem.
Well, it is if liver failure is going to get you way before the cancer.
Just you need like a regular thermos.
I have one of those, I think.
I want to
Why
go back.
is your liver failing?
Booze.
Are you
brown
drinking it right now?
No, for
No,
lunch,
but why
like a
not?
regular
For
1950s
lunch?
guy. What are you talking about? Like,
But why does
hello,
the
he doesn't get
insulation
drunk.
matter? What the fuck does
Flowing
insulation
through his
matter?
veins. He doesn't get
I
drunk. It's
didn't
just
think
like
we dissect the joke that
blood.
much. I don't know.
Just like blood. I want to go back to what Greg Wright was saying about his avatar or his profile picture being taken at Rocky Mountain National Park, which is probably why you're so
Ooh.
happy. I used to go to Rocky Mountain National Park all the time and hike. It is amazing. You can see like mountain goats like on mountains. It's crazy. It is nuts.
That is cool.
But I used to think, and this is just where my mind goes, I guess. I used to always think, what would happen if somebody like okay, if somebody grabbed you, like kidnapped you, threw a hood over, right? Drove you around for a long
Kick
time.
one of them goats.
And then suddenly like you woke up and pulled the hood off and you're in the middle of Rocky Mountain National Park. If you weren't able to identify someone, you could be anywhere in the fucking world.
True.
You'd be like, oh my God, where am I? Like I've been wearing a hood for a week. I could
That
be anywhere.
would be like a reverse where in the world is Carmen Sandiego, but from Carmen Sandiego's hungover perspective. I like that.
And if you weren't on a trail and didn't see like a sign with obvious, like you're in Rocky Mountain National Park, duh. But if you were just in the middle of the wilderness, it'd be dangerous for one, because there's actual like, wildlife that'll get you. But like you wouldn't know where you were right away. I think that's
We do
interesting.
have
Speaking, by the
brunette
way, on the
friend.
subject of
We
not
could
knowing
film
where someone is, I will be back in 3.5 minutes.
You gotta head out to
Since
Savvy
she's not here,
Sliders.
can we just recruit and like sign Andrea up for a bunch of stuff?
Oh yeah. Yeah. We'll get her, we'll order her like electronics, and then we'll just put the warranties in her name. We'll put the safety protections. We'll just add her address to it. That would be funny as shit. Can you do that?
I don't know, but I love it, and this is very much an uncle style prank. This
Like
is-
I just signed up for $16.99 a month for a 4-year protection. I don't understand. What is this?
we pre-bought you 6 oil changes, you stupid dude.
Or
It's all
like,
in place with the slow service.
yeah,
Yeah, I love it.
yeah. It's like gifting somebody rolled coins.
Yes,
It's $300. No, it's a bunch of rolled fucking coins. What do you even do with those?
Well, I famously use them in fighting matches. I don't know.
Okay, I've done that. I've actually done that.
Did you
But
really? Jesus Christ.
But do people do people still like roll coins?
I've not seen them in a long.
See,
long
I don't leave
time.
the house a lot, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm just a software program, so I don't actually know.
I am starting to see that. But no, if I took a bunch of rolled coins to the bank, would they be like, "Oh, thanks. Here's how do you want it? How do you want your cash?" Or would
They'd
they
at
be
least
like,
give you a
"Still do this?" Max,
hello, Max.
Good
You
boy,
good boy.
What a good
Oh, sweet
dog.
fellow. You good dog.
Good dog. Yeah, you're a good boy, Max.
Yeah.
Yes,
You
you
good
are.
boy. Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Well, now
Max
I
is
got to
like-
do the thing.
Max is like, there's a delay. I don't understand.
Oh, baby.
Why is that guy having an Atari hat? He doesn't even play Atari. Max is like as judgmental as Andrea. Like, what? God, what did that right winger just say?
Oh, I adore that sweet fellow.
Okay, so how many times have we shut it down? How many times have we shut it down tonight? 4 or 5? It's only 10:50. It feels like we've been on air for days. Feels like we have been doing this show for literally 5 or 6 days, and it's 50 minutes. And I started at 10 p.m.
Should I be offended?
Exactly. No. Oh
yeah,
man,
talking to Jake, man, it's fucking. It feels like we've
Really
been here for
slog.
hours. It's horrifying.
I
Every time
was-
this guy starts talking, I go like, oh shit, bro.
I was dying
sitting here.
earlier. I was dying earlier when Andrea. Oh, so first of all, Jeff Waldorf can't go off air without introducing Andrea's show. So it's like we got Jeff Waldorf to say "fuckville" like more than once, which is got to be clipped. It was so priceless. He goes, "I like saying fuckville," and then Andrea does the classic like testing, right? But it went on for like a long time. No, I was dying, and my wife's in the background going, does she know that she's live? And I was like, yeah. I was like, she did this right to Sam Cedar's face the other day, like behind the scenes. I wish that had been recorded. Actually, maybe it was. I bet that was recorded. Don't you think?
Someone's got it.
Andrew,
I just
Sam's
I'm
like,
very-
hey
I
guys, and
wanna
Andrew's
know
going,
if
are we
we're
live?
on. Yeah, it's important to me that that people
They
can hear me.
email you very specific instructions and tell you exactly what's going on. And then Andrew is like, are we live? Is this on? Like, to a comedian, the oldest comedian microphone bit you can think of. It's so overplayed. It's like, is this thing on? Fucking awesome. I was like, that is fucking great. I really, really wish we had that.
It's
I'm gonna try and get it.
See,
Hey,
what you
we're
don't
still getting
understand is
awesome
this is
time
just an
ratings.
expression of my paranoia. I have obsessive compulsive paranoia. I have an existential fear of saying something with the microphone off. And so as a result, I always have to triple check, you know? That shirt fucking sucks. It's too short.
I can't. You're too dry, Andrea. I can never. I'm never confident.
It's all a bit. It's all a bit.
Okay.
What's a bit? What are you talking about? What is-
Unless she's directly insulting you, like to your face, it's a joke.
No, those are the jokes. It's the you got it. You flipped it.
You were giving Letterhack crap for that earlier. The
I
devil
often do.
horns.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That's what he wasn't looking, though, so
somebody nailed it. I don't know, 4 weeks ago now. Somebody said, I love how this show is basically just Andrea giving Matt a bunch of shit and he just ignores it. Calmly.
Yeah.
I think they said calmly ignores it.
it's calm on stream, and then as soon as the stream's over, Matt's like, I can't believe you fucking said that to me.
Oh, yeah, right. No, yeah, as soon as we go off air, I'm like, take it back. Hurt my feelings. I've been
I was
trying not to
imagining
cry.
the other opposite of Matt. I was imagining, like, as soon as the stream ends, he's next to you, like, you got something to say?
Yeah, right. Jake, you're there. So, like, you know how it goes. It's basically just this still.
Yes. I've said on air, I think, before, I often forget when we're on air because it is literally just more of the show.
Oh, yeah.
But
No, I mean, this isn't like our on-air version.
Yeah.
Right? And you know what's funny is like I do that a lot. I have so many conversations in this exact same software and setting and view that I forget what was a show and what was a private call.
100%.
This level of dementia that is being produced by these corporations that are controlling how we
Blurred
communicate
lines.
is anti-human. It is fundamentally absurd, and we cannot be surviving in this way. You can't tell what's a show and what's real life.
I occasionally
you can't tell
think
what's
of
a phone
something-
call, a private. Oh, sorry.
I so
I didn't
disagree.
know we were having a heart-to-heart private conversation. I thought we were doing a show.
It's not heart to heart.
Whoa,
It's
everyone,
not
we're
heart to
doing a
heart.
show. These
It's like I would
fucking
trust you guys with my
softwares
life.
are
Like,
don't really
controlling
do
your
heart to heart,
memories.
but
They're controlling. They're inside your brain. They're in your mind. They're
none of it in
inside of
my
your
brain.
conjuration machine, the magical apparatus
That's kind of
in your mind that can
sci-fi.
conjure things that don't even exist, like love and happiness. Things that aren't
Okay.
even an objectively
Huh.
real thing. And then here you are letting this fucking this manipulation, cognition manipulation engine known
Interesting.
as StreamYard just totally fuck your shit up. And yet here you go, mindlessly just
My
going
shit
on
up.
and on
All
and
right.
on. You don't know if we're live. I don't know if you're live. Jake
Good.
doesn't know much
Real
of anything right
good.
now.
I like that. Good story. Reminds me of a story my uncle used to tell me. Anyway,
That's true.
moving on.
Could
Your
not
uncle used to talk
disagree
about the
more
fucking
with you.
StreamYard. Is that really?
Totally disagree, Jake. I totally disagree with you.
I am
Really?
just of the belief that all I want out of any of this stuff is the ability to do live streaming, save
Accomplished.
the video, display the chat, and hopefully take payments for various things.
All this
I
you
don't
just
care if it's
described
Zoom.
what we do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is
Oh,
like,
you're saying you're happy
I
with
think it's good. Yeah, I don't want YouTube to be the only place that does that. I want Zoom to go up a little bit more, maybe offer live chat interface.
You were
of some
listening to
sort.
what Andrea was saying that whole time. See,
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel like I'm missing out because I did not listen to any of that.
I was
I
actually.
did not.
Matt
have a
doesn't
choice.
realize this because Matt has an IQ that is very.
I
close
heard
to a
heart to
frog.
heart, and my
But a
Irish side
frog
just
could
checked
not
out.
understand what I was saying unless they were Kermit the Frog. However, what I was saying was a real, truthful, identifiable subject that just went right over Matt's head because
It was
similar to like the only way Matt doesn't have his fucking IQ just like helium like float out.
I
of
don't
his
even know what IQ
is if he
stands for.
wears this fucking goddamn Atari hat, even though he
It's a
doesn't.
little
even play
too
Atari
tight.
games.
It's a
Can you
little
believe
too
that
tight,
shit? By
a
the
little
way,
too
what's the
low.
last Atari game you played? What is it like? Fucking 1983. The last time you fucking touched an Atari, you goddamn poser.
I'm gonna say 86, probably.
All right.
Yeah. I think it was. I was playing. What's that game? PlayStation, I think.
You're playing. No, that's.
Oh
good.
no, it was Xbox. That's the game with the
I love
things
that one. Yeah,
that
yeah.
go.
You got the, and then they go.
I used to play. What's this? Do you know what this is? Do you know
Oh
what-
yeah.
What? Pong, and then this one.
Oh yeah.
It was like tanks, right? And then this one. Remember asteroid, and you're like beep, 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 beep. Yeah, that was a good one. And then Pitfall, remember? Remember when you would mess up, you go.
This is good, yeah.
I played Temple of Doom on a Commodore 64. It was the mine shaft thing. It was so overly complicated. I was like, why aren't they making it fun? Why do they make it so it's so like easy to lose?
Oh Jesus.
And so then I played
Sorry, man.
Frogger was that Atari? Frogger?
It was on Atari, yeah.
Yeah, I played Frogger, played a lot of that remember Frogger? And I think Donkey Kong was originally on Atari and went to Nintendo. Is it Nintendo? Is that how you say it? Nintendo?
I did
You
not
could say it that way.
realize that.
Yeah, and Pac-Man. So, big video game guy back then. I think there was a tennis game.
Oh, there was, yeah.
Yep. And that would come on like a cartridge, and it was like there's a airplane game and a tennis game and a tank game, and you're like, oh, they put all the lame games on one cartridge, but whatever. It's good practice for learning
give you
the
3.
Yeah, well, it's also,
the
they're trying to help out poor families.
stick of joy.
But we all know that
Why do they call them
Letterhack-
joysticks?
Letterhack over here hates poor
is
families and doesn't
pervy.
want them to have 3 games for the price of 1. Letterhack's like, I want 3 games for the price of 3, and I have the money to pay for it.
Why
Fuck
do they
you,
call it a
mom, with 2
joystick?
Jobs. You can
Why are we all
barely
going along with
afford it.
this joystick thing? It's not.
No one fucking calls it a joystick anymore. This isn't 1987.
What do you
okay?
call it? A controller.
Yeah, it's called
Like
a
a
fucking
good little
stick.
capitalist slave, a controller.
Yeah, I'm gonna control the masses with my capitalistic urgency.
Why isn't it a remote?
I don't know what that just said, by the way.
Why isn't it the button pad? Why is it a controller? Is that short for something? Video game controller? Console controllers? Up, down, down, MC. What was it?
I don't.
Up,
I
down, down.
literally. I don't
right,
think
left,
I have
right, left,
heard it referenced as anything other than a joystick in terms of video game.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you.
I can't. I just tried to Google it to see if I recognized one of the pseudonyms, and I don't. I thought that would be going somewhere. But
Like when you're playing with your fucking PlayStation controller, you call that shit a joystick.
Yeah. Well, no. What? Absolutely not. A joystick has it's a stick that you grip like
That's
so.
what I remember was like it had a knob.
Yeah.
Yeah, but controllers don't have that anymore.
Well, Matt used to hold.
They
the
do.
basic
They just
thing,
don't use them.
And
they don't use them.
You used to have to like lean. Do people still do that? Like,
I
do that
do
all the
that.
time, yeah.
I 100%. Yeah.
are you
I got
like,
no
I'm
problem.
fucking sore from that video game? Damn.
It'll
Oh,
work
I'm
the
sure.
obliques for
Yeah.
sure.
Get a workout.
Yeah, the Contra code. What was it? Up, down, down. Left, right, MB, or something.
MB start. Yeah.
What is M? Where's M?
You're thinking of the
don't fucking know.
Konami code.
What the fuck is M?
Keyboard.
You were playing Contra with a fucking keyboard? What are you fucking playing on an emulator?
Andrew, you're asking me to remember over 40 years ago.
You're thinking of the Konami code.
So
I'm pretty
first
sure
of
I remember
all,
that.
I cannot possibly like we're gonna have to put a pin in this one. But in, let's say, I don't know, 30 or 40 years from now, I will be able to demonstrate to you that I am able.
I've
to
done more
memorize
drugs.
things.
I've done more drugs than you. I've done way more drugs than you in that gap. I'm sorry.
Well, first of all, my story
You'll
is
rot your brain? True.
first of all, your
Do I
story
care?
is pretty
No,
much
but it's
finished.
true.
You're in your elder years. My story is still being written. I still have a chance to do more drugs than you. So let's do a little, let's hold our phones a little bit here. Let's grapple our phones with our
for it.
phalanges and let's just put a pin in this one, because I guarantee you my memory I'll
Till
remember this
when?
conversation in 40 years. 2065, I'll remember this horse shit. I'll be
Think
like,
this show's still gonna be going on.
goddamn Quintilis.
Were you guys not planning on doing it for another 40
I
years? You have to
remember.
tell me now.
I'm planning
a lot
on
of
being
plans
here
based
for at
on
least 36 years. I don't know about anything after that.
I'll tell you this. I have more than one member with a badge signifying they've been a member for 2 years, 24 months.
Being a member of your shit fuck system,
Yeah,
of
it's
your
pretty cool,
of
right?
your financial, they're out there working a real job, and you're in here spending their money on comic books and fucking cartoons and Atari hats.
Do you see why we need Sandee? We
Spending
can't just
their
all
money.
three be the jerks. You gotta
Yeah, I'm
have-
like a televangelist. I need all 1 million people watching right now to send me $1, but instead it's like I need all 86 people watching right now to send me $10,000 so that I can keep buying my comic books.
This guy has specialty blue lighting so that he can damage his comic.
Specialty.
You know,
Yeah.
blue
Oh, that's
is
a custom
most-
job.
it's the most
You
damaging.
can't
It
get
has
that
the
blue
most
outside of
damaging
those
range,
lights.
Well, that's what I'm
Custom
saying.
job.
You got a specific light to damage all of your comics faster than the average lighting. Like that yellow warmer lighting would be better. It would
It's not on 24/7, Andrea. It's on for the show, which is like
it doesn't
3
matter.
hours
You're
max.
damaging those beautiful comics. You have comics from there,
They're
like in
fine.
the 30s,
Those
the
comics are
40s,
fine.
being destroyed. The
Those comics don't
spines are
just
being
sit on that
bleached.
shelf.
They're being bleached right now, like
Oh,
fucking.
we're boring,
just, like,
Jake. We're
fucking,
boring,
like,
Jake. He's over there
bathroom,
coughing,
goddamn
going,
floor.
"Don't forget,
Like,
there's
I gotta
3 people
scrub
here."
the fucking the bleach right off your fucking spine. my fucking vertebrae are about to collapse under the weight of this knowledge that I have that your comics are being destroyed.
Okay.
I'm watching them rot right now. You can see it right behind you. You can see the fucking
Very
fibers
interesting.
decay,
I didn't know
the
that. See, now
cellulotic
I know.
fibers.
And, I'm going to use this information to be a better person. Thank you.
I would use red light. Red light's superior for that.
Oh.
Ooh. It would be fun if you could change the color of lights at will.
Yeah.
I've always wanted those. Oh, shit.
He's going to go change it to red. Look at him. Look at that.
If he does,
welcome back, everyone, to
sincerely
the Jake and
Rhea
show. To the show. We are currently waiting for Letterhack to change his specialty lighting because, of course, the colors are changeable. He's a trust fund baby. He's super rich. He can afford. And there it is. There's the rich little trust fund.
That really wasn't that difficult either. I just took a little break.
Yeah, you just took a little. You went into your custom controller and you just switched over the lighting controls, and I gotta say, it looks a lot worse. I'm trying. I'm doing this.
Who's
the producer?
I'm doing it.
Actually, my comic books look better already. They're like,
I do like.
No, but for real though, red light is better. It is superior. Blue light's probably the worst light you can
in
get.
Amsterdam, it has a different context, but we're not in Amsterdam, are we? We're very far away from Amsterdam, so there's no district
there he goes.
here even. So one thing I just want to remind everyone of is this show has no script, no real format, no structure whatsoever. It's free form. We don't decide what we're going to talk about even during the show.
This show has no structure, similar
winging it.
to Letterhack's comic book collection, as the
We've been trying to
radiating
shut it
light
down and
is the
retool it for
structure of
months.
the cellulose fibers that maintain the paper and cardboard. And so very similar to his comic book collection.
I don't
The
know
moment you touch
anything
this
about preserving comic books physically or their
Terrible.
integrity. I know
Irresponsible.
nothing about it.
Yep.
I don't have a clue what I'm doing when it comes to comic books. I'm new to it. I'm new to the game.
Oh, check this out, by the way. Look at this. Boston Brian chatters, by the way.
Yeah.
Great. If you haven't subbed to Matt's new creator collective, This Space, please do. Yeah,
Thank
everyone
you.
go give Matt's new collective a subscribe. Matt he's been really trying hard pulling this off. Matt is on fire. He is doing a great job with this new collective.
These are all my burner accounts.
2:17 a.m. I wake up. Matt's like, "Oh, look, this space got 3,000 subscribers. Ooh, this space. Look, isn't all my hard work paying off?" That's what Matt is saying to me at 2:18 a.m. on a fucking Thursday. The last time I read a comic, look at this guy's fucking cringe posting fucking profile picture. Like he's a little fucking
meme philosopher. If you need recommendations, hit me up. Join the
Discord.
Discord.
Last time I read a comic book is like that. Comic books are written for illiterates, so you'd be able to get right into it. As they need these morons need the pictures in order for them to understand the words.
Juxtaposition.
Right? All teaching you how to learn how to read. I, like a big-brained individual, read books without
big
pictures.
brain on Andrea.
I can see the pictures in my mind when I read the words. People like Letterhack they can't do that. They're unable.
Dark Brandon.
Here we have the red light that's causing like a weird like anti-aliasing effect on your shoulder.
We're
That's causing
Sith
me-
Lords. Yeah, this is very dangerous now, Andrea. You gotta be careful.
Sith Lords. For
now
that
it's
movie
what
I've
you
ever
can
seen.
dark side stuff.
The
here.
cops.
What
scream.
can do?
Damn fine.
True.
I read manga. I read comics, and I read real books for real people, real adults.
Oh, but seriously, meme philosopher, if you need some comic book recommendations, I mean, just tell me what you're into. We can do this. Join the Discord.
My favorite comic book is Dragon Ball.
That is a good one.
Thought that was a show.
I gotta say, I do like the green duct tape. This is really good. Whatever that is, I assume it's duct tape. I assume
you
that
see-
put duct tape on your forehead. I don't know what else it could be.
The Vanguard was on recently, and Gavin had a green bottle, like a Perrier or whatever, and it was green screened, and he thought it was me, and I was like, no, I don't know what. It was weird. definitely a green screen.
I don't. What is
But it
with all
looked like
these
a brick
amateur
wall.
streamers that need green screens? How about you get a fucking like Letterhack? Look at him. He's got this tailor-made background. Look at me.
I
got
have
this
a green
on the wall
screen
where I fucking
retracted
rubbed
right
the
there.
chair against the wall, and then all this
I could
paint
go
fucking
green
soaked
screen
off.
at
See
any
this small
moment.
brown strip. It's ugly and gross.
I
You
could
know, I got to
do.
paint it at some point. But
I
hey,
could green
fuck
it up right now.
no, green screens are for fucking losers. They're for fucking cowards. Oh, I
Well,
gotta,
that's why I don't
I
use
gotta
it.
look so professional.
Obviously,
Oh,
it's
look
why I
at
don't
me.
use it. I don't.
How
I'm
about
not
you
a
fucking
coward.
show us what your room really looks like,
I'm
Jake?
not a loser.
Let's see the fucking pizza boxes on the floor and the
And
used tissue boxes and the fucking
once again,
the
the show
stains
has
on the
no
wall
point,
and the
no
fucking beer
theme,
can
no
fucking
context. This
leaking
show is
contents.
for people to just go, I need something that's just like inherently off the rails.
That
I
is
want to
what-
tune in and go, fuck is this? Well, here we are.
Yeah,
That
right,
is
Jake?
what Matt and I were talking about earlier, though. there's a good chance I'm just a
Fago
software
grape?
program.
Is that what I saw?
No, this is Cherry Coke Zero.
Much worse.
Yes.
The hole in his Jake is now in his 80s cocaine binge phase, hence the hole in his noggin.
Phase.
This fucking cup. I can't with this fucking cup.
Jake took offense at the word phase. And that was the offensive part. What do you mean phase? Like I was saying, Jake, you know, you can keep liquids cool or warm without styrofoam. And he's like, why? But I have styrofoam. Why would I?
Malum Pokalum?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Machinima.
Yep.
So that's what we let you know at the beginning. What do you call that? An Easter egg. We dropped an Easter egg at the beginning. This entire show has been a machinima, you guys.
It's all manufactured. None of this is real.
Which is machine and cinema in one word. Machinima. I learned that earlier, and now I'll never forget because it's right. So look, I mean, if anyone in here is like, what the fuck is going on? You are not alone. We all feel that way. That's not a glitch. It's a feature, as they say. It is it's such a non-glitch feature that it's on the bottom of the controller, you might say. Good boy, Max. Good boy. I could start doing all the dog triggers right now. Like, want to go? You want to do?
I'm trying. I always am not. I'm not sure if I should mention Foxy's dog's name, because Foxy, Wicked Foxy Dragon, will often watch this stuff with her dog, and we will begin a chain reaction.
Oh,
reacting.
This sounds like a song from like, you know, the 80s, like a Barbra Streisand song, right? Like this dream is a simulation in my mind, or maybe I don't know, maybe a John Prine.
No, I was gonna say like prog rock.
Okay.
Freaking what, like Savage Garden or something? I don't know.
They play the guitar like this.
Yes.
Sandee.
I did it earlier too. We miss her, man.
Well, that's also it's dead naming. Jake used to be known as
Dead
Sandee.
naming. How is it dead naming?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Sandee, and then you changed your name.
See, Boston
you're
Brian's
right,
been on the show, so he knows what he's doing when he raids and tells everyone, "Go watch Left Past 10." He knows that is potentially going to be a very scary thing.
Those are some sick and nasty shades, dude. Those are gnarly, bro. Those are looking great. Yeah, no, man.
He knows the risks. You're right.
Oh, move your head up a little bit, just up a little bit, so you get the U in there. Because right now it kind of looks like you just have red. Yeah, go up a little bit more. Up a little bit more. Now take a sip. Take a sip. Now take a sip. Perfect.
That's cool.
Yeah,
you're a billboard.
This is great. Don't spit it up. Don't spit it up now. Swallow it. All right. Good job. Oh, nice.
You know, maybe it's just because I can't see anything, but that did feel like it took a turn.
I like that the red light from Jake's screen is emanating. You can see it in Letterhack's screen. Like Jake is in the next room over. The red is just piercing. You know,
Yeah,
it's getting in there.
On YouTube they call it redirect. You can redirect to somebody's show after your show. You can set that at any time once your stream is set up. Hey, this is Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong. Got in the mail a couple of days ago. Very cool. That was cool. I like the art a lot. It inspired me to recommend. I was talking about it with somebody recently, I think the Vanguard, and I recommended to them some really cool Godzilla comics. And I went back and read them, and I was like, these are cool. But look, I got to tell you,
I was watching you get that recommendation. I'm glad to hear it checks out. Because I've heard a lot of people say they've got some good Godzilla stuff. And
there's so much Godzilla stuff happening in comics right now. It's wild. There's tons, and because it's San Diego Comic Con.
As someone who's and again, I don't maybe it's my time for me to dip out, but as an anarchist, I don't know about Godzilla.
You're gonna show your way out.
Godzilla about as an anarchist, I don't really believe that gods are gonna fix anything. I prefer
this is an angry god sometimes. Sometimes it's not just like a god that people envisioned in their own image or to suit their own wishes and desires. This is like nobody asked for this. He has atomic breath. That's what they call him. It's like beep, 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 the blue beam when he goes.
Yes. Oh, I thought that was his tail. No, we get it. Yes.
Called atomic breath.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I just want to say, Matt, in like a month, you're going to be saying, I keep gaining 10 subscribers and losing like 5. And then I'm going to play that clip of Andrea like, fuck you.
Do you know, I mean, I got to tell you, it's real. It says you've gained 9 subscribers in the last 28 days. And I was like, not true. I gained at least 30, lost 2, gained 1, lost 5, gained 6, lost 10, gained. And then it's like I'll wake up Sunday morning and it's like between Saturday at 2 a.m. and Sunday at 6 a.m. I lost 15 subscribers. Who the fuck the middle of the night Saturday is like, oh, I had a great time at the club. Is Letterhack on? No, fuck him. I'm unsubscribed. Who is doing that?
So I did a Twitch stream the other day and I lost 4 followers on that Twitch stream.
If it happened when I was live, it would make sense. I'd be like, yeah, I would leave now too. I would unsubscribe now too. But it's happening like in the off hours when I don't advertise that I'm going to be streaming then. And like, if my last content offended you, then have you not been, is that the only thing you've seen? Because it's all pretty consistent. I don't get it.
This is, to be honest with you, this is an offensive show. If I were to watch this, in fact, everyone, if you're watching on this space, go over to Matt's
always
channel.
Been offensive.
Make sure you hit the unsubscribe button now. That way, Matt will talk about you. If you ever wondered what's the easiest way to get Matt to talk about you, unsubscribe. Then he won't shut the fuck up about you. He won't know who you are, but he'll love talking about you. Let me tell you.
I get these emails saying we can help your SEO. They don't tell you what that means. They just say the words, the letters, SEO, like you would go, oh, I do know. If I need you to help with my SEO, I also need you to tell me what the fuck that means. You know what I'm saying? It's like when your mechanic starts talking to you like you're a car mechanic. No. I haven't taken time to learn shit that I'm hiring you to do, or else I would just fucking do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's very annoying. Like when they constantly say the GOP.
Good old GAP.
Stop calling them that. Also, it's fucked up that nobody knows. Nobody knows. Okay, what does JPEG stand for? This is where I always go. Because there are some things where you don't have to know the name. You just need to know the function. Do you like JPEG? Like if I told you what it meant, it would make no difference. Inconsequential.
Something experts group.
Joint Photographic Experts Group.
Yep.
Look at that.
Doesn't
make
any difference?
I assume nobody actually knew. Wow.
To change anything? No, it's because I've said this a million times.
GOP is grand old party.
Yeah, but like that isn't accurate. It's not applicable. They haven't been grand. They're definitely old.
The oldest president.
No party going on over there. You should be calling them fucking fashion.
They should be calling them the grand old pedophiles because there's 70 million pedophiles.
I interviewed a candidate today. I pre-recorded. I'm going to show it on Monday. And I was like, I was going to say, yeah, Matt, say GIF or is it GIF? I don't know.
Oh,
I say
Jif,
Jif.
guys.
Because I don't
Jif
eat
is
GIF
real.
peanut butter. Just saying. So the
Me neither.
the I was gonna say something to this candidate at the end, like, and I didn't because I was like, that was immediately taken out of context by
Jake, I
anybody who sees
swear
it.
to fucking God, there's no way you just took the peanut butter off your desk to check the label to see if it's worth showing to the stream and then putting it away. That's not what I just saw you do.
No, I'm
He
sorry.
does
Pat,
this
please
show
continue.
out of his kitchen. It's not a cooking show, but it's out of the kitchen, which could be a cooking show, or it's in a grocery store. Like
One of-
he's
one
in
of
a
the peanut
bodega.
butters might no.
Yeah, it's just store brand.
Do you
False
have
alarm.
have chili pepper infused honey by any chance? That would be something weird that you could just
Yeah,
magically
on the
produce.
list of weird things you could have. Do you have any? hot
Unfortunately,
chili honey?
I
Oh, you
ate it all,
finished it.
sorry.
Oh wow! Did you just do it straight? Like,
What do you mean you ate it all? There was like 8/9 left.
I
Last
had a
time you
point
showed it
here.
to
What
us.
was I saying? Wasn't I saying?
But yeah, we
something?
interrupted it with nonsense. I started it. I'm sorry.
Oh, I said I was going to say to the candidate, it's like I paid you to say this, but I can't say that, right? Because that would immediately be taken out of context. But the way he was talking to me, I was like, oh my God, this is so refreshing. This is what you want candidates to be saying.
I have a question.
Speak to me for real. Don't just put it in the
Yeah.
same terms that you think I would use because of whatever. Speak to me for real. We know what the fuck is going on. Don't act like we don't know what's going
Could
on.
not
And
agree
he was so like, this is how they do it. And then next it'll be this. And I was like, and you're running for office. This is great.
Hell yeah.
So I have a question in regards to politicians, right?
In Florida.
How much money does it take to get someone to like say something at a speech, you know?
Great
Oh.
question.
You
Like
mean,
a
okay,
couple
so
thousand
what
bucks?
kind of politician?
Like, you know, you're running
already
for
elected?
Congress. No, you're running for Congress. So you're not actually in there yet.
I think it still takes way less than you would assume.
Yeah, like 1,000 maybe.
I saw
bucks for
some
you to do
guys-
a whole speech event about like, you know, cucumbers and how they're poisonous.
I saw these guys raid, I think it was Gillibrand. They raided her barbecue. They were having a fundraiser. And they said they just raided with signs and they got kicked out and thrown out right away. But they were like, you sold out and voted for all of Trump's nominees and judges and all that. And it was for $5,000. And like they had the figures and they were like, only
Really?
$5,000. That's all you got.
That is
I was
such
like,
a
wow.
effective message there.
But it's
Andrea,
like they don't even get a lot.
The $5,000, like, damn, we could fundraise that in like a couple shows. Get Kirsten Gillibrand. to
Hey,
say some shit.
T-Bone,
Whoa!
what
Everyone,
is
shut
up?
the fuck up for a
T-Bone.
second. We got T-Bone who is here. Welcome,
T-Bone.
T, put the T
Good to
in
see
the
you.
bone is what I always say because we got T-Bone here. Slash
Very
side of
good to
life.
see you, T-Bone.
I mean, to Andrea's point, I think it matters in the way in which you give it. Because if you were to try
You
to
can't just walk
contact,
up with a cash full like envelope, you know.
yeah, like I think if you were to just go up, like contact them out of the blue and say, I would like you to start supporting blank. Here's a check. I think that's going to cost you like 20 grand. But if you go to one of their dinners, that's like $1,000 a plate, and you say, hi, I just imply that you've been financially supporting them. I've been supporting you for a long time. I intend to keep doing it, but I wanted to talk to you for a moment about the oil industry or whatever. I think that is how you get a
Like the
cheaper,
olive oil industry, and then we get some because olive
Yeah.
oil is expensive nowadays. You see the
I
fucking price of
think
that shit.
I
now?
like avocado.
the
oil,
goddamn
but
tariffs.
I think the way it goes is they're like, did you get the 100,000? They're like, yes, thank you. And they go, okay, well, I got to give you 5,000 over the table so nobody asks. And then I think it throws us off because we're like, you did all that shit for 5,000, and they're like, tip of the iceberg, right? Like it's under the table. It's a lot more. I think.
I mean,
that's
I
what it is.
think she.
But
would
you're
be
right too.
to find out she did it for 5,000. Like I think they're every bit as susceptible to scams as we are, and I really want to highlight the fact that the election industry itself is a scam. The reason we hate each other so much is because of ads and misinformation put out by this industry, and the politicians are also targets of that scam. they're not victims necessarily because they are part of it, but they are also targets. So when I hear that Kristen Sinema essentially screwed over hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions, for $5,000, it wouldn't surprise me to learn that she was surprised by that.
But of course, I think we're talking about Gillibrand, were we not?
And the way they do it is
all women senators are the same to you, Jake. They're all the same.
the way they filmed this.
Can't really, you know.
The way they filmed it is they're immediately getting bum rushed. Oh, I can't say bum rush, can I?
Why not?
No, you can say
Wait.
bum. What are you talking about?
Does the bum in it refer to rushing at a behind, like you've seen a big
I don't
beautiful
know.
behind from across the room?
I need lefties to pull me left. Pull me left. But now here's the thing. They're
What is
being
bum
thrown
rushing?
out. They're being like mobbed and thrown out of this barbecue, and the camera focuses in. This is what makes you think, like, whenever I see this, I'm like, is this real? They focus in, and there's Gillibrand in the back, like under a gazebo, leaning against like one of the pillars, just like disappointed and like trying to kind of like not be in the foreground, but like cameras can zoom.
Oh god.
I do like the idea that if you're a
I gotta find
politician,
it now.
just at any moment, like some fuckers can just pop out of nowhere and just like cause a ruckus. Like if I were a politician and I voted to like give Israel like some money to kill a bunch of kids, and then some guys just like crashed my barbecue, I'd be laughing. I'd be like, hell fucking yeah. You know, this is great. This is like entertaining. Like, what were you just gonna sit here and talk to a bunch of fucking idiot fucking fundraisers, a bunch of fucking morons trying to suck my fucking cock? You know, now we got some guys coming up here fucking screaming at me. Now I'm gonna be on the news. How great. Now everyone who really is in charge, everyone who's got the money is going to see I was on the news getting attacked by these people. Then they're going to call me up, give me some more money. Come on, come crash my event.
I mean, I'm with you. If I were actually doing the work of being a politician, the breaking up of the boredom would be phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
But we would also have to sell our souls. No, that's not so. There are such a thing as good politicians. There's just so few. Ugh.
I cannot find this. Damn it. I figured this would. Oh, do they bury this stuff? Do they like fight real hard to get this stuff taken down?
What is this stuff? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm looking for that video where they raided her.
Oh, that stuff. That stuff.
Wait,
I found it.
Is it Kirsten Sinema or Kristen Gillibrand?
They're all
Kirsten
women
Gillibrand.
are the same to you. Jake just Oh, is that a woman? Well, then just put them in the pile of the amorphous blob.
Hold on, I got it. Hold on, I found it. Hold on.
What are we reacting to the fucking news here? What the fuck? We got to shut this shit down and
Watch.
What
Look.
the fuck? What is this
Look.
embed? By the way, where are you embedding this video? Where is this? Why are you watching this?
I love that part. So these guys just walk in.
You really can go anywhere if you have a suit, gang. I can't stress enough. It's just there's no one that can stop you if you're
Doors
walking around
open.
in a suit.
And this lady's like, "This is my house. I'm Karen. What are you doing here?"
This is my home, and I'm allowing the oligarchs here.
This guy's
and
like,
not
"I'm a
you."
man, and I will now assert my dominance."
No,
and then
I love watching these
only for
fucking
oligarchs.
motherfuckers try to like assume their role in the theatrical. I'm gonna walk up here and look, and I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna walk up.
yeah, and then look when they find her in the background, like trying to be inconspicuous.
No, this is a party only for the slavers. Slaves can't come in. We already talked about this.
What is a Sammy phobia? What are these captions?
This is my what do they call? Oh, this is my plantation. All right.
By the way,
yours.
shout outs to New York Post. We're watching New York Post, giving them some views, giving them some ad revenue, some credibility.
Nope.
This is what we do on LinkedIn.
I
Yeah.
like that.
if they're knocking it out of the park, they did good captioning on that.
Yeah, Sammy phobia is really good captioning.
So I am highly skeptical of videos I see online now. And I think that it's just people are naturally good at cinematography with their phones, and like editing is easy to do now. And
yeah,
but there's a lot of times where I'm like, is this fake? Just because I don't get it. Oh, Jake, I know you were watching my show Monday when I played that Nicole from Consumer Services. Remember that?
I'm trying to recall.
I got a voicemail from an AI.
Oh, yes, yes,
said,
yes.
Matthew, this is Nicole from Consumer Services. How are you? Are you still there?
Yeah, the AI
And I was
thing.
like, I let it go to voicemail. Yeah. So, but then I think I found like the actual, I just looked up Nicole from Consumer Services and a video came up of this woman, Nicole from Consumer Services, and it sounded just like her. And I was like, I
Yeah.
think they used her likeness, or maybe she let
Well,
him. I don't know. But
We are in
it
the
occurred to
wild,
me.
wild motherfuck when it comes to this goddamn horse shit.
what do you think about that, Jake? Was it real? Was that her?
No, I mean,
From
it was definitely an
Consumer
AI
Services?
voice.
It was definitely her.
No,
yeah.
but was it based off that person? I mean,
There's three possibilities that come to mind. Number one is what you jumped to, where they just stole. She had a public identity. There are not regulations yet, so they just stole her work and used it to train an AI. That's entirely possible. Thing number two that's possible, she could be an actress, even if she's got that little name under there saying like, "Oh, I'm the executive," yada yada. They still go to talent agencies and hire actors and actresses.
I thought
often
I thought that video, the interview, could be fake because
I don't
like
think so.
I didn't point this out, but there was like this really boring looking not a kiosk, but like, a sign just like in the middle of the corridor. They're
Sure.
like in some convention center. And it looked really boring. It had some graphs. And then like at one point in the interview, they cut back to it. Now there's a guy like with his back to the camera. He's like standing there really taking it in. I was like, oh, this is definitely fake. No one's stopping to read that fucking sign.
Could be.
Right? I was like, that's a giveaway.
Speaking of things that are extremely fake, 1 year ago, someone shot the current president.
True.
Now I saw a video of them. I don't know if this was real, right? It was from the audience level where they were ushering
Where they were moving all the camera guys into place and then putting
yeah,
the
was that
camera
real?
down. Yeah, well, let's get the
This guy
flag.
runs over and he
Let's
comes
get
back
the
and he's
camera, angle it
getting the
right
camera
here. No, come
people.
over here, guy. No, right here is perfect. No, wait,
Yeah.
get the flag.
And there's a
All right,
crane
then
lowering the flag.
get
Was
the
that
flag.
fake? You don't know these.
I mean, it was
things.
fake in the sense that someone did shoot, as in there was a gun and there was a bullet, but it was all staged and Trump wasn't in any
My
danger.
sense is this is how I look at it.
They had to kill one of Trump's cultists in order to make it seem real, so that's why
Like,
people fall for it.
I
believe he'd be
personally-
willing to do that. I just don't believe he'd be willing to injure his own ear.
He didn't.
don't-
It was all fake.
I
It was a
don't
blood pact.
personally believe.
That's why he
or-
never showed anyone close-ups of the ear. That's why he didn't release any of the medical reports about his ear. That's why his ear looks fine. Like 3.5 days later, it's all fake. Ketchup.
Like, I don't know about you guys, but I don't invest much time in the whole, was the moon landing real or not? But if they tried that shit today, you couldn't, right?
Oh, yeah.
Couldn't pull that off. So when they're like, we're going back to the moon, I'm like, please do. I would love to see you do that. And let's put this to rest. And then what happened with that? It's just not in the news.
Well,
or
you see,
they're not
Republicans
doing
got
it?
elected, and then, now everything's not going so well.
I thought they were going to put, defense. A solar
Yeah, they
dome.
got an iron dome on the moon.
An orbit dome.
Yeah, they got a big old dome up there. It's full of iron.
Big old dome. I'm trying to find this fucking video I showed the other night. I don't know why I can't find it. It's because I do too much, you guys. Just do too much.
Dude, seriously, you gotta start defending against burnout. I beg
I'm
you.
defending against
Yes.
burnout. Yeah. That's
Good.
why I stopped doing my show for 12 months.
I'm
Fine.
considering a hiatus to work on another project, another
Fair.
podcast.
Oh, you're
So
gonna
that
work
way
on
I'm not
podcast?
doing a
Oh,
couple of things
really?
at once.
Let me
but-
guess. Let me guess. It's gonna have a pun in the name, and it's gonna have left somewhere.
No, guess I'm gonna have to shut it down and retool it now because you just ruined it. Made me feel dumb.
Like left alone.
I know you're lying, but still. Oh, there he goes. Jake.
Jeez,
He
jeez.
cut
Left
himself off
alone.
before he
Left
finished.
alone. That was
We can
good.
still see him, by the way. We can see him in the little staging area. He's like bending over. He's like fucking looking kind of foolish.
So
you can't see him, but we can. He's now tipping toe away like he's some sort of cartoon character. I
Aw.
don't know what's going on.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was gonna say something silly. But that one submarine guy,
Oh.
his project was, I mean, he's a billionaire, so he could, get out of this, but more than once during the project he found himself underwater.
Tell me more.
He could easily bail himself out though.
Yeah, tell me more. Keep going.
Yeah. So
You think his chances of success were imploding?
there was a crack in the hull, and they were like, the hull. Oh, is that what you call your brain? There was a crack in the hull, and the first thing he did was like buff it. And they're like, no, dude. it's a sign that it's not gonna work.
Just buff right out.
He's like, we gotta figure out what happened here. And it's like, what happened? It's not gonna work. Like it's pretty much, this is definitive shit. No, we can fix it. No, you can't make it work when it's an obvious sign that your submarine is not going to make it at that depth. And then he said, I can make it work at that depth. But that was the sign. It would be like if you got close enough to the sun, that is a good one. Who made this stupid fucking layout? Why does this exist?
This is awesome.
I'm gonna find out who did this and fire them. This is the first time I was gonna fire somebody from this space.
This
right
one
here.
is awesome. Let's do the whole show.
Whoever
like
made this is
Go
out.
in.
You're
Keep
gone.
going.
We're
going.
all under.
This is great. This is great. Keep going. Keep going. Oh,
But
here we
the-
are.
It's like if I got close enough to the sun that I started to melt, and then looked at the camera and was like, no, we just got to find a workaround. No, there is no workaround. You're not going to make it. No, we can touch the sun. No, you can't. This is a sign. So it's like when you're in the submarine and you're underwater and you're going lower and lower, and then you come back up and you go, hey, congratulations, everyone, we got lower. And then that one time there's a crack. That means that you shouldn't do that. Like you test it. They're testing the same build. It's not like they go down.
Well, it's because they
half
put
a mile.
so much money into that build. Hold on, let me just smother Andrea real quick.
There you go. It's but it's not like you go half a mile down and come back up and go, okay, let's build up, let's reinforce it. No, they don't do that. Then they go a mile down and they say, okay, we did that. Now let's go 2 miles down. Oh, we got a crack in the hull. But okay, now let's go 2.5 miles down. Fucking dumb.
Well, yeah, it's because he had invested so much money into that design. It was the sunk cost fallacy.
And it's not like he's the only one to go down there. He was just saying, no, I'm going. He was talking at the beginning. He goes, what I'm fascinated, I'm paraphrasing, but he said something that just made me
This fucking asshole fuckface didn't
huge
get the
eye
epic
roll.
joke.
Huge eye roll. I said, or he goes, I'm fascinated by the ocean. And when you're fascinated by the ocean, it's not enough to just be fascinated. You got to be in the ocean. And I was like, what that idea is not exclusive to your brain, you fucking jerk.
No,
You're
no,
talking-
it's not.
every surfer, scuba diver,
And it
actual
doesn't track.
submarine enthusiast.
Exactly.
It doesn't track either, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like if you're fascinated by volcanoes, you don't have to be in volcanoes.
I'm fascinated with dinosaurs.
That's right.
So I go to the Smithsonian,
Exactly.
I climb up, I get in their mouth, and
That's
that's
right.
real for me.
That's right. That's real.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That's
really. I see. Okay, good.
right. Mm-hmm.
Man,
It's just
we
weird to
lost,
be like, I'm fascinated
30
by something, so obviously I have to
viewers.
be inside of it.
On
Yeah, it's
the
just such a
subject
pompous,
of
arrogant thing to say.
fascination, Pumpus is an interesting pronunciation. of
Such
that
a
word.
pompous.
Yeah, what the fuck? Anyway, I will be right back. I must go drink water. Similar to I'm
The
just
human body's mostly water. You don't need to drink
yeah,
it.
well, not mine. Mine is mostly sulfur and mercury.
When people say you're dehydrated or dried out, what do you go down like to 79% water? Is that the earth or the human body?
I will report back. I gotta remineralize my system. I'm
What
dehydrated.
percentage water is the average human?
I was pissing out on my magnesium, so I'm running low on magnesium. I gotta go get some more. I will be right back. I'm trying to take my leave for a momentary leave. I will leave by changing the format.
Good luck
to this.
Good luck with that. Okay.
Wait, actually, I
It's-
think this is better.
feel like a little less relaxed. Whatever. What is that one layout? Who the fuck made that layout?
God damn
That
it.
one. That is a fireable offense. I'm sorry. They're
That
gone.
was probably me trying to set up a stream and then just
Jake,
clicking no, save,
it's a
save,
collective.
save, exit.
Rely on the other people and our shared experience. This
Well,
is
you saw
why
me-
we're in it together.
Frantically try to get down chat earlier. Never mind. All that has to happen.
I mean, I've done that.
Yeah.
But this is insulting.
Is it meant to go with something else?
Why does StreamYard let you do this? What is the point?
I mean,
StreamYard's
maybe
like literally anything you want.
If your background had like information on it or something, I could see it. Stop playing with the screen. All right.
Leave it alone.
We'll make it a totally normal screen. Wait a minute. This is supposed to be funnier. We'll make it son of a. All right, never mind. See, I can't even pull. Oh, there we go. Totally no. I actually unironically do enjoy that a little bit.
What?
Just having the boxes be different sizes. I'm not going anywhere with that. Like I don't have a great follow through. I don't inherently think that's a bad thing.
That's just
Especially since
my
you have more
little-
of a background.
That's my little joke for I'm not listening. When I'm just like, oh, okay.
Oh, just writing the old
Works for anything.
emotions. Yeah, all right, fair enough.
And then we decided no script, totally free form. We don't want to plan in advance. And remember, Sandee was always like, guys, I want to talk about this tonight. And we're like, just talk about it. Then, I mean, we're not planning ahead. She's like, read this before we go on air. And we're like, no, we're not reading. We're not watching anything. This has got to be live, cold, in the moment. And I don't think either she didn't believe us or she wasn't taking us literal when we said we don't want to plan shit. We just want and like if people watch, it would be shocking. We just had a huge increase of 12 viewers out of nowhere. But like
I did the same thing though. In the early days, I was constantly trying to get us to do like a theme episode or whatever.
How did that
until
go?
You guys were just like, no, it's not the point. The point is
I
not
know
to do
it's
that.
people don't it goes against every
Yes.
Can I
thing
pop
that
in
that
here for a
podcasting
moment?
is. Yeah.
Can I pop
yeah,
in
go
here?
ahead.
I just want to say,
No, yeah. I feel the
love
same way.
water.
Yeah.
This show brought to you by water.
Big water.
Water
They got
made
their
with
hands
white
and
grape.
everything.
Isn't that great? Water. Get some today.
From Barefoot. Goddamn, what's the name of that place? Vineyards. Water. Barefoot? Is that right? Damn it. Pooched that joke.
Not good.
I don't half the time, Andrea. I don't know what are you thinking.
What are
Oh,
you
that was well
thinking?
done. That was pulled off pretty well.
They all are. What are you insinuating that some of them aren't? They all are.
You know, this is the problem with bringing a cup of water upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Is I finish it in 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm out of water.
Good for Gabby's like, drink it. Drink it.
Tito's water. Tito's cactus flavored barrel aged water.
I love
Barrel
aging my
aged.
water in barrels.
Is that real? I'll
It
just
is
never forget.
when the water comes from the agave plant.
I was thinking, I was like trying to think back to one of the last things my father-in-law said to me before he passed away, because at the very end, it was like incoherent. I was like, what was one of the last things he said to me? Check this out. I took him to get an eye exam and a new pair of glasses in, I think it was April, March or April. Yeah. And in June, he was saying, he goes, Matt, look at these damn glasses. And I was like, what's wrong with them? You know, obviously upset with the glasses. And he goes, since the day I brought these home, they've had this smudge right on the left lens. And I was like, okay, yeah, glasses get smudged. You can wipe them off. You can clean them. And he goes, oh.
And that's the last coherent.
I was just wondering,
coherent thing that he
yeah,
said.
I was just wondering how many people go through life with just glasses for the first time and don't realize there's no smudge proof. And if there is, it's not really smudge proof.
You ever do this? You ever do this? Look at this.
I do sometimes.
Yeah, look at that. Woo! Woo! I am fucking with everyone right now. I can barely see right
Jake?
now. Look at this. Whoa, boy.
Helps you get over a difficult moment in life, Matt. I
look at
want you to
these
know,
puppies.
in all seriousness, I would be honored to listen to any such story. If, however, it doesn't actually help you, and it is in fact just a
I'm doing
fun
okay.
little anecdote, I'd prefer we not discuss that stuff for a good long time.
Okay.
If that's all right.
But well, okay, but like, do you think, I totally get it, but do you think people are not realizing that glasses get smudged?
No.
Do you think you can clean windows with windshield washer protect, like Rain-X?
Basically,
you can use that on house windows.
I clean windows with a napkin with no additional fluids. Yeah.
On the outside, exterior, and then it rains, and what happens?
I don't really know. I don't clean them that well. So
I have a whole room made of fucking windows. I didn't design it.
How many
And I'm
fucking
like, these are
rooms do you
dirty as
have in your
shit, and I
goddamn
would like.
mansion over there, Mr. Fucking. You got a fucking library. You got the secret paint room behind the library. Now you got this fucking atrium full of windows. What the
Atrium? I don't know if I would call it an atrium, but yeah, well, it's a sunroom.
I can see really well right now. I should have cleaned these bitches earlier. Holy fuck.
Also, Pinky's kid is a terrorist.
That
I'm learning.
is not cool.
That's awesome.
And a
There's,
genius, by the way.
Look at the Ladder Shark Industries LLC. Whoa, where'd this come from? Rando.
Well, there is a ladder shark in the chat somewhere.
That's, some people call me that. I forget where it came up.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Is this your underground name? Like when you go to
I
your
forget.
underground tournaments, you know, like at 3 a.m.
Sometimes
speakeasies, you know.
Sometimes
down the
people
fucking
do
block?
the emojis where it's like a ladder and a shark. And I'm like, how did that start? Does anybody remember? It's not important.
On the list of things that are not important, I introduce everyone to the Letterhack.
What?
This is true. On video.
On video?
Right? Yeah.
Wait, are we the big one or the small one? I like this one.
I can't even
Just a
perceive
little
of
bit
what the
more.
difference is. I know that I see that
It bleeds into the top a little bit. Look at that.
Yeah.
I like
You
to
got to
be as
do your
small as
shoulders. Wait, do it again. Do it again. And now we're small. Yeah, we. What happened?
Holy shit!
Sorry, she threw us up into the corner like that.
Yeah, get a little
We
whiplash.
should.
You're gonna
I
get
wish we
vertigo.
could change
You're
our
gonna be
voices
falling
to
down.
like mini voices when we're up there.
guys
Yeah,
wanna
you
have your
can do
voice
that.
off?
You can change yourself. It's called voice training.
You guys,
I don't have a voice for
very
that.
good, Andrea.
Do it, Letterhack.
swear.
Do it. Do it. Oh no,
Yes.
I'm too small.
I can't
Do it,
get
do it. No, you can do it.
falsetto. I can't.
You can do it.
I'm-
You can do it. You're just embarrassed. Embrace
No,
the
I
cringe.
spent
Oh,
a lot of
You
time
did
like
Kermit
yelling.
earlier.
I spent a lot
and-
of time. I can't do it. I've never tried.
Oh no!
Yeah, Letterhack. You
That was good.
Oh
That's good.
no!
Yeah, keep it going. Keep going.
I'm small.
No, small.
boy, Letterhack. You sure did good earlier when you were
Oh.
doing Kermit.
I'm small. I can't do it.
No, that's good. That's good.
I
You're
can't
doing
do
great.
it. No, because I was in a punk band, see, and there's a
Mm.
lot of like, not singing, but like providing vocals.
Yeah, vocals, not words, but vocals.
Bah, bah, bah. Ah.
Oh no, I'm really small.
It's 11:50 p.m. on the East Coast, and you're
Is it
watching
really?
Left Past 10 on this space.
It
I'm
feels like we've
Letterhack,
been only
and with me
it
now
feels
is
like we've
Jake
only been here
Draugelis
for like
and
15
Andrea.
minutes. It's like
It
we've just
feels a
started.
lot longer than now. I'm gonna say 15 days. It feels like
we've
it
been
feels
here
like
for like 10 minutes.
a
right now.
long time. How many hours is 15 days? That's what it fucking
Oh, you're
feels
fucking
like.
up the green screen.
Look, Jake's like, I have different fonts. Let's try them out in real time.
Mhm.
Oh no,
What are the how many hours is 15 days? Somebody help me.
I just want to warn you guys. At midnight, I will turn into a pumpkin.
Oh.
How many hours is 15 days? What a weird question.
Well,
But
it's
but a fun one.
21,600 minutes, which doesn't sound like a lot. That sounds
360 hours.
That doesn't sound like a lot.
It's a
It
lot.
doesn't.
That's not a big deal.
360 hours is a fuck mother of a goddamn.
Does anybody say in the small scheme of things?
Yes.
Does
I do.
anybody ever say,
Yes.
well, in the small scheme of things?
Mm-hmm. I do
No,
all
they
the
say
time.
that's
I like
what do they say for that? What's the opposite of the big scheme of things? They go,
In the grand scheme of things, becomes
they're like, now you're in the
don't know.
minutia.
gentle mouth belch. I don't know.
I never heard that, but maybe on your
Hmm.
stretch of highway where your entire universe is in the Midwest.
Yeah, and your
somewhere,
highway
or-
that's been stripped out of the earth and sent into the limbo realm.
Jake, did you go? Are you planning to go to the Grand Rapids Comic Con this year? I almost
No.
said Rapid City. Is there a Rapid City? They need to slow it down. But you're not going to the Grand
probably-
Rapids?
No, but I'll swing by Youmacon in Detroit.
So
which is very
those
similar.
those Grand Rapids, because I was right there.
Wow.
Grand, no rapids. So I assume the whole
Yeah.
thing isn't raging. Or is
I
there
mean,
a
it's
part where
how-
it's like, holy shit, those rapids are grand? Because I was like, yeah, big, nice big river.
To my knowledge, I have not actually seen
Nice
any
big
rapids.
river.
But 28th Street in Grand Rapids does hold the distinction of having the most restaurants per square mile of any place on Earth. So you got that going for you.
Was I there?
If you were in Grand Rapids, you almost certainly passed by 28th Street.
I bet I was. I mean, it sounds like convention center, downtownish.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good little
I-
town. You know what? If
those
you go this
people are
year,
so
I swear to you, I
friendly.
will go.
They were so like, they felt really alert and present. All the people in Michigan.
Hmm.
Yeah, well, Grand Rapids.
Awesome. Yeah, Grand
I
Rapids.
love when
Not
people
your
are
experience?
alert and present.
No, it is. I think Michiganders of late are a lot more conscious of their communities. But Grand
Yeah, that's
Rapids
why they
is
voted
both
for
a
Donald
college
Trump.
town and a conservative town. So
There was a guy in the Comic Con
Whatever.
dressed like Waldo. And I was like, we all see you, dude.
but you know there's
Doesn't
gonna be
make
so many
sense.
pictures where he's just in the background. Like that's gonna be so good.
I walked up behind him recording and was like, oh, there he is. And kept going.
You proud of yourself for just filming a stranger and mocking them? They were trying to be.
Yes.
They were trying to showcase their favorite.
I blurred the
media,
back of his head.
Their favorite picture book of all time. They're trying to do that, and then you're going there just to pick fun of them. You and you're like fucking what, 52, 56? How old are you now? And
So
you're just going out there making fun of grown adults.
52, 56, 80, 79. I went to Joe Fest in June, at the end of June. The
Is
G.I.
this
Joe
where Joe
Toy
Biden
Festival.
was? Oh,
The G.I. Joe Toy Festival, because
kick ass.
the legendary Larry Hama is there. This guy who's been writing G.I. Joe, Great American Hero, Greatest American, or since 1982. He's been writing that comic book nonstop. It's amazing.
Jeez.
The license will change publishers, and they just bring them on and keep the numbering in the same order. So he's over 300. So that's a long time.
Wow.
So I met him, got him to sign some stuff. He was really like upbeat this year and having a great time. I think sometimes he's overworked, but this time he was like come take a picture. And he's smiling. And I saw this famous artist who most people wouldn't know who this is, Doug Hart. He does that a lot of the packaging paintings, G.I. Joe action figures and vehicles. They have those elaborate paintings on there. And he's like there's only a few of them, and he was there and he walked by. So right when they took the picture, I was looking at him like, holy shit. So like Larry Hama's like looking right at the camera, like, and then here's me like looking. I could just bring it up, but it's on my phone. I don't feel like
just do this.
But anyway, it was fun. So why did I bring this up? Oh, so I went last year, maybe it was 2 years ago, and I had the Bazooka is a character from G.I. Joe. I had his shirt on. He wears a football jersey with 01. And I had that on. And everybody was like, oh, man, that is awesome. Where did you get that jersey? Holy shit. And I was like, I got it online at this place. And they're like, oh, my God, that's great. I went this year. Every other guy had that same jersey on. And I was like,
Trendsetter, baby.
But now you look like the fucking. Did you go with that shirt on?
yeah, but mine's old and faded now. So
Okay, well, still, you do look
Authentic.
like kind of a cocksucker. But if someone notices the smudge, they might go, I see what's happening here.
I had.
I don't. Can we just wait a minute? Can we just? I don't like all this. If someone's kind enough to cock, they're doing the.
Yeah, it's not an
Lord's
insult.
work.
That's
I
not a
love
negative.
sucking cock. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Sucking cock is great. It's a fun activity for the family.
I had
fair enough.
However,
I had somebody argue that it
cocksucker
should be.
just sounds amazing on the tongue.
It
Similar
does.
to the real thing. Similar.
I had somebody argue with me or try to argue with me that it should be
Gotta be
called
twice.
something else, and I was like,
what should be?
literally call it whatever the fuck you want. They're
What, cock?
they're like, why is it called a blowjob? Shouldn't it be a blah blah? And I was like,
It could be a
think
suck
it's-
job for sure.
Go ahead and call it whatever you want. I don't think anyone's going to be like, nope, I don't do those.
I
You're
disappointed
calling
that
it the
piece
wrong
so bad.
thing. I deny you my opportunity. That's like ridiculous.
My
I mean, there's some things we don't have to argue.
Yeah.
Sorry, I derailed.
Speaking
us.
of things that we don't have to argue about,
It's
it
11:57
is
p.m. on East Coast.
11:57 p.m. Am I allowed to
This would be the
talk
perfect
about
time
something?
to shut it down. Retool it. No, go ahead. Andrea,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Andrea.
We've only hit rock bottom, but whatever.
Well, now that we're at
Solid
rock bottom,
foundation.
I feel comfortable sharing. I am going to go on a new experiment. It's an old experiment. I've done it before, but it's been a couple years. And the next time that we speak, next week, I will be a different person.
Meaning?
Well, I am. I've purchased a large quantity of Kalea Zacatechychi, and I will be using that substance, which is free and well, not free, but you have to pay for it. But it is legal in the United States. It's a legal substance that you can purchase, and it fucks your brain up when you're sleeping, and it's going to be really cool. So I'm going to do some experiments.
And you think you will become unrecognizable to us?
Not unrecognizable, but I'm going to be doing some experiments.
You won't recognize us.
I won't recognize you for sure.
Oh, that'll be interesting. Because
Yeah,
then it's
buddy.
like amnesia. and we have to be
A
like
little bit, yeah.
Andrea's
You have
like,
to
what does the
reintroduce
color
me.
blue smell like? And we're like, well, let's explain
Hmm.
to you that it's not how it works. And you'll be like, we'll back ourselves right into a corner and say, let's forget about this. This is the Beatles.
Well, we were talking
Like-
about how Letterhack is he loves doing drugs. But have you ever done Kalea, Zach at the Chichi Letterhack?
Only because I've never heard of it. Sounds fun.
It's one fuck mother of a drug.
I don't
because what it
advocate this
does
for
is
anybody.
It fucks you up when you're
personally.
sleeping. It doesn't really do anything when you're awake.
Oh,
but when
see,
you're
I hate that
sleeping-
shit. I don't
No,
like
no, no,
that.
no. When you're
the
sleeping, you'll
point?
have dreams that last 6 months, and it'll be
I
in
already
full
do. It's so
color,
annoying.
Full detail. You'll remember every second. You'll remember every smell.
Yeah, maybe I would do that once.
No.
You think it's going to unlock some doors of perception or what?
Well, I did
Whoa.
it before a couple years ago, and it was pretty cool. So I'm excited to do it again with all my
Man,
recent
Jake
knowledge. and
just zoomed
experience.
way in.
Yeah, is that his neck? What is that?
I think it's his forehead. God, he has a Botox. Like, do yourself a favor.
Um,
Oh
I
no, it
wish you
says right
luck.
there a pumpkin. It says a pumpkin. Oh, he said he was going to turn into a pumpkin at midnight. It's 12 a.m.
Oh,
Eastern.
is
Exactly.
that what he
I
said?
get it now.
Okay.
A little slow in the uptake, Jake. Good
Yeah.
one. Good one.
I wish you luck, Andrea. It seems, I gotta tell you, as your friend, just a real bad idea. But I'm here for
it's
you either
easy.
way.
It's not that bad.
Okay.
Be careful.
There's nothing to be careful with. Some cool. I've done it before. It's just I haven't done it in like 3 or 4 years. I'm excited.
Oh, you've done it before.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, I'm gonna this time around. I'm doing higher doses than I did last time, but we'll see how it goes.
Jesus. Okay, buddy.
See, Letterhack
Hey,
only does mainstream drugs. You know, he was talking about, oh, I love drugs. I do drugs all the time.
What does that mean?
That was you. And he only
What's
does these mainstream.
What,
you know,
like
"Oh,
Tylenol?"
man, I'm doing like fucking like acid, bro.
Like
I'm like
allergy
smoking
medicine?
acid, man. I'm so hip and cool. Me, I'm doing.
Oh,
some
well, it
more
was
shit
the
you've never heard
90s.
of. People knew about acid in the 90s.
I know they knew about it, but I wouldn't say it was mainstream. You can get
It's
that shit like
mainstream.
anywhere right now. You can get it liquid. It's legal in some places. The
Mm.
psilocybin.
It's not the same thing, but it's similar.
I know it's not, but you can legally dose yourself and nobody cares. You can microdose LSD in places.
I love microdosing. I love when people don't care specifically. When they care, it kind of ruins the vibe a little bit. Everyone's staring at me like, "What are you doing?" You know,
Jake
that kind of sucks.
literally. Are we allowed to do this? Can I like go bananas and just put a bunch
Oh,
of
you want to go
bananas
bananas?
up on
Yeah,
the?
do it. I dare you.
thing?
You got 3 minutes before it stops being funny.
You know what? That's like a lot of effort. I don't do that.
I'm sorry. The Nussy got me laughing in the
Yeah,
comments, but
I saw that.
Andrea, I'm very. I have to admit, I'm looking forward to this, but I am worried for you at the same time.
No, it's not. It's not going to be that bad. Don't worry. I mean, it's going to be
Alright.
bad for me. I'm going to experience it. You'll be fine though.
Okay. Well, speaking of things we'll be doing later, I do want to take this opportunity before I am scray to invite everybody to the August 1st all-day stream I'll be doing. Please take the day off work on August 1st. Take the day off. It will essentially help people who are being attacked by ICE.
Lazy
I can explain how.
revolution, right?
Yeah.
How was it?
Lazy resolution.
So we want everyone to quit their jobs.
Be lazy for the revolution.
When
Nope, just take one day off.
if you're worried about how you're going to feed your kids, don't worry. Call Jake 1-800-JAKE. He will be
And I
able
will
to give you
carve
all
into
the
my
money in the
pumpkin
world
flesh.
that you need to raise your children at least like another 8 or 9 years. Get them through whatever school they're in, and then they're on their own.
Well, just enough pumpkin meat.
Jake
but
wants
yeah.
you all to quit your job. Go watch his stream on the day you quit your job. That way you create that memory, that connection of synapses in your brain of the day I quit my job with Jake. And every time you think of Jake, you'll think about the day you quit your job. That's called Liberation Day. That's
So
the day
just
that
be
you become a free man or woman or whatever. You can
There you
be free,
go.
whatever.
No, yeah, you're liberated.
perfectly clear, I do want to say I actually am asking people to take one day off on Friday, August 1st. So go into work tomorrow, tell your boss you need a personal day, and bear in mind that there's people's lives on the line. So this is an ICE protest. It's the first of many general strikes, and it is just one day. Please consider.
I've been preparing for this my whole life. I've been taking every
Hell
day
yeah.
off. I've
Andrew's
been,
like, can we take off
calling it
Thursday
sick.
and Saturday too, or is it just?
Yeah, can I? So we're gonna take off Friday. Got it. What about the rest of the week?
You got to warm up on Thursday.
Well, you said it's
It does
August
sound
1st,
like a
right? Might
great-
as well just take the whole month off. You know, just
Like
take a
easing
break.
into this sounds smart to me. In all seriousness, like doing a day here and there, and then it's like, all right, this is a big one.
And by the way, if you find that you're nervous to ask for one of your days off that you're supposed to be allowed to have, or if you find that you're for some reason unable to take that day off, ask yourself, are you truly free in the United States of America? If you can't take one day off, is that what you imagined you'd be like when you were a kid, imagining what grown-up you was going to be?
Well, they train you for that in school, and you got to ask the teacher, "Can I go pee?" And then the teacher says no, and then you pee yourself, and then everyone laughs at you.
I do think though that I am living my childhood dream, which wasn't like, I'm just saying it wasn't like a big deal. That I wasn't dreaming big, right? But
Your
I did
dream
it.
involved blue lights in books. That's all you know?
A little more
Just
to it
those
than that.
two elements. Oh, okay, fair enough.
No, it's like I told I was teaching middle schoolers last year, and they were making fun of me for being like old. They're like, "Oh, you're old," and I was like, "I own 3 cars. I have this big of a house, detached garage. I do what I want. I say what I want. I eat what I want." And I was like, "What's wrong with being old again?" And they were like, "Damn, that actually sounds pretty sweet." And I was like, "Yeah, so touch base with me when you're old." You know what I mean? Like
They won't be
the
able
goal.
to touch base when they're old because you won't be here to touch base.
We
with
are
them.
conditioned to see that getting old is like a matter of becoming useless. And what it really is like coming into your own. That's what you should be looking for, is ways to be you, ways to be us, ways to be better. And what they want you to do is say, well, you're going to get all used up one day. It's inevitable. Is it? So
I ain't gonna get used up. I haven't used you know, like when you're playing a video game and you're trying to save your really
play video
awesome
games.
stuff.
We
Shut
already
the fuck up,
determined this.
Letterhack. We know you're wearing the Atari hat and you're
when
a
you go to
fucking
like
stolen valor. But
Tomato
you know, like you're
Town,
saving your rocket launchers,
Chug
you know, for the
Jugs
big
or
guys or
whatever.
whatever. That's me. I'm saving my rocket launchers. I'm saving it all. I am not used up. I'm gonna maybe get used up when I'm 140. Maybe then I'll use it up. But until then, I'm holding it in. Holding it in, everybody.
Oh, Bill Withers, where are you? I 100% am looking forward to all of us aging together in the least graceful of possible ways.
I will not be aging. I've gotten younger since we've started the show.
Damn.
I'm going to
Well
go
done.
learn how to play Fortnite right now. You know why? Because that's the name of a video game that I'm pretty sure I know.
A
That is the
fortnight
name
is
of a video
a
game, right?
fortnight is a period of 2 weeks.
I'm going to go play Red Letter Fortnite right now.
I'm going to go crawl into this pie tin.
I'm going to play.
Are you guys trying to end the stream? What is happening?
I'm going to go play my Nintendo, the Duck Hunt.
Zapper.
Duck Hunt.
Yeah.
I'm going to go play. Okay, I knew a kid in the neighborhood who was obsessed with Nintendo.
Yeah.
In the heyday.
Yep.
Like we were like, dude, knock it off.
Yep.
A few years ago,
Mm-hmm.
another kid in the neighborhood who, you know, of course now we're adults. He said,
it's like it.
He said, hey, remember this kid? And I was like, yeah. He goes, guess what he does now? I was like, what? And he goes, he was writing for Nintendo Magazine for a long time. which I don't think they still have now. But I was like, oh, so he made it work. And I was like,
lived his dream. Yeah.
I was like, what is he writing? He's like, just ways to beat levels and stuff. And I was like, what? And like reviews and
yeah, he got to
like,
live
that's
his
a
dream.
thing?
He was a complete and actual person. Meanwhile, you're sitting here fucking 50 years old with a bunch of fucking decaying wood fibers on a fucking podcast with 63 viewers. You know, like this guy is fucking living his master life, his dream. And then here you are sitting in your basement, for Christ's sake.
It's technically not underground. It's just like a lower level.
Oh, it's just. Well, everybody, thank you for watching.
House is on the hill.
This space will be here Wednesday. It will be here on Wednesday. I did a show on this space on when are we doing the plug?
We'll be right back here at 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, which is Thursday.
But I do a show on Wednesday. I also might do a show on Thursday at some point.
We have shows on Tuesday.
Sometimes I do a show
Wednesday,
on Tuesday once in a
Thursday.
while. Matt does, like, he's constantly popping onto this space. So if you love Matt Strackbein,
Is that true? I don't know.
you know, go watch this space. This space brought to you by this space. We provide ourselves
a hat on a hat.
It's like a predestination type situation.
That's
like the
true.
future version of us goes back in time
Yes.
to, you know, to set it. So we're providing
Indeed.
no sponsors here at this space. We do have a Patreon, but I don't think we don't have it open yet, but we do advertise it, even though
We're working on it.
We're working. We're not really actually working on it. We kind of haven't. We forgot about it for like a month and a half or so, but
No, I
we're
have
working
notes.
on it. Letterhack has notes, and of course this is Matt's contribution network. Is that this space? Coming
Yeah,
up
it's just
tomorrow.
like-
Oh, can we show up the schedule for tomorrow? Do you have the schedule graphic? Can you pop that on for tomorrow? The graphical. I'm trying to do.
We didn't plan for this because
No,
it's an
no, just-
unscripted show. We
Yeah,
don't
we
really
just put it in. Just
do this.
tomorrow. We're gonna have who's on tomorrow? We got DJ Exclusive. He's on tomorrow.
Beard Bonnet.
We're gonna have Gina.
Chronicles.
We're gonna have
News and Politics.
all that
Like it or
syndicated
not,
material. that you love.
otherwise lying.
We got Jackson White. I filled in for
Remix,
him
yep.
Last week, so
He'll
he's
be
hopefully
back.
going to be
This will
back.
good.
Hopefully, I don't have to do that. slotting. Last
Benjamin
week,
P.
if
Dixon
you didn't
shows.
see it last
Pastor
week, I
Ben.
kind of had a little bit of a disaster last week. So on
I thought it was
Jackson's
fine.
slot,
I thought it was
that was
fine.
not fun. It was not good. Then we got Benjamin Pastor Dixon. He's a pastor. He loves Jesus. And then we got the Angry Ginger. He's not as much of a fan of Jesus. Maybe he is. Maybe he is. I don't know. But he's angry. And then we got Movie Night Extravaganza, who are they're what do they do? What is that? They're doing twice a week now. What is that? What the fuck? Can I do twice a week? Why do they get twice a week? Anyway, show up this space tomorrow, everybody. All times are Eastern Standard and subject to change. And so tomorrow, this space. Today, this space also, but it's over. Goodbye. That's where you roll then you hit the button and then.
Oh. My bad. Sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. You know.
Oops.
A couple more seconds there, and it wouldn't have been.
After Jake left, I was just like, what are we even doing with our lives? Why are we
Well,
here?
I had
What's the
you
game?
started. You became dead and kill yourself. So I had to really get us to the end there. I had to all right, let's wrap it back up. Let's get
Like shit, I got emails.
You
Oh,
know,
no.
yeah, we got to do. It's this space. This isn't just the Letterhack show
emailing
where we get drunk and drink beer and watch tennis at 3 a.m. This is this.
Like,
space.
oh,
We
it's
gotta be
midnight. Let me
professional.
shoot the Letterhack.
We got to
and
be
email
normal
real quick.
motherfuckers. We got to take this fucking
This makes sense.
seriously. We're gonna change
Oh, maybe they're on the West
the
Coast.
world with this space, right? We can't just fucking go here. I know I get the last word, motherfucker. I'm good. Whoa.
See
we
how?
are not,
see what you
we are
did?
not here. We are not now. Aha! Last word is still achieved. Watch this space. You heard the background vocalist.